shopping close to home makes. Learn more at mountainland.com.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
If you've tried Beehive meals, you know how easy they make dinner with their classic slow cooker meals. Now they're bringing that same convenience and flavor to summer with their flat top meals. Perfect for barbecue season. Heading to the pool, the park, or the lake? Before you go, put a slow cooker meal like Bang Bang chicken or barbecue pork in before you leave, and come home to dinner done. Or fire up the griddle with favorites like carne asada, chicken fajitas, and pineapple barbecue chicken. Order today at beehivemeals.com.
Hey, Doug, what is it that you do? 'Cause everybody's buying a car from you. Hey, Doug.
Doug Smith Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram has been serving Utah County at 2 locations for years. Explore our wide selection of beautiful new vehicles in Spanish or American Fork.
Hey, Doug.
The energy, the roar. Moments you'll always remember. Next season, Jaron Jackson Jr. is hunting blocks. Laurie Markkinen is getting buckets. And Ace is just getting started. Don't just watch Jazz basketball. Experience every moment. 2026-27 season tickets are on sale now. Full and half-season packages available. Plus exclusive benefits like arena discounts and player events. Are you in? Join the climb today. UtahJazz.com or call 801-355-DUNK.
Every year, the America First Charitable Foundation Backpack Bonanza provides kids with the school supplies they need to learn and thrive. You can help by dropping off supplies at any America First branch or by securely contributing funds online. Together, we can make sure kids have everything they need to succeed. So please visit americafirst.com to see the items we're collecting or to donate today. The America First Charitable Foundation is a 501c3 nonprofit corporation. Federal tax ID number 84-256886. Donations are tax deductible to the extent allowed by law.
Visiting the Wasatch Back with your family? Make a stop at Dairy King in Heber Valley, featuring Utah's favorite fast food and specialty menu and legendary best of state shakes. Dairy King, a hometown favorite celebrating 80 years on Main Street.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to get your morning started with the news you need to know.
News update.
This is what's trending with DJ and PK. Hashtag NBA.
Right now, Giannis, he want to be Billy Badass. He don't have friends. He don't reach out to people. He don't do all that nonsense. I get all that, right? But if they're trying to get LeBron, he got to put his pride aside. At some point, you got to jump off the porch and you got to pick up that phone and call somebody. Sometimes you have to get uncomfortable. And I think the best destination right now for what LeBron James is looking for, if he goes to Miami, which he should, he will be that primary ball handler and that guy that he wants to be.
There's ESPN's Kendrick Perkins trying to push LeBron to Miami. Team up with Giannis and Bam Adebayo. Do they have enough shooting? Do they have enough ball handling? I mean, LeBron will have a lot to do there. There's no doubt about that. If you go to Philly, there's more talent, but everybody's got to share the ball, and is that really going to work? And you can say, is Embiid going to stay healthy? But, man, I wonder if Giannis is going to stay healthy. Giannis played 36 games last year, and before that, 67, 73, 63, 67, 61, 63. Do you see a trend there? Low 60s. He's going to miss at least 15 and probably 20 games. And he's only getting older, so he's in his 30s now. He's 31. He'll turn 32 early in the season in December. Can you count on him being healthy in the playoffs? If Embiid isn't healthy, you've still got a bunch of guys you can play. Now, maybe you don't have the size, and you're doomed there. It does seem like Miami now. Miami has come out. The Heat have confirmed. And a team would never lie, especially Pat Riley and the Miami Heat. I mean, they simply would not lie. If they confirm it, to the bank, make the deposit. There's no chance that check is bouncing. They have confirmed that the LeBron James introductory press conference YouTube video was published accidentally. Okay, that's not what we're talking about. You just confirmed a thing I didn't ask about. I asked if he's already decided he's coming. We published that accidentally. I know. You didn't publish it on purpose 5 days before the press conference. Hey, let's publish this and just mess everything up. And that is not how they talk in South Florida. I cleaned that up for you. So here on the Wasatch Front, we're wired different, okay? All right? Special. It's different. The Heat confirm it was published accidentally. I can confirm my car smashed into your car. Yeah, but I asked if you were texting and looking down from the road. I can confirm our car smashed into each other. I know. All right, longtime Trailblazers broadcaster Kevin Calabro parts ways with the team due to a subprime offer. Do you see what he did there? Wow, what a big old... Just a big old cheap shot middle finger. A subprime offer. I see what you did. It's a financial joke right there. You took a shot at the owner. The Carolina Hurricanes owner, Tom Condon, has purchased the Portland Trailblazers and is currently going around to everyone saying, mine, 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 my money. Let a bunch of vice presidents go. Looks like he's going to let most, if not all, of the broadcasters go. The radio may be simulcast or broadcast off the road, which is not the way the NBA does it. It is the way MLS does it. It's the way I called the game last night for RSL. But you see, the NBA has a lot more money, and so it's supposed to be done at a certain standard. And most famously, he's telling the city of Portland, the county of Multnomah, and the state of Oregon, mine! My arena, you pay for it, and go. So we're waiting to see how that works out. Now, I have seen some reporting. We're trying to get Bill Orm on the show, and it'll probably happen next week while I'm on vacation because it doesn't look good today. But Bill was way out in front of this. Congrats to Bill. He said he saw something coming. He took a lot of heat from fans on social media. I know Bill from when he wrote at the Salt Lake Tribune, and I've followed him on social media wherever he's gone, down to Southern California, back to Portland, where he's from. Home, the calling is strong, and Bill heard it. Now, there is some reporting out there that the NBA owners aren't excited about letting him move. You know, hey, Seattle and Vegas, and there's one quote, I like Tom, but I like $200 million more. You know, it could be their share. But again, they're not answering the question I'm asking. Will the Blazers move? I'm not going to vote for them to move to Vegas. Well, there's other places in America to move. Rumors about Nashville, which honestly I'd be a little lukewarm on. I don't know. Kansas City, I might be a little more excited about Kansas City. Kansas City's already built an arena. They just have to give you the sweetheart lease. You won't own the arena, but you go in there and sign for 20, 25, 30 years, whatever. They give you a sweetheart deal. They've already built it. They're already paying for it. It seems like that's slam dunk ready to go. Now, you could go to Nashville and maybe the same thing because they already have an arena for hockey, so can they put you in there? But then you're the second tenant. You don't control the dates. They may be about to get Major League Baseball. Is Nashville got enough money for the NFL and Major League Baseball and the NHL and the NBA and Major League Soccer? And, I mean, come on. That might be a little oversaturated market there. Now, there's also speculation, and this is the best, that he would move the team to Raleigh. Well, I imagine the Charlotte Hornets would be thrilled with that. I don't know what the politics there would be. The Nashville and Kansas City are getting all excited. Bad news, guys. He's already got access to an arena in Raleigh. Calm down there in KC. All right, well, we'll see how all that plays out. Plenty of drama there. Victor Wembanyama explains his decision to take less money from the Spurs. $252 million extension. It's about keeping the team in a good spot. Left about $50 million on the table for them to build the rest of the roster with. It's a smart play. I'm surprised more athletes don't do it. I think it's a big issue in the NBA now with these supermax extensions that are available but put the team in a bad spot. And I think the place that we see it right now also is at quarterback in the NFL. You can go out and get between $50 and $60 million. Dak Prescott's the top of the market at $60 million. There's about 10 quarterbacks at $50. Yeah, and only half of them made the playoffs. Because half of the guys aren't good enough to compensate for lack of talent around them because you got such a high percentage of the cap. How did Sam Darnold do it? He's not that good. Well, he's getting paid $30-something million, and that's another $20 to $30 million bucks for the team to use to build an awesome defense. And last time I checked, you know what Seattle had? An awesome defense. Or, star running backs, receivers, whatever. But build out the rest of the roster. Take less, and then you can make more because you're a star because you win a lot. DJ and PK.
#NFL.
I have crossed paths with Aaron Donald, and what's special is we have a really special relationship, and it's way bigger than football. I've heard him say it before, and it means the world to me, and I feel the same. It's family with us. He's done so much for me. I love the man he is. I love the husband, the father, the son. He represents a lot of the things that are right, and what he's going to do is he is thinking about this. He's going to go through his process, and the one thing about Aaron Donald is what he does it full speed ahead.
That's Sean McVay, the Rams coach, who when he first starts talking, honestly sounds like a podcaster. He's screaming, he's shouting. Oh, wait, that's Sean McVay. He's probably just excited because getting Aaron Donald back and adding him to that defense, that'd be a good thing. You know why they didn't go to their Super Bowl last year? Their defense, their offense is awesome. But the D could not stop Seattle. Now, they've gone out, they've made major adjustments. I mean, he would only be the second best addition to their defensive line, so that would be awesome. I actually believe this. Again, I don't think, they're telling the whole story. Is he going to go through a process? Yeah, of course he will. And I bet that process involves, I'm not going to the start of training camp because that sucks. Now, miss a couple weeks of training camp. Okay. I am curious as the NFL season gets longer, and the Rams can be a playoff team. Does he want to come back even later and save his body? Is he more interested in playing 12 games than 17? I don't know the answer to that. I think it's obvious that the start of training camp, no thank you. Now, he hasn't played in the league a couple of years. I would think there'd be an advantage to some training camp. That'd be something. No matter how mentally tough you are and all that, you got to have your legs, and you can't have lower body injuries. You can't have soft tissue injuries. And you can be as tough as you want. You pull a hamstring or a calf, quad injury. You kids, there used to be a running back named Emmitt Smith, and he was awesome. And he is a Cowboy, and I don't like to say nice things about the Cowboys. But Emmitt Smith was so good. If you say anything other than Emmitt Smith was awesome, you're just a liar. And Emmitt Smith, once upon a time, jacked up his shoulder. Turned out it was separated. And they had to play the New York Football Giants in the last game of the year to win and get a playoff bye and a division title and all that. And he ran for like 220 yards when everybody was wondering if he was going to play. And the next year, he had, I think it was a quad injury. It was definitely a leg injury, though. And he got asked, well, you're going to have a great game. I don't know. And they're like, one of the reporters followed up with wait, last year you said this about your shoulder and you ran for 220 yards. Why won't you do it again? And Emmitt Smith looked at him and said, because I don't run on my shoulder. See? Now that's the kind of answer we need, not this, the YouTube video was published accidentally. Yeah, no kidding. Thanks. No, this is what we need. And then Emmitt, I think, ran for like 30 yards because when your legs are messed up, what can you do? There's some things you just can't tough out. So he's got to put in enough time to get the body right and to be able to endure the rigors of the season. How he pulls that off, that'll be an interesting decision. I think we're going to see him play at some point. The question is when and how much, and will his body be able to take the beating. And maybe they only play in a certain number of snaps and ease him back. There's a lot of things to consider there. Chiefs unveiled the renderings of a planned $3 billion dome in Kansas. Domes used to be the concrete bunker at the end of the mall. Don't know if you ever had the misfortune of going to Tropicana Field or the late and lousy, not the late great, the late and lousy Seattle Kingdom. Zero atmosphere. When the nukes come, we'll be okay. We'll have to, eat popcorn from the concession stand, but now everybody's going to glass. And first it was glass at the end. Famously, Dallas decided to put the glass, between the field and the sun. What could go wrong? Minnesota, I think, did it better. Put the glass at the north end where the sun won't be shining in, but let some light in. And now we're seeing these translucent roofs, which when they first tried it in the original Astrodome, turned it into a hothouse, and moss started growing on all the seats, and so that grossed everybody out. Now they seem to have managed it a little better because that's what they've done in L.A., where it's not a complete dome. It's more like a canopy over the field. So Kansas City's going to try that, and they're making a point of saying they're building it up wide enough to hold soccer there. They want to, and I really think if they don't put the field it's got to be natural grass. Put in natural grass and build it so you can roll that thing outdoors. Now, that's tough in the winter. It's not as easy as it is in Vegas and Arizona. But nonetheless, you have to have access to a concrete floor if you want to make it the multi-purpose building it can be and try to get your money back. You're singing $3 billion into this. You're going to need a lot of events to break even on that thing. So they'll put that on the other side of downtown. They currently play 20 or 30 minutes east of downtown, and they're going to go over. They haven't picked the exact site, but they're probably going to end up by the NASCAR track and the soccer field, and there's some big furniture mart and mall over on the west side. So they'll be in Kansas, and they get their new stadium. Tyreek Hill posted a workout video that says still no power in his leg 10 months after surgery. You're thinking, who does Tyreek Hill play for? Because he used to be with the Chiefs, he used to be with the Dolphins. The reason you can't remember who he plays for is because he hasn't signed with anybody. He's a free agent. So 100% to the honesty here, ripping all the other people for, we posted accidentally. When you say you have no power in the leg, you have no chance of getting signed in the NFL. But, hey, there's the honesty. Tyreek's not messing around with that. So I guess points for that. It's 10 months after surgery, and the legs aren't right. Or the leg isn't right. DJ and PK.
Hashtag college football.
Would you quit your job before interviewing for another job or being offered another job? No, nobody would. But we have a portal that you can go in with a do not contact. I'm going to quit my job where I'm getting paid, and I'm going to go in saying I need a new job, but nobody can call me to interview. Like, what have we created? And let's not act like recruiting in college football for the last 100 years is the most moral thing, right, that's ever been existed. I mean, like, what are we talking about here? The model obviously has been broken, and I'm all for everybody being on the same playing field and doing the same things. I get it. But I think that's in any job, right? Like coaches, we're under contract. You don't think other ADs are calling us during the year? Same ones that are about all this stuff are the same ones calling coaches, right, to come to other schools, right, and everything. So it's everywhere. It's in every profession. So I'm not saying I've got all the answers. I'm not saying that at all. We go by then the rules of the program and how the flow, just like when you're on the interstate and people are flying by you, what do you start doing? You're going to get hit. In this profession, you're going to get fired. Right? So I'm not saying that, but I think there are a lot of people that are doing an unbelievable job, Greg being one, right, to make sure that, all right, everything's catching up. College football is constantly changing, all those type of things. So hopefully we'll all, decide on what's fair for everybody.
Bro, that was really good until right at the end. They're not going to decide on what's fair for everybody. It's going to remain the Wild Wild West. It's going to remain a dog-eat-dog world. And the only thing Pete Golding didn't say in there that he could have added was Dabo needs to shut his big old pie hole. That's it. Dabo Swinney's been complaining about tampering allegations. Tampering happens. You may not like it, but is it really tampering? I mean, that's an excellent point about, the system being broken. Are you going to quit your job without talking to somebody? So now, have you signed a contract? When can you talk? Is there an exclusive negotiating window? There's some details Pete glossed over in there. But realistically, ADs are calling coaches all the time. And if they're not calling coaches, they're calling agents. And if they're not calling agents, they're having people call agents. So there's all sorts of workarounds. And it is the Wild Wild West, and that is how it works. And I get that Dabo doesn't like it, but it isn't changing, and Dabo needs to change. Or, at 6-6, he's built a ton of goodwill. I don't think he gets fired, 2 games into the season like UCLA's head coach. but you don't get to go 6-6 forever. So where is the the water's going to start heating up? I don't know how fast, but that was quite the rant from Pete Golding. Sounds like he's very quotable. He's following another quotable coach because obviously he's following Lane Kiffin. And by the way, as far as Ole Miss and LSU, and there are hard feelings there with Lane leaving before the season was over, and obviously there was tampering there. And obviously Lane wanted to go and left the team hanging going into the playoffs, although they won and advanced to the semis without him. Lane and I are great, Pete Golding says. So looking for drama, go look somewhere else. John Summerall says Florida quarterback does not need to be Tim Tebow. Man, they're chasing ghosts at Florida. They've had a couple of great runs. Steve Spurrier had a great run, obviously in the 90s. Urban Meyer came in, had a great run in the 2000s, and the last 15 years have been different. And you really cut them in half. They had a run where they had a lot of 10 and 11 win teams, but they weren't playing for the national title. And they got mad at those coaches and fired them. Basically, they've gone through 4 coaches since Urban, and everybody gets about 4 years, and then they're out. And Billy Napier went out with a losing record. Yikes, he had 1 winning season in 4 years. They've had 1 winning season in the last 5. They've had a couple of 6-6s and lost the bowl game to finish 6-7, but nonetheless, 4 of their last 5 losing seasons. So you don't have to be one of the greats. Come in and be pretty good. They need to have a 9-win season and then build off that. Greg Sankey reiterated his frustration. The SEC's focus will be making the system better. He wants better legislation. I feel like Greg Sankey's trying to thread the needle here. Don't back down on what you said about breaking away, but realizing, boy, if you break away, you start dominoes falling. And, do the other conferences and other schools say, fine, you can't play in the men's basketball tournament, so you lose that money and that access, and you've invested a lot in basketball. You can't play in women's hoops. You can't play baseball. You can't play softball. You can't play women's gymnastics. You can't compete for championships in all those sports. And the SEC does very well in all of those sports. I mean, they are... With the Pac-12 gone, they inherit the Conference of Champions thing. They are winning a lot in multiple Olympic sports. So do they really want to do that? And probably some of those schools do because they're so into football. But it gets complicated, so reiterating his frustrations, we'll see if they calm down on the breakaway talk. I expect they will. DJ and PK.
Hashtag Major League Baseball.
He swings and drives it high, deep to right field. Back goes Canzone. It is gone! Sal Stewart drives one just over the right field fence. A 3-run opposite field. Go-ahead home run for the rookie.
The 3-0 pitch, high fly ball, left center field, deep, back, Crow looking up, gone! Ha! You lead! 3-run, 2-out, 3-run home run, 4-1 Tigers.
The pitch, a looper to right, caught by Holiday, and that's your ball game. And that's where the winning streak ends for Boston. At 15 games, stopped by the Orioles, and Baltimore grabs a 4-2 road trip out of the gate in the second half.
The Boston Red Sox beat the Orioles 6-3 in the first of 2 games. They made it 15 straight wins, and then that is it because the Orioles win the second game 5-1. So 15 wins, longest streak in the major leagues in 5 years. Cardinals had a 15-gamer 5 years ago. That's awesome. It's put them in a playoff spot. The streak had to end. It was going to get snapped at some point. The Orioles avoid the sweep. And now the question is, Boston, what do you do with the next 15 games? Where do you go from here? You're in the mix now. Yankees also split 2 games. They lost to the Pirates 5-3 and beat the Pirates 2-0. They are both chasing the Rays. Tampa Bay doesn't have the money, but, man, they make a lot of smart baseball decisions. They beat the Blue Jays 4-2, so they picked up a half game on both teams. The Diamondbacks trying to make a wild card push in the very congested National League wild card race. They thump the Athletics 15-5. The big news out of the National League West, Shohei Ohtani had a bullpen session. He is missing another start. The Dodgers beat Philly 9-5. He had been scheduled to start against the Phillies in the finale of the series, but the left knee irritation that had him miss a start before the All-Star game, had him miss the All-Star game, had him miss this one as well. He last pitched July 3rd, so we're at 20 days and counting now. And it really, they gave him a lubricant injection in his knee. There's a thing that they can shoot in there that's supposed to act like cartilage and cushion it and reduce the irritation if you're a little bone on bone or if you have some bone spur or something like that causing an irritation. Sounds a little, I don't know, gruesome to me, but I have read about multiple athletes getting this. I think this is the kind of thing that's been done probably about 15 years now, and I think they're getting better at it. The only person I know who had it locally, waiting for a name of famous Ute, Cougar, or Jazz player. No, it was actually former Jazz coach Jerry Sloan, who had bad knees from his playing days, and I think he had that done. Ohtani did play. He was DH. He was 0 for 4. And it does seem like if the knee's going to bother him every time it pitches and doesn't bother him when bats, well, just let him hit and hit 50 homers. I mean, it's not that complicated, is it? I mean, he's so dominant as a pitcher, though. They want him in the playoffs to come in and slam the door. So, Dodgers scheduled to visit the White House today. It's an off day, and then they begin a 3-game series of the Mets on Friday. So later today, we should find out how many, if any, Dodgers decide to show up and how many, if any, Dodgers are going. I assume they know some people are going. I don't think they'd have a team-wide boycott and set themselves up for that kind of embarrassment. So hopefully somebody's done their homework there before they light that match and start that national discussion. That'd be a lot of fun for everybody. So we'll keep our eye on Shohei. 20 games and counting. So, all right. The Bees got beat again. The Bees have dropped 2 in a row to the Omaha Storm Chasers. The Dodgers affiliates in town. 8-3 the final. Same 2 teams tonight at 6:35 here on The Zone. Tony Park's on the call. DJ and PK.
Hashtag Utah.
Eric Weddle has been named to Utah football's 2026 Ring of Honor. He came in, made a big splash as a freshman. He's one of those freshmen, Kyle Whittingham. Kyle, any of the new guys able to contribute? Yeah, watch out for Eric Weddle. Well, he should have told Oregon's quarterback before Eric Weddle launched himself and knocked the ball loose and skidded, seriously flew like Superman with a cape on. Skidded on the ground 5 yards past him, knocked the quarterback on the ground, and the ball's sitting there spinning like a wide receiver just scored a touchdown and gave it a spin and spinning like a top. The rest of Oregon has a perfect pocket, so the O linemen have their back to it and don't know the ball is there. The D linemen can't get to it because they're all getting blocked. Eric came through on a blitz, and Eric comes skidding to a stop on the turf, gets on all fours, hustles back, and beats everybody to the ball and recovers it. And that was like game 3, I think. So, Kyle, apparently you're right about this Eric Weddle kid, and he was awesome for 4 years, and then went off to the NFL, and he was great, and then he retired, and then came back and won a Super Bowl with the Rams. And so if you're going to have a Ring of Honor, you need to put Eric Weddle in it pretty quick, or you end up looking pretty silly. So the Utes are going to put him in pretty quick, so it'll look pretty silly. Weddle joins Alex Smith, former head coach Ron McBride, and former wide receiver Roy Jefferson. An exclusive group, the 4th guy in. So there you go. DJ and PK.
Hashtag RSL.
Here comes LAFC forward. Quick combination play. Top of the area. Son, left foot. He shoots. He scores. Tucks it inside the post. And he's got 2 goals in 2 games. He's on the board, and LAFC's in front in the 11th minute. Long run by Diego Luna, but not enough players defending with him. LAFC will play right through everybody. They're stretched in behind for Boanga. Boanga in the attacking third. Boanga to the 18. Yedlin taking away his right foot. Cuts back around him. Yedlin goes down. Boanga shoots. He scores. And it's 2-0 LAFC. 40th minute. Corner for RSL. Saba plays it to Engel, unmarked on the near side. Shot off the post and in, and RSL pulls one back. 86th minute, of all people. Who knew? Real Salt Lake goes to LAFC and gets beat again. It's been a house of horrors for them. They lose 3-1. You know, it's funny when Seattle comes in here, and no matter how well they're playing, they get beat by RSL every year. That's hilarious. Now, when RSL, no matter how well they're playing, goes to LAFC and gets beat every year, doesn't seem as funny, does it? Really hypocritical analysis there. But nonetheless, I think that's how most people feel. It is a house of horrors. LAFC, I think they're headed for first place. They were 5th during the World Cup break. They played the Galaxy Friday night in El Tráfico. They won the Battle of LA 3-0, and then they turn around and win this 3-1, and they're now in 3rd place in the West. And the top 2 teams, Vancouver and San Jose, both dropped points yesterday. So I think we're going to see LAFC in the top spot here before long, especially with those 2 guys. Son, the South Korean star who played in England for a long time, but now in his 30s is here in MLS. 2 goals, 9 assists. He scored the first goal. Denny Bouanga, the Frenchman, scored the second goal, and then they were trying to combine for the third one, and a deflection off Yedlin. Unfortunate own goal there. Not much you're going to do when you're stretched and facing your own goal and in trouble. So 3-1 the final. LAFC. Now, in the postgame, Pablo was more upbeat than he thought he would be. I thought LAFC got the early goal, and then they just got to sit in like they wanted to do and wait for a chance to counter where they're deadly. I thought the whole thing just played into their hands. It was just textbook. If their coach, Mark DeSantos, could have drawn anything up, he would have drawn that up, except the shutout. They wouldn't have given up a late goal with a couple minutes left. But other than that, it was everything they wanted. Pablo Mastroeni thought the team executed better as it went along and just critical to finishing. They created chances. They should have scored right before halftime, and they didn't. Salons had an open goal. Good service from Gozo, and he couldn't redirect the thing, put it in the net, sent it wide from about 5-6 yards in front of goal. It was a really good opportunity. They really let LAFC off the hook there. That's a bad miss. And then they had Victor Olatunji in front of goal twice. I don't know how he headed that ball off the ground, off his foot, and over the crossbar. That was miraculous geometry. That should have been a goal. And he had another good chance. But the guys who can finish goals, as Pablo Alex is saying, he said again last night, it's the hardest thing to do in soccer. And so the guys who can do it get paid a lot of money. The highest paid team in the league is Inter Miami, and a lot of money's going to Messi, and you know about Messi finishing goals. And the second highest paid team is LAFC, and guess who they're paying? The 2 guys who scored. And RSL is down around 20th with less than half the payroll of LAFC. So there you go. They've got opportunities now. They're right back at it in Portland Saturday night. And Portland played, they split the points, actually. They got a late goal. They were getting beat. And they got a goal in stoppage time and ended up 2-2 with Dallas. So RSL will try again Saturday. The games are coming fast and furious. We'll see if they have the depth to handle it. They've got 4 injuries. Justin Glad didn't play last night and is not expected to play probably for at least a month. Probably longer than that, but just say a month for now, and we'll see a month from now how far away he is. 8:30 Saturday night for that game. All right, DJ and PK, that is what is trending. Brought to you by Shamrock Plumbing. No job too big or too small. Get the personal touch with Shamrock Plumbing. Coming up today, got a little slow spot in the calendar. So we're going to look ahead to the NFL season. That's right. Kevin Graham will join us 8 o'clock. We'll talk with him. And Brian Dunseth called that game last night. He was in L.A. He will join us at 9 o'clock and look ahead to the Portland game Saturday, and we'll talk a little World Cup with him. He got to call a bunch of World Cup games, so we will talk with Dunny. We're giving stuff away today, apparently. Alex, you got to work extra hard today. Alex is going to be answering the phones. We're giving away tickets to see Post Malone with Jelly Roll and Carter Faith at Rice-Eccles Stadium July 28th. Tickets are on sale at livenation.com. We'll give those tickets away in the 9 o'clock hour. In the 8 o'clock hour, we'll give away another Lush Flag blanket celebrating America's 250th birthday. That's in the 8 o'clock hour. Normally, we'd spread this stuff out. We'd give away something every day, but we're off tomorrow for Pioneer Day, so doubling up today. So stick around, and you'll have a chance to win some stuff. Coming up next, the question of the day. Hot takes or toast. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
We have delays on southbound I-15 due to a crash at 14th North in Springville, and 2 left lanes are blocked there. We're also seeing some slowdowns on I-215 near the 201 highway. Attention property managers, customers see your parking lot before seeing your lobby. Make the first thing unforgettable with GoPave Utah. Seal coating, crack sealing, striping, patching across the Wasatch Front. Visit us at GoPaveUtah.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCombe.
SEC Commissioner Greg Sankey, as he kicked off and the SEC kicked off their football media day, said that he is not happy whatsoever with what's going on in terms of the Protect College Sports Act. He has had conversations. The conversations about them tearing away from the rest of college athletics is real.
College football, it's ironic that they're against the Save College Football Act. They don't want to be governed. I mean, that's what I keep hearing. The SEC, the Big Ten, they're the ones that keep dragging their feet. Everybody else wants to get this done, but because they feel like they are better than everybody else, they should get a better deal.
I really can't stand this guy. There are certain people out there that are just hell-bent on wrecking things that don't need to be wrecked.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
As America celebrates its 250th anniversary, celebrate the values that make our communities strong by shopping local at Mountain Land Supply. They're proud to be a local employee-owned company that celebrates their customers every day. Whether you're building, remodeling, or tackling your next project, Mountain Land moves mountains for you with their expert service and trusted products. Visit your locally owned and operated Mountain Land Supply store and experience the difference shopping close to home makes. Learn more at mountainland.com.
That refresh you've been putting off until the right deal came along? It's here! Wayfair's Black Friday and July sale is happening now, so you can finally get the style you've been waiting for less. Get up to 80% off area rugs and up to 60% off outdoor and bedroom furniture. Shop Wayfair's huge selection of styles and find the piece to fit your style, budget, and space. Plus, free shipping. Black Friday in July ends July 27th. Shop today at wayfair.com.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
Escape the everyday with a quick trip to Cedar City. Just one tank of gas from the Wasatch Front, but a world away in experience. Hike through the cool, refreshing beauty of Canara Falls, where red rock walls and flowing water create a stunning natural escape. Then head up to Cedar Breaks National Monument, where the air is crisp, the views stretch for miles, and the night skies come alive with thousands of stars. And when the sun goes down, step into the spotlight at the world-renowned Utah Shakespeare Festival, where unforgettable stories unfold under the open sky. From outdoor adventure to rich arts and culture to peaceful, wide-open spaces, Cedar City is the kind of getaway that helps you slow down, breathe deeper, and reconnect. So whether you're chasing fresh mountain air, unforgettable scenery, or a night of incredible live performance, it's all waiting for you, closer than you think. Discover the art of adventure. Find your inspiration in Cedar City. Plan your getaway today at visitcedarcity.com.
Sometimes firefighting sounds like this. But most of the time, it sounds like this. And this. And even this. The first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So douse your flames, keep your vehicles maintained, and let's fight wildfire together. FireSense is the first response.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah.
My favorite.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Well, it's that time of year. Midsummer. Time to go to the lake. I know somebody at Lake Powell right now. Go to the beach. I know somebody at the beach right now. Run off, see Major League Baseball games. I know somebody doing that right now. What am I doing here? Everybody else is running away having fun. All right, I'll run away next week and have fun. But what's going on in the sports world? That whole World Cup thing, that was fun. It's over. Golf's majors are a lot of fun. They're over. NBA free agency, that's fun. Waiting for the next big story on who's going where, but there's only one guy to watch right now, and he's not saying anything, and seems like everybody's pretty tired of it. So what are you going to be doing this weekend? What's the big sports story? What's the deal? What are you going to be watching? What should we be talking about? What are you anticipating? Put that up on Facebook because it isn't totally clear to me. Earl, you can't think of anything I care to watch. You got any suggestions? I'm Earl's entertainment director. Yes, Earl. At 8:30, I believe you should. Well, Earl, stick around because we got some suggestions. We're crowdsourcing suggestions. Cameron, Naked Wrestling. Cameron. JK. There's nothing good to watch until college football starts. Yeah, when college football starts, we aren't going to watch you. We're not going to watch you. We're watching you now, however. It's kind of freaky. Yeah, we're not going to ask you what you're watching when college football starts. College football starts, we know what you're going to be watching. You're going to be watching the Utes and the Cougars and the Aggies and right on down the list. Cameron finds it a little boring right now. Tony says this weekend I'm going to be watching Mickey Mouse. Hopefully the following weekend I'm going to watch some baseball. A little Disney time for the family, huh, Tony? All right, enjoy. Russell, I'm going to be watching my grandkids race each other around the backyard, even in this heat. Oh, and baseball. Do you guys not watch baseball? Some of us do and some of us don't, Russell. Probably depends on the team and who's winning. Plenty of people love baseball teams. The problem is this is where hockey was before we got the Mammoth. Couldn't agree on what team to watch or what team to talk about. Got your Cub fans over there. Got your Yankee fans over there. Got your Dodger fans over there. Got your Braves fans over there. Once we get a team, let's go 2031. Let's go. Once we get a team, you'll find out that summer is paced very differently. Growing up in California is all about baseball. The slow time for me growing up was January and February. The Chargers inevitably would finish a losing season. There'd be some NFL playoff games in January. And then it'd get super quiet in February. And then in March, get the NCAA tournament and Padres spring training stories and pick up again. But January and February could get a little slow. Here, we got plenty of basketball. Here, college basketball, the NBA, that's a busy time of year. Arguably the busiest, the most just total number of games to watch. January, February, unreal. Utes, Cougars, and Aggies playing a couple times a week. Jazz playing 3 or 4 times a week. Now we have the Mammoth playing 3 or 4 times a week. I mean, it's just, it's nonstop. People ask me, hey, do you watch this? Like, not in January and February, man. I can barely keep up. I got like 10 to 12 games to watch every week. It's nonstop. But in the summer, when it slows down, if you have a Major League Baseball team, that keeps everything going. And it was funny, in San Diego, obviously we had a team. I moved to Santa Barbara. There was no team. But in Santa Barbara, there were so many Giant fans. There were so many Dodger fans. I was following the Padres. It actually felt a little busier. You're kind of where the teams overlap. And just because there are Cub fans everywhere, there were a ton of Cub fans there as well. So it was nonstop. When I was doing TV for a couple of years in Santa Barbara, and you're doing highlights in an era when that was the only place people could go for highlights. Those were the glory days. There were tons of teams, tons of storylines. And then you get here, and it's a little bit of a shock to the system. But if the Millers land baseball, as we hope/expect, that'll all change in a few years. So I guess the answer to your question, Russell, is yes. People are watching baseball, but it's all over the map. It depends on the team. And I have a friend who's a Cincinnati Reds fan. He was like, yeah, I'm not watching as much baseball. I'm like, yeah, I'm not surprised. That's a huge time commitment when you know they're just in the tank. You know, it's like, you should be more hardcore. Yeah, that loyalty with a football team when they're down, that you're asking for 3 hours a week. Now you're asking for 3 hours a day, 6 days a week. Yeah, that's a little different. Baseball, you can sink at least 15, maybe 20 hours. And following one Major League Baseball team full-time, that is a part-time job. And honestly, it's the reason the national baseball ratings are so bad. And the national broadcast, baseball takes a lot of heat for that. It's a dying sport. People aren't watching. Well, yeah. And you know when that started happening? When they started putting more local games on TV. When the superstations started to become a big deal in the 80s and 90s. It's like, well, there are too many baseball games to watch. You can't watch them all. And you know which one you pick, the one you're most passionate about. And since you can sink 15 or 20 hours a week into your local team, you stop watching the national game. Because as a Padre fan, they put on an American League game, and I know some people are fascinated that the Orioles are playing the Blue Jays, but it didn't really impact me and my team, so move on. Clinton's going to be watching the Tour de France. Well, Clinton, have a good time. Enjoy that. Tour de France highlights are great for, 30 to 60 seconds. Beautiful countryside, mountains. Can't take your eye off the crash. Yeah, I know it's wrong. But you can't take your eye off it. And then they're climbing up some switchback, or they're flying down some switchbacks. But 2 hours of a bike race isn't for most people, especially with Americans not at the top. Like soccer, like every international sport, it's more popular when the U.S., has a dog in the race. And then the other thing that hurt the Tour de France is just the constant specter of blood doping. It just takes it away. Lance Armstrong was both the best and worst thing that happened to the sport. A lot of people who bought in him, he is not. They're just jealous. He is. Oh, okay. Never mind. I'll move on. Jared says RSL. All right. Real Salt Lake, your thing. Get into it. It'll be interesting with the new calendar because we will have some dead time in the summer. Now, maybe it'll be, there'll be enough international tournaments for soccer fans to keep them going, but RSL Saturday night. Ricky says he's going to the horse races to do some betting on the ponies. I got to reply to that. Where? I guess Wyoming Downs is closest, right? I mean, Nevada, for all its gambling, doesn't really do horse racing. The people who spend billions of dollars on casinos don't want you to go watch horse racing. Want you to come into the air-conditioned casino. Plus, even the horses are voting no on racing in the summer in Vegas. No, thank you. Don't need to do it in the Nevada desert. What's the average attendance like up at Wyoming Downs? I've seen it driving to Bear Lake. When we don't go Logan Canyon, go the Wyoming way. You can see it over there. You see the sign and the arrow. Wyoming Downs over there. Got to see the grandstand from the road. Never been to a race there. They draw 1,000 people, 5,000 people. 10,000 seems a lot for Wyoming. Wyoming's just, generally short on people. Ricky is a Renaissance man. Ricky said, I'm going to watch Major League Baseball and golf and the Tour de France. Golf this weekend, the 3M, they're in Minnesota, TPC Twin Cities. It doesn't have the sizzle, obviously, of the majors. What it does have, though, is guys trying to keep their playing cards and guys trying to get into the Tour Championship, the playoffs. Top 70, you get to play when you get to the playoffs, and you got to be top 50 and then eventually top 30 as the 3 weeks of playoffs narrow down. So there is a little intrigue there. Some of the big names are sitting it out. Rory's not playing. But Scheffler is, so. Ricky will be watching the golf. I got to say that, obviously, I'll be watching the RSL game Saturday night, since I'll be calling it. That's work. But I probably will watch some of the golf. That seems like one of the highlights. Eldon's going to be watching hockey highlights. When you got YouTube, it's a year-round sport no matter what your sport is. Everything lives on YouTube. I assume most of you are hardcore enough you've gone down the rabbit hole. My wife was traveling to see some family, and I had to stay and work, exhausting the vacation time. And so I came home from work one night, Friday night. You're done at 11 o'clock. You do a couple things around the office. You get home, it's like 11:30, 11:45. What are you going to do? Straight to the YouTube rabbit hole, watching some Charger playoff game from the 90s. All right, not some game. They beat the Dolphins, and it was dramatic. It's all full of games on YouTube. So whatever your team is, and it does not matter. It's out there. Go check out YouTube. You can watch out of season, watch some classic old game. It's funny to see how television has changed. It's funny to see how the uniforms and the sizes of players have changed. You watch an old baseball game, it's like, these guys are small. The sport's gotten much bigger. First because of steroids, and now because general managers, it's like we're seeing with Bill Armstrong in hockey. Bill's like, why do I want some 5'10" enforcer hitting people when I can have a 6'2" enforcer hitting people? Let's go get some 6'2" defensemen. Eric says, probably watching the Giants get swept again. I have a college roommate who lives in the Bay Area and huge Giants fan, and he and his company have access to season tickets. He goes quite a bit. I have not heard from him a lot lately. It's been quiet. When the Giants win, he's always texting me. To be fair, I've been pretty quiet about the Padres. I haven't been texting him either. All right, DJ and PK. It's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We got to take a break. Come back with more. Kevin Graham, top of the hour. Brian Dunseth, top of the 9 o'clock hour. Stay with us. DJ and PK. It's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
The crash is cleared on southbound I-15 in Springville, and so we are moving back at good speeds through there. We have pockets of slowing on northbound I-15 from Midville into South Salt Lake. Looking for a new ride? Doug Smith offers great savings on new and used vehicles, big selection, great prices, and great people. Visit us in American Fork, Spanish Fork, Linden, or at heydoug.net. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
They've been doing it for a while.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
The willingness to vault somebody to stardom and close the book on them immediately based on a couple of Summer League games is absolutely laughable. I think Cody has a lot to prove, but I'm certainly not going to let a Summer League alter my opinion on that until we actually see the rubber meet the road.
And to your point, Cody is not equipped to be the number 2 best player. And luckily for him, in the NBA, he never has to. He needs to be the 5th best player on the roster, doing some of the dirty work, get out in transition, get some steals, whatever you have to do. Get some deflections, play some defense, be long, eat up 12 to 15 minutes a night. Is that ideally what you want with the 10th overall pick? Of course not. That's not what you're hoping for when you draft somebody in the lottery. But if he can get to a point where he's hitting shots somewhat regularly and playing defense, there is still value there, and it's amazing to go back to that draft and just realize it's bad top to bottom.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Here we are, man. July's moving on. July 23rd today. What's tomorrow? Pioneer Day, July 24th, holiday, fireworks, fun times. Yeah, sounds good. Long weekend, too, the way the calendar falls. How about having a long weekend metaphorically for the rest of your life when it comes to retirement? Wouldn't you want that? Of course you do. That's why you got to prepare. And when it comes to preparation, let me tell you about the fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth. They will help you in that circumstance to prepare and be prepared. Take the opportunity to meet with them, even if you just want a review of your financial portfolio. Let them see what they can do for you. I did, and it's working. Give them an opportunity, those fiduciary advisors, to hear what you're about, literally hear what you're about, see what you're about too. You meet with them in person, and then together you create a plan that can give you that metaphorically long weekend. Sounds good? Yeah. The phone number for Trajan Wealth is 1-855-TRAJAN-1. 1-855-TRAJAN-1 to set up that opinion, or not opinion, to set up that meeting. And initial consultation is for free. Now you spell Trajan, T-R-A-J-A-N, 1-855-TRAJAN-1. Their offices to meet with them are in Draper and Farmington, and the website in which you can get a ton of information available immediately is TrajanWealth.com. TrajanWealth.com is the website. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client, paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
This is Wick with Greenify Energy Savers. If your home feels like it's overheating the moment the sun comes up, your windows could be a major reason why. In the summer months, inefficient windows let in heat and force your AC to work overtime, driving up your energy bills and making your home less comfortable. The problem is, most homeowners know they need new windows, but put it off because they assume it's going to be too expensive. At Greenify Energy Savers, we install high-performance AMSCO energy-efficient windows manufactured right here in Salt Lake City, so install times are typically just a few weeks, not several months. And most homeowners are surprised to learn that we can often save them thousands of dollars compared to other window companies while still offering premium windows with a lifetime warranty and flexible finance options. Don't spend another summer fighting the heat inside your home. Give Greenify Energy Savers a call today for a free no-obligation quote at 801-948-4464. Again, that's 801-948-4464. Or check us out online at greenifyenergysavers.com. Let us save you literally thousands of dollars and greenify your windows today.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Your coffee would never get cold. Your flight would always be on time. And your mattress would always respond to you and your unique sleep needs. Sleep Number mattresses are designed to respond to your body and shift with your changing life, helping you fall asleep faster and stay asleep longer. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, to a good life sleep.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Right now, get 2 bottles of Lucas Fuel Treatment for just $9. Plus, receive 2 times O Rewards points at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth. Scoring goals is what I do. Driving a BMW from BMW of Utah, that's how I roll. Proud to be a Utahn, drive elevated.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's a holiday weekend, Pioneer Day. I posted that, of course, immediately someone had to say, what holiday? And somebody said, it's only a Utah holiday. You know, I'm in Utah. I don't know what to tell you. I work for Bonneville. We get the 24th off. It's a holiday in my world. If I worked at KYT in Santa Barbara, I'd be working at KYT in Santa Barbara. It wouldn't be a holiday, but that's not my deal anymore. So ask what you're going to do on a holiday weekend. And I held one event back. I didn't think anybody would talk about this. I think there's several interesting storylines in this event, and I want to talk about it. And then we got Kevin Graham coming up at 8 o'clock. Kevin Graham, because he is prompt, and Kevin Graham is detail-oriented, Kevin Graham has already logged on, complete with video and a headset. He is ready to go. He is technologically sound. Kevin Graham, good morning.
Good morning. Happy Pioneer Day, everybody. I miss Pioneer Day because I'm not in Utah anymore. I used to love getting a random holiday off, and so I do miss that. So while you all have a holiday, although I'm kind of semi-retired, I'm not going to be doing anything tomorrow anyways. But yeah, I mean, happy Pioneer Day. Go to the rodeo. They still have the rodeo?
Of course there's a rodeo.
Okay, I was going to say that's a big thing because nothing says a holiday than riding horses and bucking on bulls and roping baby sheep. Or whatever.
What that says.
What do they rope, by the way? Do they rope sheep?
They don't rope baby sheep. This is just animal abuse, Kevin. You've been here 2 minutes.
Baby calves. They do something. They tie up little calves.
You've already referenced a felony. I mean, seriously. What is wrong with you? Why can't we just have a nice radio show?
I know, I got it.
Okay.
I mean, well, you know, the farm's different than the rest of
the sheep part of the rodeo is the mutton busting, and it's the baby kids. The 6-year-old kid tries to ride the lamb or sheep that weighs 100 pounds, ballpark.
Because that's not animal abuse at all. Like, let's put a little kid on a 6-year-old
we can absolutely,
or 6-year-old kid on a lamb. In fact, I think I would argue that's child abuse by taking a 6-year-old and putting it on a wild animal. Like, that's
okay.
weird.
A couple things is you're just blowing through topics very quickly. Don't burn so many topics. We don't have Major League Baseball here, okay? So don't blow through so many topics. Number one, some of the kids love it. Some of the kids hate it and will cry. Let's be honest, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's no different than watching a baseball game. There's one kid who can't wait to get up and see if he can get a hit, and the next kid is afraid he's going to get hit by a pitch and doesn't want to go to the plate and cries in the car on the way to the ballpark, whatever, right? So there isn't one size fits all there.
Well, what parent will do that to their child?
Oh,
I mean, seriously,
have you
this
not
child
read
is going to be
stories about
ruined.
parents?
You want to talk about therapy and amount of money to pay? This kid's going to be like 30. He's like, I remember when I had to ride a wild lamb. My mom and dad made me.
A wild lamb. A wild lamb.
I'm just saying. I think there's issues there.
And a wild lamb charged me.
So, message to parents out there who are thinking about putting their child on a wild animal: do not do that. That's not good parenting. Sorry,
I have not traded stories about crazy parents in sports with a high school athletic director since yesterday. Okay, it was 11:30. Yeah, well, here's one for you. The athletic director literally told me his eighth graders, he didn't want to play tackle football when they were really young. You can play it when you get older. You're a little bigger and physically mature, right? So I think it was eighth grade. He's at a game, and he hadn't been, at the fourth grade game listening to the crazies because he didn't play in the fourth grade. So he's in an eighth grade game, and he said literally, he's up in the stands. He said it was great. I didn't have to worry about all the details, setting up the field. Are the officials on time? Is the officials' locker room unlocked? All the details, right? He says, just sit up there. I get to cheer for my kid. He says, right about the second quarter, something happens, and these parents next to me go off. And he said, all I did was sit there and think, it's going to be awesome to deal with you in 2 or 3 years.
Exactly.
He set that story up so well. It was very well told. Anyway.
All right, well, good.
All right,
well, happy Pioneer Day.
So here's the thing. I brought you on to talk football at 8 o'clock. I have NFL topics for you, because if I know what Kevin Graham loves football, the National Football League. So we're going to get to that. Now, you showed up a segment early, and I'm happy to have you here. I'll talk to you anytime, Kevin. As you know, all the calls you field from me.
Appreciate that.
But unfortunately, you've shown up for the WNBA segment.
Oh, here we go. Oh, let's go.
Not really your wheelhouse.
No, I pay attention.
Alex is laughing his head off in there. I'm like, well, if he's here early, I don't want to be rude, but I don't know. That's not really Kevin's thing.
No, trust me. That, I live in a state where I can make $5 bets on things, and I have bet on the WNBA before. So, I have a problem, apparently.
Oh, yes. Okay, yeah, you do have a gambling problem. Because...
As you witnessed from my texting of breaking down World Cup gambling, that I thought I had a foolproof way to win on, what was that, Norway and England, I think, or whatever, and I was going to win either way. I bet on both sides, and then I somehow found a way to lose on both sides. Yeah,
that was awesome. Multiple bets, multiple losses. I'll just quote.
But I only lost $10. I do not have a problem that I only spend what I have, which
that's good.
$5.
That's good.
Yeah.
So, World Cup, two-time World Cup veteran Pablo Mastroeni, currently Real Salt Lake head coach. Talking to me about the World Cup, he goes, Germany went out. Germany went out. Can you believe that? And then he looks at me and goes, why do people bet on this sport? They are crazy. The guy who knows as much about the sport as anybody is like, he is just fascinated and stunned that people bet on it. He said, it is just so crazy and unpredictable. Although we had exactly the Final Four everybody thought we'd have. Top 4 teams in the
weirdly,
world,
though, I did really well on the World Cup, which it tells you a lot, because I do terrible on the NFL and college football, which I know, and I know nothing about soccer, as you well know, and I did really well until the last, the knockout rounds, the last few rounds, and then I
gave it all back. Gave it all back.
Yeah, I gave it all back. So, but you know what? It was fun. It kept me in it. I was watching. I watched more soccer this past summer that I've watched in my entire life combined. So I did enjoy it for the most
Interesting
part.
If those record ratings and record viewership are powered in part by people like you putting down $5 on some rando guy scoring a goal or a game or whatever, and then you're hooked and you watch for 2 hours.
Yeah, no, 100%. In fact, if I could bet on little kids riding wild animals, I probably would watch that too, but even though that should be illegal. Anyways,
on multiple levels.
WNBA, let's get to it.
There's a WNBA point. For those of you who just joined the show, put the question of the morning up, and we're hitting that. What are you going to watch this weekend? Because there isn't a big event that will tie us all together. We didn't ask last weekend. We knew people were going to get up and watch the Open Championship, and we knew they were going to watch the World Cup final. We knew what people were going to watch. There were big events. And people all over the map, nobody mentioned the WNBA. Interestingly, not only is the All-Star game here, obviously the WNBA All-Star Weekend has a very similar format to the NBA All-Star Weekend. The three-point shootout should be a big-time event that a lot of people watch, and the number one person that people want to see, Caitlin Clark, is not going to participate for the third straight year. She's 0 for 3 competing in three-point shootouts. And Sabrina Ionescu, who is probably the next person people want to see.
Who?
She's not competing. Well, even though you remember her name, you might remember her from the NBA All-Star Weekend. She's so good. They invented the two-person team format, and she partnered with Steph Curry.
That.
Right.
Yeah,
so that's who she is, right? So there's two people you think you definitely want to see. Neither one of them is in it. And I've read the story about why. Obviously, there's a lot of fans who are complaining because they want to see them. And the story pointed out that the WNBA is just bringing aboard a whole new tier of corporate sponsors. And these are two players or in a small group of players who are going to be run from one corporate party to another because that's why people are paying for these corporate parties and access to these events. And so it's actually a multi-day exhausting weekend. It's not just the playing. When they're not playing, they're working nonstop, meeting all these people, and it takes a lot of energy out of you running around, always being on, being cheerful, telling stories, meeting new people. And so they just need some downtime. And I'm like, well, then they need to do what the NBA did and make the All-Star break longer and give them downtime because people do need that. But they're going to be in the three-point shootout. I am the casual who would tune in to watch that. Now am I going to tune in to watch it? Probably not.
Well, you know what? I'm going to tune in to probably watch the WNBA, maybe the All-Star game, because to me, the WNBA is like a reality show. It's like the Housewives shows, the Mormon Housewives shows, because they just hate each other and they beat each other up and they yell at each other and they point at each other and I'll be honest, it's like the WWE of basketball in the WNBA. These women just despise one another.
And this is sports. This is sports. There are very few people. And when we get them, we want people to behave. No, we don't. As soon as people don't behave, it's a car wreck. Everyone turns around. Everybody argues about who's not behaving the worst or the best and who started it and who's just responding to the attacks and all that. And then when someone actually does behave, I just want someone who goes out there and plays the game. Two people who I think were great champions and who just played the game and who wanted to minimize drama at all costs, Pete Sampras and Tim Duncan, both accused of being boring. You are boring. Whoa. I thought we wanted people to behave and not just make a bucket and turn around and run down court. And then Tim Duncan does it. It's like, the big fundamental. I mean, who wants to watch the Spurs? Five-time champion. Sampras' records have been broken now. We have people who've won more than him. But at the time, he was winning as many major championships as anyone. But he was boring.
Yeah. But that was tennis, too.
But Agassi popped off, and McEnroe popped off. And
McEnroe and Connors.
Connors popped off. Yeah, people watch those guys. I can't believe, but I'm definitely going to watch.
Yeah. I mean, and everyone's criticizing the WNBA for this, and I'm one of them. Like, I totally believe you got to be protecting your superstars, and then I can't understand why all the other players are jealous of the superstar. I mean, Caitlin Clark has done more for the WNBA than Michael Jordan even did for the NBA. I mean, Michael Jordan obviously took it to the next level, but Caitlin Clark actually changed things for the WNBA. They're now on charter flights. They make more money. Like, she alone, they got people actually watching the WNBA, and yet they hate her and are trying to beat the crap out of her. And that makes no sense to me.
Caitlin Clark is more in the Magic Johnson, Larry Bird role, right?
Yeah,
as far as where the league was and how the league is being elevated. But where the parallel with Jordan is someone who's clearly got very unique gifts that lots of people want to watch. Yeah. That's a comparison. But Jordan went through this jealousy thing, too, and he made everybody else a lot of money. And how did they celebrate him? By not giving him the ball in the All-Star game and freezing him out, which
Isaiah
then
Thomas
remembered.
Did that. You got to remember the Pistons hated Jordan. I was a Pistons fan. Yep. I hated Jordan. So, yes, I mean, I understand why he did that.
So it's jealousy. You had something, back-to-back championships. Jordan took it away, 6 titles.
Yeah, I know. But what these players don't understand is superstars raise the game and raise the money so everybody makes more money. This is not hard.
Jordan raised the money, and all the players followed Isaiah in the boycott and didn't pass him the ball. And everybody learned from it because a decade later, Shaquille O'Neal came along And nobody passed him the ball in the All-Star game. Jealousy is rampant. Why wouldn't it be in the WNBA too? Last thing before we go to break, because you're making us late to break, Kevin. We're going to be late. Our next guest deserves to go on a... Oh, wait, that's you. Never mind.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate it.
Caitlin Clark has 7 technical fouls now.
I saw that. So last night she got another one.
She's very close to getting suspended, as is Angel Reese. It's so funny that a lot of America, and it's race, and it's gender, and it's sexual identity, and it's LGBTQ issues, right? It's all about
terrible refereeing, by the way. The only thing she said last night to get the technical is a player trash talked her, and she trash talked back by saying scoreboard.
Yep.
And she got a technical. I mean, that's lame. Come on. The refs suck. So anyways.
That's not much. But the one group that's consistent that doesn't like Angel Reese or Caitlin Clark is the referees, because they've given them both 7 technicals.
Yep. I know.
And the refereeing is super sketchy. Another thing that the WNBA has in common with the NBA, and to be honest, college basketball, super sketchy reffing. No one ever really talks about that, but college basketball reffing sometimes, you're like, what are we doing, man?
Well, college sports in general these days.
Yeah, I get it. So really what it comes down to is Caitlin Clark is the Warriors, because she's Steph Curry's three-point shooting, and she's Draymond getting texts.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, she's got both.
Yeah.
But the techs aren't, well, she does whine a lot, but again, she's a superstar. Michael Jordan whined a lot. I mean, the superstars do that. Karl Malone whined all the time.
Karl Malone got a lot of texts also.
Yeah, and he did. But you know what?
Bill Laimbeer talked a lot, and Bill Laimbeer got a lot of texts.
Well, yeah, but Laimbeer wasn't a star per se. He was more of a guy that was a thug, essentially. He just beat up people. He was a good player. Don't get me wrong. I was a Pistons fan. So, but, I mean, there are. But the WNBA, though, is they're screwing things up. Like, it's there for the taking for them now.
Are they?
Yes. Well,
they're making
no,
a lot
because
more money.
I just admitted I'm going to watch because I want to watch them beat each other up. So, yeah, okay, they're winning. You're right, DJ. You win. Okay, let's go to football, will we? Let's talk about a real topic.
When we come back, we bring Kevin Graham on Football Fridays, and we talk NFL and local college football with him. We got a lot of off-season NFL topics, and we're getting those with Kevin next right here on The Zone. Stay with us.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere.
Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up-to-the-second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
As America celebrates its 250th anniversary, celebrate the values that make our communities strong by shopping local at Mountain Land Supply. They're proud to be a local employee-owned company that celebrates their customers every day. Whether you're building, remodeling, or tackling your next project, Mountain Land moves mountains for you with their expert service and trusted products. Visit your locally owned and operated Mountain Land Supply store and experience the difference shopping close to home makes. Learn more at mountainland.com.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplan.com. PlannerPlanner.com.
You don't know what you got till it's gone has never been more true than when your water heater goes out and you hop in the shower. Your body first shivers and then you go into survival mode by letting out a shrieklet, which is like a shriek, just smaller, followed by unnecessary running in place and jazz hands. Look, there are really only two kinds of people in this world that need cold showers: pioneers and plungers. So unless your name is Laura Ingalls or Joe Rogan, cold showers aren't for you. At Shamrock Plumbing, we know what to do when your ungrateful water heater stops showing up for work. Give us a call and we'll get you back to those scalding temperatures you've grown accustomed to over the years. Shamrock Plumbing.
Sometimes firefighting sounds like this. But most of the time, it sounds like this. And this. And even this. The first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So douse your flames, keep your vehicles maintained, and let's fight wildfire together. FireSense is the first response.
Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, heading into a Pioneer holiday weekend. Kevin Graham joins us to talk NFL. Kevin, I'm sorry we're going to have a limited amount of time. The guest who joined us in the last segment was way too long-winded about the WNBA. It's going to cut into your time, and I want to apologize on behalf of that clown.
No problem. I appreciate it. I have people on X now tweeting me lamb emojis and stuff, so it's amusing. Wild sheep.
Okay, that's what social media is for. That kind of comedy right there. There's all this anonymous hate and tearing people down, and you're a loser, and
I know,
getting way deep down the political rabbit hole and calling each other names. No, it's there for the fun. Send me a funny GIF.
No, I know. I'm all prepared. I spent like an hour, like reading up on making sure I'm up to date on everything because I never know what the heck you're going to, throw my way. And then, of course, we lead with lambs and kids riding lambs.
And you did.
It worked out well.
And you did great.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I am fascinated with a couple of topics I wanted to hit with you here today. One of them is the NFL, the draft, and the salary cap. They want parity, and it doesn't always work because there are terrible teams and there are great teams. But one thing that always happens in the league is there are some of the really bad teams. Somebody's going worst to first. There are big turnarounds every year. There were 3 of them last year, from 2 years ago. The San Francisco 49ers, the last place team. Now, they didn't go worst to first because the division was great, but they doubled their win total from 6 to 12. They were +6 in a win column. A lot of that came down to injuries and getting people healthy, and they turned themselves into a playoff team. Now, they weren't alone. The Bears, now they went worst to first and surprised me from 5 wins to 11 wins, and they won the NFC North. And then also the New England Patriots. And that was amazing. They went from 5 wins to 14. They were +9.
That was a farce, though. They had the easiest schedule I've ever seen in my life. They only played 3 teams with a winning record during the regular season.
They were one of the advantages of being in a division with the Jets.
Well, true.
Sorry about that, Kevin.
Thanks,
Kevin
I appreciate
catches
that.
a stray pretty quickly. And having the 4th place schedule. And then what divisions do you rotate through? Some divisions are better, some are worse. You rotate through the NFC West. Sorry, but you're getting the Seahawks, Rams, and Niners, who are all 12 wins or more. And I cheated the Patriots. They went from 4 wins to 14. They were +10.
Yeah.
But you're right. Schedule's part of it. And so when I look at it this year, which team or teams are going to go worst to first or not go worst to first, have a big turnaround? I look at the teams, and there's some teams that are down. Now, I think your Jets get out of last place. So congratulations.
Well, Miami's terrible. Miami's awful, yeah.
Exactly. Miami has decided we're getting rid of all the big money. We're taking the dead cap hits. It's a lost year. We're straightening out the books. So if the Dolphins are last, the Jets can get to 3rd. So there's that. But when I'm looking for teams that are going to make a legitimate jump, I look at the Titans, I look at the Raiders, I look at the Cardinals and think, I don't think so. It's almost too cheap to pick the Saints in the South because that's a division where last place is 6 wins and first place is 8 wins. So,
yeah, you can't pick them, yeah.
Yeah, but I think that the NFC North, the Detroit Lions, it's a little cheap picking them. They were last place at 9-8, and they had some health issues. And what about a healthy year out of Aiden Hutchinson could change things? There again, it's a little cheap because they're only 2 games out of first place and last. That's doable. The team I think can really take the jump is the Giants. I think bringing Harbaugh in, they've had a bunch of first-time coaches. They don't really know what they're doing. They're trying to figure out. This guy's a proven winner. I think he can do what his brother did with the Chargers. I think he can do what we've seen in Denver. If you get a good young quarterback, you get a good young running back, you know how to run a winning organization. You've been doing it for years. Why can't he do what the Broncos have done? Why can't he do what the Chargers have done? Why can't he take the Giants? And the Cowboys should bounce back. They shouldn't have a losing record. I don't buy them the Super Bowl talk, but they ought to be able to win more than they lose. The same with the Eagles. The Eagles, to me, they always feel like a boom or bust team. You know, they got a coaching staff. I've never seen a coaching staff that's despised more, that wins more. But it feels like they don't like each other and that thing could fall apart. So I'm looking at the Giants and the Lions as the first 2 teams. I do think that the AFC North is unpredictable enough. If I had to pick a third team, oddly, I might look at the Browns. Doesn't make any sense.
Dude, they have no quarterback. I know quarterback is being demeaned now because Darnold won a Super Bowl, but you got to remember Darnold had a fantastic season.
So then, and so to that point, the Bengals don't go worse from first, but they were only a game in front of the Browns on 6 wins in a division that feels wide open, with Pittsburgh and Baltimore having new coaches. It's not worse to first, but the Bengals from third to first could have a turnaround season.
Yeah, I was going to say Bengals just because of Burrows, if he can stay healthy. But the Bengals are so bad defensively. I mean, now they did go out and sign a ton of free agents, so how quickly will they come together and how they were able to make a run? Now, it goes back to your initial point, though, with parity and all that. I mean, look what you just did. You basically ran through most of the NFL teams, DJ. Like, most everybody has a shot based on the wild cards of being healthy, being in the division you're playing in, the schedule you have to play. I mean, it is open for the taking. Now, injuries obviously are going to be biggest key. We always have to go into the season, though, just saying, okay, injuries are going to happen. You know, some teams will get devastated by them, like the Bengals have the last couple years, and have no shot eventually. But you also got to look and just see, like, I'm looking at it as I was going through all the teams and trying to figure out, you know, what teams will be great and what teams can we look at. I mean, you know, the Giants, yes, they can jump up. Cowboys could be good if their defense steps up. I look at I'm looking at the Bears with Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams. Now, can they continue their emergence up? You know, they were obviously in the playoffs last year. You said the Lions. The Lions, I think, are going to be big because, the question is will the new OC mesh with Jared Goff in that offense? Dan Campbell essentially hiring a new offensive coordinator after he took advantage or actually took over as OC last year. How about the Packers? You know, they ended the season losing 5 in a row last year, but they started the season with 9 wins and I think only 3 losses and a tie. You know, will Jordan Love make that next step? Can they make the jump?
Parsons.
Yes.
Mike Parsons, is he healthy or not? He got hurt. Didn't they lose 5 in a row? I mean,
they did. Yep,
and
exactly.
You lose a very, very disruptive defensive player.
Yeah.
And you lose 5 in a row.
Yep, New England I think is going to be good, but I think they're going to step back because they're going to have a tougher schedule. They did add A.J. Brown, but also he can be a problem in the locker room as well. Drake May, of course, they have a coach that decides to have affairs with reporters, so let's see how that breaks down. You know, the Bills are the one team I always look at every year, and every year they look as a favorite, but Josh Allen just hasn't been able to take that next step, and now he's going to have a new offensive coordinator, and of course they have a new head coach. So, you know, I don't know, man. I look at it, I hate to say this because I hate the Broncos, but Denver, you know, if Nix doesn't hurt his ankle, another break, by the way, that New England got in the playoffs last year, going up against the backup quarterback to allow them to get to the Super Bowl. And, oh, by the way, they played Houston before that, who had no offense whatsoever but had a great defense. Houston, by the way, another team to keep an eye on because they do have such a dominant defense. Can C.J. Stroud step up? Like you were going, I mean, there's just so many different ways you can look at it. Can the Chargers, your former team, can they make a move now if their offensive line can stay healthy? And can Mike McDaniel finally get Justin Herbert to become that elite quarterback so they can step up? I mean, the AFC, I think, is wide open in my opinion. I still think on the NFC side, you got Seattle. You got to put in there. I'm a little worried about Kenneth Walker going away. Charbonneau, because Darnold definitely needs support and needs a running game. Charbonneau's got an ACL. They're going to have to rely on the rookie Jadarian Price from Notre Dame. Kubiak left, so how will Darnold respond to that? And then, obviously, from the NFC West, you got to look at the Rams, man. I think talent-wise, they got the best team. I mean, they do. Can Stafford stay healthy? Will Myles Garrett? He'll be a great player, and there's no doubt about that. If Aaron Darnold shows up, can he obviously add? They play in the toughest division already. So, honestly, I think it's Seattle or the Rams out of the NFC. And in the AFC, I think it's there for the taking. I would actually favor Denver, but you can't count out Kansas City. If Mahomes comes back being strong, he's got Bieniemy back as his OC, who's always downplayed because, obviously you always look at Mahomes and Reed. But Bieniemy, when he was with KC, that's when Mahomes was at his best. So, you can't count them out. I mean, it's just that's what's so great about the NFL and why it's awesome. Like, I'm in North Carolina and Charlotte. They started. They're the first team to go to camp. The veterans reported yesterday. It's game on. And now we'll just see how it plays out and who can stay healthy, who gets the breaks during the season, and ultimately, towards the end of the season, who's playing the best ball, and then that's the team that, is going to probably win the Super Bowl.
I am 100% on board with what you said about the Broncos. That is a team that was winning and getting better and getting to the playoffs when they had major cap problems. And they're largely out from under that, and they're still on Bo Nix's rookie deal here, briefly.
Yep. Yeah,
so this is the window. This is the window for them. Go do it. And
Waddle joined, so they got another wide receiver for Nix. I think the biggest question for the Broncos, and this is where I'm kind of, Peyton is one of the best play callers in NFL history, you can argue. Well, he promoted Davis Webb, the quarterback's coach, to be the new offensive coordinator, and he's going to let him call plays. Now, we'll see how long that lasts if their offense is struggling a little bit, but I found that curious that Peyton was giving up play calling after how good, that's his forte in addition to being a great head coach. So I think that's something we got to keep an eye on as well with the Broncos.
Interesting story where the NBA and the NFL merge. We have seen, not a lot, but a few NFL players take less. Tom Brady famously did it so they could put a better team around them. And now we've seen Victor Wembanyama do it. The NFL quarterbacks, there are, and we'll update this now with, I was talking earlier in the show using 2025 numbers, and right now I'll use the 2026 numbers. There are 7 quarterbacks making $55 million or more. And there's another 5 who are over 50. So 12 of the 32 starting quarterbacks are now making more than $50 million. Mahomes is in that group. He's with his deal getting a bump here. He's now going to be the highest paid quarterback, surpassing Dak Prescott. $64 million for Mahomes, $60 for Prescott. What you just said about KC, Mahomes, Prescott, Burrow, the 3 highest paid quarterbacks, all missed the playoffs last year, all had losing records. Mahomes obviously had the injury.
Burrows wasn't healthy either.
Right. So,
and Dak's overpaid.
But that's part of putting so much money into one player. I get it. And some of these guys are overpaid. Like, I think there's a lot of guys is like, you're a good quarterback at $35 or $40 million. I'm not sure I love you at $55 or $60 million. Now, when the Rams won the Super Bowl, Stafford was a $40 million guy. Now he's a $55 million guy at age 38. When Mahomes was winning big, he was on his rookie contract. That's changed. Obviously, Seattle cashed in with a lower paid quarterback. Darnold's like at $33 million. So I'm really intrigued with these teams that are going all in on the quarterbacks. Last year, I think 10 guys made over $50 million, and half of them made the playoffs and half didn't. Now this year, it'll be 12. It'll be interesting to see how many of them make the playoffs. And how much money will you walk away from? It's easy for me or you to tell somebody, hey, take less money and you'll win more. Maybe it's a business, and how long do you get to play for? They get hurt. I mean, Mahomes, Burrow, we've seen it.
And it's a copycat league, so you're going to have teams that are going to try to win with the budget quarterback. I would say, and it's kind of surprising to me because if I'm a quarterback, I mean, we're talking. I mean, it's all funny money, but if I'm told like, hey, you deserve $55 million, you're one of the best quarterbacks, but if you take $35 or $40 million, we can build a better team around you. if it's the Tom Brady model. I mean, again, people don't recall that Brady was only the highest paid quarterback in the NFL, the greatest quarterback to play the game, at least from a Super Bowl success standpoint, one time in his entire career. When he was with New England, he was never the highest paid quarterback because he wanted the team. He needed the team. And that allowed New England more than anything else to build a great team around him with, at the time, a great coach and obviously having the best player of all time to play a position in Brady at quarterback. You would think more quarterbacks, because honestly, DJ, and again, this is easy for us to say, I'm pretty sure that if I or you made even $30 million, I'm pretty much, I can live on that. I can set future generations of my family on that. And yet I can make even more money in endorsements because I'm going to still be great and my team's going to win Super Bowls to boot. So $30 million really is going to turn into $50, $55 million anyways. Again, easier said than done, and you got agents that obviously are being paid to go out and make as much money as possible for the players so they can make as much money as possible. So, yes, you're 100% right. I think you're going to see it. I think if you say get Denver to win a Super Bowl this year with Nick's on his rookie quarterback, rookie contract still, or whatever team that has a mid-level kind of guy, I think that is going to be the model going forward for a lot of these NFL teams because you do, unlike a lot of the other sports, you got to have a team, man. There's 22 players that you put on that field every day on offense and defense, and you can't just have one player eating up all the money and expect to win a Super Bowl every year. It's too hard in the NFL. But with that said, the cap keeps going up because the revenue keeps going up. The TV deals keep going up, the media deals, the streaming deals. Now they're overtaking the world, so they're making money probably over in the world. Mm-hmm. Everything keeps going up. So $50 million probably will be a mid-level quarterback in a couple years anyways.
So the teams that have quarterbacks who are inexpensive. Bo Nix on his rookie deal, $4.6 million.
It's crazy.
Right? So they have a chance to put a much better team around him, and it's one reason that you and I both like the Broncos. We saw them win last year. We saw them go to the playoffs the year before that. They've had success. They get to spend money on positions other people just can't afford to spend that kind of money. And so I think you got to underline that. And then the Bears. The Bears still have a quarterback who's on a rookie deal. So a massive advantage for them.
Is Stroud on a deal too? The Houston quarterback? I don't think he's making
He's making $9 million.
Yeah, see,
and
Houston again's got an elite defense.
And they have a phenomenal D, right. So they can afford to spend on that. So there's some teams here. Caleb is also at $9.8 million. Caleb Williams in Chicago.
Well, we saw the Niners, as you mentioned, Purdy. I mean, they made the Super Bowl with him when he was the last player picked in the draft. So I don't even know if he was making $1 million at that time.
So Baker Mayfield and the Bucs, you like him at $33 million. He's making Sam Darnold money. Now he's negotiating now, and he's 31. So if he wants a big payday,
he's going to make over $50 million probably with Tampa Bay. I don't know if he's really a $50 million quarterback, much like I don't think Dak's a $60 million quarterback. But in this day and age of lack of great quarterbacks, it's the most important player in the field, we always talk about. So if that's what it takes to keep him and that's what they think they need to pay, then that's great. But to your point, then they're going to have to pay less to be able to surround him with some of the players to make that team possibly another Super Bowl team down the line.
Daniel Jones with the Colts, $44 million winnable division.
Yes.
So
if he can stay healthy, and he's got the Achilles thing. That I've witnessed the Achilles thing on my team multiple times. Vinny Testaverde back in the day got the Achilles injury when the Jets were actually favored to go to the Super Bowl. This is before a lot of people were born, and he wasn't the same quarterback the next year. Aaron Rodgers, when he played with the Jets just recently, it took him a year to get back to form. Like, I watched Aaron Rodgers last year against the Steelers. Not that he was outstanding or the past Aaron Rodgers, but he was a heck of a lot better than when he was with the Jets. Part of it because he had a better team around him. But, it takes a while on that Achilles injury. So I would not be surprised if Daniel Jones takes a step back this year because I honestly think that injury is hard to recover from and to get to be back to being 100%. So I don't know about him, honestly.
Aaron Rodgers at $22 million, Sam Darnold at $33.
Yeah, Darnold, he just won the Super Bowl.
Yep.
So, if he can play anywhere near where he's played, honestly, the last couple years, although he did have a meltdown towards the end of the season when he was with the Vikings, if he could play to that level again, Seattle's got a great defense again. Really the big thing is just, are they going to have the same level of passion and, did they sit on their laurels at all in the offseason? Can they be that, I guess, Chiefs were the last team that went back-to-back, 23, 24, something like that? They could easily be, well, not easily, because the Rams, I think, are really good. They should be right there, Seattle and the Rams in the NFC, and have a good shot at repeating.
Last thing, I want to switch gears here and throw you a little bit of a curveball. But you might have local knowledge because you are currently living in Charlotte, and you've lived there for a little while now. There's a speculation out there, and that's all it is right now is speculation. But you've probably read about Tom Dundon, the owner of the Carolina Hurricanes, the Stanley Cup champs. He's purchased the Portland Trailblazers, and he's basically running around town, and if anybody has money, he screams mine. That's it.
Oh, yeah. He just fired his whole broadcast team.
The whole broadcast team is out.
He's cutting everybody.
He let go a bunch of vice presidents on the business side before that, and now he's fighting with the city, county, and the state over the lease. Primarily the city, but the county and state might be kicking in to refurbish or build a new or whatever they end up doing. There's speculation about him going to Vegas and Seattle, and Bill Oram, you probably remember from the Salt Lake Tribune, has a good story about owners are like, well, I like Tom, but I like $200 million more, which would be their share of the expansion fee. So forget those two towns. But Kansas City, Nashville has been mentioned. Kansas City lost the Kings, has built an NBA arena on spec. It hosts the Big 12 tournament, so there's Ute and Cougar fans who've been to that. That seems a possibility. Nashville, to me, seems a little iffy, and you've had family in Nashville, if I'm correct.
Yeah,
because
my daughter lives there.
Baseball, they already have football, and they already have hockey. They're about to get baseball. It seems like they're the leader for expansion in 4 or 5 years. I could see he'd want to run in there with basketball and beat them there. Major League Soccer, I mean, they're going to have like 5 teams in there, everybody writing $1 million deals? Is that, or multi-million-dollar deals, or in the case of the NFL, multi-billion? I don't know that that's the perfect scenario, but then
Plus,
I heard
Memphis isn't far either, so
right.
I don't know if I really don't think you can put 2 teams in Tennessee in the NBA.
Okay, wait for it. The thing I just read is he's already got a deal in Raleigh. He put him in the building there, even though Charlotte has a team that's a little less than 3 hours apart, maybe 2.5 by car. That, I think, would go over really poorly in Charlotte. What would the league say? How would the vote go? It just needs to be a majority vote. I'm just curious if, having lived there, you have any insight into how that might fly.
Well, I can give you a little insight on that. Most Hornet fans are pretty ticked off right now at the Hornets for blowing up a team that was one of the best teams in the later half of the season in the entire NBA, and trading their superstar LaMelo Ball just as he seemed to start maturing a little bit and actually playing well. So let's just say there's a lot of anger towards the Hornets right now in this market. North Carolina is one of the fastest growing states in the country. A lot of people moved here, particularly a lot of people from the Northeast who come here. I honestly think the weather here is overrated. I mean, but people from New York and Midwest and whatever think it's great because it's not as the Midwest or Northeast winters, but you still get a kind of a winter here. But, it's interesting because I think Raleigh and Charlotte, they definitely have some competition going back and forth. And the Hurricanes did not really have I didn't get any feel for them here in Charlotte until they started to make their playoff run and then got to the Stanley Cup Finals and obviously won. Then suddenly on the local sports radio and fans, I would go out to have dinner or whatever, and there would be Hurricane fans out and stuff. So they're 2 different pockets. Charlotte is obviously the bigger city, but Raleigh is emerging. It's a big tech area. You got the universities there with Duke and North Carolina, and NC State's not far. It could be a possibility. Do I have any insider knowledge or anything? No. But I do say that it seems to be 2 separate areas, and it's about a 3+ hours, you mentioned, 3+ hour drive from Charlotte. So it's not like you got Charlotte people running up to Raleigh to go watch the Hurricanes. It's just, and you don't have a ton of Raleigh people that are coming down watching the Hornets because it's a 3-hour drive. So it could be a possibility. I mean, I'd just be surprised. Wouldn't you, if the NBA would allow that, though, to have 2 teams in that short of a distance to each other in the same state? I mean, obviously basketball is huge in the state, but if I had to rank sports, being in Charlotte, the sports is Carolina Panthers, college basketball, or college football / college. I'd say college basketball, actually, number 2, and then ACC college football would be number 3. And then you go down to, Hurricane. I would even argue that the Charlotte soccer team actually gets some love here in Charlotte more so than I've been in other markets. So I don't know. I just don't think that would make sense for the NBA to put two teams like that in North Carolina.
We'll leave it right there for now, Kevin. Always good to talk to you. Thanks for hopping on. We appreciate it.
Had a blast. I hope Jake and PK are having a good time vacationing together at Disneyland. They're wearing the mouse ears together. They're hanging out, sharing cotton candy. I hope they're having a great time.
I don't think that's what's happening, but either appreciate or despise the visual. Thanks for that. Sharing cotton candy while wearing Mickey Mouse ears.
And please, parents of Utah, don't put your 6-year-old on a wild lamb. It just doesn't make sense. That's not the way to celebrate Pioneer Day. I'm pretty sure the Pioneers didn't force their children on wild baby oxes as they were trampling across the country to settle in Salt Lake City. All right? I'm pretty sure that was not what Pioneer Day is all about.
Ron, wild sheep. Nice, Ron. Good post. All right. Thanks, Kevin. We'll talk to you. All right.
Sounds good.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. When we come back, we promise you that Minky Couture blanket. We'll give that away on the other side. Stay with us.
This stuff is available everywhere.
Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Post Malone presents the Big Stadium Tour. Returns for Part 2. With special guests Jelly Roll and Carter Faith. 9-time Diamond Certified Phenomenon, Post Malone. Live at Rice-Eccles Stadium, July 28th. Get tickets now at postmalone.com. The Big Stadium Tour, Part 2. This time, it's even bigger.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Utah roads have commuters, can-doers, and cross-country viewers. But wherever our vehicles are headed, they've got one thing in common. They're ready for the road. Utah's first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So let's check our chains, keep our vehicles maintained, and fight roadside fires together. FireSense is the first response.
As Americans, we love to try and fix our own stuff. It's as American as Paddington Bear. We pride ourselves in going to the hardware store and knowing exactly where to find the tools we'll only use once. But every once in a while, we bite off more than we can chew. When once all the screws are stripped, wires crossed, and hairs grayed, isn't there a certain charm to admitting you need an expert? And don't worry, there are lots of things that need help, but don't like to admit it. Things like self-checkout machines. I feel like I'm doing most of the work there. Autocorrect, again, most of the work. Also, the French. So if you've general turted yourself into a bad situation, give Shamrock Plumbing a call. We're here to help.
Escape the everyday with a quick trip to Cedar City. Just one tank of gas from the Wasatch Front, but a world away in experience. Hike through the cool, refreshing beauty of Canara Falls, where red rock walls and flowing water create a stunning natural escape. Then head up to Cedar Breaks National Monument, where the air is crisp, the views stretch for miles, and the night skies come alive with thousands of stars. And when the sun goes down, step into the spotlight at the world-renowned Utah Shakespeare Festival, where unforgettable stories unfold under the open sky. From outdoor adventure to rich arts and culture to peaceful, wide-open spaces, Cedar City is the kind of getaway that helps you slow down, breathe deeper, and reconnect. So whether you're chasing fresh mountain air, unforgettable scenery, or a night of incredible live performance, it's all waiting for you, closer than you think. Discover the art of adventure. Find your inspiration in Cedar City. Plan your getaway today at visitcedarcity.com.
Hey, this is Aaron with Greenify Energy Savers, and I want to extend the incredible offer exclusively for KSL Sports Zone listeners that I recently introduced live on air with DJ and PK. For a limited time, when you purchase a new solar system for your home or business, Greenify will give you a Tesla Powerwall 3 backup battery free. That's right, you'll receive the battery at no cost. You simply pay for the installation. Already have solar but don't have a backup battery? Give us a call. We're also offering unbeatable pricing on battery add-on installations. And here's even more good news. Thanks to the partnerships we've built over the past 14 years in business, we can offer a 25% upfront discount on your entire project. Call us for the details. Every homeowner can qualify. Call Greenify Energy Savers today for your free no-obligation solar and battery quote at 801-948-4464. That's 801-948-4464. Or visit greenifyenergysavers.com to claim your free Tesla Powerwall 3 with your qualifying solar installation. That's greenifyenergysavers.com.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah.
My favorite.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK. Time to give away a Lush flag blanket celebrating America's 250th birthday. Caller 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. Wins the blanket. It's sized to match a standard American flag. It also includes an exclusive America 250 Minka Couture label created to commemorate the nation's semi-quincentennial celebration. Semi-quincentennial. 250-year celebration. Call right now, 801-575-ZONE, and you can win. All right, a little NFL talk there with Kevin Graham. If you're just joining us and you're just coming in a little late, we talked to him about teams that could go worst to first. And if teams not worst to first, teams that could go, from third to first. Looking to you, Cincinnati. There is always turnover. 7 playoff teams. They can't all hold it together. Somebody will fall apart. Will it be Jacksonville and New England, who won 13 and 14 games apiece because they play much tougher schedules this year? Is it Pittsburgh because they won 10 games? Much tougher schedule. They got to play that first-place schedule now. So, intriguing as always, and the NFL will be with us soon. I put the question up on Facebook, and we'll spend some more time on this later this morning. What sports game event will you be watching this holiday weekend? And there were people who said there's nothing watchable till the Hall of Fame game, and that is only borderline watchable. The Hall of Fame game has gotten more anonymous with time. It's there was a time that teams would run their starters out there for 1 or 2 series. Just for a little timing, and now the threat of injury, salary capped league, no way to replace guys. They are in bubble wrap, and we will see a lot of anonymous players out there in the Hall of Fame game. At this point, honestly, I haven't even looked to see who's playing in it. I heard at one point, and now I have no recollection, no memory of who it is in the Hall of Fame game in Canton. So there you go. I guess I could check real quick. Oh, Panthers-Cardinals. Well, we're a little short on star power right from the get-go, aren't we? There it is, nonetheless. So circle that for Thursday, August 6th. There you go. All right, DJ and PK. It's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We'll take a break. Coming up top of the hour, Brian Dunseth will join us. RSL beaten in LA at LAFC. They're playing 11 games in 44 days. 1 down, 10 to go. We'll talk with Dunny at the top of the hour. He's just back from the World Cup duties. That's on the way. Stay with us. DJ and PK. It's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Looks like we have a new crash in Parley's Canyon just before the turnoff for Highway 40 on the eastbound side with slowing in the area. We also have northbound slowdowns on I-15 near the South Interchange and I-80. 21 North in Lehigh also has solid delays all the way up to I-15. At UTA, it's never just a ride from point A to point B. We move independence, we move purpose, we move memories, we move what matters you. Plan your trip at rideuta.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah Jazz select Darren Peterson.
The Utah Jazz have found their future face of the franchise as Darren Peterson is on his way to Salt Lake City.
The BYU at Kansas game, he had 18 points in the first half. He was 6 of 8, had 3 steals. There was no question who the best player on the floor was.
Winning basketball is back in Utah, and the KSL Sports Zone will be with the new look Jazz every step of the way. Your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth, and I drive a BMW. Performance matters to me, on the ice and on the road. That confidence lets me focus on what matters most, performance. That's why I trust BMW Utah for everything, from service to tires. They've always got my back. Between scoring goals and scoring the perfect ride, it's a tough call, but scoring is what I do. And the win? Driving a BMW from BMW Utah. When I came to Utah, everyone talked about the greatest snow on earth. But during the 2002 Olympics, the world saw something else. This place also has the best ice on earth. Since moving here, I've done my best to own that ice and live up to that standard. It's about preparation, precision, and trusting what's beneath you every single day. That same mindset is why I chose BMW Utah, because great performance doesn't happen by accident. It's built, maintained, and earned. And I'm proud to work with a local dealer that represents Utah at that same elite level. Proud to be a Utahan, proud to support BMW Utah, drive elevated.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
For 250 years, the beating heart of the USA has been the people who call this land home and the communities we make here together. America First Credit Union is proud to have been a part of those communities for 87 years and proud to help our members realize their financial dreams. So come join us in celebrating and succeeding the way Americans always have. Together. Federally insured by NCUA.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Tim Daly Mazda Southtown has as low as 0% financing on almost our full lineup of 2026 models, including 2026 Mazda CX-50s, Mazda 3 hatchbacks, and even our PHEV models. That's right, as low as 0% on your favorite new Mazda during the More to Move You sales event, happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. 0% excludes Mazda Miata and Mazda CX-5 models. APR for well-qualified buyers. OAC, 72 months at $13.89 per month per 1,000 financed with 0 down. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
PK, it's 97.5 KSL Sports Zone. Our question of the morning, what are you going to be watching this weekend? College football writers who've used their vacation time now and are back covering the various conferences as they cycle through the media days. It's a 4-day monster for the SEC with 16 teams, 4 teams per day. Other writers need something to do, so it's time for lists. And where do BYU and Utah show up on these national lists? The Athletic, behind a paywall, so not all of you see it, ranked all the starting quarterbacks as best they could figure out who the starting quarterback was at some schools. It's clear for some of our local schools, isn't it? They ranked the best to the worst, and they put them in tiers. At the very top of Tier 1, putting an exclamation point on, don't get caught up in the recruiting hype. From Ole Miss, put your hands together for Trinidad Chambliss. Yeah, nobody in D1 wanted him. D2. I mean, honestly, if he'd gotten an offer from UMass, would he have gone? Is there a sadder program in Division I football than the University of Massachusetts? Wandering between Independence and the bottom of the MAC. BYU went back and played them in Foxborough. They played in the Patriots Stadium. Hey, you get to play in an NFL stadium. In front of 1,942 fans. 1,941 of them root for BYU. I mean, it was a bigger crowd than that. But it was a crowd bolstered by BYU fans. And it was a hideous game. BYU rolled them. It was a scrimmage. But Trinidad Chambliss didn't even get an offer from UMass. He went D2, and now he's at Ole Miss, and he's ranked number 1. So let's not get crazy over the star system and rankings and who lands who. And if players get better, they will be found. I was talking to, I mentioned earlier, I was talking to an athletic director, and we got off on crazy parents. We also got off on recruiting at the high school level here in Utah and kids transferring. And I talked to him about the whole concept of, unless you're just a 4 or 5-star kid, you know, and Utah and BYU come knocking on the door for you, or the out-of-state powers come for you, like, why not just embrace a Big Sky school? And we got 3 of them in state. And you're more likely to either play instead of standing on the sideline or play more. You know, maybe you're playing 10 or 15 special team snaps, but now you get to play, 30 or 40 snaps, and you get to play offense or defense plus some special teams. And he's like, oh, absolutely. Absolutely embrace that. Don't get cut. They will find you without question. Utah Tech has been losing players to the Mountain West, San Jose State, Wyoming, CSU. I mean, it's nonstop. They will find you for sure. Behind Trinidad Chambliss, Dante Moore at Oregon, number 2. Not a big surprise there. C.J. Carr, number 3 at Notre Dame. And, of course, Notre Dame's coming to BYU. High expectations for him. Darian Mensah, who transferred from Duke to Miami, 4. And Julian Sand at Ohio State, 5. Because it's literally, I don't know if you know, this is the only thing Congress is able to pass. It is against the law to rank Ohio State lower than number 5 in anything. So, I mean, you don't want to do time. So you got to put him in there. The only Big 12 quarterback in the top tier was not a BYU, was not a Utah, was not at Texas Tech. Sore subject. Too soon? Probably. Oklahoma State, the last place team. Drew Mestemaker, the transfer from North Texas, coming with his coach. Again, they will find you. If you're good, you will get a chance. They rank him 6th. Then the legendary Arch Manning 7. And PK's not here to wince when I say Sam Levitt, transferring from ASU to LSU at number 8. That's the top tier of quarterbacks, if you can believe it. In the next tier, more Big 12 at number 10, Noah Fafita, Arizona's quarterback, who, as we've said multiple times, that guy's good. If he were bigger, he'd be an NFL prospect. If he were bigger, he'd be in the NFL because I think he's already done his 3 years in college. But he's not, so he is back. And there's nobody else in Tier 2 from the Big 12. But you're done waiting. Tier 3 at number 22, Devin Dampier. And at number 30, the last player in Tier 3, Bear Bachmeier. And, man, Ron McBride was in here yesterday pumping up both those guys. And he was pumping up, actually, Bird Ficklin, and that bite got pulled by our social media team, is out on social media. You can listen to the whole interview wherever you get your podcasts. Go to KSLSports.com. Go to the KSL Sports YouTube page. It's available, Apple, Spotify, wherever you get it. Jake's gone, but Alex is getting work done. Stuff is posted in timely fashion, despite me coming in and telling him some boring story. Stays locked in. Gets it done. In between those two, there are some other quarterbacks. Rocco Beck, who transferred from Iowa State to Penn State, was actually number 24. And then as you drop down, Will Hammond, the Texas Tech starter, is ranked 35th. He's in the kind of in the Tier 4 group they have. And they got explanations for each of these tiers as far as, NFL guy, really good college quarterback, and they kind of break the tiers down from there. Jaden Craig at TCU. We're always wrong about preseason projections. You can't be right about everybody. And as much as we spotlight the stuff we're wrong on, how did Arizona State do that? How did BYU do that? We're also right about a bunch of teams. And I think TCU is the top half of the league, but I think for teams in the top half of the league, they're getting the least attention. And when you're top half of the league, you're probably winning 5 or 6 league games. So if a couple of those conference games break your way, you're in the conference title game. When do you play a team? Are there injuries? How good is Jaden Craig? Is he going to outperform a preseason ranking? He's getting some respect there. We're not talking a lot about TCU. DJ Lagway at Baylor, 42nd, is also, in that tier. Now, if there's a team I'm sleeping on, and Alex, you can come back and call me out on this, it's Baylor. I just don't buy it. They'll be somewhere between pretty good and not so good. And Dave Aranda, at some point, they're going to force him out. I just can't believe they're going to get it together and be in the top quarter of the league. Get it there, be there, sustain it there. Baylor's been at that level before, and they can do it again, but it just doesn't going to seem like it's going to happen with this group. But for the people who beat him up, he does get some stuff right, and they have had some decent seasons.
They're getting a lot of hype from the national media, but I've yet to talk to or
but see, you're like
interact with anybody who has yet to believe the hype of Baylor.
Julian Lewis at Colorado, 49. It is a massive year for Deion Sanders. He had a bad year, which we all understood because there was a lot of work to do. He had a good year, which he should have because he had 2 really good NFL quality players who could play at a very high level in college with his son at quarterback. And last year was impacted by cancer. It's year 4. He's getting big money. Got to go. Got to win. It seems like this is it. So how will Julian Lewis play? New starter. Which anytime you say new starter, presume new starter. Desperate times, desperate measures. Jalen Rayner, who I know nothing about, Iowa State's quarterback, is number 50 and is right behind him. So you're starting to get to the point where there's a lot of Big 12 guys kind of clustered there. But there are some Big 12 teams where no one's convinced. West Virginia, Michael Hawkins down at 72. That's not. You expect better quarterback play now. Run the ball. Cincinnati, J.C. French IV. I know nothing other than I love the name. J.C. French IV. Who doesn't love that? J.C. French IV. It's a fun name to say. And you get down to 79 where he's ranked, and there's a lot of group of 5 quarterbacks around you at that point. So good luck with that. So anyways, there's the ranking. It's out there, and if you have a subscription to The Athletic or you know somebody who does, you can pore over that and see what you think and see where these local guys come in. Kansas is Cole Ballard, 108. That surprised me a little bit right there. That's That is way down the list. Not good. Not something you're really looking for right there. So Utah State's McKay Hillstead, 134. Super low expectations. The list only goes to 138, and he's a 134. For what that's worth. All right, DJ and PK. When we come back, Brian Dunseth calling the RSL game last night. He'll join us next. We'll talk about RSL after the World Cup break. Denny calling World Cup games. It's been a summer of soccer for him. We'll get to that next. Stay with us.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter. Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
Here we are, man. July's moving on. July 23rd today. What's tomorrow? Pioneer Day. July 24th, holiday, fireworks, fun times. Yeah, sounds good. Long weekend, too, the way the calendar falls. How about having a long weekend metaphorically for the rest of your life when it comes to retirement? Wouldn't you want that? Of course you do. That's why you got to prepare. And when it comes to preparation, let me tell you about the fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth. They will help you in that circumstance to prepare and be prepared. Take the opportunity to meet with them, even if you just want a review of your financial portfolio. Let them see what they can do for you. I did, and it's working. Give them an opportunity, those fiduciary advisors, to hear what you're about, literally hear what you're about, see what you're about too. You meet with them in person, and then together you create a plan that can give you that metaphorically long weekend. Sounds good? Yeah. The phone number for Trajan Wealth is 1-855-TRAJAN-1. 1-855-TRAJAN-1 to set up that opinion, or to set up that meeting, and initial consultation is for free. Now you spell Trajan, Trajan, 1-855-TRAJAN-1. Their offices to meet with them are in Draper and Farmington, and the website in which you can get a ton of information available immediately is TrajanWealth.com. TrajanWealth.com is the website. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client, paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
If you've tried Beehive meals, you know how easy they make dinner with their classic slow cooker meals. Now they're bringing that same convenience and flavor to summer with their flat top meals. Perfect for barbecue season. Heading to the pool, the park, or the lake? Before you go, put a slow cooker meal like Bang Bang chicken or barbecue pork in before you leave. And come home to dinner done. Or fire up the griddle with favorites like carne asada, chicken fajitas, and pineapple barbecue chicken. Order today at beehivemeals.com.
Love sports? Love winning? KSL is looking for a senior sports partnership sales executive to lead the charge in growing sports advertising across Utah's sports media leader. You'll sell powerful partnerships across KSL Sports, including the KSL Sports Zone, KSL TV, KSLSports.com, podcasts, and social media, working directly with top decision makers and sports organizations across the region. If you're a proven sales hunter who thrives on building relationships, closing deals, and creating integrated marketing solutions, this is your opportunity. Apply today at KSL.com/careers. That's KSL.com/careers.
Post Malone presents the Big Stadium Tour. Returns for part 2 with special guests Jelly Roll and Carter Faith. 9-time Diamond Certified Phenomenon, Post Malone. Live at Rice-Eccles Stadium, July 28th. Get tickets now at postmalone.com. The Big Stadium Tour, Part 2. This time, it's even bigger.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry-aged 14 days, steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup, shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try BarWBeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
Utah roads have commuters, can-doers, and cross-country viewers. But wherever our vehicles are headed, they've got one thing in common. They're ready for the road. Utah's first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So let's check our chains, keep our vehicles maintained, and fight roadside fires together. FireSense is the first response.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK taking a little time off, heading into the holiday weekend. I am joined now by Brian Dunseth from anybody who's broadcasting soccer. Currently from Apple, but previously from Fox, ESPN, NBC, TNT, right now also doing a U.S. men's national team coverage. Dunny, good morning.
I appreciate that, my man. My Venmo account just took a hit by you listing off all the companies I worked with. So thank you very much, my man. How are you?
Did I get them all?
Yeah, I mean, you left out FIFA and the World Feed for the World Cup, but besides that, I knocked everything else out.
I didn't know who hired you for the World Feed. You were on a few weeks ago and we talked about you calling World Cup games, and you mentioned Philadelphia, and I said, oh, yeah, the Philadelphia game, and I turned it on, and my wife's like, where's Dunny? Like, well, it's complicated.
He was everywhere else except he was everywhere else except the United States.
Yeah, right.
We basically, our coverage, we were Scotland, Ireland, England, Holland, South Africa, getting messages from all over the world. Some good, some very critical in terms of their criticism of what they thought my ability level was. Yeah. But nonetheless, it was an incredible opportunity.
And do you know why that happened? Do you know why you got those critical messages? Karma. Karma.
Oh, karma.
Karma.
Oh, okay, karma.
Yeah,
we went there. Okay.
Because one day in Orlando, you laughed a little too hard.
Oh, I mean, I thought it was going to be me taking a snapshot while we were riding bicycles up in Vancouver around the point of the mountain. But if you want to go here, let's go here. This one's fun, too.
I said last time you were on, nobody in this market gives me more grief than you and PK. You're 1-2. I'm not exactly sure the order. Probably PK, just because sheer volume of time on the air, he's got more opportunities.
Yeah.
But per minute, it's close.
You and I we got 300 games under our belt. The good old days of our hometown broadcast. We got some stories. We know where some bodies are buried.
And a few studio shows.
Oh my God, Kenny Neal going, I don't know, boys. Hold on tight. We might make it to air. We might not.
Those are good ones. Those are good times.
Oh, good old days.
Literally, when we did the soccer show that many of you didn't watch, but some of you probably did. When we would do the show, Dunny did that show multiple times while watching his beloved Manchester United choke away leads in stoppage time. So why do I keep coming down here and doing the show? They're going to give up another goal, and they're going to blow 3 more points.
Yep.
And we're back in 20.
This past spring, too. It happened back in spring. Yeah. There were some moments, man. There were some moments. And as always, we always joke around the gremlins behind the scenes and everything that happens when the broadcaster, a show, radio, television goes sideways. Nobody cares. Nobody understands that the plane's wobbling and barely in the air. But we keep our heads down. We don't complain, and we realize how lucky in the world we are to be a part of this
Absolutely.
This era. Of the way the sports landscape looks.
We say we're going to work. What a terrible thing to say, right? It's totally inaccurate. All right, I want to start with the World Cup. Everyone has seen the stories. 61.5 million people watched the final in the United States, and there are a lot of reasons for that. And partly it's two different networks, two different languages. That helps build the audience. Anything that's over the air is going to draw more eyeballs than anything that is just cable or is just streaming, right? And in this case, the thing was everywhere. So that's a factor. There's also the lesson to be learned. Hey, Americans will watch sports when they get to see the best. Best, right? That's what you get in Major League Baseball. The best are not playing in Japan. The best are mostly playing in the U.S. Same with the NBA. And people ask all the time, and a lot of people are writing and talking about how much of the 61.5 million people will translate to soccer for the next 4 years. And it depends whether you're talking about getting up to watch EPL games in the morning. You love to point out that the most watched league in the United States is Liga MX, the league in Mexico. Then England, right? And now the Bundesliga has a new deal. And how much of this will be MLS, our local teams? Dunny, when they go out and get a Messi, when they go out and get a Beckham, the people, they flock to it. Celebrity sells. In the case of Messi and Beckham, both playing at high levels, both lifting trophies when they're here. So do you think this is going to encourage the league to invest in either raising the salary cap or just using the DP positions on the roster, designated players who you can pay more and go over the cap, using it more aggressively to bring in more high-profile, celebrity, super talented players?
Yeah, listen, I think you know me better than 90%, 95% of the people in kind of the soccer world, and you know that very rarely do I try to take a bombastic angle towards questions. I try to be kind of measured and nuanced, and I think this is certainly one of these moments. Last night on air with Max and calling the RSL game on the road at LAFC, we kind of talked about this, and I said something to the extent of, the challenge now is the ownership groups, the sporting directors, and the head coaches to put a level, a caliber, in a visual caliber, not just a tangible, not just about wins and losses, but something that these fans that don't have teams that are, in the Salt Lake City market or in the LA market, kind of like what we saw with LAFC beating Inter Miami for the first game of the season. How do you convert their fans? Those neutrals, those very young soccer fans, if you will. Well, you put a quality of soccer, of football on the field that they can fall in love with, that they can desire wanting to watch, that you can figure out a way to, open up that wallet and pull out the credit card or tap that iPhone and, get some bucks in your pocket. That's the challenge right now, because the reality is the World Cup is the elite amongst the elite. And the differentiator is in this nuanced conversation, how we fall in love with the Olympics in the summer. And, all of a sudden we're like, yeah, man, did you see that skeet shooting competition? We're gold medalists. Or, did you see that, I don't know, whatever, something in the middle of the Winter Olympics? And, oh, yeah, you become this super fan because there's that Americana to it. So I think right now, when we're just talking about the casual sports fan that has fallen in love with the idea that soccer is a sport that they want to support, the first and foremost thing that they're going to do is try to find a team that is visually attractive. I mean, that's I could use the analogy about Manchester United and Manchester City. How many new fans in the past 10 years are Manchester United fans? Not as many as there are for Manchester City fans, because the simplicity is that they were winning, that they were fun to watch, that they were scoring goals, and they were pumping teams left and right. And they were so dominant that they were fun to watch. So, again, I think it comes down to, in this idea of Lionel Messi being in Major League Soccer during this tenure, with the idea of how do you create the momentum post-World Cup, a lot of this just simply comes down to the onus and the responsibility of clubs like Real Salt Lake to prove to these casual fans that their time, their money, the effort to be a part of this game day situation, either in stadium or sitting on their couch and watching on Apple TV or watching on Fox, that they're inspired to want to be a part of it, and they're inspired to want to continue to watch it.
I have in front of me a list of the MLS teams and how much money they spend on salaries. Now, teams are spending money on transfer fees, so I know it's not perfect. I get that. But we'll set that aside for now. Going into the World Cup break, the top three teams in the West, Minnesota and San Jose, were tied for first, $15.5 and $15.7 million. RSL was third on $15.8 million. They're all in the bottom third. Now, they're at the top of the bottom third, but they are in the bottom third of the payrolls. LAFC, number 2 behind Inter Miami. $32 million, more than double the money. And a lot of that money going to the 2 guys who scored the first 2 goals and who were in transition trying to create a 3rd goal when the own goal was scored. I mean, it's not an accident, right? They pay guys. Pablo in the postgame said the hardest thing to do is to finish, and the guys who can finish get paid, and LAFC had them, and they win again. They've already passed RSL. I think they're going to pass Minnesota and San Jose. Do you, and do you draw a straight line to the money?
Yes, but again, I think it's a very difficult conversation to have if you're not willing to listen, because Sun Heung-min is not coming to Salt Lake, right? Sun Heung-min is going to L.A.
Yep.
Lionel Messi is not coming to Salt Lake. He's going to go to Miami.
Yep.
So all of these moments, and listen, I never had Thomas Muller going to Vancouver, but he did. And probably we should also acknowledge that the narrative and the psyche of the conversation surrounding designated players is always about the older, veteran difference makers that are in a certain category of their career coming back to Major League Soccer. And, you know, the easy analysis is that, it's a league where, you know, the players like Casemiro in their career, which I think is unfair because as we've seen, there's an incredible amount of development. And obviously right now we're celebrating locally Xavier Goso and Diego Luna and what they're doing. And then kind of looking through that next generation. But then in the midst of this, you go find a Lucas Engel, you go find an Arias, you go find a Juan Sanabria who started 2 of the 3 games for Uruguay at the World Cup. You're trying to figure out what kind of player that Morgan Guilavogui really is in this moment. How can you continue to allow Zach Booth time on the field? Do you need to move on from, you know, guys like Dominic Marchuk and Paulo Ruiz? So the complexity of the roster is an entanglement of itself to figure out how to get the best out of what money is available and also the difference makers. So Sonny, point well taken. Denny Bouanga was available to any team. I mean, Denny Bouanga has become a unicorn in Major League Soccer, and he's looking for 4 consecutive years of 20-plus goals scored. And remember, when he was signed, Chicho Arango was the striker for LAFC. So it's not as if they weren't willing to go out and spend the money, but they weren't spending monopoly money. It wasn't like 15, 16, 17 million that they were spending on Bouanga at the time. I mean, that's the hope when you sign a Morgan Guilavogui, is that you're getting the next Denny Bouanga, or you're getting somebody similar to what Denny Bouanga has been capable of doing. So there's a weird kind of nuance to the conversation. The big cities got the big money with the big backing, but I also think it's an overall general conversation about, with expansion slowing down or grinding to a halt, what you're going to see is something similar to what we've seen in Salt Lake, where 4 different billion-dollar ownership groups have either come through the door or adjusted their ownership percentage over the course of the last 5 years, which is something that you and I never, ever thought would be possible when we're talking about the growth and the infrastructure and the investment in 2 sides. But with regards to Real Salt Lake, this window is as important as the January window, meaning that Miller Sports and Entertainment, Steve Starks, Jason Kreis, you know, everybody involved behind the scenes, that they have to figure out ways to do their due diligence to strike while the iron's hot, because we're in phase 1 of this transition moment into an international calendar starting next summer that I think is going to be incredibly beneficial for Major League Soccer.
I also misspoke. I had brain lock and said Minnesota. I should have said Vancouver tied for first, and their payrolled $24 million, so 6th best. So I got to clean up that mistake. Now you've seen RSL. They had 4 players sidelined by injury, although Piol's been out so long, I don't know if people even count him. But nonetheless, four guys sidelined by injury. Justin Glad, who would have been in that middle of the defense trying to defend on those counters, is out, and apparently out for a while longer. So long I wouldn't even want to put a definitive date, but I think it's a month for sure, and then we'll see how much more it is than that. So do you think RSL is built for 11 games in 44 days? They lost the first of the 11. They got 10 more. 3 of those are Leagues Cups games, the rest MLS games. Do they have the talent and the depth to handle this stretch, or should people buckle up? This is going to get difficult and maybe a little ugly.
I mean, if you're focused on defenders, that's the big concern, is Justin Glad. The fact that Arias traveled and did not play, but he was on the bench last night, is a positive. But I think he can play in that central, but they prefer the idea of him to be on the right. You don't want to ride Philip Quinton through these 11 games. And if that means you got to go and find somebody like the way they acquired Philip Quinton, a guy who's potentially a third or fourth center back in the kind of roster profile, then so be it. But you still have some opportunities to make some moves with some money that was acquired with Nelson Palacios heading up to Toronto FC. I'm concerned about riding Sergi Solon throughout this window. I'm concerned about Victor Olatunji with the opportunities that he's scoring. It seems like it's not a lack of getting himself in goal-scoring opportunities. It's a lack of confidence in those moments. I'm really concerned about Kalaskin and Spearings and the lack of athleticism in that central part of the midfield. They got completely run apart. And even very clearly, you can see on that second goal, Luna's trying to indicate that he wants the press. He wants to get higher up the field. And Spearings is a good 20 yards behind in recognizing when that press was on. And that was the buildup for the second goal. I'm concerned about that back line. So, for I think all of the good things that RSL is and where they're at in the Western Conference playoff race, last night was a great mirror to look at, to understand collectively, individually, and roster-wise where this team ultimately is. I think they're good enough to be a top 4 team in the West, but the margins are incredibly thin. And Solon's not finishing right before the halftime whistle, that would have made it 2-1. Olatunji's header, that would have made it 2-1. Instead, it goes the opposite direction, then it's 3-0. There was another half opportunity where Olatunji stings the shin cap or the shins of Hugo Lloris. And then ultimately Engel gets, the deflection that had, is a very good one that finds the back of the net and at least pulls one goal back. But, these are the margins. RSL is going to be able to compete with a lot of teams, but when we're talking about the LAFCs, and by the way, LAFC sending Nathan Ordaz for $2.375 million to DC United plus another $500,000 in add-ons, which are easily achievable. That's a substitute that you effectively just made $2.8 million on. A substitute, a homegrown player substitute. And then they move Boudry back to Sweden and make a profit of close to $500,000 or $1 million on top of that. So they're going to be super active in the window. They're going to be looking for left backs and central midfielders and attackers. And it just goes to show that even with the money being spent for RSL, there's still going to be a difference in the way that the recruitment and the blueprint is laid out. And I still think, and that's where I would say RSL is in their infancy of this transition of ownership and decision-making behind the scenes of how they're putting together not just the present, but what the future of this club wants to look like.
Real Salt Lake tied for 4th now. Actually, a little tiebreaker advantage, but it's pretty early to worry about that. 26 points, tied with Dallas. Portland is down there in 12th place on 18 points. What do you think about the RSL Portland matchup Saturday night, 8:30 in Oregon?
Yeah, listen, I think Portland. I was watching that game against Seattle on the flight back a couple of days ago, and I couldn't tell if Portland was that good or Seattle was that bad, if that makes sense. And I think ultimately those are the margins that we're talking about, really in the Western Conference, that any game can go in any direction. Here's where I wonder. I think about rotation in a short amount of time. I think about the teams constantly aware of Leagues Cup participation right around the corner, and then ultimately the competition for spots. And I think when you're trying to put yourself in Pablo's shoes, which are the positions that he can take risks in, knowing that they didn't walk away with points at BMO Stadium. So the need for points, the opportunity against a Portland Timbers side that fired Phil Neville before the break and now has brought Marty Cifuentes in, so he's going to want to put his own stamp on what this team looks like. And for Portland, coming off the 2-2 draw at home against FC Dallas, they'll be a little bit frustrated for dropping 2 extra points. So I think there's a lot of general factors that I'm looking through, but ultimately, none of that matters. If RSL wants to be a playoff team, these are the type of games going to Portland that they've got to walk away with at least a point on the road and not find themselves looking back, as we always did for years upon years working together, saying, man, if that game, if they would have held on to that lead, if they wouldn't have lost that in the final second, these are the type of games this week, and I think we're going to look back and say, was this the genesis of a run, or was this just a typical performance where they couldn't get enough, and that's going to haunt them for home field advantage in the playoffs?
Okay, finally, let's leave people with a laugh, because I didn't fully explain why you have such bad karma because of your bad behavior in Orlando. Let's tell the story.
I cannot wait to hear this.
If for no other reason, I know you remember. You don't remember this?
No, I know where you're going.
Okay.
I'm just seeing how far down the rabbit hole you want to go.
Okay. Well, Alex is producing, and Alex is on the pregame show. Alex calls the high school soccer, KSLSports.com, and Alex wants to know this story. He does.
Okay.
So there's we're calling the game. Real Salt Lake's at Orlando, and this is in the era when we travel to the games, or literally at the end of the press box, right? And there's a counter. I can't remember who it was, and it's excitement. The crowd's roaring. We're screaming, anticipation, and the goalkeeper dives to his left, and whoever's shooting cuts it back, but not quite far enough. The goalkeeper drags his leg and makes a kick save, and the ball goes carrying around. Kick save and a beauty, right? So Dunny grew up in L.A. listening to Kings games. The Kings had a Hall of Fame announcer, Bob Miller, and a good goalkeeper with a good name. Rogie Vachon. Yeah, Rogie Vachon. Kick save and a beauty, right?
Mm-hmm.
So and this would be unusual for us on the road, but we were, in those days, it was pre-Apple. There was an international feed. So we were the feed that they were watching wherever in the world. So someone like Kevin Graham, who was on the show earlier talking about all the $5 bets he puts on games so that they're interesting to him, somebody betting $5 over in England is watching this, and then it gets picked up by a popular 442, their social media account, website, follows soccer, does a ton of stuff and has a ton of followers. And so we are eating Mexican food on the walk. We walked from our hotel to the stadium, and there's a Mexican food place like 2/3 of the way back to the hotel, kind of in a mall. I mean, it's super casual. And we're sitting there, and Dunny and I are looking at our phones, and my phone literally looks like, you ever see like in the movies, the number 7 on the slot machine when someone, and it's spinning as the dramas are going to, that's what my social media account looks like, as English people are just blasting colonists ruining football, FUTBOL. It's just nonstop, just flying. And Dunny roaring with a mouthful of rice and beans. All right, did I miss anything?
No, you're spot on. I might have had a margarita along with that rice and beans, but it was funny because I'm the one who usually says that. I still say it to this day. Kelly Rudy kick save is for me as important as rising up like a salmon.
Oh, it's Kelly Rudy, not Rogie Vachon. Kelly Rudy, my bad.
No, Kelly Rudy, Kelly Rudy kick save. No, you're all good. And so when that went down, out of all the times for me to get away with something and for you to get caught and you get completely drugged through the mud, that's what I was enjoying, was more of, oh my God. And you were like just dumbfounded at the fact that it was such a big deal and that people were going at you. And that just it was more your reaction to the situation that made it funnier for me. But yeah, listen, I think, as always, if people are used to hearing a certain way and a certain tone and whatever, but you got to have fun. And at the end of the day, that's the one thing I always loved about working with you, is that you would, for the majority of the time, kind of play my straight man while I was like very nuanced in playing Dunny Bingo and having fun with the listeners. So maybe one day we can get it back together, get the band back together when the rights go back to being local rights, which I would always thoroughly love to be a part and be your partner once again. But yeah, man, we had some good ones, you and I, especially in the days of early travel when you jumped on the broadcast and you were very low on the totem pole on Delta's upgrade list. Just in the first class because I'd be flying everywhere. And I'd be like, sorry, DJ, Zone 1's board, and I got to jump on, get my bowler bag up. And then my favorite was maybe like 8 months later, you got upgraded on maybe like a regional trip to like Kansas City, and just the Cheshire Cat smile. I wonder what I'm having for lunch today. Like, you were so excited. Yeah, it was a good time, man.
There were a lot of flights where Dunny was in first class, and I was in the last row, unable to recline my seat with a big old fire extinguisher above my head.
Hey,
and the first
you were
aid
flushing
kit to
toilets
the
for people. That's how far deep you were.
I'll close that door. Don't worry, buddy.
Yeah, I love that smell. I'll leave it open for a couple more hours.
All right, thanks, Dunny.
I appreciate you, my man.
We'll talk to you. There's Brian Dunseth back from calling the World Cup, and he was on the RSL LAFC game last night. We got to take a break. When we come back, we have Post Malone tickets to give away. You know, if you find that kind of thing interesting, and judging by what happened to the phones the last time we gave away Post Malone tickets, that phone just melt down in there. It literally just heat up. There were so many calls coming in.
Oh, there's so many.
Yeah. All right, Post Malone with Jelly Roll, Carter Faith, Rice-Eccles Stadium, July 28th. Tickets are on sale at livenation.com. We'll give away tickets after the break. Don't call now. Alex in a bad mood. He'll just hang up on you. So if you want to be hung up on, call Alex now. If you want to win tickets, wait. We'll do it after the break right here on The Zone.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCombe.
SEC Commissioner Greg Sankey, as he kicked off and the SEC kicked off their football media day, said that he is not happy whatsoever with what's going on in terms of the Protect College Sports Act. He has had conversations. The conversations about them tearing away from the rest of college athletics is real.
You know, college football, it's ironic that they're against the Save College Football Act. They don't want to be governed. I mean, that's what I keep hearing. The SEC, the Big Ten, they're the ones that keep dragging their feet. Everybody else wants to get this done, but because they feel like they are better than everybody else, they should get a better deal.
I really can't stand this guy. I really, there are certain people out there that are just hell-bent on wrecking things that don't need to be wrecked.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Doug, what is it that you do? 'Cause everybody's buying a car from you. Hey, Doug.
Doug Smith Chevy has earned the GM Mark of Excellence Award. Great service, great vehicles. Together, let's drive. Visit us in Spanish Fork today.
Hey, Doug.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Hey, this is Wick with Greenify Energy Savers. We've had some of the hottest summer temperatures on record, and our phones have been ringing off the hook with people complaining about how hot their home is. Well, the biggest culprit for this is the attic. Recently, I was in an attic that was 172 degrees. This is why your house is so hot and your AC is always running and can't keep up. At Greenify, we have a solution that really works. It's called Radiant Barrier Attic Foil. Radiant Barrier is a highly reflective foil that is stapled to the rafters in the attic. It reflects the sun's heat, which will make the attic and your home much, much cooler. Give Greenify a call today and we will brave the heat and go up in your attic and tell you how to get the cool comfort back in your home. We will also check out your insulation levels and attic ventilation, which will also help tremendously in making your home more energy efficient. And Greenify will make sure you get all the utility rebates that you're entitled to. Call us today and I won't even charge you for the visit. 801-948-4464. That's 801-948-4464, or check us out online at greenifyenergysavers.com.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth, and I drive a BMW. Performance matters to me, on the ice and on the road. That confidence lets me focus on what matters most, performance. That's why I trust BMW Utah for everything, from service to tires. They've always got my back. Between scoring goals and scoring the perfect ride, it's a tough call, but scoring is what I do. And the win? Driving a BMW from BMW Utah. When I came to Utah, everyone talked about the greatest snow on earth. But during the 2002 Olympics, the world saw something else. This place also has the best ice on earth. Since moving here, I've done my best to own that ice and live up to that standard. It's about preparation, precision, and trusting what's beneath you every single day. That same mindset is why I chose BMW Utah, because great performance doesn't happen by accident. It's built, maintained, and earned. And I'm proud to work with a local dealer that represents Utah at that same elite level. Proud to be a Utahn, proud to support BMW Utah. Drive elevated.
Hundreds of children are experiencing homelessness, living in a family shelter with just the bare essentials. And back-to-school shopping is a luxury they can't afford. But you can help. The Road Home Apple Tree program provides a brand new outfit, shoes that fit just right, and a backpack. Giving is easy. Donate online or shop for a child in need. Visit theroadhomeappletree.com today because every child deserves to start school feeling like they belong.
In today's digital world, outdated technology can slow you down. Les Olson IT is your business partner with top-tier office technology. From copiers, advanced IT, hardware, and security services. More than products, they're your partner.
Les Olson IT.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Caller 12 right now, 801-575 Zone. You win 2 tickets to see KSL Sports, welcoming Post Malone with special guests Jelly Roll and Carter Faith. You want to see Post Malone, Jelly Roll, Carter Faith at Rice-Eccles Stadium, July 28th, 2026. You have 2 options. Be caller 12 right now, 801-575 Zone. 801-575 Zone, caller 12. Or go to livenation.com and buy tickets. There you go. Time now for the Slacker Radio headlines. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary, 1-855-TRAJAN1, or visit their website at TrajanWealth.com. Kevin Graham was on the show earlier this morning talking NFL. Our question of the day, what are you going to be watching this weekend? And you people are all over the map. A little bit of soccer, a little bit of baseball, a little bit of golf. Nobody said NASCAR. That surprised me. They're at the Brickyard 400 this week. They're at Indy. Thought that'd have a little sizzle. No NASCAR fans with a shout-out this morning. Horse racing got a shout-out this morning. I guess somebody's going to Wyoming Downs. The fact is, nothing will unify us until college football kicks off. Yesterday, ESPN bumped their studio shows, Stephen A. Smith on First Take, and they bumped it over to ESPN2, and they were showing Little League Softball regional finals. And then we'll have the Little League Softball World Series, and then we'll have the baseball regional finals, and then we'll have the baseball World Series. And that'll take us right up to football. So if you're looking for something, you want to see some 12-year-olds play, there you go. You won't see the Utah team. They got knocked out already. So it's all over the map. It's really a football preseason show. And I'm watching the debate shows, and they go on all day long, and people debating Alabama football. Is getting into the playoff good enough? What? No. Getting into the playoff is for Big 12 schools who desperately want to win one, but it's a big deal when you get there. Bama, they want to win national titles. They're more likely to turn into Florida, chasing something they can't get again and struggling for a decade or two. We'll see. They got a good coach now. Don't throw them away the way Nebraska did because you're upset with 10 wins. And they did win a game last year before getting blown out by Indiana in the Rose Bowl. We talked some college football this morning. ESPN's got a list of quarterbacks, and the local quarterbacks got some pretty good pub. They were in one of the top 3 tiers. Bear Bachmeier was ranked 30th. Devin Dampier was ranked 22nd. I don't really think any of that stuff matters that much. I think the general acknowledgement, you're a pretty good quarterback, but you're not a great quarterback. You're not going to get the love Arch Manning's getting. He's up there in the top tier. And there's nobody from the Big 12 in the top tier. It's the way it goes. What are you going to do? Deal with it. You got good enough quarterbacks. You got good enough quarterbacks to have big seasons. And you have people around them. And I think it's so funny that Utah and BYU, for all the differences and similarities, and both fan bases are asking, how good are the wide receivers? How good are they? We will spend a month talking about that. I won't wear that topic out right now. But that is a big question for both teams. We mentioned the Utes are honoring Eric Weddle, 2026 Ring of Honor inductee. Alex Smith was the first guy in, then Ron McBride, then Roy Jefferson. So it's an exclusive group right now as they get that started. Very select company. Eric Weddle was good from early in his freshman year all the way through. By the end, he was wildcat quarterbacking and running and throwing and special teams. He was all over the place. And went on to a really good NFL career and into retirement and out of retirement to win a Super Bowl. So it's been quite the ride for Eric Weddle. He'll be honored this year. Congrats to him. Well earned. Talked some NFL with Kevin Graham when he came on because it is football preseason time, even though we're not to football's preseason, and I find it basically unwatchable even when it gets here. But more of the preseason as far as talking who's going where, what, and with camps not opening, I think once the camps open, we'll have a week of a flurry of coverage of the local teams, and then it kind of gets ho-hum by the time you get to the second and third week as we wait for a game. So it's a good time to talk about the NFL, and Kevin and I was surprised when we started talking Super Bowl favorites. We were on the same page for the same reasons. It seems very clear to us, which means you should absolutely go in a different direction because there's no chance we're both 100% right. That just seems impossible. But we both like the Seahawks to be in the conversation to repeat, but see some obvious problems there. And it started running back where they rode the dynamic duo, and they the gang ain't getting back together. There's paydays to be had. But you got to love what the Rams did, and I think the Broncos are really set up. They were really unfortunate last year to lose their quarterback for the AFC title game. So why not? Why not Denver now? They still have Bo Nix, the ankle healthy, ready to go, assuming that's good and he's good all year. Why not? The defense is great. He is still on his rookie contract. They've got extra money to spend on the rest of the roster. The reason that Houston and Denver have excellent defenses is they both have starting quarterbacks on their rookie contract. They can spread that money around. Kansas City, he is higher on Kansas City than I am. I think Kansas City can get back and be a playoff team. We're at the point now where 7 of the 15 teams can make the playoffs. And we can sit here right now and start ruling teams out. So it's not like 15 teams are fighting for 7 playoff berths because the Raiders aren't doing it and the Jets aren't doing it and the Dolphins aren't doing it. So we're already down to 12 teams for 7 playoff berths. If any of those 3 teams did it, we would all be stunned. Cleveland's quarterback play and everything would have to go right everywhere else on the field, and the quarterback play would have to be a little more than you expect for them to get there. So now we're down to 11 teams for 7 spots. Yes, I think the Chiefs can get there. Do I expect them to do much when they get there? I do not. Don't think they've drafted that well. You've got to have some young talent playing at a high level because you can't pay everybody. You need some people who are making entry-level wages, bare minimum, so you can negotiate the cap so you can pay your stars and pay the difference makers. And if you can get a difference maker on a rookie contract, now you're really talking. Now you really got something. So more NFL talk, wherever you want to get it. And then Kevin showed up early, so we brought him on, and there was WNBA talk with Kevin, which is always hilarious. And somehow that ended up being rodeo talk, and he ended up using the phrase, was it wild lamb? I think it was wild lamb. That was the one that got social media going. So, well, you want to hear wild conversations wherever you can find Kevin Graham talking. You never know. You never know what he's going to say next. So, Brian Dunseth was on Talking Real Salt Lake. They play Saturday night, 8:30 in Portland. This is a game I wouldn't be surprised if they won 3-1. I wouldn't be surprised if they lost 3-1. That's the nature of MLS and a salary cap league and a sport where do you finish your chances? You do everything right and you hit the post or the crossbar, you get nothing. You do a lot of stuff wrong, but the other guy hits the post and crossbar, and then you race down the other end and you finish your one chance, you win the game. So anything can happen. They really need a win. To Dunny's point at the end, they need a win. That St. Louis game a week later looks hard. St. Louis was struggling early, but they're playing well now. So big opportunity for RSL, and they really, really cannot afford another loss. Other things we have talked about, Alex's favorite topic of the morning has been the Heat, who clearly, Alex is already laughing as soon as they said the Heat. I want LeBron. Well, number one, I want LeBron to just make a decision. We've talked about this for too long. We should be on to the next thing. I would like to see him go to Cleveland or to Philly. Philly has the most talent. It could get messy. The talent may not all fit together. And Embiid could get hurt. Somebody else could get hurt. There's no guarantee, but I'd be super interested in what happens if he goes to Philly. And Cleveland, they were in a conference final. Putting him there, somebody who's won in the playoffs, I think could really move them forward and give them some energy. Donovan Mitchell could play on the ball. He could play off the ball. I can see the possibilities here. Would I pick them to win the title? No. But would they be interesting? Yes, they would. And would it be sentimental? Of course it would. So I would be entertained by either one of those scenarios. I'm not as entertained by Miami and Golden State. I dealt with Pat Riley when he coached in L.A. Nothing about Pat Riley is warm and fuzzy. He's a great executive. He's a Hall of Famer. He's had an incredibly interesting and varied career. Was he a number one pick in the draft? Yes, he was. Did he play in an NCAA title game? Yes, he did. Did he play in a historic NCAA title game? Yes, he did. Remember that movie that came out, Glory Road, about Texas Western, which is now UTEP at the time? You never saw Glory Road?
I have not seen Glory Road.
Kids, man. Are you aware that one time college basketball was very segregated?
Yeah, I did know that, yes.
You knew that?
Yeah.
Okay. Kentucky started 5 white players. Texas Western, Kentucky had already won a lot of stuff. They were already a legendary program. Texas Western started 5 black players. Texas Western was nobody on the college basketball scene. They hadn't won anything. Nobody had heard of them. They met in the final in the 60s. Martin Luther King is leading marches, Civil Rights, Voting Act, right? 63, 64, 65. There's all sorts of headlines and legislation. They play in 66, in March of 66. It was a big deal. Did Pat Riley start in that basketball game? This is a guy whose career spans, right? He plays in the NBA in the 70s. He's broadcasting, gets called down as an assistant coach, and then he's the head coach, and he wins 4 of the 5 titles with Magic. And then he goes to the Knicks, and then he goes to the Heat, and he pries Shaq away, and he wins a title, and then he pries LeBron away, and he wins 2. And now here he is, pushing 80, trying to bring LeBron back and partnering with Giannis, who he just pried away. I just don't have the warm fuzzies. It just, whatever.
Doesn't do it for you.
I have no sentimentality about it. I'm not going to debate his greatness. I'm not going to. His life is so interesting. Multiple books could be written. Do I want to hear Pat Riley talk about himself? And do I want to see him list another trophy? Not really high on my to-do list. I mean, I'd rather see that than see Dean Spanos lift a trophy with the Chargers. So anyway, to get to the story that cracked Alex up, now we're late to break. The Heat confirmed that the LeBron James introductory press conference YouTube video was published accidentally. Yeah, we know it was an accident. The question is, are you prepping it because you know he's going to pick you? Or you're going to all this work just on the chance, well, kind of, sort of, maybe. I don't know. But it could happen. I believe that you would put that together if you had some kind of a hint. Because I have put together videos because of something I've been told to be prepared for something. But to put Monday and the date on it makes me think you know something. LeBron's mad at somebody. He's going to make him wait, and he's going to hold on to the spotlight, and he's getting his pound of flesh behind the scenes. And someone goofed. I know it was an accident, but why was it accidentally done? All right, we'll take a break. Coming up, your feedback. Scotty G and the coach at the top of the hour. Stay with us.
And it's all over almost here. Don't go nowhere.
They've been doing it for a while.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
The willingness to vault somebody to stardom and close the book on them immediately based on a couple of Summer League games is absolutely laughable. I think Cody has a lot to prove, but I'm certainly not going to let a Summer League alter my opinion on that until we actually see the rubber meet the road.
And to your point, Cody is not equipped to be the number 2 best player. And luckily for him, in the NBA, he never has to. He needs to be the 5th best player on the roster, doing some of the dirty work, get out in transition, get some steals, whatever you have to do. Get some deflections, play some defense, be long, eat up 12 to 15 minutes a night. Is that ideally what you want with the 10th overall pick? Of course not. That's not what you're hoping for when you draft somebody in the lottery. But if he can get to a point where he's hitting shots somewhat regularly and playing defense, there is still value there. And it's amazing to go back to that draft and just realize it's bad top to bottom.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Right now, JCW's has 15 bus and billboards depicting our delicious, mouthwatering hamburgers across I-15. We've also just learned that I-15 averages 15 fender benders a day. Probably a coincidence, but just in case, keep your eyes on the road. Here's what our burgers sound like. Now, with your hands at 10 and 2, safely turn into one of our 5 locations in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it.
You don't know what you got till it's gone has never been more true than when your water heater goes out and you hop in the shower. Your body first shivers and then you go into survival mode by letting out a shrieklet, which is like a shriek, just smaller, followed by unnecessary running in place and jazz hands. Look, there are really only 2 kinds of people in this world that need cold showers, pioneers and plungers. So unless your name is Laura Ingalls or Joe Rogan, cold showers aren't for you. At Shamrock Plumbing, we know what to do when your ungrateful water heater stops showing up for work. Give us a call and we'll get you back to those scalding temperatures you've grown accustomed to over the years. Shamrock Plumbing.
Escape the everyday with a quick trip to Cedar City. Just 1 tank of gas from the Wasatch Front, but a world away in experience. Hike through the cool, refreshing beauty of Canara Falls, where red rock walls and flowing water create a stunning natural escape. Then head up to Cedar Breaks National Monument, where the air is crisp, the views stretch for miles, and the night skies come alive with thousands of stars. And when the sun goes down, step into the spotlight at the world-renowned Utah Shakespeare Festival, where unforgettable stories unfold under the open sky. From outdoor adventure to rich arts and culture to peaceful, wide-open spaces, Cedar City is the kind of getaway that helps you slow down, breathe deeper, and reconnect. So whether you're chasing fresh mountain air, unforgettable scenery, or a night of incredible live performance, it's all waiting for you, closer than you think. Discover the art of adventure. Find your inspiration in Cedar City. Plan your getaway today at visitcedarcity.com. As America celebrates its 250th anniversary, celebrate the values that make our communities strong by shopping local at Mountain Land Supply. They're proud to be a local employee-owned company that celebrates their customers every day. Whether you're building, remodeling, or tackling your next project, Mountain Land moves mountains for you with their expert service and trusted products. Visit your locally owned and operated Mountain Land Supply Store and experience the difference shopping close to home makes. Learn more at mountainland.com.
Wherever Utah vehicles are headed, they're ready for the road. Utah's first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So check your chains, keep your vehicles maintained, and let's fight roadside fires together. Fire Sense.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, I was there. It's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it's time for your feedback. I've gone to social media to get the feedback, and I have been met with the quote of the day. I don't know exactly what's going on at SEC Media Day because I'm here doing the show, but Brett McMurphy, longtime college football writer, is quoting LSU head coach Lane Kiffin. Quote, "We're all going to die, period, close quote, end of tweet." I need some context. I don't know where that's going. I know what's going on. Lane Kiffin, we're all going to die. Well, okay, Lane. Thanks for that. Oh, my gosh. I'm also greeted by the smiling face of a young Tiger Woods with very few wrinkles and a lot of hair. He's holding up a claret jug. He completed the Grand Slam on this date in 2000. The career Grand Slam, The career Grand Slam on this date in 2000. I never thought they got the lingo right on that. I'm fine with career slam. I think that's self-explanatory. That whole Tiger Slam thing, I never liked that lingo. It should just be a slam. And then the Grand Slam is if you do it in a calendar year. But since nobody does 4-0, it should be something. And it means something more than a Tiger Slam. It should be the slam. All right, time for your feedback. The question of the morning, what sports game or event you going to be watching this holiday weekend? Pioneer Day tomorrow. For some people, including us, it's a 3-day weekend. Network programming tomorrow morning. Sorry, I'll be asleep. Brian, what holiday weekend? Pioneer Day, July 24th, Karl Malone's birthday. Come on, Brian, stay with it. Melody, I'm in for a little baseball. But we are at about the point where NASCAR is my only option. College football isn't too far away, thank goodness. I think Melody speaks for a lot of people right there. A little baseball. Padres are done with the Braves, thank goodness. Bring on the Marlins and their 9-game losing streak. Need some W's. Marlins are ice cold, winless since the All-Star break. Love it. Brad posts TBD. Brad is not committing himself to anything. It's a weekend with a lot of options and no 5-star choices. So Brad is telling the waiter, hey, give us a minute. I'm going to talk to my friends here. Come back in a little while. I'll make a decision. I just know Brad's going to have fries with that. Brian, I'm watching CFL football and baseball. CFL football, never taken off here. They even tried to expand. Fortunately, I was out of Sacramento when the CFL showed up. If you remember, the CFL moved into the United States. Sacramento, Baltimore. I think San Antonio had a team. It's intriguing. Watch it a little bit, but don't know enough of the history, and then I get distracted once the NFL and college football starts, so it'll always be one of those things. There it is, but no. Can't do it. Yeah, the Baltimore Stallions won the Grey Cup. 1 year the Canadian football champions played in Baltimore. Who remembers, right? CFL. But hey, if that gets you through the weekend, then I say go for it, big guy. Why not? Have a good time, Brian. Another Brian says, I'm going to be out cycling. Aha! See, this is a weekend to participate, not to watch. Go cycling, go golfing, go swimming, go boating, go water skiing, go hiking in the mountains. Brett says the last stages of the Tour de France. I expect to see, I don't think I can pronounce his name, Tadej Pogacar, win his 5th TDF as more and more cycling people talk about him as cycling's GOAT over Eddie Merckx. Hope I pronounced his name right. And you know why Brett cracks me up? You know why that's so funny? Because Alex is looking at me a little weird right now. A little weirder than normal.
Why is that so funny, DJ?
Because Brett, when I was 4 years old, gave me my first bloody nose. I don't know if he remembers that. I remember it. You know what I did? Went in, got cleaned up by Mom, we went back out, and we played some more. I don't even know why he popped me in the nose. I probably popped off. I was 4. I had an attitude in the mouth. He lived across the street from us. Yeah. It was 6 of us. It was like some kind of Little Rascals for sports, man. My 2 little brothers, Brett. This kid my age, 2 doors over from Brett. Travis, who lived in left field. Brett's house was in right center. And in between is Mike Vitale. Mike's house was left center field.
I love that you remember this.
Oh, yeah. 6 of us playing workups, playing 1-on-1, 2-on-2, 3-on-3 basketball in the driveway. Later in the street, we almost died in the street one day. Not because of cars. It was a cul-de-sac. There wasn't much traffic. But didn't have on the portable hoop his dad got, because the hoop in our driveway we got when we were really little kids, and my dad just hung it straight off the roof, and it was only like 7 feet in the air. But, when you're all, in second grade, that's plenty tall enough. So then we had the portable hoop, but we didn't have enough weight on it. The ball hit it, and it came down in the middle of the game. Unfortunately, it didn't hit anybody in the forehead, because that would have been bad. That would have left a mark. Brett just moved back to Utah. We have to get together. And then remember all the ways we could have died doing stupid things. It seemed like a good idea when you're allowed to play outside all day long.
That sounds like weekend plans right there.
Right? All right, DJ and PK, we're out of time. It is time for the coach, Tim Lacombe, and Scotty G to take over right after the break, right here on The Zone.
Dang it, show's over. Wait a minute, I'm not finished.
Shut up and let him finish.
Where did the time go?
Well, that was an incredible waste of time.
That's it. I'm done.
See you next time.
Goodbye.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's DJ, PK, and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, everybody wants a deal. Everybody wants to save some money. Guess what? It's time for a sale at J. Brooks Jewelers, isn't it?
Thanks, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh, our annual sample sale means everything in stock is 15 to 60% off. From engagement rings and wedding bands to diamond earrings, necklaces, bracelets, estate treasures, and more, you'll find incredible savings throughout our entire in-stock collection. So whether you're celebrating a special occasion or shopping for an upcoming proposal, or simply treating yourself, we'll help you find a piece that you'll love at exceptional value. With one-of-a-kind styles, timeless classics, and limited inventory, this is the best opportunity of the year to shop before your favorite pieces are gone. So visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh starting Saturday, July 11th for the annual sample sale and discover your next favorite piece while savings last.
J. Brooks Jewelers in Lehigh, Murray, and online at jbrooksjewelers.com.
Back to school starts now. Get long-lasting battery life on the Dell XPS laptop powered by Series 3 Intel Core so you can work from anywhere. Now starting at $699 with exclusive student pricing starting at $599. Complete your setup with savings on select monitors and must-have electronics and accessories. Limited time deals and free shipping on PCs and more await you at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a social media manager.
Did you just post our Q4 earnings to your personal social media?
Oh yeah, used the trending audio and everything.
That's confidential financial data.
Relax, it only went a little viral.
The SEC just commented with the eyeball watching emoji.
This is a job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 25% upfront bonus? And are they promising you up to 9% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They aren't. That's up to $25,000 upfront or up to $9,000 per year on $100,000, guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. DBA in most states has Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Hundreds of children are experiencing homelessness, living in a family shelter with just the bare essentials. And back-to-school shopping is a luxury they can't afford. But you can help. The Road Home Apple Tree program provides a brand new outfit, shoes that fit just right, and a backpack. Giving is easy. Donate online or shop for a child in need. Visit theroadhomeappletree.com today because every child deserves to start school feeling like they belong.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, it's 10 a.m. and this is Utah's best sports radio.
Say my name.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCombe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Let's get it. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard, the coach, Tim LaCombe. As we are out and about today, Tim Dowley, Mazda Southtown. It's a holiday weekend, which means they're not messing around. They're going to be giving you all kinds of great deals going on right now. Tim Dowley, Mazda Southtown. Let's get it, folks. We will be here till 2 o'clock. The deals will be going on all throughout the weekend. How you doing, sir?
I'm well, man. I'm doing very well. I feel like, I park in the same spot. This is just home now.
It is. It is.
Feels like home.
And why not? Because they have purposely kept this vehicle to your left for you, just waiting for you.
Just continues to. It just continues to wait.
Yeah. And one day it'll be in the LaCombe garage.
I know what a day that'll be. Oh, what a day that'll be.
Oh, what a day.
Can we talk about, I got a little bone of contention.
Ooh, I like it.
To address with you two.
A little house cleaning. We haven't had a chance to do that in a while.
I was right in the middle of, an incredible summer of us.
Yes.
Just enjoying everything. And then the Sox go on this incredible run. And we can't just, enjoy it, talk about it. We got to jinx it.
Whoa. Wait.
I'm talking about the score as it stands, and you guys are, well, hey, they win this one. They're going to win tonight. And what happened last night? Yeah.
Orioles now away from a very important victory for them. The pitch. A looper to right, caught by Holiday, and that's your ball game. And that's where the winning streak ends for Boston. At 15 games, stopped by the Orioles, and Baltimore grabs a 4-2 road trip out of the gate in the second half.
Not stopped by the Orioles. Stopped by my guys.
Whoa, okay.
The guys that I lean on for support every day. That is one of my, my family guitar, Red Sox. And
in that
we
order.
go to one of those pillars.
Or it can shift.
Hold on. What was that order again?
Family, guitar, Red Sox.
All right.
Why did I change it?
The three pillars. Yeah, I know. Yeah, you kind of changed that up a little bit.
Sorry. I had it out of alphabetical order.
Sure. Yeah.
I'd made that mistake. F and G always gets me.
Yeah, okay, so
do you feel any remorse, I guess?
I don't, because I didn't see who's managing the Red Sox now, because I know they've blown out
Isn't
some
it
guys.
Terry Francona?
Okay. This is where this is going to stop, okay? We all know. You guys.
No, not Terry Francona. Sorry.
It's not Terry Francona. That was a couple of managers ago, Lloyd.
Oh.
Sorry.
I think that he.
I'm sorry, I'm not on my Red Sox up to date on my Red Sox.
Well, anyway, whoever the manager was, I don't remember him getting to the podium last night. Like, well, we had a hell of a run, and we actually came out in that second game, felt loose, felt ready, but really upset to hear about two yahoos in Salt Lake City that kind of went on the air and jinxed us, and really we were kind of behind the eight ball starting that one, and so had those guys kept their mouths shut, we probably would be talking about 16 in a row, but. It is what it is. Those two radio guys kind of put us behind the eight ball, and here we are now.
I mean, I think that's exactly how it should have gone, because I was cussing you last night in our text string.
You did go a little. You were pretty aggressive.
I was not happy about it.
Yeah, I can see that.
First time we've butted heads here, and I'm going to ask you guys to do better next time when I'm in the midst of a win streak.
When the Red Sox are
and
ripping
that's
off
where the
15
winning streak ends for Boston.
Oh, Lloyd. See, okay, Lloyd, here's the problem. You're back there in studio.
Yeah, I
Not
know.
only are you behind the glass,
I'm
you're
in a
about
great place.
You're about 20 miles away from
I'm
the
high
scene
up
here.
in my perch.
I'm sitting exactly about 18 inches to the right of our guy, who is not in, look, you emit joy and happiness all the time. This is the one time where you're like, you know what? I'm a little salty, and I'm not overly thrilled with what's going on here.
Well, there is no doubt, and I want to preface it, I love you too. It's not that I don't love you. I'm disappointed in you.
Yeah, I'm not mad.
You've hurt me.
I'm disappointed.
You've hurt me.
Man, if I had a dollar for every time my dad told me that doesn't even faze me anymore.
You're just like, yeah, what else you got for
What else you got? Whatever.
Well, on behalf of Red Sox Nation, shame on you both.
Shame on you.
I mean, it was like
Red Sox
1946
Nation
the
has
last
nothing
time.
good going for them.
Well, we were in last place about 2 weeks ago, so they've at least given us our summer back.
Yes,
we
there
can
you
watch
go.
the race now.
You've got a vested interest in what's going on. So the question is, do you guys, it's always a question of how you respond after a little adversity. Do you guys rip off another 15 in a row?
Don't.
Because honestly, if you don't put together another long winning streak, I don't know if it's necessarily, like you just got to stack streaks on top of each other now.
It'll be an uphill battle, much like the
Chemistry
caretaker
on this show.
No, the caretaker at the museum, in night at the museum, he had a lot of things to worry about at night.
Yes,
he had things coming alive. Again, you guys haven't seen that, but I would encourage you to. I am going to move on now, but I feel like I've at least I've aired my grievance.
Yeah. By the way, I watched the Odyssey last night. Me and Brody and Brooks. It was good. Like, I liked it. It was. I don't know how much of a movie guy you are.
I like movies. I mean, here and there.
I would not suggest this one for you because just by the sheer length, I know that you've got a attention span that sooner or later it's like, okay, we got something else to do. Like that movie was a legit 3 hours and 20 minutes. And I love going to a movie. I love sitting down and watching popcorn and just being entertained. And by about hour 2, I was like, okay, all right. Let's get this thing going.
There needs to be a max on movies, by the way. It needs to be 2 hours max. There has to be a 2 hour max, I feel like.
Yeah. I mean,
I think my favorite version of the Odyssey is "Oh Brother, Where Art Thou?"
Yes.
That's kind of that version told in a different way. But I'm literary. I know what's going on.
I know you do, and I'm not saying that you'd be like freaking out about the special effects or anything like that. I think it just is like it's just long, and everybody. There's like the who's who of Hollywood's in it. There's tons of famous people in it. It visually is incredible. It just was like, all right, man, it's time for him to come home. It's time to come home. Now, there's a lot of death, a lot of cool kills, a lot of weird, people turning into pigs and stuff, and like it gets a little funky. But I enjoyed it. It was one of those where you're like, okay, I watched it, and I will probably never see that again. But I'm glad I saw it.
Isn't that what we wanted, right? Is for him to get home so we could get out.
Yes. So
I think I will see it, though, because I did that was one area of my schooling that I actually kind of got into.
Oh, yeah?
Somehow, some way, that English teacher got me.
Oh, okay. We all
that.
have that teacher that we actually connect with.
And I just remember that being intriguing, so I will take it in, but maybe at home with an intermission.
Yeah, I think that's one of those movies where you need like a break. You're like, okay, I'm going to go up and because got to go hit the restroom, maybe refill the popcorn, put another layer of butter on the top. And
did you have to leave the theater in the 320?
Twice.
Okay. Well, you know me. I'm every single break. Where do I head?
Yeah, same. You
I
and me
just
both.
Get up, and stretch my legs.
Yeah.
We're getting older.
Yeah. Father time is kind of a pain in the butt. So there you go. I hope you all have a tremendous weekend coming up. By the way, Chris tweets in, "You go, Tim. Let them have it about Boston. Don't you back down. # Red Sox Nation."
See, I told you. I mean, it's only a matter of time.
And that's where the winning streak ends for Boston.
Jeez, Lloyd, stop.
And he's just sitting back there smiling.
Oh, I know.
I can't see it, but I can see it.
Yeah.
You know what I
That
mean.
was Alex. Alex played that one. That wasn't
Alex
me.
did not.
I was
play
over
that
on the
one.
side.
Stop.
I was grabbing a drink.
Oh, stop it. Alex wouldn't do that with that.
Oh, Alex so would.
Or your
Alex is an
encouragement.
assassin. You give him. Yeah, he's an assassin. I'll just say
Alex,
that.
I know Alex has got it in him. I don't think he's quite to that point yet where he's going to be throwing strays at people. He'll get there eventually. I have little doubt that it's in him, but yeah, I don't know about that.
Hey, much like Chris just did, if you're a Red Sox fan, you're not happy at all about what Scotty and Lloyd did. Let's go ahead and let them hear it.
Let them know.
Grab your social of choice and
I prefer
just
Facebook.
Tell them how disappointed you want a friend. They have to be your friend before they can criticize, and then you just deny everybody.
Yes. All right, let's get to it. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's time to kick off the show with the biggest headlines of the day. This is your starting lineup on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I thought this was interesting, and I think it shows and is kind of apropos for where college athletics is right now in regards to BYU, as the Big 12 announces its Male Athlete of the Year. Now, this isn't Basketball Player of the Year. This isn't Football Player of the Year. This is Male Athlete of the Year. So the best of the best, regardless of whatever sport you played, whoever is considered the best of all of them. And the winner of that award is A.J. DeBonsa at BYU. Now, we have grown up, Coach, and, you recruited to this university as well, where there was a knock on the fact that these would be coaches' kids, gym rats, play for the heart of the game, all the cliches you can possibly think of. You never really talked about that high-level athletes were on their way to BYU. For BYU to be home of a Power 4 conference player of the year kind of shows you how weird things have gotten and the new world we're living in.
Yeah, I said it yesterday, and I firmly believe it. I mean, there was another top 2027 recruit that put his list out, and BYU is right in the smack dab in the middle of Duke and Kentucky in that thing. BYU's a blue blood in basketball in this new age, and a big part of that is they can pay the guy to come, which is a big piece. But the selling point that Kevin, when he got here long ago was Provo, bringing guys in here to prepare them for the NBA, using his background and resources and connections to really make that a reality. And 2 years in, Yegor, the first year, and now Richie and AJ both drafted in the NBA. So the bar, everything that Kevin said he was going to do to change things has happened, and now it's just a matter of continuing to do it. But I don't think it's one that you don't pause and go, wow.
Yeah.
right? And I will say, I mean, for the guys that are listening we brought great athletes in here.
Oh, for sure.
We brought, during the time I was there, the number of, 4-star guys, which was kind of a big deal for us. To get guys in the top 100, we did that regularly, but it was just that top level. It's really getting into that top 10 that we really the top 20. We never really could crack into that, and a big part of that was the way it was set up before. And, BYU, the way it was set up before without money, it's a different place because you're choosing to go there and you're choosing all of the unique things that come with it. I do know that was a part for AJ's parents. They liked how BYU did its thing. I saw AJ talking to somebody at Fanatics Fest the other day about the Book of Mormon class he took,
Chris
right?
Paul.
Right, Chris Paul.
Yeah.
So it's just pretty incredible the way that BYU's been able to just kind of bleed into the national scene with NIL. I firmly expect it to continue, but what a really, really cool thing to have in that big conference, those schools we've been watching and saying, man, Utah could only get into those leagues and show what they have. They did. They were able to pull this kid, and, man, everything. Just again, I mean, if anybody out there thinks that the investment in A.J. DeBonso went awry, then you're thinking with the wrong noggin.
Well, as soon as this kid, and we all knew he was going to go, top 2 in the draft or top 3 in the draft, but when he goes number 1 and that logo is on the chest of his jersey, and he has all the expectations on the world going into Washington, and he's got all the belief in himself that he'll be able to do it. The dude is a self-promoting machine, which, again, is not a knock. I think you have to be highly successful because that comes from a place of confidence, and you have to have a high level of confidence to be successful. So, again, that's not a knock. I think you need to be self-promoting, and you need to really let the world know what you plan on doing, and he's done that. And if he can live up to those expectations, he'll continue to be a huge boon to BYU because it doesn't feel like he is a guy that – because like there's guys that I know that went to Utah State that went to the professional level, and they felt like they made it in spite of going to Utah State. Then there's guys that and Utah has done a tremendous job of cultivating this family-like atmosphere where these guys go into the league and they feel like they've made it because they went to the University of Utah. AJ, I think, believes that he's in the NBA where he's at because of himself and his God-given ability, and that he's refined through hard work and dedication, but also because of Kevin Young and also because of BYU. I don't think he bemoans the fact that he went to BYU at all. I think he'll always have heavy ties to that program. I think he'll continue to be an ambassador of the program, and as long as he puts up numbers in the NBA, I think the talent continues to come into Provo.
No, I totally do too, and he's going to be a resource. That now, when Kevin first got here, he was having recruits talk to guys from the Suns.
Yes.
Now he can have him talk to whoever in the league, but also that powerful witness, I guess, that, hey, we were here. And, in AJ's case and Yegor's case, though, he could have gone anywhere. Those guys could have gone anywhere. And they really bought that idea of pro development. And so I think that's what BYU will continue to lean into, is that pro development. And, the big piece of that, it's got to pay dividends. And for BYU to go in 2 years, 3 guys drafted, that's pretty dang good.
Yeah, and who knows what next year looks like. You might see Kevin Young in New York City again next year. And the more time he spends in New York, I mean, we're used to seeing Bill Self and John Calipari and these guys just camped out in New York, sitting at the table, and when the name gets called, all of them jump up, and that coach makes sure that he's getting camera time like, hey, guess what? I'm the college coach that got him here. And every time Kevin Young sits at that table in New York, stands up and hugs his player, there's a lot of recruits out there like, well, geez, I remember him last year being there. I remember him the year before being there. I may need to spend a little bit more time talking to that guy.
No doubt. And it's not – the cool part with AJ, it wasn't some, guy that was hanging on and trying – it was the best player in that class or one of, through the years. Those guys kind of he and Darren and Boozer kind of jockeyed for position, but at the end of the day, AJ, he definitely has put a stamp on BYU that is different than any other stamp that I think anybody's ever put on there. I mean, this is a guy, again, he didn't fall into BYU. He didn't go there because people overlooked him. He chose them over Duke, Kentucky, all the places because he believed in the ideal, first and foremost, that he could be developed. Second, they loved the environment. And then for that to all happen, for him to be the number one pick, it should have been the player of the year. I mean, he wasn't the player of the year in the Big 12, but he's the male athlete of the year in all of sports, which is kind of funny. But bottom line, what a great thing. And as an aside, because I saw this news and I think it's really relevant, Brandon Davies has announced his retirement from basketball. And so while we're talking BYU basketball and needle movers, I was fortunate enough to coach that dude. And I think everybody, you say his name and everybody goes right to, everything that hung over his head. But what a joy, just an absolute joy to be around. You talk about somebody with a smile on their face always. So congratulations, Brandon. Happy for you and excited for the next chapter, see what he ends up doing.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, live here at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown on Automall Drive. I tell you what, folks, we've come down here. It's our home away from home. We love being here, but it's for two reasons. Number one, the Mazda brand is outstanding, and I know it may not be top in mind of a lot of people out there. I get it. I understand it. I was the same way. And then Jake got the job as a general manager. I've known Jake for 20 years, and he said, come by. I had a car that had some work that was getting done on it, so he's like, let me put you in a 5, drive it around for a couple of weeks and see what you think. And I did, and my next car purchase was, in fact, a 5. My wife's lease came up. She's driving a 90. My kid graduated high school into college, needed a vehicle. He's now driving a 3. We're a Mazda family because we got sold on it because of the quality of the vehicle. That's number one. Number two is the staff. Nobody is going to treat you better. Nobody's going to treat you with more respect, is going to honor your time and your dollar than the guys down here at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. I've known Jake, again, forever. He's a general manager down here. I know the kind of people he likes to hire, but I also know that he'll be involved in every single car deal. He's not going to sit up in some ivory tower somewhere. He's going to be right down here on the floor helping you out on every single deal out there. So you're going to be respected. They're going to give you more for your trade-in. They're going to give you incredible rates. If you're dealing with issues, don't worry about it. They've seen worse. They'll get you taken care of, get you into a vehicle.
Every single time I'm here, you're here. And every time we're here, Jake's in the best mood and does amazing things. So I'm excited to hear what's on the table today. But do come down and see us and test drive one of these cars. Like Scotty said, I think it'll blow you away. The tech, the fit and finish, everything about these things say, drive me.
Let's go. Tim Daly, Mazda Southtown, Automall Drive. It's a holiday weekend, which means the savings will be even better than usual right here on Tim Daly, Mazda Southtown, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
They've been doing it for a while.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
The willingness to vault somebody to stardom and close the book on them immediately based on a couple of Summer League games is absolutely laughable. I think Cody has a lot to prove, but I'm certainly not going to let a Summer League alter my opinion on that until we actually see the rubber meet the road.
And to your point, Cody is not equipped to be the number 2 best player. And luckily for him, in the NBA, he never has to. He needs to be the 5th best player on the roster, doing some of the dirty work, get out in transition, get some steals, whatever you have to do. Get some deflections, play some defense, be long, eat up 12 to 15 minutes a night. Is that ideally what you want with the 10th overall pick? Of course not. That's not what you're hoping for when you draft somebody in the lottery. But if he can get to a point where he's hitting shots somewhat regularly and playing defense, there is still value there, and it's amazing to go back to that draft and just realize it's bad top to bottom.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, and a state attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
This is Wick with Greenify Energy Savers. If your home feels like it's overheating the moment the sun comes up, your windows could be a major reason why. In the summer months, inefficient windows let in heat and force your AC to work overtime, driving up your energy bills and making your home less comfortable. The problem is, most homeowners know they need new windows, but put it off because they assume it's going to be too expensive. At Greenify Energy Savers, we install high-performance AMSCO energy-efficient windows manufactured right here in Salt Lake City. So install times are typically just a few weeks, not several months. And most homeowners are surprised to learn that we can often save them thousands of dollars compared to other window companies while still offering premium windows with a lifetime warranty and flexible finance options. Don't spend another summer fighting the heat inside your home. Give Greenify Energy Savers a call today for a free no-obligation quote at 801-948-4464. Again, that's 801-948-4464. Or check us out online at greenifyenergysavers.com. Let us save you literally thousands of dollars and greenify your windows today.
Hey, Doug, what is it that you do? Everybody's buying a car from you. Hey, Doug.
Doug Smith Kia is a proud recipient of the 2025 Global Best Dealer Award. Come see why at our Linden location.
Hey, Doug.
Greater Zion, no greater feeling. At Southern Utah's Copper Rock Golf Course, we embrace that feeling. Here, every swing is surrounded by breathtaking landscapes and world-class amenities, providing that perfect pairing of golf and unforgettable outdoor experiences. Come for the golf. Stay for the adventure. Copper Rock, born to be played.
Love sports? Love winning? KSL is looking for a senior sports partnership sales executive to lead the charge in growing sports advertising across Utah's sports media leader. You'll sell powerful partnerships across KSL Sports, including the KSL Sports Zone, KSL TV, KSLSports.com, podcasts, and social media, working directly with top decision makers and sports organizations across the region. If you're a proven sales hunter who thrives on building relationships, closing deals, and creating integrated marketing solutions, this is your opportunity. Apply today at KSL.com/careers. That's KSL.com/careers.
The Jazz, the Mammoth, and the Utes, Cougars, and Aggies. When it comes to sports in Utah, we've got you covered. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I tried to make it Sunday, but I got so damn depressed that I set my sights on Monday and I got myself undressed. I ain't ready for the altar, but I do agree there's times when a woman sure can be a friend of mine. But I keep on thinking about you.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard, the coach, Tim Lacombe, live here at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown Automall Drive here in Sandy. Come by, hang out. We got some goodies for you over there. Jen was kind enough to bring over some food. So whatever you want, we got you covered. Plus, we got these great vehicles priced to move. Let's go. Whether you want to drive a 3, I'm a huge fan of that 3, by the way. My kid drives a 3, and I like to steal it from him every now and then because it just, man, the sport factor on that thing is just through the roof. You can really, that sucker gets up and goes. So whether it's a 3, 30, 50, 5, 90, whatever you need a vehicle to do, they'll get you covered. Plus, they're good guys down here. In fact, next person to come on by and test drive a vehicle, I will. What should we do? I will I'll buy you
phone number.
I'll buy you lunch. Give whose number?
Lloyd's phone number.
Lloyd's phone number to the next person, so you can call in and say exactly what you think of the show. And
I like
what
this game.
You think?
I love this game. This sounds fun to me. Let's go.
The problem is we say this with Lloyd, and then Lloyd's like, all right, well, I do have your guys' number as well.
So
Let's do this. Sounds like fun.
You want to play this game? Let's play. All right, Longer. You want to go? Let's go.
Yeah, I got to burn myself.
I'm your
today.
Huckleberry.
I can't get over it.
The Red Sox thing is stuck with you.
Well, you guys are really bugging me today.
We really found out what, because that's what Lloyd does. He probes.
Don't act like this is what I did. You were part of this.
And then he finds out what he likes.
He just walks over. You got a match, and he just has a freaking lighter fluid, and he just squeezes and he walks past you.
I don't know. I don't know what
exactly
you're talking about.
You do.
So who do you got today? Like, you starting a new series, or are you continuing with the with Baltimore, the pesky Baltimore?
I believe we have Baltimore again.
The pesky Orioles.
Now that winning streak becomes, they've won 17 out of 19.
Yeah, there's an asterisk with your two faces next to it.
Speaking of asterisk.
I did not use asterisk in my text. I do know that.
Oh, no. I'm very well.
You're right. Sox are off tonight. Nothing today. That wrapped up the series.
Oh, man. This is kind of an interesting time of year because there's just, look, we're right before camp. We got NFL preseason coming up here pretty soon, but we're not quite there yet. College football camps haven't quite started yet. It's that when we were talking to Ron McBride, it's kind of that calm before the storm. The coaches are coming back from their vacations. They don't get a lot of time, but July kind of is the moment where they can sneak away at least a little bit. And so you got these guys out there that are like, okay, here we go, because Morgan Scalley sent out the tweet, said, hey, see you on the other side. I'm done. I'm not touching social media until after the season. So see you when it's all said and done.
That's a smart man.
By the way, an extremely smart man, because nothing good comes out of being a first-year head coach taking over for a legend than after a team meeting going and firing up social media and seeing what the people are saying.
I actually like during games, as a game's ebbing and flowing, and everybody that is supposed like in the boat is just not in the boat the entire game, and then the best is when somehow, some way that team pulls it out, and they've just been dishing on them the whole game.
Yeah,
and then it's just like, yeah, we got you, and then they flip to puffing out their chests. People fascinate me. Fans fascinate me.
Well, I had I try not to be that guy on Twitter, but every now and then I'm that guy. So when Jason Beck was rumored to be going to Utah and being the offensive coordinator with Kyle Whittingham last year, I sent out a tweet and I said, keep an eye on Devin Dampier. He might be going to Utah with Jason Beck. It makes too much sense. And I got just bludgeoned with Utah fans being like, Mountain West quarterback, we don't want any part of that nonsense. And then, he threw for the same touchdowns as interceptions. Like, passing the ball, his stats weren't great at New Mexico. Running the ball, they were fantastic. And so everybody's throwing out the stats, and I'm like, the guy's a good quarterback. Like, calm it down. He'll be just fine if he goes to the Big 12. But Utah fans lost their collective minds over the thought of a quarterback from New Mexico being their starting quarterback next year. And by the way, when I say their collective minds, I'm talking about the yahoos on Twitter, the 10%ers that are weird and stupid and over the top. And so Devin Dampier comes out on the scene, starts pulling up great numbers, and I start, okay, you know what? Let's go down the rabbit hole, shall we? And I start retweeting all these tweets of people that were just running Devin Dampier into the ground, because now he's the best thing since sliced bread. People are loving him. And I didn't take it a step far enough to actually try to cross-reference the individual people about what they were saying then as opposed to what they were saying now. I didn't go quite that far, but I did retweet about 20 tweets that I got from people that were just thinking Devin Dampier was the sludge of the earth and should be wiped up like he spilled out of the Exxon Valdez over a bird, and that's exactly all he is, good for anybody. And that's what sports are, man. That's the fun part about it is we think we know, but nobody knows. You think you know as a fan, you don't know. We think Utah, or we think BYU and Texas Tech are the two best teams in the Big 12. It could be one of those two teams might hit the skids and go on a losing streak. We think Baylor and Dave Aranda is dead man walking. Well, guess what? They may end up winning the Big 12 for all we know. Neil Young. Neil Young was
a hell of a musician.
Yeah, I know. Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Young.
And him.
But who was the head coach at Neil something at West Virginia? And we all thought he was getting fired. Well, he ends up having a great year, and then he got fired the next year. But, Neil Brown, you just never know how things are going to play out. That's the beauty of sports, which is the ultimate, the original, and the best reality TV show.
Well, and, we said this. I mean, it's a perfect example because you don't know. And I think if you were to rewind the tape, I like to do that.
I know.
And to the point where the Retzlaff news got out, and, everybody's like, man, BYU's got a heck of a team, but now they don't have a quarterback.
They're dead.
They're dead in the water. And, somehow, some way, Bear Bachmeier comes to BYU from Stanford. And then, in a place that guys don't go do that in their first year. I mean, the combination of 3,000 yards passing, 26 touchdowns, he started right from the start and carried that moxie. That was a year ago, and we said that at Big 12 Media Day a year ago. He was just a hope. He was a name.
Yeah.
And what a difference 1 year makes to kind of solidify what looks to be kind of a legendary quarterback in BYU history, if he can continue to climb. And the thing I love about the kid is he doesn't seem to be affected by it one bit. When he came down to Big 12, he seems to be that same dude, just excited for every day, happy to be there. But that's just another perfect example of, who is it this year that's sitting out there right now at one of those places waiting in the wings to make their name.
Yeah.
And, then have us talk about them, and then have us talk about them more to the point where they're a fixture. And that's why there's so much hope and excitement every offseason. But at the same time, it makes the news a little bit, this is the glut of sports right now. I mean, we had the Red Sox streak to talk about. That's now gone.
I think that's actually honest, that's Lloyd and I actually screwing ourselves there because, we could have had a lot of fun breaking down the Red Sox from last night, but we can't because he and I screwed it up. And so now we can't. That's one less topic off the books today.
Yeah, there's a convenience store called Cumberland Farms. I had about 7 locations and had coordinated talking to, 7 people out there just to kind of get the feel for things. But I had to cancel all that. Cumberland Farms.
Cumberland Farms. That's a Boston gas station?
Yeah, that's like your convenience store gas station.
Really?
Yeah.
I've never even heard that. It's Boston's version of Maverick, huh?
Cumberland Farms, as they say. Everything's fam.
Did you pick up any of that when you were out there?
No.
You still have respect for the letter R?
Yes, I do. I like the letter R. I think it should be pronounced. Should not be left out.
Oh, man.
But that was one of the tricks.
Because here's the thing. Hans went to one game at Fenway, and then he came back and said Monster for like
the
a
Monster.
Year.
Go park my car.
I'd go to a gas station like, hey, you want a drink? Yeah, I want a green Monster. It's like,
you went to one game, dude.
One game, man. One game.
He was covering it.
Love you, dog.
Love that dude.
Yeah. All right, 1044, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, coming up in about 20 minutes, we're going to chat with Vinny Iyer, good friend of the program, covers the NFL and fantasy football on the Locked On Network, so one of David Locke's guys, also with the sporting news, and also coming up at 12:05, good friend of mine, I've known him forever, Casey Smurthwaite, has been in athletic director chairs for a while, or in athletic departments, now a consultant, and he took a little bit of an issue with something I said the other day. And I respect Casey's opinion a lot. He and I talk a lot off the air. A lot of what I try to dig into and do a little research. A lot of it, I talk to Casey and run some things by him. And sometimes he agrees with me, and sometimes he thinks I'm dead wrong. He thinks I'm dead wrong on the SEC and the Big Ten bluffing about pulling away and doing their own thing. He thinks they can pull it off. So we'll talk to him about that coming up at 12:05. It's all right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Beehive Mills, folks, huge fans of what they do for you. And we talk about the slow cooker menu. It is alive and well. You can go to beehivemills.com and have those slow cooker menu items sent to you. They refresh the menu every month. So you get a big batch every month, then the next month a completely different batch. And you just cut off the top, put it in your slow cooker, and a couple hours later you got a great home-cooked meal ready to go. Now, there's some of us, like me, and even Coach to a certain extent, that like to pretend that they know what they're doing on a flat top. Well, Beehive Mills knows that as well. So they have their flat top menu, which all you have to do is everything's pre-portioned, seasoned, ready to go. You just thaw it out, throw it on your flat top, and then you can pretend like you actually are a Iron Chef out there on your flat top. Your family thinks you're great, but in reality, Beehive Mills did all the work.
Do you flip the spatulas and all that stuff?
I try to throw shrimp at my kids to see if they can catch it. Oh yeah, I do the whole thing.
Or if they're out of line.
Or do you like the little choo-choo train with the onion slices?
I'm with you. We actually had a Beehive meal last night, my wife and I, just the two of us, and that's one of the great things. You can select how big your family is. You need 2, 4, 6, 8. Who do they appreciate?
You,
yeah,
the
they
consumer.
do appreciate the consumer. So more than anything, last night we had Korean egg roll bowls, and once again, the garlic, the soy, the ginger, the flavor, robust, easy to prepare, and delicious.
Go to beehivemills.com. They've got subscription models that are going to save you a ton of money. It's beehivemills.com. That's beehivemills.com.
For 250 years, the beating heart of the USA has been the people who call this land home and the communities we make here together. America First Credit Union is proud to have been a part of those communities for 87 years and proud to help our members realize their financial dreams. So come join us in celebrating and succeeding the way Americans always have. Together. Federally insured by NCUA.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. With the price of just about everything going up, we thought we'd bring our prices down. So to help us, we brought in a reverse auctioneer, which is apparently a thing.
Mint Mobile Premium Wireless. How to get 30, 30, bit to get 30, bit to get 20, 20, 20, bit to get 20, 20, bit to get 15, 15, 15, 15, just $15 a month? Sold!
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3 months, $90 for 6 months, or $180 for 12-month plan required. $15 per month equivalent. Taxes and fees extra. Initial plan term only. Greater than 50 gigabytes may slow when network is busy. See terms.
Veterans and active duty service members. When your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Technology never stands still. And neither does Les Olson IT. For 70 years and counting, we've helped businesses adapt, grow, and stay secure through every change. With experienced people and smart technology solutions, we make work easier, more productive, and more secure. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Let Les be here for you.
Hey, Mammoth fans, the 2026-27 season tickets are on sale now. Be there for every goal, every hit, and every moment of the next season. Season ticket members get the best seats, the best value, and exclusive perks all season long. Call or text 801-325-PUCK. That's 801-325-PUCK to reserve your seats today. Don't miss a moment next season. Tusk's up.
Accessing. The best radio in Utah is right here. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe, on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard with you alongside the coach, Tim Lacombe. Hey, guess what, folks? Time to give away some tickets. These just aren't normal tickets either, folks. No. We have got Post Malone tickets. He's going to be hanging out with Jelly Roll and Carter Faith, Rice Eccles Stadium, coming up on July 28th. That's just 5 days from right now. Tickets are on sale at livenation.com, where you can grab those tickets, or you can be calling number 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE, and your chance to win. All right, so you mentioned it, Brandon Davies, now stepping away from the game of basketball, made a couple NBA rosters, played a lot overseas, was all Europe a couple times. The guy had himself a hell of a career.
He really did. I mean, I thought that his time in the NBA, I was hoping that he would stick, because I think you've seen the big guys that come into the league in the last few years do what he could do back then. He was a magician with the basketball. Many people remember his ability to score it, but I was just wowed by what he saw and his ability to pass. We were really fortunate that the dude went to high school right across the street, and Coach Mack talked about protecting guys and keeping them out of the, out of the fray of other schools, and that was a big part of my job.
Did you hide him?
I did my best. He spent a ton of time with Collinsworth family back then,
yeah.
So they were in the boat with us, so we'd try to, go spend time with them.
Yes.
And anyhow, it all worked out great, and he did it. This dude did it on his own. He's a guy that had to overcome a ton of stuff now, and I think many people in that situation probably would have just walked and said, I'm going to go be something else. But he dealt with everything head on, and I couldn't be more proud of him, really. And as you said, the career he had is over in Europe. I mean, he'll be remembered over there for a long, long time, and so he made his mark.
Never in a million years, and this is me just on the outside looking in, never in a million years did I think he'd come back to BYU. Like, I just, after what he went through and how difficult that situation was, to show that kind of commitment to the coaching staff, to that team, to those teammates, I think says a lot about that kid, because it would have been, nobody would have blamed him one bit had he gone and finished his career somewhere else.
No, I mean, it probably, in hindsight, it's probably what you'd counsel a kid to do. But I think he was so resilient, and I'll never forget one of the first games that he came back and sat on the bench with us. We were playing Wyoming, and it's the night that we were able to clinch. We were able to clinch the conference title, or share of it, with New Mexico. And just seeing him down there, it was such a sign of solidarity. And I think our guys, they played extra hard that night because they knew what it meant, that he was there and was going to be a part of things going forward. You talk about teams at that point, there was everybody and their dog, trying to figure out how to get into that thing. So he could have, like many people do, he could have absolutely run, and I don't think anybody would have blamed him, but he stayed, and I think that just shows what kind of kid he is.
I don't think there's any doubt, and it was super impressive to watch. him finish his career at BYU and the success he's had at the next level. Certainly well-deserved, and to hang it up and say, you know what, I'm walking off under my own, I'm walking away from the game. The game's not walking away from me. And the dude's going to go and be successful, whatever he wants to do after that.
Absolutely. I'm curious to see what his next decision will be. I wonder if he'd stick around the game, or smart guy, really capable. So could get into some business things. But really, the sky's the limit. He's got a beautiful wife and family. They just built a beautiful home in Highland. So he lives out there. And, yeah, it's going to be great to see him around more.
Is there like a rule that if you played ball at BYU, that do they give you like half off a lot in Highland or something like
Alpine,
that, Alpine? Like, I've always wondered this.
I don't know. I didn't see any of that in the contract. I'd have to go back and it might be in the honor code thing.
I'm like,
for making you live this way 4 years.
If you go 4 years, then you get like 50% off a lot that you can build on in Highland Alpine.
Yeah, I tell the joke all the time now. Like, BYU has changed so much, because back then it was like we wanted a commitment. You were basically going to live like, a monk.
Yeah.
And at the same time play really high-level basketball. And with that, we also were not going to give you any money other than what the scholarship entailed. Nowadays, hey, man, tell me more. When you can lead with $1 million, okay, what else? What you have to do seems a little insignificant, I guess. So that whole thing is flipped from the time I've been there.
Just a bit. Whoever knew that the BYU would be home of a high-level lottery one-and-dones.
Exactly. And just keep replenishing it. It's absolutely amazing. Amazing.
It's crazy.
Mind-boggling.
And maybe, when A.J. DeBonsa builds his house in Highland Alpine.
Highland, I think. For sure. He may actually build one that spans both cities.
Just
over both borders.
He truly is Highland Alpine, yes.
Where do you live, Highland Alpine?
Oh, man, that's awesome.
Which one? Both.
Both, actually, yes. That's what that NBA Max contract can get you these days. All right, coming up, Vinny Iyer. We will chat with him from the Locked On Network. He's a fantasy football guru, NFL guru. He's been covering the league for a long, long, long time. All right, so we are live here at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. Jake's going to come by here in about an hour or so. We'll chat with him. He's stuck in some meetings, but he'll come down here and we'll talk. I'm going to safely say, though, and I'm going to talk on his behalf, this is what he does to Tyler, I'm going to do to Jake. I'm just going to go out on a limb and say, come in and ask about the 1.9% interest rate. Just come in and say, hey, 1.9%. And if you can go any lower, let's do that too. Because Jake can buy down some of these rates to an incredibly low rate. These new vehicles, he can give you more for your trade-in. He can give you a ton of opportunities to push back or create your payment. If you want to wait a few months before you make your first payment, they can do that. If you want a year of free gas, see, we thought gas prices were coming back down. We were like $3.40, and then like, oh, boom, bam, back to $4.15, just like that. So you don't have to worry about that because he'll give you a year's worth of free gasoline. All you have to do is come by and check out these new vehicles at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown on Automall Drive. We'll be here until 2 o'clock. The savings continue today and tomorrow. It's a holiday weekend, so that means you're going to save a ton of money. We're coming up near the end of the month. Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. Check out these Mazdas, priced to move with the best sales staff on the planet right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Advanced Windows is where you need to go. You need to get those new windows installed. You need to get them done in 8 weeks or less. Hey, Advanced Windows, Coach, is going to get it done for you. I know you've seen the difference in your home.
Absolutely. Advanced Windows from start to finish has been nothing but a pleasant experience. Put in 20 windows, if you can believe that. And we've been so lucky because with this crazy heat wave we've gone through, the old windows wouldn't have been able to hold up, and this has saved the air conditioning bill. It has saved the comfort in our home. So we killed about 20 birds with one stone.
All you have to do is go to advancedwindows.com. That's advancedwindows.com. $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more at advancedwindows.com.
If you've tried Beehive meals, you know how easy they make dinner with their classic slow cooker meals. Now they're bringing that same convenience and flavor to summer with their flat top meals. Perfect for barbecue season. Heading to the pool, the park, or the lake? Before you go, put a slow cooker meal like Bang Bang chicken or barbecue pork in before you leave. And come home to dinner done. Or fire up the griddle with favorites like carne asada, chicken fajitas, and pineapple barbecue chicken. Order today at beehivemeals.com.
Hey Utah, Jimmer Fredette here. You remember Jimmermania? When the building got loud, the tempo sped up, and you could feel something special was about to happen? That's the same kind of energy you get behind the wheel at BMW of Pleasant Grove. Quick acceleration, sharp handling, total control. Whether you're hitting I-15 for work, making the school run, or heading out for the weekend. Because great driving is like great basketball. Quick decisions, smooth moves, and confidence when it matters. And if you know my game, you know that I love the three-pointer. Catch it, rise up, let it fly. In a BMW, it's the same feeling. Smooth, precise, and dialed in. Like you're pulling from deep, and you know it's money the second it leaves your hand. The crew at BMW of Pleasant Grove makes the whole process easy too. No pressure, no runaround. Just a premium experience from shopping to financing to service that has your back for miles. So if you're ready to upgrade your drive and bring that game day energy to every day, visit BMW of Pleasant Grove or online at bmwofpg.com. BMW of Pleasant Grove. Drive elevated.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 25% upfront bonus? And are they promising you up to 9% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait, only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They aren't. That's up to $25,000 upfront or up to $9,000 per year on $100,000, guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. DBA in most states has Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe.
Now I know y'all are tripping.
Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The KSL Sports Zone. I'm not buying it. Like, I love Alex. I love you. I think you're awesome. I think you might be pandering to the old folks. Like, there's no way you're listening to this on the regular. There's no way this is on your playlist.
He's totally, he's pandering towards one person.
He's pandering towards Coach is what he's doing.
Little ELO, baby.
I know. And that's fine. I'm not hating it. I just, look, we want to.
So you're not thinking he's being authentic?
No, I don't think Alex is driving around, coming to and from the station,
just
cranking
his head
this.
to that.
Like when he's on 300 West, about to pull into the parking lot. I don't think this is blaring from his vehicle.
Do you think he hits that little part? Searching. He's just singing the backup.
Yeah, maybe he is. And if so, I apologize. I just don't think somebody at the tender age of, what, 26?
Like 21,
27?
I think.
What's that?
He's 21, I think.
Is he 21? Oh, jeez.
Talk about an old soul.
Yeah.
There's I guess he is 26. He looks 21. He's young.
Yeah.
Boyd.
Yeah, 26. I don't think a 26-year-old's driving around listening to this. I don't think I was 26 driving around listening to this.
Just make sure you know it's not me criticizing or complaining.
Hey, look, I like it.
No, it's fine.
Yeah, keep it coming. I'm just,
I love it.
Yeah.
And I love that you're pandering to me. I think more people on this show should be a first.
I'm surprised he didn't come back, want to play a little dirty water, just to make you.
I love ELO, man. I listen to it almost on the daily. It's in my playlists.
Have you seen Xanadu?
No, I haven't seen Xanadu.
You need to see Xanadu. It's full of ELO.
Yeah, but you don't want to make him watch that.
Xanadu. It's really a bad show.
Prime Olivia Newton-John.
I realize now, after time's passed, and I was a young kid, and my dad, he had all of these albums of Olivia Newton-John. I couldn't figure out why. And then we had we had to see Xanadu. And I think that might have been like the, Sydney Sweeney of that time.
Ah, okay. I see what you're saying.
Or something. I don't know. Dad was into Olivia Newton.
You know who I think my dad had it for? A little bit? Crystal Gale. He had a lot of Crystal Gale tapes.
Donuts make your brown eyes blue.
Yeah.
Donuts make your brown eyes. I thought that's what it
Donuts?
said as a kid, yeah. I was like, I want to make my brown eyes blue. I should have donuts.
My dad had a thing for Crystal Gale. My mom absolutely loved, what's his name? Magnum P.I. Tom Selleck.
Tom Selleck.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think Tom Selleck had much time, a tough time getting a date.
No, he was doing all right.
I'm sure it was more like a booking.
Yeah.
Tom, we'll see you between 1 and 3.
Oh, man. Yep. All right. We're going to chat with Vinny Iyer coming up here in just a moment, one of our favorites. Vinny covers the NFL, fantasy football guru as well. And we will maybe get some thoughts from him as to exactly how great the Raiders are going to be this year.
Yeah, I do believe Vinny's going to tell us they are in a historic upswing for some reason.
Yes, I think, in fact, if you guys do not win the AFC West this year,
it's a disappointment.
It's a huge disappointment. If Fernando does not win Rookie of the Year and at least get some quality votes for Offensive Player of the Year, it's a massive disappointment.
Well, you just hold on to your orange belt there, buddy, because we're coming for you.
Yeah, Brody. I was driving Brody around last night. My son, my 15-year-old, diehard Broncos fan, and it's just kind of the quiet moment in the car, and he goes, "Are you kidding me?" and just screams it out. And I was like, all of a sudden you think, like, am I going to hit somebody? Like, what's going on here? And he's like, he saw some Joe Schmuckatelli on Instagram, and he gave these AFC West odds, and it had the Chiefs at 35% or 36%, the Chargers at 33%, and the Broncos at 24%. And he was just irate about this. Like, how could somebody be so stupid and say this? And I'm like, look, Brody, there's a little thing called rage baiting going on here. They want you to get mad. And he goes, who would make their living by trying to get emotional about sports and try to get people all fired up? And I'm like, hey. You like the car we're driving in right now? You like the house we're living in? Okay, some of that might have to do with our living. So maybe let's just back that down a little bit before we get too upset.
Chill.
Just be like, it's been pretty good to us throughout the years. So maybe let's dial that hatred back a little bit. He's like, well, that's different. He's like, at least you're honest and don't make up stuff. And I'm like, again, let's just back down a little notch.
Yeah, right.
Maybe
fudge the.
Let's
I'm looking at the odds right here. The Raiders are around plus 2,000.
Oh yeah,
so that's not good.
No, that's not
to win the AFC West.
All right, joining us now from the Sporting News and the Locked On Network as well. We've talked to him for years and years. One of our favorites, Vinny Iyer, covering the NFL, fantasy football guru as well. Vinny, how you doing?
Doing well. Thanks for having me, guys.
Hey, it's been a moment. How's your summer been? Everything good? You're ready to rock and roll this upcoming season?
Yeah, I think so. I think once we get to August, then it really gets real for me. July is kind of hopeful that I still have some summer left, and then August comes around and it's over.
So when you look at, we were having a conversation about the AFC West. Broncos win it last year, but certainly the Chiefs came back down to earth dealing with their injuries. The Chargers are the Chargers. They always find a way to screw things up. But how do you see this division playing out coming up next year?
Yeah, it's going to be definitely interesting to keep up with all the changes here. The Chiefs feel like they should rebound a little bit. I think they have their offense streamlined again the way they want with Kenneth Walker and the enemy back. And hopefully now Patrick Mahomes will be healthy. They look at the Chargers. We'll see how this new offensive experiment goes with Mike McDaniel. Is Justin Herbert going to respond to it? I think there's a polarizing feel on him. Can he really come through, or is it going to be still more of the same? Like, he's gone through several coordinators. We haven't seen him really zoom up beyond his rookie season. So that's my concern here. So I think you look at the Raiders. I mean, they might have the most optimism of anybody. I think the Broncos were more status quo. I mean, they really only added Jalen Waddle when you look at their notable moves. But the Raiders, I think, just have an enthusiasm with Fernando Mendoza, just the turning the page to just the mentality of the ownership with Tom Brady and having Kubiak, the top hire that you could get out there among the coaches. So I think the Raiders finally have that sense of feeling here.
What team is out there that hasn't had a lot of success, Vinny, in the last few years that you feel like maybe you make a rise this year?
Yeah, I mean, I would look at the Titans a little bit. I don't expect them to blow up, but I think they're a team to watch for sure with Cam Ward and bringing in Brian Dable. He was still very good working with Jackson Dart last year, so it's kind of interesting going from a first-rounder to another one from the same draft class and trying to work with him. They also added some weapons there. Wan'Dale Robinson, I think, is going to be pretty key to what they do, but just the stability of, again, Robert Saleh bringing their defense. Now, those guys together, I think, can work well. They didn't work out individually with the Giants and Jets, but on this team, it could actually work out. So that division is going to be interesting. The Texans are very talented with their defense. The Colts are a bit of a wild card with the health of Daniel Jones returning. And are they the first half team from last year or the second half team? The Jaguars still pretty loaded there around Trevor Lawrence. So a lot of things to look at in that division. And then I think another team that has been down that you could also look at is the Giants. I mean, Jackson Dart has some upside. They have some weapons, some things. And just having John Harbaugh, a winning guy that really didn't experience much losing in Baltimore coming in, I think that changes the perspective.
You know, you mentioned Robert Saleh, and, you know, look, it didn't go well for him with the Jets, but then again, it's not going for anybody, whoever tries to be the head coach of the Jets. Do you think that was more an indication of the culture there in New York, or Robert Saleh as a head coach? And if it's more the Jets, you seem to think that he's going to have some success, at least long term, with Tennessee.
Yeah, I think you definitely need to have the quarterback. Aaron Rodgers was supposed to be the quarterback, but even if he was, it was going to be short term, and then he got injured. So really, you didn't have that opportunity with the quarterback, and you kind of have to have that. I mean, it seems like a pretty important thing to have if you're going to have success. I think the same thing happened with Kevin Stefanski in Cleveland, where things were going okay when they had Baker Mayfield, and they overplayed their hand, thought Deshaun Watson was going to be better, and then Mayfield goes on a couple stops later to Tampa and becomes one of the top starters in this league. So I think that hurt. I mean, you had that success early in Cleveland, and then things went south, and now I'm not sure what you're going to get in Atlanta with Michael Penix and Tua Tagovailoa with Stefanski moving on. So I think the key for all these coaches, so Liam Cohen last year and Ben Johnson, attach yourself to that stud young quarterback if you want to have success. Don't go to organizations that are figuring out quarterback. I think The Browns did at one point with Mayfield. Maybe the Jets thought they had solved it with Zach Wilson, but that's going to be the bottom line. It's very hard to win this league now without competent quarterback play at a very high level.
The Rams offseason was interesting. Obviously, the draft came and they drafted a quarterback, and there's a whole bunch of dismay, that we should have went and got somebody who could help us, and then they make the move really of the summer with Myles Garrett. Is there anything the Rams don't have? They seem to be working on Super Bowl number 2.
Yeah, I think they're going to be the favorite in the NFC. I mean, you get Myles Garrett, the reigning 2-time Defensive Player of the Year. I know you give up Jared Verse, but I think you're okay with that in the short term, trying to win while Matthew Stafford can still play at an MVP level. Maybe a couple more years left out of him. Garrett still probably has a couple more years in his absolute prime where he can dominate. They go shore up the secondary. That was a concern. 2 former Chiefs in there now with Trent McDuffie and Jalen Watson. That was a big area of concern for the Rams that have eventually cost them against the Seahawks in that high-scoring game that kept them out of the Super Bowl. So they shore up the pass rush, get better on the back end. We know that was a big part of Seattle's success. The Rams want to copycat, have that kind of team in position if they came down to it again with Seattle, that they would match it better. I think that's what you're seeing. So it's going to be interesting in the NFC. I don't think there's a lot of teams that you would look at. I think you look at the Rams, Seahawks, 49ers are always a factor. Then you go around to Eagles, maybe the Bears, and maybe another team from the NFC North. But I think it's just very compact, so you figure it's going to be a handful of those teams that we saw last year. One of them is going to break out and win the conference and get to the Super Bowl here.
Is there a level of concern with the injury to Bo Nix, or do you anticipate he'll be able to pick up where he left off at the end of last year?
Yeah, I think there's still a lot of questions about Bo Nix in terms of how much they can really go with him. I know they went to the championship game, just short of it, and he couldn't play in that game, unfortunately, but when I look at it in terms of where he's perceived among the top quarterbacks in this league, I think Jalen Waddle is a good acquisition. I don't know if that's a game changer for a quarterback. They'll change their play calling, obviously, from Sean Payton to Davis Webb, so we'll see how that kind of maybe transforms what we think of Bo Nix. I think he's right on the cusp. I think he's good. I think you'd put him in that class. Now, turn the corner. You don't see him necessarily popping up on top 10, top 15 lists. But I think he can do a lot to change that. I think some of those numbers, efficiency, getting the ball downfield a little bit more, being a little bit more consistent, protecting the ball, not always being desperate in the fourth quarter to win games. I think that's going to determine how much Bo Nix has matured and how Broncos can feel about long-term that they're just not riding their defense into big things here. And I think Bo Nix is in a similar situation to C.J. Stroud, I think. Two teams that have great defenses. You saw it work out for Seattle. I think they had a little bit more offensively than those teams in the end, and they were able to win. But I think the blueprint is there that you can win with a dominant defense and just above-average quarterback play, and I think that's what they're looking for.
What is the what's your estimation of the season that Fernando Mendoza is about to have? All quarterbacks come in and it's certainly not linear, but he seems to have, a moxie to him. But what do you expect for him in year one?
Yeah, the first thing I hope is they just start him from week one, because I think there's all this talk about Kirk Cousins, but the history of number one overall draft picks, you have to go back to Jared Goff, to a guy who didn't start the majority of his team's games, and that was because the Rams were an absolute dysfunctional nightmare before they kind of settled in with Sean McVay in the last year of Jeff Fisher. So anybody would have not done well in that offense. But you look going forward, go back to Cam Newton, Andrew Luck, Joe Burrow, Trevor Lawrence, Caleb Williams, Cam Ward. These guys all started right away. And you can't waste that time anymore. This is tied to that rookie contract. You got to see what you have. If he can be great right away and you're looking at that, you're wasting that year on this contract when it's cheap and you can afford other things to do here. So I think I'd be very wary about benching him. He's a guy that, he just played at a very high level against top competition, won the Heisman, won the national championship. Not many guys have done that. We've seen Newton and Burrow and some guys do that, and then they've come in and played well right away. So I think history and the blueprint says don't sit Mendoza. He's got Colton Miller back. He's got an elite center now. You've got Ashton Genty, Brock Bowers. You've got Clay Kubiak. There's a lot of things that are going to say that Mendoza has a support system to have success right away.
Vinny Iyer, Sporting News, locked on right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You got the number one overall pick in your fantasy draft. Who are you going with?
Yeah, I think this question has been bounced around quite a bit here. I mean, Jahmyr Gibbs is definitely appealing now that you don't have David Montgomery there. We'll see what we get from Isaiah Pacheco. I think it's pretty much between him and Bijan Robinson. I think there's a case for both to be looked at here. I think with Bijan, I think what's going to help him a lot is that potentially Tua takes a little start, and he was a check down guy a lot. So that could make the difference, right? I mean, Jared Goff is also a check down guy, but Bijan could be getting like 3 and 4 yard passes constantly because Tua can't run at all. I mean, Jared Goff's not mobile. So I think that's the slightest difference. I might lean towards Bijan, but I think there's a case to be made for either of those guys. I would definitely say one of those guys, because they're so big assets in the passing game that they're going to jump any wide receiver because you're going to get that ability plus all the stuff they give you on the ground, rushing and scoring touchdowns.
Do you feel like Drake May will pick up where he left off? And, you know, that last year was fully authentic, you know, that he is that guy.
Well, I think he did definitely set a high bar because he did lead the NFL in completion percentage and yards per attempt. That's hard to duplicate from one year to the next, especially at 70%. That's an incredible clip. So, I mean, the only thing you could just have a slip just by, hey, you're not going to play at that incredible level execution. But I think if he's around 7.8 to 8 yards per attempt, he's still completing like 68% of his passes. That's still going to be on top. And then you have A.J. Brown and Romeo Doubs. I think that's a big change from what he had last year. So he could look different. I think the support of the running game is going to be there. We'll see. I think he has the potential of anyone to put up 35 touchdown passes easily. So he's a guy that I look at, and definitely his stock, I think, went right back up once A.J. Brown came into the mix because he's a guy that can give you a lot of big plays and touchdowns. So for fantasy purposes, I think Drake May is right up there. When you look at Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, I think he's kind of reestablished himself as that third appealing quarterback.
At what point do you think we play an 18-game regular season?
Oh, it's probably coming soon. They probably have to almost eliminate the preseason, which they've already chopped off one game. Might as well chop off another game. You might get to a point where there's no preseason at some point, and you just have things that are pointed toward the regular season, maybe charge for some scrimmages and all that. But, yeah, I think you're headed there where you'll probably go down to 2 preseason games, maybe extra a little bit of training camp so people are prepped, and then have maybe double buys, and that every team getting 2 buys plus that 18-game schedule.
I know it's July, but I know you also probably have a Super Bowl prediction already. Will you drop it on me?
Yeah, I do like this is a little different one than I'm used to, but I do like the Bears quite a bit to get there. And I think this could be Buffalo's year finally. I think everything is lining up. It has to be at this point. I mean, Josh Allen and all the pieces they have, getting DJ Moore. I think just the mentality with Joe Brady and not having that kind of maybe reined-in approach with Josh Allen and just let him go and let him be the guy. And the defense still can hold up and be pretty effective there. So I think Buffalo, Chicago, those are some teams I'm looking at. I mean, right now I think I would say a short list right with those teams are Rams, but I think it's the year for Buffalo to finally break through. I think this has to be here because the Ravens are weak and the Chiefs are a little bit slower. So this is your chance to cut through. Otherwise, you're going to see Patrick Mahomes and that train get back on track by next year.
Appreciate your time, Vinny. Thanks for joining us.
All right, thanks, guys.
There he is, Vinny Iyer, Sporting News, Locked On Network.
He doesn't like Bo.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
That really bummed you out.
No, I just think it was
a shot.
I don't think it was a shot. I just think it was
Careful.
It didn't make a lot of sense to me. Yeah,
I know. I mean, it's sometimes bad news for your franchise.
Because Bo is the end-all, be-all.
15, it hurts.
Above average quarterback play?
We lost Scotty at that point. I saw him just sit back in his chair and just look up at the ceiling. Like, what? Does he know we have Bo?
Yeah,
Hey, put your fandom aside for a second.
Happy to.
Just put it aside.
I put my okay. All right,
man. I've never heard you end an interview like that either. Like, okay, we're done.
Well,
that happened actually.
I've heard him do it with Locke.
We're done here. Yeah, that did happen with Locke.
Okay, we're done.
29 touchdowns, 12 interceptions. Okay, all right. I'll take the fandom out of this. Okay.
And put the ankle in it too. By the way.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean that's not his fault. Like he didn't go out there and purposely. It's not like he was jet skiing on the weekend and broke his ankle.
Man, between your shin and his ankle, the Broncos are screwed.
I know, right? 29 touchdowns, 12 interceptions last year. QBR 53.5, which puts him, I think, 14th in the league. All right, so okay, if you want to go based on QBR, that's average. 29 touchdowns, 12 interceptions does not seem average to me. Or actually, no. Last year, 25 touchdowns, 11 interceptions. Threw for 3,931 yards. Ran the ball for 356 yards and 5 touchdowns.
That's above average.
In the playoff game against Buffalo, the win. Let's see here. How did he do? Where's the playoff numbers? 3 touchdowns, 1 interception. I don't like. Does this seem like mediocre quarterback?
Hey, can I just say we have? By the way, we have a voicemail from a listener that has some thoughts on Bo Nix. Would you like to hear it?
Well, I don't think we actually do. I think
no, we really do.
Manufactured by you.
You'll be able to tell. This is from Kevin M.
Actually, if I have a vote, I'd like to hear it.
Well, I mean, I'd like to hear it too. I just debate the authenticity of what he's about to play.
I've said it's probably Alex.
No. You'll no. This is not. Absolutely not. This comes from Kevin M.
Kevin M.
Bo Nix is straight up trash. He is nowhere as good as Drake May. He's lucky to be in the top 200, if you ask me. And by the way, Scotty, Broncos growing 8-9 next year. Have a blessed day.
Ooh. Now we're getting somewhere.
Wow.
By the way, this was when that list came out, and you're all upset. So this was from last week. This was from last week. And I forgot to play it.
He said, "Have a blessed day." I love it.
Can we hear it one more time? We need.
Kevin, you can call in anytime you want.
Hear the
That's
band
awesome.
song in the back?
Yeah, Kevin's a man's
Dude's
man, right?
a worker. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
Kevin, you're one of us.
Bo Nix is straight up trash. He is nowhere as good as Drake May. He's lucky to be in the top 200, if you ask me. And by the way, Scotty, Broncos growing 8-9 next year. Have a blessed day.
I love that so much.
Blessed day.
Oh man, I love that. I absolutely love that. You're wrong. The Broncos are not going 8-9. And Drake May and Bo Nix are more similar than you think they are. And I beg to differ, but I love it, man. You keep sending them in. We'll keep
Have
playing.
a blessed day.
You as well, Kevin. Although Kevin seems like a guy that sounds like a bandsaw behind him. And it seems like they're cutting metal. They're doing something significant back there. So I don't know if that's a guy I really want to tussle with, because he seems like a dude that knows how to finish a fight.
He'd put you and I into the wall, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
But
I think
again,
so.
I'm a lover, not a fighter. Always have been.
So I don't want to get on Kevin's bad side. So I will say this, Kevin. I will respectfully disagree.
But keep on bandsawing.
But please don't hurt me.
That's what we're looking for. We need more of that.
Yeah.
Just banter.
By the way, if you want, I'm sorry, Lloyd, go ahead. Oh, I thought you did. By the way, if you want to jump in and leave us a voicemail, all you have to do is go to your app store, if you haven't already, and get the KSL Sports app. And when you open up that app, on the very bottom, you will see voicemail. You just click on that. It'll say, talk to us. You can leave whatever message you'd like. It'll go right to Lloyd, and then we will play it on the air. So, yeah. In fact, if you want to leave us a good voicemail, we'll go ahead and play the best at the end of the show or even during the show. So your response, if we say something stupid you don't like, feel free to chime in at any time.
And I just had a thought. That's a good way to get songs, too.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
So you have a song you want us to play for next Listener Friday. That would be a good way to get to us as well.
By the way, you can use that app to take us anywhere you'd like to stream, whether you're in Logan or London. Doesn't matter. You can still stream us using the KSL Sports app. All right, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, live here at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. All right, so we've got beautiful vehicles here with the Mazdas. The new 3s are awesome, but I want you to check out this new 5. In fact, Coach, I'm going to walk over. This is terrible radio, but I'm going to walk over and I'm going to show you this TV screen in this new 5. Because your college TV screen was not as big as the monitor in this thing.
I saw it. I mean, it's like a laptop that's mounted on your dashboard.
It is amazing. That's the kind of tech you get here at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. That 5, this is going to be my next ride. When I leave my 50 and I jump to another vehicle, it's going to be this 5 right here. Because I love everything about the Mazda brand. I love everything about these vehicles. I love exactly what they can do. I think they're outstanding rides. So all you have to do is check it out for yourself. Tim Daly, Mazda Southtown, Automall Drive here in Sandy. You got a great sales staff that's here to help you out as well with whatever you might need. Tim Daly, Mazda Southtown, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Have a blessed day.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Joined once again by Matt Larkin, managing editor and senior writer at Daily Faceoff. Could the Mammoth be a 100-point team? 92 this year. There are only 300-point teams in the West. I mean, if you get there, it seems like you're right there at the top shelf.
If I'm making a prediction right now for next season, I'm going to say yes, 100 points. Probably right around there. Even if you just look at Logan Cooley alone and the improvements you're seeing from him, and let's say we get a full season in which he doesn't get banged up and miss a chunk of games, that alone could give you that extra cluster of wins. Plus, you have a full season of Mackenzie Weegar now playing your top 4 on D. So I think they're already a 100-point team. I think the question is, do you make the trade now to become a 110-point team? With the right move, you can join the top contenders.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, this is Aaron with Greenify Energy Savers, and I want to extend the incredible offer exclusively for KSL Sports Zone listeners that I recently introduced live on air with DJ and PK. For a limited time, when you purchase a new solar system for your home or business, Greenify will give you a Tesla Powerwall 3 backup battery free. That's right, you'll receive the battery at no cost. You simply pay for the installation. Already have solar but don't have a backup battery? Give us a call. We're also offering unbeatable pricing on battery add-on installations. And here's even more good news. Thanks to the partnerships we've built over the past 14 years in business, we can offer a 25% upfront discount on your entire project. Call us for the details. Every homeowner can qualify. Call Greenify Energy Savers today for your free no-obligation solar and battery quote at 801-948-4464. That's 801-948-4464. Or visit greenifyenergysavers.com to claim your free Tesla Powerwall 3 with your qualifying solar installation. That's greenifyenergysavers.com.
Sometimes firefighting sounds like this. But most of the time, it sounds like this. And this. And even this. The first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So douse your flames, keep your vehicles maintained, and let's fight wildfire together. FireSense is the first response.
Hey, Mammoth fans, the 2026-27 season tickets are on sale now. Be there for every goal, every hit, and every moment of the next season. Season ticket members get the best seats, the best value, and exclusive perks all season long. Call or text 801-325-PUCK. That's 801-325-PUCK to reserve your seats today. Don't miss a moment next season. Tusks up.
Hey, Doug, what is it that you do? Everybody's buying a car from you. Hey, Doug.
For over 20 years, Doug Smith is Utah's Kia leader for sales, parts, and service. Come see why today at our new location in Linden, Utah.
Hey, Doug.
Visiting the Wasatch Back with your family? Make a stop at Dairy King in Heber Valley, featuring Utah's favorite fast food and specialty menu and legendary best of state shakes. Dairy King, a hometown favorite celebrating 80 years on Main Street.
It's time to saddle up and talk about the winners and the losers. This is the good, the bad, and the ugly. Now, here's the good.
It is your good, it is your bad, it is your ugly right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard alongside the coach, Tim Lacombe. Hey, by the way, part of your good, we're down here at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. That's Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, Auto Mall Drive. Come on by and let's get it going here. By the way, SEC Media Day continue on. It was Lane Kiffin's day today.
Oh, boy.
And
boy.
See, like, I think being around, my wife is now a therapist. And so I get a little insight into the therapy community here and there in terms of, she'll say, hey, you know what? Maybe you should try to take this approach or this approach. And every now and then I'm like, in fact, all the time I'm like, wow, that's actually a really good point. I think Lane Kiffin needs to go see himself a therapist, because there's moments where he will do really ridiculously dumb, stupid things. And then it's like all of a sudden, and he has these moments of clarity after the fact where it's like, oh, I should have done this. And he'll say things and be like, okay, Lane's figured it out. And then he'll go and do something completely stupid again. And then it'll be like, oh, you know what? Maybe I should have done things differently. Now at Media Day, he said that I probably should have done things differently on his Ole Miss exit. Said, yeah, I do. I think that it's a good thing that I look at life the way I do now. I didn't think I was right looking back now. I look at things different. How could I have done them better? But it's also easier to do that when you're further removed. There's no emotions involved. I wish I would have gone in when I met with Keith and said, I've made the decision to go. I wish I would have just said, hey, I'd like to coach the team, and he'd say no, and I'd say, okay, I appreciate it, and never even discussed it again. It feels like the more this dragged out, the more that I fought to coach the team, the uglier it got. I should have just respected his decision at the first and moved on. Yes, absolutely. And that's the thing. Like, I think a lot of us, it's like whether you get in an argument and then afterwards you're like, oh, I should have said this or I should have done that. Or as soon as the emotions calm down, you realize that you handled things poorly. I think Lane Kiffin, I think Lane is not as bad a guy as a lot of people make him out to be. I think Lane just gets really emotional.
Yes.
And he makes emotional decisions. He says emotional things, and it gets the best of him. And then when he has a moment to calm down, relax, decompress a little bit, he immediately regrets the things he does.
Sounds like a guy I used to know, a guy that me, when I coached.
Yeah.
Emotions, they can get the best of you, and you do act out of character, not, and I do feel like he's kind of been the golden child for so long that it's almost like, what would Richie Rich be when he got old,
Yeah.
And he'd be Lane Kiffin. So the cool part is he actually acknowledged it, because that does show that he's got a heart in there. And I agree. I think it could have been totally, totally different. That didn't have to be what it was. But that one word starts with an E, and it messes up everything, emotion, which is all tied to ego as well,
yes.
Right? So all that stuff, again, something Jenny could tell us more about in a therapy session.
Maybe we do a segment during the season, sports therapy.
She could just help me to deal with you and Lloyd on the air. I mean, it sucks when somebody goes after your team, doesn't it? It really does. Like that, when that guy's talking crap about Bo, or perhaps
and that's where the winning streak ends for Boston.
Lloyd, we're having a moment here. We're trying to work through. Like, Coach is bringing up a really good point. When Vinny Iyer was going after my guy Bo Nix, I was not happy.
I mean, hey,
I was not happy.
You got emotional.
I got a little angry. I wasn't mad at Vinny. I was a little disappointed in Vinny because I thought he would be more educated at his job than that.
Vinny, dig in a little more, bud. No. Hey, the other great thing about sport, though, is we all can have opinions.
Yes.
That's why
even
we have
ones.
a job.
Yeah. I mean, I think Vinny would probably have better ones than that, but, okay, that's fine.
I'm hoping
Don't
this
you
voicemail
come
thing
like that
catches
at
on.
our guy Vinny.
I'm not coming at it. Oh, he's
I'm talking about Scotty.
Yeah.
I'm talking about Scotty. Don't you do that. No.
Vinny's covered the league for a long time.
He is a knower of ball.
I just think his education would be a little higher than what it was.
I think he's Northwestern, dude.
Topic.
I believe he's Northwestern, my man.
If you would take those orange glasses off and see the world the way we do.
All right, Lloyd, you take your anti-fandom out of it. Do you think Bo Nix is a mediocre quarterback?
I think he is, but I think he's had flashes where he's above mediocre.
You really believe that? The Bo Nix is a mediocre
I do.
quarterback.
Yeah, I do. Like, I think he's been fooling us for a couple years now. I think if he's able to do it for one more year, I'll be okay. I might start to buy into it a little bit, but I just think I'm not seeing it yet.
Okay,
he looks. Right. Yeah, I just
average.
Don't. I think
above
he's average.
It's like
I think he's above
when
average.
I got him and C.J. Stroud thing. That's what really put me over the edge there. Like, okay, all right.
Not terrible. Not terrible. I see where he's coming from on that.
I mean, NBC Sports ranked the quarterbacks for 26, and C.J. Stroud comes in at 20, and Mr. Bo Nix is at 16. Hold on. I got to scroll to find Drake May.
This Drake May love affair is getting out of hand.
Number 8.
Oh, jeez.
Okay, I am there with you. I think it's a little bit too soon on that as well.
Yeah.
He did have he's rattling off the completion he had himself a year.
Yeah, but what's his yards per completion?
1.6.
I mean, that's the thing. Like Tim Tebow in college had a ridiculous
completion percentage
because he was throwing drop-offs the whole time. All right. By the way, Lane Kiffin, his son Knox, wagered that he could not stay off social media. Since then, Lane Kiffin has not posted on social media, which is probably for the best. Although it does bum me out because that's the one thing I really enjoyed from Lane Kiffin was his social media. Like, I thought the dude was absolutely brilliant on Twitter.
Oh, he's funny.
Yeah.
Very, very, very funny.
All right. There's your good. Let's get to the bad.
Now the bad.
All right, John Summerall. By the way, SEC Media Day is just glorious in terms of sound bites and things coming out of it. John Summerall he is the new coach at Florida. This dude is wound tight,
This
by
is
the way.
awesome, I'm telling you.
Wound tight. He's in the middle of his press conference, and, this happens.
How things were going to unfold, and you would be kicked out of our team meeting. I swear, like, you're lucky I'm not going to throw this freaking podium right now. Like, it drives me crazy.
You like how he hit the stand?
Boom.
Easy, John.
Okay. John, calm down. You haven't done anything yet.
Everybody's
I'd throw you out of the practice right now. Okay, John, you bulldog. Calm it down. This is the guy that, like, these are the coaches that I watch and I just see how they act. So, like, okay, all right, tough guy.
I just say he'd be fun to be around.
You imagine being on his staff.
Hey, who made that? Who breathed? We told you no breathing during this segment.
I don't want Cheetos brought into the staff lunch because the way you guys chew drives me nuts. Actually, that would drive me nuts. But honestly, it's just like
that guy. Yeah, that guy's. He needs the first game to get here.
Yeah, no, that dude. and I get it. Look, you're a head coach. You're at Florida. It's your time to shine. It's your big time job. You're on the big stage now, and so everything's going to get your goat a little bit. But if you're letting a schlub reporter from Tuscaloosa's cell phone rattle you like that, could be a long season for you.
I believe the word is yardbird.
A yardbird.
When Barry said that at Big 12 Media Day, and the way he said it, Barry Trammell, yardbird from Lubbock, it was killing me.
This yardbird from Lubbock. And by the way, media guys, silence your phones. Come on, it's not that hard. In fact, my kid makes fun of me even if I'm like just have the phone on, period. Like, even if it's making noises, he'd be like, "Hey, boomer, knock it off." Like, apparently you're not supposed to have your phone make any noises, period. Like, everything's supposed to be shut off. I remember when it was cool to have, like, your own little ringtone. Like, you'd find, like, the little, like... Yeah, exactly. Like, I always had Lowrider as mine. I love that. And so, but now you can't, it's... Well, I did have that.
That was the ringtone I was supposed to play.
That's my ringtone for a while.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
That was your ringtone.
Yeah, you know how you could put a specific ringtone for each person?
That was his.
Yeah.
That was back when Scotty actually used to answer phone calls and text.
Heard that. As the kids say, heard that.
Okay, again, not one of my finer moments. But, that's cool. Like, when Alema calls, it's important because you hear the
pick up.
Like you have to play it because somebody might think somebody's actually dying.
Oh, you guys
how
me,
things
man.
were going to unfold.
I see what you're saying, Lloyd. You told me that.
You would be kicked out of our team meeting. I swear.
Boom.
Like, you're lucky I'm not going to throw this freaking podium right now. Like, it drives me crazy.
Is that like a kick drum that he's got there right next to him?
It sounded like it.
Sounds like I can get into Seven Nation Army.
Yeah. Hey, John,
you
enjoy another losing season.
It's got like he's about ready to perform like the 1812 overture behind there. Boom, boom, boom.
Where was he?
Tulane.
Tulane, yes. I was thinking Tulsa, but Tulane. So he was Jake's coach last year.
Yes, that's correct.
And they were good.
They were good.
Loved
They were
watching them play.
They're absolutely good.
But Florida's a whole nother ball game.
Yeah.
As they say in the swamp.
Good luck with that, man. Look, if you win there, you'll be a hero. You lose, they will run you out, and your name will be mud for the rest of your life. All right, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. There you go, 11:46 coming up at 12:05. Good friend of the program, Casey Smurthwaite, will join us talking about all things SEC, Big Ten. Is it a bluff, or could these guys actually separate themselves? We'll talk to him straight ahead. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Turn it up. Let's go. It's a new era for sports radio in Utah. This is the all-new KSL Sports Zone. As always, DJ and PK kick off your mornings from 6 to 10. Then introducing the newest addition to the KSL Sports Zone. The coach, Tim Lacombe, joins Scotty G every day from 10 to 2. And as you wrap up your day, Jake Scott and Ben Anderson are there with the best sports talk in Utah from 2 to 6. Live and local, all day, every day. Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Well, a lot of you have a long weekend ahead of you, and I suggest you celebrate by hopping in the vehicle and heading down to Nephi. Exit 222 in Nephi. It is the Bar Dub Grill, the Bar W Steakhouse. They are taking reservations for the steakhouse at barwsteakhouse.com, or you can just stop by the grill. Either way, you're going to enjoy some of the best food on the planet with the best beef on the planet, raised right here in the state of Utah with local ranchers, local farmers. You're not going to get anything better.
Absolutely. And if you want to actually try it, you can have it shipped to your home. Orders over $150 in the state of Utah are free. But get on Bar W Beef. I've become a big fan. It's high-quality, locally raised beef right here in Utah. And you can absolutely taste the difference, whether it's burgers, steaks, roast. Bar W Beef delivers every single time. Check them out and support local.
That's right. And as you mentioned, any order over $150 will be shipped to your house for free. You won't pay a dime for shipping. BarWbeef.com or the Bar Dub Grill and the Bar W Steakhouse.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, changing conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
The Jazz, the Mammoth, and the Utes, Cougars, and Aggies. When it comes to sports in Utah, we've got you covered. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCombe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Bonix is not very good, and Stidham is going to play all year.
Bo Nix is the Geno Smith of our time.
Lloyd.
Shout out to Jim and Kevin coming back over the top again.
Kevin, everybody. Lloyd, you got to stop having your friends and family calling.
Hey, that's Kevin with the buzzsaw. Are you sure you want to call him my? Well, you know what? He actually is my friend. Everybody's my friend.
So these, I know you.
I missed that. Will you play him again?
Bo Nix is the Geno Smith of our time.
Wow. What was it? You got the first one, too?
Bonix is not very good, and Stidham is going to play all year.
That's you.
It might have been.
That's you.
In the bathroom?
No,
Yes.
that's Jim.
Oh, I
Jim
sound
L.
like me. I like that feature. Let's keep. We lost him. He's head down.
Oh, man. Look. I think Bo Nix is pretty good, and if Jarrett Stidham needs to play, then it's going to be a long season for the Broncos.
15.
Bo Nix is the Geno Smith of our time.
Gina's.
That one is so good.
I need to meet this guy.
Yeah, I think so. Hey, so there is a team that just wished Gary Payton a happy birthday. When you think Gary Payton, what do you think of?
Sonics.
Right? The Miami Heat just said happy birthday glove with Gary Payton wearing a Miami Heat jersey.
Hey, man, much respect to those that remember the people that came before them.
I don't remember even Gary Payton wearing a Miami Heat jersey.
How long was he in that jersey?
I got to imagine he had it's like Joe Namath playing with the Chargers or wherever he was for a moment. Like, Gary Payton will always be Detlef.
Deadlift shrimp. So good.
Hey, he played 2 years in Miami.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Wow.
81 games and 68 games.
Of course he played 81 because he's a tough guy.
He's the glove. Those were the last two of his career. That's probably, we've put it out of our mind. Those were the, he still was putting up decent numbers for the minutes he got.
Okay, let me ask you guys this. So if you guys think the glove, obviously Sonics, right? So
correct.
Who do you think of when you think of Randy Moss? What team?
Vikings.
Absolutely, right? It was weird. There was this weird ESPN commercial that had these almost like G.I. Joe type football characters. And
oh, yeah, I saw that.
It had him in a Patriots. I was like, wait, what?
Yeah, I mean, look, he had that one big year with the Patriots because everybody thought he was dead because he played a year in Oakland and they tried to ruin him. And then he goes to New England and absolutely blows up on that team that was undefeated until the Super Bowl.
But you still think Vikings, right?
But yeah, you'll always think Vikings with Randy Moss. Brett Favre, you'll always think Packers. There's just certain teams that will always be synonymous with certain players. Look, you don't want to see Drew Brees wearing a Chargers uniform. He's always a Saint, for crying out loud.
Did he have 2 stints with New England? Yeah.
Randy Moss?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know. I knew he had the big one, but I didn't know he came back.
Or maybe not. Maybe it was just that.
Well, honorary Bostonian Tim Lacombe would know.
7 to 10. He was
Were you with the Red Sox thing? Were you a Patriots guy there for a moment?
No, never. I didn't
Cowboys?
jump on that. Yeah, I was more of a Cowboys growing up, but kind of abandoned when they got rid of Tom Landry.
Oh, that's right. You mentioned that.
And then missed kind of the fun part of that whole thing.
How did you not be? How were you not like an Astros guy?
What?
How are you not like an Astros guy?
Why would it be an Astros guy?
I don't know. Your Texas roots?
Well,
Nolan Ryan?
Rangers. Dallas Rangers.
Okay, true.
Yeah,
but I just think Nolan Ryan. The Rangers have never been all that great.
When I was a kid, they had this, little. You would have these discs of every player in the league, and it was a board that you opened up, and the green monster popped up like 3D.
The monster.
And it was a field there and you would put your card in and spin it, and how big, if it was a good hitter, you had a better chance of getting hit, and you'd move them around. So I always had Fenway Park as that was baseball to me. That was that was always my team.
Well, that made sense.
And then, lo and behold, I end up out there.
Here's the thing, people don't, people hear that and they're like kind of chuckling a little bit, but that's how we all became fans. That's why it's impossible to become a real diehard fan when you're an adult of a team.
Yeah. Well, but so many people do it so well.
Well, those are just bandwagon fans. They don't count. We're talking about live and die with your team. That has to be created as a child. Like, you have that sweet spot of 6 to 13.
Isn't most of that handed down though?
Oh,
Aren't you cheering for who your parents cheer
for sure. And then and then once you latch on, then you're in it for life. But if you were to quit your team, you'll never have that same kind of emotional involvement with another team the rest of your life.
That you just pick up.
You can't. It just won't happen.
Nope. I mean, you went through all the woes of the Broncos.
And look,
man, there were woes.
There were a lot of bad Super Bowls.
It's almost like they were drinking champagne at halftime instead of waiting.
I think honestly, pregame, a lot of those games got away.
They didn't even show up.
Yeah.
Bo Nix is not very good, and Stidham is going to play all year.
What was that guy's name again?
Jim L.
From Murray.
More like Jack A.
See, it sucks when people mess with your team. I think that's the point of this whole show. Okay, we started with it. You guys, I was having the time of my life. And I was, even yesterday, I went back and watched it. You can see me cringing, like, don't do it. Don't jinx it. And you jinxed it. I knew it. I didn't even have to watch that game last night.
If we were truly responsible for the jinx, they would have lost that first game. But no, they won the first game.
Yeah, once they won that one, it's off.
Yeah. We
No, because you started talking
Have a blessed
about
day.
16-17.
High noon coming up next. Casey Smurthwaite joins us. He's a contributor to D1 Ticker. He's been a great Twitter follow. Keep an eye on some of the stuff that he's got pumping out. He helps out as a consultant with a bunch of different universities across the country. Really good dude. He'll join us coming up next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing. Hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
As Americans, we love to try and fix our own stuff. It's as American as Paddington Bear. We pride ourselves in going to the hardware store and knowing exactly where to find the tools we'll only use once. But every once in a while, we bite off more than we can chew. When once all the screws are stripped, wires crossed, and hairs grayed, isn't there a certain charm to admitting you need an expert? And don't worry, there are lots of things that need help, but don't like to admit it. Things like self-checkout machines. I feel like I'm doing most of the work there. Autocorrect, again, most of the work. Also, the French. So if you've general custarded yourself into a bad situation, give Shamrock Plumbing a call. We're here to help.
Post Malone presents the Big Stadium Tour. Returns for Part 2 with special guests Jelly Roll and Carter Faith. 9-time Diamond Certified Phenomenon, Post Malone. Live at Rice Eccles Stadium, July 28th. Get tickets now at postmalone.com. The Big Stadium Tour, Part 2. This time, it's even bigger.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCombe. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
rocks and things, there was sand and hills and rain. The first thing I met was a fly with a buzz and the sky with no clouds.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard, the coach, Tim Lacombe. Hope you're all having a tremendous day. I've known this guy for a long time, one of the best out there. Casey Smurthwaite, consultant with Athletics and Men, kind enough to join us. Casey, how you doing, my friend?
It's a great day to talk sports, and it's, I believe, in the words of Steve Spurrier, it's talking season, SEC Media Days.
It is talking season indeed. All right, so I said on the show a couple days ago that Greg Sankey and Kirby Smart, these guys are posturing. There's no way they're going to break away. This is they're looking for leverage. It's all bluster. They don't have the guts to actually do it. You sent me a text this morning. You're like, hey. I'm not saying they're going to, but they could, and there's a roadmap in which they can do it. So kind of walk us through this, how this could become a reality.
Brother, the consulting fee checks are cashing right now, and that's step number one for a Big Ten SEC breakaway. And I think the first step is you got to throw it out there. I mean, I think at the beginning with the private equity word, with media rights, with, hey, we can do this on our own without you. I mean, we got to remember that the NCAA started as a championship and event organization. Collegiate athletics started as a recreation extension of the mission statement of a university. It's now not that. In fact, we're so far beyond that it doesn't even look like what it was. So now we can kind of have these conversations that it's operating as a multi-million-dollar, hundreds of millions of dollars entity for most of these schools that can make that move. So where it looks like it could go is that first look in for the Big Ten, that 2029, 2030, there is money to be made to basically just say, hey, look, breakaway football and do your own thing. Invite some select schools in almost in an expansion league aspect, almost like the NFL or a brand new league, to say we're going to have our own football league. You could still be part of the NCAA and other sports, but in that 2029, 2030 window, the Big Ten has that first crack to be able to do something, whether that's adding maybe a Notre Dame into that conversation to add a little value, who knows? But then that second window is in that 2033, 2034 window with the SEC. They have also an opportunity in that 2032, should they choose, but it's more likely in that 2033, 2034 window to make something happen. So I think it's now all of a sudden going from, hey, we could do this as just a little bit of a threat, to flirting, to, hey, let's actually look into this, because there is a lot of money being thrown around even without private equity.
So you're talking, those dates. So for the rest of everybody else that's just wanting to play college football, like, is there any kind of resolution that makes this period of time less bumpy, rocky? Do you see anything in the near future that could actually address some of the major issues going on?
Absolutely. And it's happening right now, Coach, in the sense of the Protect College Sports Act. And now lawmakers, you've seen a couple of tweets out there from the media saying that we're now in deal mode. We're now looking across the table to the Big Ten and SEC saying, let's get a deal done. Because what that does with the Protect College Sports Act, the 100+ pages, even if it gets down to 50 or 6 pages, that protection isn't just about the college sports. That protection is also collecting, keeping everybody together. And that protection keeps Rutgers, which is a winner in realignment. It keeps Mississippi State, Vanderbilt with Georgia and Alabama. That's part of the protection. It keeps your Indiana, even beyond Kurt Cignetti in the national championship, in the conversation with Ohio State. That protection keeps everybody together, and it can give them a longer runway beyond that 2033, 2034. So in the moment right now, I think it's just getting a deal done. But part of that bargaining chip that Coach, you kind of mentioned, and even Scotty G, even earlier in the show, is you've got to be able to have some sort of leverage on both sides of it. But right now, the Big Ten and the SEC, they have the bargaining chips to say, we don't need you, because we forget the NCAA doesn't run college football playoff. The NCAA doesn't run bowl games. In fact, $1.5 billion of the NCAA revenue, $1 billion of that comes from March Madness. The rest of it is package together of all the other tournaments, other assets. None of it comes from the FBS playoffs or the college football playoff. So the NCAA doesn't really look at this like, oh, hey, oh no. This could be a different opportunity for the NCAA depending on what lens they're looking through.
Athletic director at Iowa State, who's stepping down, Jamie Pollard, said, all right, you guys want to leave? All right, fine, leave. Wait, just do it. We're tired of this. Just do it. But you're going to have to take all your other sports with them. So good luck with your gymnastics, your soccer, your basketball teams, because if you leave, you're gone completely. I can't imagine that would actually happen. I imagine if they do leave, it's somewhat of a hybrid. But would these other schools left behind sign off on something like that?
I don't believe so. I think you run into a situation where all of a sudden you're now having multiple crises in scheduling for your gymnastics, for your softball programs. At the end of the day, you're going to want to have your men's and women's basketball teams playing at Kentucky. You're going to want your men's and women's basketball teams playing at Alabama, playing at Florida, even baseball, softball. You don't want to keep scheduling, Iowa State to play at Indiana State. No disrespect to them. That doesn't move the needle. It's going to be a model. And if you look at the compliance in the NCAA rule book, it is sport by sport. There is no rule nor bylaw that says if you take one sport and move it outside of the entity of the NCAA, you're out completely. That is not in the rule book. It is sport by sport. And what folks forget is just last year, U.S. soccer and U.S. hockey have both approached the NCAA about saying, can we take over? Can we help? Can we actually remove some of your teams or help you schedule and be a part of the governing body to make this sport better? The NCAA didn't say no. They said, yeah, let's find a way to collaborate. So there's even a model in this to where, yeah, we can maybe even have a break off to maybe make it better. And even Jamie Pollard, folks forget, was even open to the idea of a break off where it's just football just last year. So even Jamie Pollard's been a proponent of saying, hey, let's make this work, but have your other sports here. So you can't have both sides of it.
Speaking of the playoff, what format, Casey, you believe best? I know I know the SEC is pushing for fewer in the Big Ten, and obviously others want more, but where do you feel like that optimal number is?
I think the optimal number is all the hypothetical matchups that the SEC and Big Ten wants, right? I mean, that's the answer. No, I think at the end of the day, I think everybody needs to have access at the beginning of the year. And I think the regular season naturally should be part of the quote unquote playoff system. I think it's more of a calendar problem that where it needs to be done by, the first week of January for calendaring. And what does that look like? I don't know, but I think that you should have at least 16 teams and break it down. For me, what it looks like is having home games on campus. Those home games were fantastic. I think access for at most 2 to 3 non-power teams, because that's fun. But at the end of the day, I think you need to look at what does the calendar look like? What gives the most access to the teams that are the most deserving? Not necessarily the eye test, in my opinion, but can you get 16 teams? Can you even expand it to 32 teams? But you look at the FCS playoffs, and it even ties back into this Protect College Sports Act. There are entities out there such as private equity. I've been fortunate enough to be in rooms where they're talking about a lot of money to be made to help benefit these schools who are paying for some of these opportunities for games to be played. But there's a lot of problems right now, and I think a lot of it revolves around spending problems. I think it's somehow, some way, collegiate athletics needs to be kind of curbed a little bit, maybe capped, or even a salary floor or set in order to make some of these decisions to move forward.
So in saying, whatever they decide the number is the optimal, I mean, there's a certain point where I think everybody has to ask the question, don't they have some sort of duty to make sure the long-term health of college athletics, thrives, is not just their own interests? I mean, does there ever get to be a point where that happens?
Yes. And I think part of that is part of the Protect College Sports Act. I think the longevity, every commissioner and athletic director, I've spoken to 4 commissioners in the last week. All of them say, is the Protect College Sports Act good for the sport? Yes. Is it perfect? Absolutely not. There are some poison pills in the act right now that actually hurt, in a way, women's sports. Even though there's a whole section about protecting women's sports, there's a couple of poison pills in there. It's very nuanced, but they all say it's a step in the right direction. Now, those commissioners I've spoken to, are they from the Big Ten or Greg Sankey at the SEC or Tony P? No, they aren't. These are your group of 5 commissioners, group of 6. But to that longevity aspect, they all recognize that the model that we're in right now is not sustainable. And in order to make a long-term, or even make it look like our good old glory days that we all wish that we had, and I'm sorry, BYU's not going to win a national championship this year, or, we're not going back to the 80s, but to even get close to that model, we need to make sure that we're protecting college sports in some way, shape, or form. So this act's going to be able to at least put up some guardrails, put up a floor, and even a cap in some way, shape, or form in order to give us some direction and some guidance to make it look like what it once was.
I know that, like any bill, we all saw the cartoon back in the day in our civics classes. That sucker is going to continue to get redlined and redlined and redlined. But at the end of the day, where's your confidence level that we might actually see something get passed from this?
Before Media Day started, I talked to an SEC athletic director, and I asked that same exact question. The answer, I will pass along, 20%. And every day that goes by, I think that number drops. And on the flip side of that, goes back to this original question, Scotty, is that the closer, or the number, as that number drops, the other number goes higher into a potential breakaway, because there's money to be made. There's interest in it. What does that look like? It could be a Notre Dame adding in. It could be, let's have a draft, because I don't think a Mississippi State, Vanderbilt, or Northwestern or Rutgers makes that move all the way if it is a draft, like in that aspect. So the likelihood, probably 20% right now. I'll piggyback off that answer. So I think the likelihood of a break off or some sort of league grows every day, as long as the days and the calendar, the weeks and the months pass by.
In a weird way, I mean, does the G5, would they be okay with a breakaway just to kind of settle things down for them and maybe get out of the at least pretend arms race, where they at least have to pretend like they're trying to keep up and have some governance at least on their level? And maybe it might be best for both sides if if mom and dad were decided to go their separate ways.
I mean, there's this carnal security that I think fans even, I mean, I'm a fan. I work in the industry. I work with a lot of athletic directors. I root for teams. I want to get involved in games, and I want to see, student athletes succeed, but the model's unsustainable. And I think if you can see that breakaway, I think you start to have a little bit of a sigh of relief, knowing that you don't have to look across the table and say, that's another 20 million we don't have to keep up with. We don't have to keep up with the Joneses so much, but it also, I think, brings a lot of relief to know who you are. And I think there's a great value in knowing who you are in the industry, in any industry, of knowing who you are, knowing your mission statement, and knowing where you can compete, and knowing where you can corner the market, knowing who you can recruit, knowing what fish you can fish in order to succeed. And I think that does bring stability to the industry. And at the end of the day, to Jamie Pollard's second comments about let them break away, yeah, make it. I think it's going to be great for the sport. And I think that trickle-down effect only impacts the group of 5, group of 6. And I know fans aren't going to like this, but I think there's going to be a day where, and there's a lot of money. There is a lot of money. We're talking home games, $5, $10, $12 million per game for Utah State, winning or being a runner-up or winning the Pac-12, hosting a second-round playoff game to face the winner of the Mountain West versus the Big Sky Conference winner. And I know fans won't like that, but you can't tell me that wouldn't be exciting in that type of a college football format if there was a breakaway. And then all of a sudden you have this trickle-down effect where there's a 32-team playoff that's truly a universal matchup. And FCS teams are now kind of in this middle ground, and there's money to be made versus having to break even at the Idaho Potato Bowl. And I love the Potato Bowl. Or is that first round matchup, the Idaho Potato Bowl, being housed at Maverick Stadium? and it's that matchup of North Dakota State at Utah State. Who knows? But there is some interest, there is some traction, but the curiosity's there. I'm talking every day about it, but it's mainly private equity. There's problems, rising costs. You've got to find revenue somehow, some way, and there are people willing to pony up that money, both networks and private equity, that want to see it happen.
Being an athletic director in this day and age has got to be just a never-ending, deluge of bad news. And it's amazing to me how, we sat down and talked to both Brian Santiago and Mark Harlan, and everybody's coming at it this different. But you mentioned private equity and the deal that Utah has, and it's, it's underfoot now. It's on its way. Money's being used to kind of figure out engines to drive revenue, as you talked about. But what's your overall thought on that deal that Utah made, and the likelihood of it being something that a lot of other people jump into?
I think, for one, I'll preface this with, I hope it's successful. We're in the Beehive State. I want every school to succeed here. I think I'll use, Kentucky with their Blue of Champions or Champions Blue LLC. I'll use Michigan State Spartan Ventures that went out and created an LLC to do very similar to what the University of Utah is doing with Otro Capital. But the difference is Michigan State went out and fundraised $400 million and then used a portion of it to create 30 plus jobs, not take away jobs and make others reapply for those jobs. So I hope it's successful, but I think there's a model that's already been proven to be successful and actually created jobs without forcing others to be reassigned and or reapply for their job. But I hope it's successful, and I hope it becomes a model for success for other institutions. I just believe that a school like Michigan State, who went out philanthropically and got investors and fundraised for that money to create an LLC, I think that's a model that right now, if I was an athletic director and I needed to make an LLC, I'm going to go that route 10 out of 10 times.
Hey, a lot of people had opinions on the Big 12 Monster partnership. People thought that perhaps the Big 12 undersold themselves a little bit. You've taken a fine-tooth comb to that thing. What are your thoughts?
Great question. Monster Energy, Big 12. I'll say Brett Yormark, I think, is one of the most innovative athletic directors. I think he's done a really good job. I think from even the court malfunctions, I think it was very smart. I think that is the future still. I will hold to that in some way, shape, or form. That contract, there are some really unique features to international branding and domestic branding and marketing. They basically have lines of credit. Some of it was redacted that I saw, of each school getting a credit and a line item of credit for sponsorship and commercial rights. That number's not going to show up in that whatever 1.2 million that was out there on social media that got torn to pieces. Do I believe that first cash number is a little low of the value? Yes, absolutely. But at the end of the day, if the Big 12's innovative branding and marketing to go worldwide is their true goal, then you have to say it's a win. Could you have gotten a little bit more money out of it? Yes. But, we're July, August. You've got to start to make a decision. And I think for a low-hanging fruit to get a deal done that's in millions of dollars, that's going to give you an international brand, along with Monster Energy, yeah, I think that's a win. Overall, there's a lot of schools and conferences right now that are still struggling to get any type of traction on a deal. So it kind of comes back to that whole, would you rather have half a loaf or no loaf going into the season when you have so many other expenses and line items that you have to go through? Go take the cash, go take the line item of credit for marketing and sponsorship, both domestically and internationally, and call it a win.
Texas Tech announced recently a 15-year, $75 million agreement to rename Jones AT&T Stadium's Galaxy Stadium. And I assume that because that's a heck of a way to get a bunch of revenue from sponsorships, that's going to be probably more of what we see across the country.
Yes, indeed. And to take that even a step further, one of the things that's out there, I posted a little bit about it, is the jersey patch sponsorship. Everything's going to be up for sale right now. Everything. and I'll share this with my friends at KSL Sports Zone after this. You've seen Nike and Adidas even send out their own information that's contrary to what the NCAA has put out in terms of jersey patch information. They're saying that you can only have one jersey patch. And the Big 12 obviously put out their Monster Energy one, and some of these teams have already announced that they have their own jersey patches. So there's a lot of schools that are out there saying everything's for sale. Brett Yormark, again, a great innovative commissioner, in his opening press conference said, we're open for business. And I think you're seeing that as a trickle-down effect, whether it's Texas Tech on everything. We're open for business. And I think as these athletic directors' scopes, characteristics are all changing, they're going to be saying the same things. We're open for business. Oh, you see that on the court, that open space? We're open for business. I've even seen the sponsorship pitch deck for the urinals for a plumbing company at a school come across my desk. It's happening. Look at UVU and the Wolverines, the Fighting Jared Sumptions. They had some really cool and unique sponsorships in their brand new soccer stadium. There are some things out there that I have never seen before, or even sitting down in a bathroom and you're sitting in an enclosed cabin space and it's a sponsorship for a getaway. And that's the type of era that we're in. And for folks going back to jersey patches who have said, oh, we hate this, we don't want any branding on uniforms. Spoiler alert, there's been one on there for 30, 40 years. The Nike swoosh, the Under Armour X, or the 3-Stripe Life. You've already had one on there. You just haven't realized it. So we're in an era that we have to change, but that's also part of the bigger conversation. There are so many line items, so many expenses that are being added. So you have to pull from somewhere. And the biggest thing for me, the biggest thing for athletic directors is you can't keep taxing the fans. You can't keep taxing the students. You can't keep taxing the same people who've been supporting you day in and day out. And now you're finally going to get to a point where you can't do it anymore. Or you're going to be a St. Mary's that just got that a credit warning because they've been tapping into their endowment a little bit more than they should have been. And now you're going to get to a point where you're impacting the student, not just the student athlete, the student and the mission of a university, because you're making some decisions. Not saying it's all athletics, but you're making some of these decisions that are going to impact the actual mission statement of a university.
The Mountain West and the Pac-12, it kind of looks like to me, and you know my affiliation with Utah State. That's where I got to know you very well. But it to me, the Mountain West and the Pac-12 kind of look like that Spider-Man GIF where they're just pointing at each other. They're the same thing. I would love to see cooler heads prevail and this just be one giant conference. At what point do you think that nasty rivalry gets put away and maybe they can figure some stuff out here?
Well, I want to know, if Gloria and Teresa, I've been meaning to ask them, are they exchanging Christmas cards?
I don't think so. I think at one point, yes. And I don't think so anymore.
Not so anymore. Like there's some, just in the West in general, there's some weird dynamics out West when it comes to conference affiliations. And part of that is just your national geography. I'm with you. I think there were 3 or 4 options on how it could have been done. And the path that was chosen, I'm being careful with my words, the path that was chosen was probably the toughest, the ugliest. And it hurts me because, like you and Coach, we love that tradition, that culture, that passion, that brand, that pageantry, that Pac-12 after dark. But that's the beauty in college athletics that we all love and know, and it's changing. And that's why we're here today having these type of conversations, is because we love what we do. We love sports. We love the identity that it gives us. And we wish that we could go back, that nostalgia aspect. And now that's all changed, and we have to find that new identity and have those new conversations. And as we move forward, we have to kind of say, oh, what could have been? But I think down the road, I think the dust will settle, and I think there's going to be affiliations. I think there's going to be some creative ways that they can get back together. it was an ugly breakup, but it doesn't mean that they can't send each other a card, maybe not on Christmas, but maybe around Valentine's Day. They're going to hey you up,
Thinking of you. Yeah.
Yeah. I just maybe the KSL Sports Zone Network can host a wonderful. I've seen your barbecue, Scotty G. You have been elite. You are killing it out there.
Well, and anytime you want to come on by, you and your lovely wife are welcome. We'll do it upright. We'll have ourselves a good time at the barbecue. I'm just curious to know, look, Pandora's box is open, and it's not closing completely. But if there was an element that could be put back in the box, it's not going to be NIL. Obviously, these players have generated a lot of money, and they deserve a good chunk of that money. I'm not arguing that. Can we at least rein in the eligibility a little bit, or can we rein in the unlimited free transfers? Is there any hope for that down the line?
Yes, and I think when you're in the Protect College Sports Act mode, where they said, hey, we're in now deal-making mode as of, I think, last Thursday, I think when you water it down, you're going to start slashing. And I think that's going to be one of the baseline moments of, hey, we've got to get this taken care of. Eligibility, your base compensation, transfers. Those are going to be some of your basics. Your financial packages. What does it look like with GPAs? The Lane Kiffin. By the way, I did keep my phone for John Summerall on silent. I know we were talking about that a little bit earlier.
Thank you.
I should have mentioned that earlier. I was prepared. I think the Lane Kiffin rule. I think those are going to be kind of the watered down eventually where it lands. But some of the aspects to allow maybe some further movement will still be unaddressed. But beyond that, I mean, you've got to do something. And I think out west, it needs to be stronger together. And you need to make some moves to start some sort of alignment and affiliations, because it's just getting weird. It's weird. And one league's got to combine with another, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's a big West Coast at some point one day, and some fans might not like that. And if that's what it does to really strengthen the West in realignment, so be it.
So be it indeed. Hey, Casey, again, offer stands, barbecue, my place, anytime you want, man. I got you.
Don't tell me with a good time.
Hey, no problem whatsoever. We'll make it happen. Hey, I appreciate your time. Let's do this more often. This is fun.
Okay.
Thanks, Casey.
Casey Smurthwaite, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. I knew Casey for a long time. He does a tremendous job. And again, consultant with the athletics administrations across the country. And really good dude. Absolutely good dude.
He's on the front lines, man. He's getting a lot of info, a lot of intel. But I'm with him. I think everything's for sale. I think he brings up a great point. There's so much sponsorship, availability and that sort of thing in the right situation. So I look for them to have patches all over the place, man.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Up and down their legs, probably. I would like the right knee.
Oh, man. I would just I just get it for, and look, this is no knock on our friends in the MLS, but when a kit in soccer, the predominant thing across the chest is a sponsor, I can't get on board with that.
Like the team's a little, yeah.
Like the jersey patch, all about it. No problem whatsoever. But some of these other ones where it actually, you look at this jersey right here, and you got the team logo just right there. It's almost like a team logo chest, and then everything else is advertisement.
It's huge, right?
Like where it should say Broncos, it says whatever the company is.
Walmart.
Yes.
Yeah. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, 1232. Coming up at 105, Steve Bartle will join us. Always fun to catch up with Steve. We'll chat with him, get his thoughts on the Utes and the announcement on the Ring of Honor. It's all straight ahead here on The Zone.
Welcome to This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I am back to where I was before this whole summer league started. Hall of Famer bust?
Are we sure any rookie is starting?
Oh, no, we should not be.
No.
I don't think that ever changed, though.
No, I'm totally with you. I started off with, I don't think he's going to start. I said I wouldn't be shocked if Svi Mikhailiuk starts. Maybe it's Ace, but the Jazz are trying to win games next year. Ace wasn't particularly good when he was on the floor in Summer League either. I know he had back injuries, but is Ace ready to help you get to the playoffs as a starting shooting guard in the NBA? Well, the truth is probably not, and I think Darren is showing that right now, probably not. He's certainly not the best option you have, and if you are worried about the game of politics out there of, well, why is Ace coming off the bench for Darren if Darren was good but not great in Summer League and Ace was good but not great during an entire regular season? Maybe the answer is neither of them starts. That's totally fine.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
The energy, the roar, moments you'll always remember. Next season, Jaren Jackson Jr. is hunting blocks. Laurie Markkinen is getting buckets. And Ace is just getting started. Don't just watch Jazz basketball. Experience every moment. 2026-27 season tickets are on sale now. Full and half-season packages available. Plus exclusive benefits like arena discounts and player events. Are you in? Join the climb today. UtahJazz.com or call 801-355-DUNK.
We wouldn't be celebrating America 250 if it wasn't for a strong foundation set by the framers. Hamilton built America's financial foundation on sound money, later embodied by the gold standard. But we abandoned that discipline in 1971 and have seen inflation erode the dollar's value. What's the foundation of your savings? Is it gold or something that can be devalued? Hi, it's Dr. Ron Paul, and I encourage you to speak with my friends at Birch Gold Group about diversifying an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. Learn more by requesting a free info kit on gold IRAs. Just text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Let Birch Gold help you build your foundation with gold. Text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Text SECURE to 989898.
The best sports radio in Utah is right here, right here. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaComb, on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Bo Nix is bowing. He's the next Tua Tagovailoa.
For the line. I'm having such a good day today.
See, you know what we do is when we feel like, so Hans had this situation where when I knew he was not in a good mood or I knew something was wrong, this is when he and I were both, let's just say, not counting calories. When I knew that he was a little grumpy about something, I just go and grab him a sandwich, poof, put him in a good mood. Just easy. Like, I knew I could get him, like, or I'd go to a gas station, grab him some Pop-Tarts, the S'mores brand, love those, throw those in front of him, boom. We had him back. He was great. Here, all we need is people. If you were a little salty about your Red Sox, we just need to go all in on Bo Nix, and that puts you in a cheery mood once again.
Well, yeah. I mean, I've got kind of some rogue in me. I know that might surprise you, but what do they say? Misery loves company.
A little bit, yeah. Did he call it Boeing? Come on,
Boeing.
Tago
Shout out
Vailoa.
James.
James.
Aren't they? I think all these guys are named James. At least Lloyd, when you're making up people. at least
No. We
use
got
different
let's see, a
names.
James, a Joe, a Kevin, a Thomas, a Jim L. Let's see.
From Murray.
Can we find any more like generic names?
Is there another Jim L that came in by chance?
A Jamel?
It is Utah. Like
Not Jamil.
you can always come up with like McKay or Connor or McConkey. Like there's all these kind of weird names out there.
Yeah, you might be held to a higher standard if you're McConkey. I got one for you guys.
All right.
I need both of your help on this.
Okay.
So Jeremiah Jensen's out of town.
All right.
And so yesterday, as you know, Scotty, after the show, you were down in your office. I had no idea the paperwork you get through. But I did see it in that half hour I was waiting to film because I did the front row show.
Yes.
With Sam, our guy Sam Farnsworth, and then Sly.
KSLSports.com.
Yes. It was, so we went into the main, studio, and they checked all my credentials, took my blood, all that stuff. I was able to go in.
Make sure you didn't have any allergies to rouge or blush.
That's correct.
Yeah.
So they play, I mean, we talked about a bunch of things. We talked about the SEC. We talked about Rob Wright scoring 101 points in Powder League. We talked about the running games at both BYU and Utah and who's going to have the edge in running. So got through that stuff. But in the end, they did this thing called the Blind Five.
All right.
And these are 5 undrafted free agents that have played in the NFL from the state of Utah. And I want to, as I give you these 5, I'm going to give them to you in an order. And I want you to, without knowing what's coming, put them in a 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5.
All right.
Based on what you know about their career.
Okay.
All right. We ready?
Yeah.
Chad Lewis.
2.
Jalen Warren.
4.
Taysom Hill.
I hate this. I would have put him 2. I guess I'm trying to think who's gonna pop up on the list that I'm gonna have to put 1. I'll put Taysom at 3.
Tim Patrick.
5.
Rashid Shaheed.
I guess got to go 1.
So it's hard.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure.
Mine was, I put Chad 3. I put Warren 2. I put Hill 1.
Yeah.
Because I think that dude's going to be in the Hall of Fame.
Out of the 5, I would put. I don't think he'll be a Hall of Famer.
I think an exhibit in the Hall of Fame.
Oh,
that's what.
Yeah. Okay.
Not a Hall of Famer, but an exhibit. They're going to talk about him just because he does things nobody's ever done.
Yeah. So I think, I if I could re-rank knowing all 5 of them, I would have put Taysom 1. Don't sleep on Rashid Shaheed though. His career's been fantastic.
Yeah. I have him on my fantasy team.
Yeah.
He's good for like at least a 190-yard touchdown catch every year. He's a speedster.
And he's got your kick return and punt returns.
That's right. Weber State, baby.
Yep. Great.
Oh, interesting little exercise they had me go through yesterday.
I like that one actually. That's a good one.
The Blind 5.
We should have Lloyd, how would you have ranked those top 5?
Probably fairly similar to where you had it.
There's
Warren ran for like 900 yards last year, right? In Pittsburgh, I think.
Yeah. Are these guys? Well, they're not currently in the because obviously Chad Lewis isn't.
Right. No, these are just guys that were undrafted, free agents that signed in the NFL or that played in the NFL. So it was over a period of time.
You know who I think probably, if you look at longevity of a career, I think Daniel Sorensen might be the guy that.
He had a long run.
Oh,
long
yeah.
career.
And this wasn't like
Kansas City.
B5 best. It was just 5 they pulled.
Yeah.
But you're right. I mean, Sorensen was That dude was all about it.
Yeah, and had a long career playing for the Chiefs, and had that last year in New Orleans. He won a Super Bowl in 2019. So Dirty Dan had himself a little bit of a run as an undrafted free agent.
I went to a baseball game of a nephew a couple of years ago, and Dan's kid was on the team. And I said to him, why'd you retire? I mean, he still looks like he could just, he looks incredible. Had the opportunity to have him as a camp coach at BYU basketball camp while he was in school to make some extra money, pre-NIL days.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
But what a great guy, great career.
I got to imagine there were probably a lot of rules on what you could pay those guys for that.
Yes.
It's like, we'll pay you $1 million a practice.
Oh, yeah. No, there was you had to, what was it? Had to be within the normal standard of what people were being paid for similar things in the area.
God bless America.
Yeah. That was, again, that's why the SEC and Big Ten are fighting so bad to just have one thing be in there. You got 5 to play 5 and go figure it out. And because the more rules get in, you get the phone book that we had before now.
I mean, there were guys that were on staff, and I think, still are on staff. That's their sole job. And some universities have multiple guys where that's their sole purpose is to make sure that you're compliant.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. And you do not want to.
And they're the most unpopular person in an athletic department.
Yeah, our guy was, I wanted to hate him because everything you deal with those guys is bad.
Yeah.
But the guy at BYU, shout out Chatty William, one of the good dudes. We butted heads. We yelled and screamed. But, we're each just trying to fight. He's trying to protect the university. We're trying to fight to get right as close to the edge as we can. And, got told no a lot. It's just part of it.
Sorry.
Like Coach Rosa said one time, Chad, do you ever say yes to anything?
He's a no man.
Oh, man. Like that and like being an HR director or being the compliance guy in an athletic department, those are jobs that nobody likes you because when you show up, we did have like our HR director like wheeling some pies around yesterday. Did you see Anna?
I did.
And Anna's awesome. Like one of the most genuine human beings on the planet. Love her. But look, if it's a Friday afternoon and Anna shows up at your office and says, I need to see you for a few minutes, it ain't usually good news. Like, it's not. Like, and I'm not
you start
talking about
walking
Anna
the other way
specifically.
usually on Fridays.
I'm just talking like when an HR director wants to see you on a Friday, it's probably not good news.
I would think most days.
Yeah, but usually they wait till Friday to get a full week of work out of you.
Maybe, but I mean, Ryan Clark, he got right mid-show.
Yeah, that's
right
true.
in the middle of the week, so you never know.
So the HR director, never a big fan, and then when the compliance director says, hey, knocks on your door, like, I need to chat with you a few minutes about this recruit that you're going after. I need to see your phone records.
Yeah, can we see that documentation from your trip? Like, oh, yeah. I will admit I made one major error. Believe it or not. It was completely 100% innocent, but there was a period of time around Christmas that's kind of protected from recruiting.
The dead period?
Yeah. It's called the dead period. And I just got busy. I wasn't thinking straight. And one of the days that I had planned to be out overlapped because there was a tournament in Arizona. So I'm like, I'm just going to go while I'm out there, and didn't even think about the date, the deadline, any of that. So I fly out there, I go to the thing, and I walk in, and I'm looking around like, there's no coaches here. And I'm like, yeah, I'm going to probably bolt. So I left, but, damage had been done.
Yeah, they saw you.
in.
Yeah.
So we self-reported it and said, just a total mess up, and didn't kind of explain the situation. Well, they come back with, okay, one of your staff members has to miss a game, but it has to be so basically I was able to go to the game, but it was my scout, I think. So we had someone else miss, and it was awful because we were at Air Force, and I knew Terry Nashif was running a treadmill back at the hotel because we had to go play somebody next. I can't remember, Colorado State or something. And just was a mess sitting there watching it in the workout room. But that was the extent of, him coming and knocking on my door like, hey, were you in? Yeah, I was.
Yeah, about that.
That was me.
All right, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Coming up at 1:05, Steve Bartle will join us. We'll have a chance to chat with him, get his thoughts on the Utes straight ahead right here on the Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up-to-the-second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
America First Credit Union really wants you to become a member. They know the advantages that can come from you being a member. I know the advantages of being a member. I've been a member for a long time. My kids are all members of America First Credit Union. I want you to be one as well. And to get you over the hump, let's incentivize you. How about this? $150 just for opening up a checking and savings account. That's it. $150 right in your back pocket just for opening up that checking and savings account. Now, wait, there's more. If you set up and receive $1,000 in direct deposits within the first 60 days of opening that account, they're going to kick you another $200. This is $350 coming to you for free just for opening up an account and direct deposit at America First Credit Union. Look, it's a great way to get some cash to fuel your summer plans, your road trips, your barbecues, or just top off your savings. Remember, low fees, the bonus stays in your pocket, and you have so many great opportunities to take advantage of all the resources at America First Credit Union. Lower loan rates, high-yield deposit products that will outlast the season. Come on, it's a local trusted credit union. They're part of our community. It's time for you to be a part of their family as well. Call right now and become a member. 1-800-999-3961. Or you can stop by any branch or go to americafirst.com. That's americafirst.com.
Hey, this is Wick with Greenify Energy Savers. We've had some of the hottest summer temperatures on record, and our phones have been ringing off the hook with people complaining about how hot their home is. Well, the biggest culprit for this is the attic. Recently, I was in an attic that was 172 degrees. This is why your house is so hot and your AC is always running and can't keep up. At Greenify, we have a solution that really works. It's called Radiant Barrier Attic Foil. Radiant Barrier is a highly reflective foil that is stapled to the rafters in the attic. It reflects the sun's heat, which will make the attic and your home much, much cooler. Give Greenify a call today and we will brave the heat and go up in your attic and tell you how to get the cool comfort back in your home. We will also check out your insulation levels and attic ventilation, which will also help tremendously in making your home more energy efficient. And Greenify will make sure you get all the utility rebates that you're entitled to. Call us today and I won't even charge you for the visit. 801-948-4464. That's 801-948-4464, or check us out online at greenifyenergysavers.com.
Utah roads have commuters, can-doers, and cross-country viewers. But wherever our vehicles are headed, they've got one thing in common. They're ready for the road. Utah's first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So let's check our chains, keep our vehicles maintained, and fight roadside fires together. FireSense is the first response.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 25% upfront bonus? And are they promising you up to 9% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait, only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They aren't. That's up to $25,000 upfront or up to $9,000 per year on $100,000, guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. DBA in most states has Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the biggest name. You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You know I need your love. You got that hold over me.
Yeah, that Bonix is a bum. He's a bum, I say.
When I wanted you to share my
Enough of this. I know
That sounded like
This
Nick
has
from
become
Rocky.
a popular topic.
I know you've got everybody on the cell staff. I know you got every producer sending you voicemails. Stop. We know this isn't real.
That was Mickey from
I know.
Rocky.
Cut him, Rocky.
He's a bum.
By the way, if you want to leave a message and have Lloyd play it and actually be legitimate, all you have to do is download the new KSL Sports app. On the very bottom of that app, you'll see a row of buttons. One says home, voicemail, podcast, news, watch. Hit that voicemail button, and you can leave a quick little message to us, and then Lloyd will then play it. If it's pro Bonix, it probably won't make it on the air because Lloyd just wants your anti-Bonix stuff. But
And by the way, Scotty, have a blessed day.
see, I'm not buying any of that. Now, that one I think is real. That one came in last week.
I think that one that just was read was real. Wasn't it?
I don't.
Sound like an old man.
Yeah, well, I mean, we got plenty of those guys.
Play
on
that
staff.
again.
So yeah.
Yeah, that Bonix is a bum. He's a bum, I say.
Yeah, come on. That's not even real.
I think that's real.
He's a bum, I say. Would you call some bar in Jersey to get it some like, hey, I need you to read this line for me?
He's a bum.
A bum, I say. He's a bum. Like, what is this, 1950? What's going on here?
I'm telling you, that guy had his dukes put
Yeah.
on.
Put him up, I'd say. Put him up. Oh,
Tom O'Leary right here and Jack Johnson.
So it's not fun, right? This isn't fun.
No, I'm actually having a delightful time because it makes me realize that we have a lot of listeners out there with a lot of different intelligent levels, and so we're a show for the masses, even the not overly bright ones.
Well, that's why I'm here. You appeal to the bright ones, and I bring in the corral of everybody else.
I am
That was
surprised
the
there's
idea.
this much anti-Bonix in this market. I'm surprised.
It's not because the pro Bonixers out there are not being heard from because you're essentially
If I get any pro Bonix, I will play it.
Hey, but you need to do that pro bono.
Heyo. We're going to talk some Utes coming up next hour. Really fired up. I think the Morgan Scally storyline for the University of Utah is the most fascinating storyline coming up this year in college football, and especially in the state. Look, year number 2 of the Bear Bachmeier thing is going to be really fascinating to watch. The transition of defensive coordinators at BYU is going to be fascinating to watch. But make no mistake, all eyes are on Morgan Scally, and I think that he knows that. I think that's why he's signed off on social media, made the big announcement. Was it yesterday or the day before? He's like, I'm out. I will see you guys on the other side. Because that dude wants to be dialed in, does not want to be distracted, and does not want to hear about all this stuff. Because that first game, if that offense doesn't score 50 points, and if they don't win that game by 40 points, there's probably going to be some wackos out there saying, hey, we got to address this. Maybe he's not the guy. He is the guy. He'll be great. Just calm it down. But I cannot wait for this Scally era to begin.
Well, you talk about the tweets that you saved to remind everybody that, earlier that they were a miss. I did kind of the same thing because Kalani was fighting a battle early on. It was a lot of fodder when they struggled to, he doesn't have it. It's not him. I think it was pretty obvious to everybody. He just needed a little time.
Yeah.
And, the program needed to come along a little ways too. I think for a long time, BYU had been in a dominant spot, and when they were independent and having to craft schedules and play teams, it was really difficult. So I'm so glad they weathered the storm. And I'm with you. I think the college football season, because of what you talked about, and then also the unknowns, the things that, like I said, who's going to present themselves to us this year is like, I'm here, I'm a dude and a fixture and somebody you can talk about and count on. That really helps the coaches as they do their thing.
All right. 1 o'clock straight up. We are live here at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. That's Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. These Mazdas priced to move, incredible rates. They're going to save you a ton of money. If you got some credit issues, don't worry. You're upside down. Don't worry about that either. They've got your back. And look, it's a holiday weekend. You might have a little extra time on your hands. All I'm asking for you is to come down here and test drive one of these Mazdas, and you will be sold. Now, what you decide to do after that is up to you, but I just want you to try it. I just want you to drive one because you're going to come across extremely impressed with the Mazda brand. And then you're going to be seeing a sales staff that is the best out there. These guys are dialed in. They're going to care about you. They want you to get into a situation that's best for you financially. They're in for your needs. Sure, they want to sell you a vehicle, but they don't want to sell you one. They want to sell you multiple vehicles. The best way to do that, treat you fair every time. And they'll do that. Trust me on this one. I bought a bunch of vehicles from you. They'll take care of you. It's Tim Daly, Mazda Southtown. Steve Bartle joins us next right here on The Zone.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox
with the KSL Sports Newsletter.
From the Jazz,
Utah Mammoth,
BYU,
Utah,
Real Salt Lake, and more.
Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah.
Visit KSLSports.com to sign up
for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Hockey fans,
let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum.
Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com
to connect with the team,
other fans,
and our KSL Sports insiders.
Start chatting today
in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum
on KSLSports.com.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Here's the deal. The government is over $38 trillion in debt, which means the IRS isn't slowing down. And the tax code is complex and unforgiving. So it's not surprising if you're one of the millions of Americans that owe back taxes to the IRS. Unfortunately, they're the world's most powerful collection agency, with the ability to garnish your wages, seize your bank accounts, and even take your home or business. But don't be stressed or worried any longer. We're Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. We have resolved over $3 billion in tax debt for our clients. Our award-winning professionals deal with the IRS every single day, protecting our clients and preparing them for the best possible resolution. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, give Optima a call today.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
You can't always predict what's next, but you can be ready for it in a BMW SUV. The X1 delivers on confident agility and a striking presence that stands out in a crowd. Or you can own the road in the versatile X3 with advanced driving technology like BMW Connected Drive and sporty design cues. The X5 blends performance and elegance with functionality and a commanding presence. And when only the biggest will do, the X7 steps things up with precision-crafted finishes and 3 rows of luxurious seating so there's always space even for the biggest plans. Every model is engineered with BMW's intelligent all-wheel drive to give you the confidence in any driving condition. So while you can't always predict what's coming, for every road there's an X built to drive it. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Discover your dream vehicle at BMW of Murray or BMW of Pleasant Grove. BMW Utah. Drive elevated.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The Jazz, the Mammoth, and the Utes, Cougars, and Aggies. When it comes to sports in Utah, we've got you covered. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hear you say life's taking you nowhere. Look at that sky, life's
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard, Tim Lacombe. Let's talk a little Utes. Joining us now, Ute insider and overall good dude. If you are throwing a barbecue, you want this guy at your house because it was great being able to chat with him, his wife. Beautiful son running around as well. Steve Bartle, kind enough to hang out with us. Steve, how you doing?
Man, I'm still digesting all the barbecue you provided, Scotty. That was great stuff, man.
See, look, I like a lot of people on our staff. Like, they're all great. But if Madison, and this isn't a knock on Maddie, if Maddie says it's good barbecue, it's like, okay, I appreciate that. That means a lot. It's very nice of her. But when Steve says it's good barbecue, that carries a little bit because you've been out and about. You're in Big 12 country. You've traveled with teams. You've had some of the best barbecue out there. That one carries a little bit more value to me. So I appreciate that. That means a lot.
Well, I appreciate that as well. I'm not any sort of barbecue connoisseur, but after coming off the three straight days of barbecue in Texas, that stuff you put out over the weekend was pretty good, Scotty.
That was crazy. Right on the heels of that, everybody was talking about how great it was, and then I don't know if you'd find a brisket, that good in Texas. Scotty did a great job, but Steve, great to have you on. We were just talking about how Morgan Scally, he just signed off social media a couple days ago, I saw, and is down into the cave. Year one awaits. How exciting is this time in Utah football?
Yeah, I think there is a lot of excitement for the Morgan Scally era to begin. And it's not that it's strictly excitement. I do think there's, concerns, there's worries about how things are going to go. But overall, and interacting with fans and kind of following along over the last few months, there is just an overwhelming amount of excitement for Scally and what this is going to look like. I think every opportunity, he's had in the public facing situations, right? From his introductory press conference back in January to the opportunities we had to speak with him at media availabilities in spring ball to, a couple weeks ago at media days, he's just looked comfortable in the role where it not that it's easy, but just that it's something he's prepared for. And if there's one thing that you can count on with Morgan Scally, it's that he's going to be as prepared as possible. And obviously with him being a first-year head coach, there are going to be things that he's going to learn and experience for the first time. But I think Utah fans have come to know that, they can trust Scally to be as prepared as anybody potentially can be.
So when you look at the roster overall, and and you had mentioned this, and I was talking to some people close to the team at Big 12 Media Day, They said don't sleep on this wide receiver core. They're really fired up about that group of receivers that Dampier is going to have to at his disposal.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you brought this up this early. I'm actually about to publish a piece on the wide receivers and, specifically Braden Pagan. And, Scotty, you got to watch him up close all last season. And with Pagan, he is the type of receiver that just sort of he has the potential to kind of change the math for Utah in a way that they just couldn't with the passing game last year. And I think that's, an interesting element to add to, what we've come to know Utah offense to be, where it's a lot of run game, a lot of ground and pound and physicality. And Kyle always talked about the need for receivers to develop. But I think Morgan and the work that they did in the transfer portal of bringing in Braden Pagan, bringing in Kyrie Scholes, and another from Mississippi State and Ricky Johnson, who Devin Dampier raved about, throughout Big 12 media days. Utah's really added to that wide receiver room in a way that they haven't really in the past, and I'm really curious to see it all sort of come together this season. But going back to what we watched in spring ball, they're going to use these receivers and they're going to get the ball to them in a variety of ways. And I think what Dev did last month in bringing down, a handful of receivers, he brought Pagan, Scholes, Ricky Johnson, and Larry Simmons. He brought them down to Arizona for a week, paid for flights, paid for, housing, and they spent a week together just to kind of build that chemistry on and off the field. And I think in talking to Dev at media days, he said that was really beneficial for them. And I think they're focused on hitting the ground running once the season gets going, in the passing game.
What is, in terms of the running game, Wayshawn's obviously coming off a great year, but I expect him to be, I don't know. I mean, he was the featured guy, but he was not out there all the time. Expect him to really carry a load this year, and he looked primed to do it. What are your thoughts on Wayshawn?
Yeah, he was, with Wayshawn, he was dealing with something minor early on in the season, and Utah was kind of slow playing, his workload over the course of the season, where, come October and getting into November, he really started to hit his stride. He had, a handful of games of consecutive, triple digits, getting to 100 yards, came up just 19 yards short of 1,000. And, our colleague Josh Furlong wrote an article this week highlighting, his sort of motivation this year in wanting to get that mark, but still putting the team first. So I think Utah is entering this year with the idea of him being more of that, bell cow and being more of that workhorse and making him the focal point of the run game more so than they did last year. And like I said, he was dealing with something early on, just a nagging little injury that they sort of managed as best they could. And I think with Devin Dampier and Bird Ficklin and just the dual threat ability that they have, their usage in the option attack, I think the run game is still going to be pretty prominent in this offense under McGiven. And for Wayshawn, I think he's really motivated to put together a really strong year. I'm excited to see what it looks like.
Steve Bartle, Ute Insider, KSLSports.com, joining us right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. A lot of people always fired up to see an SEC team. Now, Arkansas may not move the meter, but Eric Weddle should, and he will be put his name in the Ring of Honor coming up in that game. It'll be fun to have him and his family back into town, but for all the kids out there, I don't know if they really appreciate just how good of a player Eric Weddle was.
Man, you ain't kidding, Scotty. It's interesting, going back and looking at some of the highlights from over the course of Weddle's career in the NFL and, in his time at Utah. He was so dynamic, a two-way threat at Utah and did it all. And, all of the talk, the last couple of years has been about Travis Hunter being a two-way dynamic player. And, rightfully so, right? Travis Hunter was fantastic, but Eric Weddle, doing what he did at Utah all those years ago, playing both ways, being that wildcat QB. I remember watching him. I can't remember the bowl game because it escapes me, but his matchup with Calvin Johnson and Georgia Tech, and that
Emerald
was
City Bowl. It was
City Bowl.
The one
That's
in
what
San
it was.
Francisco. Yeah. Yep.
Yep, that was the one, and that was a matchup that he took a lot of pride, in taking on a receiver like Calvin Johnson. And I don't remember the numbers, but I know that Johnson was pretty limited that game, and just it speaks to Weddle's overall ability that he was willing to take on one of the top receivers in the country that year and held his own. So, Weddle is fantastic and a great representative of Utah football. I think that's what the young generation has come to know him as. And, Arkansas, like you said, maybe isn't the draw that maybe a Florida is. There was already a good amount of excitement for the Arkansas game, but now the fact that Eric Weddle, one of the most beloved figures in Utah football history, is going to be inducted into that ring of honor, I think the excitement has definitely ramped up a couple notches.
We had Ron McBride on yesterday. It was an awesome 45 minutes with Coach, and he was in rare form as always, promoting his upcoming concert in the foundation. But we talked about, both BYU and Utah a bit, and he made an interesting comment because I've heard a bunch of people say they're one of the things they have their eye on is the offensive line with a new coach and everything. But he kind of said, man, this offensive line is going to be good, and it coming from Mac, who, he's the guy who can talk about offensive line. That was an interesting comment to me. What have you noticed about the offensive line, about Jordan Gross's coaching, and certainly Alex right there with him? But what's your thought on the offensive line going into the season?
Yeah, obviously that is the big question mark for Utah, right? You lose 2 first-round talents in Spencer Fano and Caleb Lomu. You lose also the 3 interior guys in Jaron Kump, Tanoa Togiai, and Michael Bokofisi. Those 5 players played a lot of snaps together. That sort of chemistry and understanding and feel of what you're going up against on a snap-to-snap basis is just something that Utah isn't going to be able to replicate. But the benefit that they have is the fact that a lot of players that Jim Harding has recruited over the years and, have been able to spend multiple years in the program now, stuck around with Jordan Gross coming in. And I think that that's significant for Utah because these players are familiar with the culture. They're familiar with the expectations. They've been obviously coached up by one of the best in Jim Harding. And now the opportunity to work with Jordan Gross, I think it's one, in talking to a couple players, that they really were excited for. And obviously it's bittersweet, for them, the players, having to say goodbye to Jim Harding, but also just an exciting opportunity to play for an all-time great who played your position, right? And I think that's been something that has been really noticeable in our conversations going back to spring ball with the offensive line. There was just a lot of excitement about Gross and what he was going to bring to the table. Watching that group over the course of spring, they definitely got better from week 1 to week 5. And it was a combination of, the collective bunch, but then also individuals that emerged and really finished camp strong. I've talked about him a couple times now, but Ike Garcia was a player that really came on over those final couple of weeks, and he's a former 4-star talent coming out of Corner Canyon, and he's somebody that if he continues on the trajectory that he finished spring ball on, I expect him to be, competing down to the wire for that starting job. He looked really good. And I think just the development. So that's got to continue. And I've been impressed with what we've seen going back to spring ball. We haven't been able to get our eyes on anybody just yet. but was encouraged with what we saw from the offensive line going back to spring ball.
It really seems like, and you've been at the forefront of the recruiting world and keeping track of the guys that are coming into the University of Utah. It seemed like there was a little bit of a, I don't know, maybe like a culture shock for a moment when Morgan took over the job. And then throughout the summer, Utah just stacked 4-star upon 4-star, like they got on a heater. It seemed like from, and again, I'm not in that world. I just look on social media and see when kids recruit and who Utah beat out for to get them. And it seems like things have settled in nicely for this crew just based on commitments they've been able to secure during the summer.
Yeah, when you go through a coaching change like Utah did, right? Going from a legend like Kyle Whittingham, who, his name carries a lot of weight, and kids growing up last few years, they know who Kyle Whittingham is. They know Utah football because of Kyle Whittingham. And with the change, even though Morgan Scally has been here and been on staff, there is still just kind of that sort of recruits maybe taking a step back from Utah just to kind of assess the situation. And I think Morgan really took a smart approach in focusing here locally and really hitting the in-state recruiting really hard. They got on a run. They had a handful of guys commit, from out of state, going into pipeline states like Texas and Arizona, continuing to bring in good players from those states. But Morgan really hit the Utah state line, within the state lines here, really, really hard. And I think that is a smart move, because these are the players that are most familiar with what Utah is going through, obviously. So I think what'll be interesting is Utah is a program that has continued to evaluate and recruit through the season. They love to evaluate senior film, and that's led to some of these late additions, getting into November and December, some of these late commits and signees. A couple guys that come to mind. Bird Ficklin was a guy that committed in December, somebody that they didn't offer until just before his senior year. Daniel Bray was another player that committed in the month of December. So Utah's, now that they've got the bulk of their class in place, they feel good about the class, I'm sure. They love probably the makeup here. I know that that's always been a point of emphasis, is recruiting in state and still mining the pipeline states as well, but then continuing to build momentum. And they know that they have to provide substance to their message by going out this season and getting wins and putting together, a pretty successful season. That's going to carry the message a bit further as we get to the early signing period. But they feel good about where the class is at, and Utah has always been a program that likes to finish, strong and finish the season with a couple of commits.
The schedule seems to be one that is set up nicely for a new coach, new offensive line. Definitely backloaded, but playing a lot of games at home and playing a lot of teams against a lot of teams, you should be more aggressive then. What do you expect in those first 6 games?
Yeah, I think that's going to be really important for Utah, are those first 6 games. And obviously it starts with Idaho September 3rd, but then you've got that matchup against Arkansas. And even though Arkansas, has gone through a significant transition themselves, that is still an SEC program with, SEC talent and bodies. And that's going to be a challenge. Utah State coming down to Salt Lake City. Those are 3 games that Utah should probably be favored in all 3, very likely, obviously, with Idaho and Utah State. But then that sets them up well going on the road for their first Big 12 matchup at Iowa State. Then they return home for Kansas before going on the road to Boulder. So, those first 6 games, again, I think really set up nicely for Morgan Scally to work through some things. Obviously, we know the mistake correction from week 1 to week 2. That's where teams usually improve the most. So that's going to be important. But then getting into these other environments, going on the road to Iowa State and to Colorado, those are going to be challenging places. Iowa State going through a significant overhaul as well with Jimmy Rogers coming in. And that's going to be interesting. The first Big 12 matchup for him, that's going to be a challenge. So it sets up pretty nicely for Utah, especially with those games at home to kind of build confidence and build momentum. But there's still going to be some pretty unique challenges going on the road, 2 out of those last 3 weeks in that first 6 grouping.
Steve Bartle joining us right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Ute Insider Camp just about ready to begin. If you and I were joking a little bit about this. It would be nice to think that Morgan might open things up a little bit and let the media see some things. But I think once that window starts to close, I don't think it's going to get reopened. I think it's probably going to be business as usual, correct?
Yeah, I would anticipate it's going to be business as usual. And, spring was great. Morgan opened things up for us, and we were up there pretty consistently. I want to say we were up there, man, the majority of practices back in spring. But with fall camp, obviously it's just a different ball game. With the final preparations before the season begins, I would anticipate things just kind of being the same, where we get our media availabilities, maybe a 20-minute viewing session, and that'll be it. But that's sort of my expectation, and that's just the way that college football has turned fall camp into, is kind of limiting the media access. This is the last opportunity for these teams to put in those final preparations, final tweaks and things before they get going with the season kicking off just a few weeks later.
Bartle, how juiced are you for the season to get rolling?
Dude, I'm so ready for it.
I know you love this off-season stuff, but the season.
No, it's I tell people this all the time. It's like you find 1,000 different ways to say the same thing. And fortunately with football, we have things throughout the year that kind of give us new content to talk about and digest, which is nice. But man, ready for this group to get on the gridiron and to provide us just new football to talk about.
So back to Eric Weddle a little bit. My favorite Weddle moment was I was doing pre-half and post on the radio broadcast for that 06 year, the last year of Eric Weddle. And it wasn't a particularly good year in terms of win-losses, but they're playing at Air Force, and they need to go down. I don't know if they were down, if it was tied or if they were down 1 or 2, but they needed a field goal to win the game. And it was the last drive. And, we can make whatever jokes you want about the Brett Ratliff era, but, Brett and Tommy Grady, they had some struggles that year. And Kyle Whittingham puts in Eric Weddle in as his Wildcat quarterback, and Eric takes every snap on that drive. And I even think he throws it a couple times, but for the most part, it's just going right, going left. He turns out the yards, gets him in field goal range. Louis Sakota bangs it through, and Utah wins. But it was just like, I'm going to hand this thing over to Eric Weddle, and I'm not going to let any other quarterback touch the ball. Frankly, I'm not going to let anybody else touch the ball. I'm just going to let this guy go and do it. And it's like Eric Weddle put that team on his shoulders, the offense on his shoulders, and took him down and won a game.
Yeah, he is an all-time talent for a reason, and just an all-time player. He did it all, and did it at a really high level. And the fact that he's now getting into coaching, it just makes all the sense in the world that he would embrace that type of role. He loves the game of football, and it's interesting. His son Gage Weddle is a 2028 prospect, a highly touted 28 prospect. Utah, BYU has been in the mix previously, and Ohio State, Georgia have been in the mix for him. And, Gage, two-way player, just like his dad, playing quarterback, playing safety, and it's just perfect. Like, that was Eric Weddle doing a little bit of everything, and the fact that legacy potentially can continue with Gage, I think, is the ultimate compliment to Eric Weddle.
Is he a safety at the next level, Gage?
Yeah. I think so. I think that'll be his best position. There are programs that are probably going to give him an opportunity, and you could potentially use him. If like for Utah, using Utah as an example, right? Using Bert Ficklin, right?
Yeah,
you could see Gage sort of mimic that same sort of role. But certainly, when you're talking about his long-term projection and where he fits best, not only at college but at the professional level, because I think Gage has that sort of potential. It's definitely in that defensive secondary at safety.
By the way, Coach, you'll like this. Eric Weddle came on. I was asking about coaching and dealing with parents. He goes, I don't. He goes, I have a zero contact policy with parents.
You just untalk to them.
We won't talk.
I think that's smart. I've known coaches that do that in high school, and you probably get away with it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like, and if there's one guy that could get away with it,
yeah,
it was,
you're trusting the beard.
Yeah, it's like Eric Weddle is like, I don't want to talk to you.
I had it when I went back to school in 2005. I had a class with him. He was in the back of the class, but that's about the only Eric Weddle interaction I've ever had. We were in the same little class in there. That's not a shout out. It's not a honk.
It sure felt like it.
Oh God. Can it get to 2:00 so I can leave you too?
Oh, man. Hey, Steve, you're the best, man. Appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out and putting up with all of our nonsense at the barbecue, and look forward to catching up with you again soon.
Let's barbecue again, Scotty. Appreciate you guys.
Tell Miles hi and to stop running around so much.
Yeah, right.
I love it,
Good luck.
That kid was awesome.
See you guys.
There he is. Steve Bartle here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, live here at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. So I just went in the back office. I talked to the guys, and they said 0%. 0%. You are going to get 0% on every vehicle on the lot outside of the Miata. And they'll work with you on the Miata, but if you want, it's 0% on the 5, the 50, the 90, the 3, the 30, boom. You got it.
I told you get good stuff done in here, man.
And they said 1.9. I'm like, hey, guys, it needs to be 0. And they're like,
it's holiday
right.
weekend, 0.
0% financing. Come in and check it out. Also, the free gas for an entire year on these new Mazdas. There's no reason you shouldn't come down here and check it out. Tim Daly, Mazda Southtown. You owe it to yourself to just test drive one. Again, all the incentives are out there. Incredible savings, all of that. But it has to be a great vehicle, right? It has to be a vehicle that you want to drive, that you enjoy driving. And so the best way to do that, just come by, say, look, give me the keys. I want to take it for a quick test drive. And it's right off the 106 South exit. So get on that 106 on-ramp, put your foot on the gas, and you're going to be like, okay, I see it now. I absolutely see it. I drive a 50. My wife drives a 90. My kid drives a 3. We're a Mazda family. We don't do that just because we like Jake. We do it because they're great vehicles. And we also like Jake because Jake's one of the best dudes on the planet. His sales staff are great guys. They will take care of you every step of the way. It's right here at Tim Daly, Mazda Southtown, Automall Drive, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
They've been doing it for a while.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
The willingness to vault somebody to stardom and close the book on them immediately based on a couple of Summer League games is absolutely laughable. I think Cody has a lot to prove, but I'm certainly not going to let a Summer League alter my opinion on that until we actually see the rubber meet the road.
And to your point, Cody is not equipped to be the number 2 best player. And luckily for him, in the NBA, he never has to. He needs to be the 5th best player on the roster, doing some of the dirty work, get out in transition, get some steals, whatever you have to do. Get some deflections, play some defense, be long, eat up 12 to 15 minutes a night. Is that ideally what you want with the 10th overall pick? Of course not. That's not what you're hoping for when you draft somebody in the lottery. But if he can get to a point where he's hitting shots somewhat regularly and playing defense, there is still value there, and it's amazing to go back to that draft and just realize it's bad top to bottom.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days. Steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup. Shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try BarWBeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
Technology never stands still. And neither does Les Olson IT. For 70 years and counting, we've helped businesses adapt, grow, and stay secure through every change. With experienced people and smart technology solutions, we make work easier, more productive, and more secure. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Let Les be here for you.
It's DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, everybody wants a deal. Everybody wants to save some money. Guess what? It's time for a sale at J. Brooks Jewelers, isn't it?
Thanks, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh, our annual sample sale means everything in stock is 15 to 60% off. From engagement rings and wedding bands to diamond earrings, necklaces, bracelets, estate treasures, and more, you'll find incredible savings throughout our entire in-stock collection. So whether you're celebrating a special occasion or shopping for an upcoming proposal, or simply treating yourself, we'll help you find a piece that you'll love at exceptional value. With one-of-a-kind styles, timeless classics, and limited inventory, this is the best opportunity of the year to shop before your favorite pieces are gone. So visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh starting Saturday, July 11th for the annual sample sale and discover your next favorite piece while savings last.
J. Brooks Jewelers in Lehigh, Murray, and online at jbrooksjewelers.com.
Greater Zion, no greater feeling. At Southern Utah's Copper Rock Golf Course, we embrace that feeling. Here, every swing is surrounded by breathtaking landscapes and world-class amenities, providing that perfect pairing of golf and unforgettable outdoor experiences. Come for the golf, stay for the adventure. Copper Rock, born to be played.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest.
It's time to spin the wheel and talk some sports. This is Sports Roulette on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I think we need to give Bo Nix a little bit of credit. He's by far the best quarterback the Denver Broncos have had, probably the last 9 or 10 months. So let's take it easy on old Bo.
Oh, you guys are so proud of yourself. I love that you chuckled there, though. I love
the Bo Nix slander is pretty funny right now.
Yeah, the Bo Nix manufactured
I wouldn't even
slander.
say slander. Like it's pretty legit. Like there's a lot of question marks surrounding Bo Nix.
There's a lot. Well, I mean, let's be honest. If Vinny Iyer says it, it must be true. So yeah,
I do not appreciate the Vinny Iyer slander. Don't do that. Be better. Than that.
No, I think Vinny is. We've seen the.
Okay. All right.
All right. Let's see if we can get away from the Bo Nix talk. Let's get a little roulette wheel. We'll try to spin the wheel wherever the little white ball lands is what we end up talking about. Sports Roulette right here on the Zone.
I can tell it's the last day of the week because I'm punchy over here.
Oh yeah, we do have tomorrow off, and then we will be back next week, and full slate of shows ready to rock and roll, getting you ready for college football season. But with that, Lloyd, go ahead, spin it.
Yo, Bo, no.
CBS has come out with a ranking. It's a story that was posted on Broncos Wire, but, CBS is not a fledgling organization, nor is it just two guys sitting behind a...
Pretty much it.
They rank Bo Nix among NFL's most overrated quarterbacks. Scotty, your thoughts?
Hey, you know what? Led the team to would have been an AFC championship had he not broken his ankle. Beat everybody's favorite in a AFC divisional game in what's his name from Buffalo. So I mean, honestly,
Jared Allen.
Yeah, whatever his name is,
Jarrett. That's
Allen.
the basketball guy. But
so yeah, I think that I think his resume speaks for itself.
So you're gonna have it. You're gonna stand by his numbers.
I'm going to stand by my guy Bo. Bo is one of the best quarterbacks in the National Football League, and he'll be just fine.
Garrett Podell of CBS Sports with this quote.
You know what? It's interesting about isn't that the guy with the Motel 6? We'll leave the light on for you.
No, I think that's his uncle.
That's Tom
Garrett
Bodett.
Bodell?
That's Tom Bodett.
You're getting your that's Podell.
Podell.
The young quarter. In fact, let's get this guy on, Lloyd. The young quarterbacks lumps directly led to Denver struggling to consistently drive the football down the field. 3 of the top 4 teams with the most punts in the 2025 regular season. The Browns, Titans, Raiders missed the playoffs and fired their respective head coaches. The 4th team in that group is Knicks' Broncos with 75 punts.
Who also went to an AFC championship game. And, and won, what was it, 15, 14 games last year?
So
I think they were just fine.
We'll talk to Garrett next week at some point to kind of iron this out. But
Garrett
I just thought it's interesting on a day that we're talking Bo Nix, it comes up on the wheel.
Crazy how that worked. I think we're messing with the integrity of the will today.
I know nothing
we've
of that.
never done that, so don't.
I don't know. If I've never believed it before. Today might be the first day. I think there might be some shenanigans with that will back
You might
there.
be putting on a minute suspension over here. You have to sit in the radio penalty box.
If you put that out there, Scotty, you remember the movie The Cooler, right?
Oh, I do.
You remember
Absolutely.
what happened to him?
It wasn't good.
Yeah. So don't you put the roulette wheel on blast like that. Don't you question the integrity, because that might happen to you.
Oh, stop it. You and which... Well, never mind.
He's a bum, I say. Bum.
All right. Spin it.
DP favorite to win the Rookie of the Year?
Lloyd just posted this. So what kind of weird Joe Schmuckatelli service did you grab your stats from, Lloyd? Because that's what we're all doing today, is pulling out numbers from just random.
I think that's Tom Bodett put these odds out. The Motel 6 line of the day, brought to you by one of those betting companies.
Now, this is coming from ESPN. These are the gambling odds currently for
the worldwide leader.
Yes, from the Rookie of the Year. Right now, Darren Peterson and Cam Boozer both at plus 330. A.J. DeBonsa coming in at third at plus 380. Caleb Wilson plus 425. Darius Acuff at 9-1. So there you go. Darren Peterson, Cameron Boozer, both with the best odds of winning Rookie of the Year 3 months before the season starts.
You were kind of talking Boozer early. I was talking about what an incubation spot for Darren to come into.
Yes.
The guys around him definitely insulate, and then he can do things to help. So, man, everybody's talking college football, and I can't wait for that. But we got a lot of things lined up, my guy.
Oh, we do. We do. All right, Lloyd, spin it.
Dum-Dum doing dumb things again.
Oh, Tom Dun-Dun.
What's this Dum-Dum thing you speak of?
Dum-Dum.
What is that from?
Princess Bride.
Oh, that's when the big giant guy?
Yeah. Okay. Yep. That's Andre
and then
the
he
Giant.
says, I'll kill your father.
Yeah.
Dum-Dum.
So there is the Mount Rushmore of play-by-play guys in the NBA. Kevin Calabro would be the George Washington on that Mount Rushmore. Was with the Sonics forever. Then when they moved, he took over the Portland Trailblazers. And, of course, he was in the middle of a contract negotiation when Tom Dum-Dum took over and the team, and they essentially fired him by giving him an offer that was so low that he essentially had to turn it down. Here's his quote. It was a really disappointing offer that was not hard at all to turn thumbs down to, and realize that there was not much seriousness on the other end to get something done, which is fine if you wanted to end the relationship. But that's one way to do it, I suppose. Now, remember, he also had a quick tweet when it happened and said it was an easy decision to make. The offer was subprime. Taking a shot at Tom Dundon and how he made his billions of dollars is essentially taking advantage of people with some subprime loans on housing.
Love it. Love everything about it. Calabro. I just remember Locke playing when he had his show, all of his highlights, Calabros, and he's out there screaming and yelling and causing a scene, and it was so cool.
Speaking of Gary Payton, he'd always yell, "GP, are you with me?"
Exactly.
Yeah, just great stuff.
Good stuff. Great announcer. Hopefully he can find a home.
I'm sure he will, and he's at a point in his life where, I doubt that he needs to work. He's just been a fixture in the NBA for so long that the NBA needs him just to provide some level of sanity, because when you see a highlight from Kevin Calabro, you have to listen to it. He is just fantastic, and the fact that the Portland Trailblazers essentially gave him the middle finger and told him to go walking is pretty sad and ridiculous.
Very, very sad, but it just continues. It's how this guy's going to do things. He's going to do them on the cheap where he can.
All right, spin it.
Taking Tito's.
Shocking details out of Colorado, where former NBA player Ty Lawson was arrested for stealing a $34 bottle of Tito's vodka from a liquor store.
Is this pretty pricey vodka?
$34.
$34
a bottle. So I mean, less than a tank of gas.
Yeah, by a long shot. Yeah,
by a long shot. And yeah, so it's just crazy to see. Lawson apparently screamed and repeatedly called the officers horrible names, and kicked his sales glass wall and was yelling "stop!" Literally spit on the floor. It was not a good night for Ty.
It just bums me out how bad things can get for guys.
I know. It absolutely happened around 8 p.m. on July 16th.
Heck of a player back in the day.
Yeah, fast with the ball, right?
Yeah.
Very fast with the ball. Spent a lot of time with the Nuggets. But just disappointing. Unfortunately, hopefully he can get some help.
Yeah. It just, the stats on guys struggling post-basketball or post-professional sports in anything is pretty staggering and pretty scary.
It is. Very scary.
And I know that all the leagues are doing everything they can to try to protect these guys and try to educate them. But at the end of the day, there's this level of personal accountability that, you got to find a way to hold it together. But I know for a fact, and you've been around a lot of former athletes, you have such a high level of competition, and every day it's about getting better and trying to beat not only a teammate out for playing time, but beat the opponent, and everything is about competition. And then just like that, it's gone. And you have to direct that in some way, shape, or form. And if you don't have an outlet, sadly, sometimes substances and alcohol are needed to take its place.
And it's not even just the competition. It's you have no idea unless you're in it how fast paced, like when you start traveling with your seasons.
Yeah.
Everything's a whirlwind, and you're moving at the speed of sound, and you're moving and shaking, and you're seeing things, and phones ringing. You're in the know, you're in the middle of things, and the minute you step out, all of it goes away. I mean, you stop traveling, you stop talking to the same people on a regular basis like you do with a team, and you can isolate, and you can make bad choices. And so yeah, it's definitely a huge thing when, like, we're talking about Brandon being done today.
Yeah.
Jump onto something, get yourself part of a team. You got your family, but that's the other thing, is just find something with your time. That's why I love what Mac's doing. Max, at his age, is still out there trying to do something good.
Well, I mean, look, you see a lot of these press conferences where guys announce their retirements, and they're just bawling, just crying. And I think a lot of that is because the uncertainty, like, they don't know what they're good for anymore. Like, this was your identity, and you were considered one of the best on the planet at that, and now you have 40 years left of your life, and you don't know what to do with it. I mean,
that's exactly it.
It's pretty scary, honestly.
And I think if they were really focused in on the wives, they're crying a lot too, because they've made a life with them not around, and then all of a sudden they're in the kitchen all the time.
They're like, hey, why are we taking the kid here? Like, I got the system. Just don't mess with the system.
You go find something to do.
Yeah,
right.
I don't want to deal with you anymore. Yeah, no, that's that by the way is very real. We joke about that, but I know that we even joke about it. Bowler jokes about it when the season gets over and he's got some time on his hands. Sharon had everything lined up where to go, and so here comes Bowler coming in like, all right, I'm ready to help. Let's go. And she's like, hey, no, I got it. Like, don't disrupt the flow. I got the system in place. I'm sure Rachel had the same thing.
Totally. And I'm just trying to think about it, but I think my window was where I was out traveling and doing all that was basically 05 heavy to 19. So in those 14 years, you hit it on the head. Like, so much has changed, and people are using all these different apps to do things, and you're behind. So latch on to something about family, man. Family can take care of a lot of it. Just don't drive your wife crazy.
Don't drive them crazy. Take up barbecuing. Go get your.
See, that would be an awesome guitar. See, that's where all my time went into guitar.
Go get yourself a rig, and start barbecuing. Go get yourself a guitar. Teach yourself the guitar. Go outside, get yourself a chainsaw, do a little landscaping, a little yard work.
Or like our guy Kevin with the bandsaw.
Yeah.
He's got the bandsaw behind him and coming out of his mouth toward Bo Nix.
Yeah, he was cutting. It's not okay. All of you out there who got a phone call from Lloyd saying, hey, I need you to call in on this text line, and I need you to say bad things about Bo Nix, shame on you. Shame on all of you. Do better.
That
me.
Didn't happen.
I mean, he didn't call me, but I did it on my own, so I'll take some of the shame.
97.
Wait, you were one of those?
I was the old man.
Oh, okay. How did you change your name?
I just typed it in different.
Oh, okay.
I mean, you can put your name in.
So, all right. So, okay.
I put in, I think I put in Lloyd.
Hold on. So I'm going to go voicemail.
Kull.
All right, here we go. Here we go. This is hit the talk to us button.
Okay.
Hi guys, long-time listener, first-time caller. Just want to let you know that I think Bo Nix is a tremendous player, and I think he's MVP caliber coming up this upcoming season. And I appreciate the show, Scotty. Hang in there. I know you're dealing with some dum-dums, but hang in there. We appreciate all you do.
Oh, that was glowing.
Oh, actually, now it's working. Oh, okay. Hold on. Reset recording. I did it wrong.
See, I tell you,
I thought I had
tough.
to have it held down the whole time. Bo Nix is awesome. He'll be great. MVP caliber. Scott, you're great. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Boom. There we go. Submit message. Agreed. There we
If it doesn't go through, there's a picture of Lloyd going, no. A little pops up 3D image.
Yeah,
You're not
exactly.
getting through.
All right. We'll wrap up this bad boy next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Beehive Mills here to hook you up, folks. That's right. You want a great home-cooked meal that everybody in your family is going to love? All you have to do is go to beehivemills.com. Have a shipment of those meals come right to your house, regardless of whatever size of family you might have. They'll have different proportion sizes to match that. You throw that sucker in a slow cooker, and you, my friends, have a beautiful, incredibly tasting meal without having to put in the work.
One thing I love too, Scotty, is supporting local companies. Obviously, this weekend, a local holiday kind of how this whole state got started. And so Beehive Meals is a local company doing great things. They make it easy to put a great meal on the table without spending all night in the kitchen. That local company brings great people, better food, and that's why Beehive Meals has a spot in our home.
Go to beehivemills.com. That's beehivemills.com.
This is Wick with Greenify Energy Savers. If your home feels like it's overheating the moment the sun comes up, your windows could be a major reason why. In the summer months, inefficient windows let in heat and force your AC to work overtime, driving up your energy bills and making your home less comfortable. The problem is, most homeowners know they need new windows, but put it off because they assume it's going to be too expensive. At Greenify Energy Savers, we install high-performance AMSCO energy-efficient windows manufactured right here in Salt Lake City, so install times are typically just a few weeks, not several months. And most homeowners are surprised to learn that we can often save them thousands of dollars compared to other window companies while still offering premium windows with a lifetime warranty and flexible finance options. Don't spend another summer fighting the heat inside your home. Give Greenify Energy Savers a call today for a free no-obligation quote at 801-948-4464. Again, that's 801-948-4464. Or check us out online at greenifyenergysavers.com. Let us save you literally thousands of dollars and greenify your windows today.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Accessing the best radio in Utah is right here. This is Scotty G and the coach Tim Lacombe on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Bo Nix is the man. He's the bomb. He should have been the MVP of the Super Bowl last year if it wasn't for that fluke injury. And after his second Super Bowl win with Coach Payton here in the near future, even Vikings fans are going to wish that he was on their team.
No laugh track. No, you don't get to put a laugh track on there, Lloyd. Come on, that's a legitimate voicemail.
Bo Nix is the bomb. TheBomb.com.
Hey, I'm not allowed to make fun of Vinny Iyer. You're not allowed to make fun of our
What do you mean? You've been taking shots at Vinny Iyer all day.
Yeah, and you've addressed it.
Hasn't stopped
about
you.
Not doing it.
Hasn't stopped you.
Come on, these guys are our lifeblood of our radio station, Lloyd. You can't be calling them out like that.
And I know we've talked about it during the show. I mean, emotion makes you do stupid things. I mean, this probably thing doesn't get turned on its ear if I'm not a little upset with you two to start. But I think I've worked through that watching Scotty get a lot of grief.
I think you've I think we're well past the Red Sox.
Yeah, we're way into Knicks territory.
I can't wait.
And that's where the winning streak ends for Boston.
We are getting together to watch the Raiders games this year somewhere. We're going to be in the same room, and come hell or high water, we'll take it like men.
I think we need to have a live stream of that too.
Not a bad idea.
We can't actually stream the game per se, but
right,
we
but
can stream
our
our reactions to it. Yes. Yeah,
like when I fly across and tackle you and break a rib. To go with your shin.
My shin is not broken, although
it's just rubbery.
It's got some weird inflammation thing. Yeah, that's gone though now.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
That was odd.
It
I
doesn't,
was hoping it
doesn't
wasn't.
make the weird grinding sound anymore, like a bandsaw.
I would think that's what the alien thing felt. If you were to.
Yeah, it's
I
already
thought you had a
burst,
little alien in there, man.
burst from the dude's stomach.
Lloyd, do you feel like you've done enough damage today?
I feel like there's still work to be done.
Well, you're going to have to do that with Jake and Ben. Try to tear that show apart.
Actually, just call me tomorrow and tell me you're not going to make it, and that'll just round out the week.
Coach, I'll call you around. I'll give you a call in the morning. I'll give you a heads
Is
up.
this tomorrow or Saturday you guys are walking?
I'm walking. Isn't it
That's
tomorrow?
Oh, it's tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Because I know
You're throwing me off, bro.
The Bountiful one's on Saturday.
I was about to head to Eagle Mountain, not mountain.
Mountain. Yeah. Hey, big thanks to Tim Daly, Mazda, Southtown, Jake and the crew, ready to wheel and deal. It's a holiday weekend. They're going to save you a ton of money. All right, there's two things you need to know. 0% and a year of free gas. That's right. A year of free gas with prices going all over the place. You thought they were coming back down to normal. Boop. Nope, you're back up to $4.50. So if you want to fix the issues at the pump, come down here, Tim Daly, Mazda, Southtown. New vehicles, a year of free gasoline. Also, 0% financing on every vehicle outside of the Miata. So if you want one of these brand new 5s, you can get 0% financing on that as well. It's going to save you a ton of money, folks. It's the way to go. Tim Daly, Mazda, Southtown. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's DJ, PK, and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, everybody wants a deal. Everybody wants to save some money. Guess what? It's time for a sale at J. Brooks Jewelers, isn't it?
Thanks, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh, our annual sample sale means everything in stock is 15 to 60% off. From engagement rings and wedding bands to diamond earrings, necklaces, bracelets, estate treasures, and more, you'll find incredible savings throughout our entire in-stock collection. So whether you're celebrating a special occasion or shopping for an upcoming proposal, or simply treating yourself, we'll help you find a piece that you'll love at exceptional value. With one-of-a-kind styles, timeless classics, and limited inventory, this is the best opportunity of the year to shop before your favorite pieces are gone. So visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh starting Saturday, July 11th for the annual sample sale and discover your next favorite piece while savings last.
J. Brooks Jewelers in Lehigh, Murray, and online at jbrooksjewelers.com.
Right now, JCW's has 15 bus and billboards depicting our delicious, mouthwatering hamburgers across I-15. We've also just learned that I-15 averages 15 fender benders a day. Probably a coincidence, but just in case, keep your eyes on the road. Here's what our burgers sound like. Now with your hands at 10 and 2, safely turn into one of our 5 locations in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Should BYU and Notre Dame be playing football every single year? An annual matchup.
Yeah, if they have this opportunity, build something new and see if it sticks. So if you have a chance to get Notre Dame, sign on.
I would assume that Brett Yormark would be in Santiago's ear saying, do it. How can I help you do it? It's just going to elevate the league's profile.
I don't think we appreciate the level of improvement and status BYU football program is right now. This is a team that has won double digits here 2 years in a row at the Power 4 level. It's something that has never been done. And you can argue that this is the best that the program's ever been.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Escape the everyday with a quick trip to Cedar City. Just one tank of gas from the Wasatch Front, but a world away in experience. Hike through the cool, refreshing beauty of Canara Falls, where red rock walls and flowing water create a stunning natural escape. Then head up to Cedar Breaks National Monument, where the air is crisp, the views stretch for miles, and the night skies come alive with thousands of stars. And when the sun goes down, step into the spotlight at the world-renowned Utah Shakespeare Festival, where unforgettable stories unfold under the open sky. From outdoor adventure to rich arts and culture to peaceful, wide-open spaces, Cedar City is the kind of getaway that helps you slow down, breathe deeper, and reconnect. So whether you're chasing fresh mountain air, unforgettable scenery, or a night of incredible live performance, it's all waiting for you, closer than you think. Discover the art of adventure. Find your inspiration in Cedar City. Plan your getaway today at visitcedarcity.com.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We're all locked in now.
Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to kick off your afternoon drive with Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Allow me to introduce the best of the best.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You were young and your heart was an open book. You used to say, live and let live. But if this ever-changing world in which we live in makes you give in and cry, say, live and let
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. Happy Thursday to all those who celebrate. However, you may be absorbing the show on the YouTube, KSLSports.com, over the air. And a proper hello to our friends from the future, consuming via podcast. Joining in studio right now. You hear him in the morning. He was on flying solo today, and he's nice enough to come back and do an hour with me in the afternoon. You know him. You love him. He is David James.
Good afternoon. I almost said good morning. I just had to have it.
What's up, DJ?
Well, I should be able to adapt him in the other chair. I'm on the opposite side of the studio now, so. It's hot out there. It is hot. I've been running some errands. I've been out there getting stuff done in the world, and I am glad to be back in our air-conditioned studios.
You know what I love about your new situation that was different than your situation for so long is that you're here. I ran into you in the parking lot the other day, several hours after your show, and I had a chance to say hello and catch up. You're able to drop by. I know you're doing, how many projects in the building are you doing now? I think you're on 75 different podcasts on every different topic. I mean, it's great though. I love it that your time is not divided.
I've got one marketable skill. I can talk. So, yeah, I've done a few podcasts.
You don't say.
Yeah, that's the one.
No,
that's it.
Okay.
Can you fix things? No, not really. That's why my last phone call was the guy about the sprinklers, man.
Oh, dude.
The water to the vegetable garden? Uh-oh.
Sprinkler problems are so maddening.
Yes.
I mean,
I don't understand why they break all the time.
So maddening. Well, anything water runs through, it's probably going to have issues along the way. But my problem is that I have to go to the hardware store 16 times. I know it's cliche, but I buy the wrong this and that, and I'm back, and it's just awful. I'm with you. I'm not smart enough for that stuff. But can I start here before we can dive in? We can dive into some basketball, some jazz. I know you had Kevin on this morning breaking down the NFL.
Yep.
But let me ask you this. Okay, so David and I sit on the same side of the studio. You sit here, and
as
so
we
do I.
see, as we see at the left, but on TV, yeah, to be the right. But yes.
So you usually are on this side. Now, occasionally, you and I both have been known to leave ourselves logged in after our show.
Everyone's done it at some point, and most people are good teammates. There was one exception, but that person doesn't work here anymore.
Okay, all right. So I think
that person has never worked in this building. That was a while ago.
But no, I have your back on it. I
love that. Did I leave it on today?
It's like same side. Yes. Okay. So the truth is, you did leave it on today.
Okay.
Or leave it logged in today. And did you listen to Scotty and Coach at all today? Their show at all?
A little bit. They were on remote. I heard some of it, but I didn't hear all of it.
They had an NFL guy come on, the Vinny Heyer. He's come on the station at times. NFL guy, and what did he call Bo Nix? An average quarterback or something? He was really down on Bo Nix. And so that then inspired kind of a bit because Scotty was grumpy that he was down on Bo Nix. So people started using the voicemail thing. And Tim actually sent in his own voicemail talking about how crappy Bo Nix is or how crappy Bo Nix is going to be. So I thought for a second. Now, this is the part. Would you have found this funny? I thought for a second of logging into your Twitter and tweeting at Scotty, Bo Nix is the worst, or something like that. Like that.
You want him to play something?
Yeah, no. He's not listening.
No, I know that. That's because
now-
Lloyd's in there talking to him.
now
Lloyd, leave people alone in the control room so they can produce. Stop distracting them.
Now he's missed 2 of them.
Lloyd, I have to talk to you in the break. There's an issue that has to be dealt with.
All right. Wait, here we go. Christian?
It was off. I've been playing it.
I couldn't hear it in my ear?
The board was off by accident. We were playing something earlier, and I forgot to turn the board back on.
Okay.
So I was playing it.
All right.
That's my bad.
It's a show bit. Anytime we say like that.
Like that?
He has to play that particular drop. Do you know where that came from?
I do not.
Oh, we'll explain that here in just 1 second. But my question was, would you have been mad? Because I would...
Mad is strong. I probably would not have been pleased. I would have
Okay.
turned all the Bronco nut jobs out there loose on me. One of the cool things about no longer being responsible for not picking games for CBS.
Which is so my favorite bit ever. I'm so sad it's over.
Oh, my gosh. The number of people that hated me because they didn't pick the Broncos, the number of people that hated me because they did pick the Broncos, when realistically, if CBS spends billions of dollars, they just don't let weekend sportscasters pick.
No.
Yeah.
That's not how that works.
And I don't have to deal with that anymore. So
you don't want to step in it with the Broncos fans. Okay.
I don't need to deal with those
All right.
people because they are crazy.
Yeah, worst people
they
in the
are
world.
nut jobs.
I believe
Their
it.
mental health is not questionable. It is poor. At least the ones who reach out to me. The normal ones who just are like, is it on this weekend? Okay. They're fine. But the ones, those people, they're out of control.
I have a funny trolling an obnoxious Broncos fan story for you, but we can leave that for another day because I do want to explain this. So we have created our bit, our Like That bit. And it's just
Like that?
It's an homage to the greatest play-by-play moment of all time. And since you are an experienced play-by-play guy, I'm curious to your response to this. All right? So we'll play the whole thing for you. Go ahead, Christian.
One more gone but not forgotten, and that's our sweet Daisy, or our sweet Lucy. At the age of 12, she was run over in our driveway.
Oh! Like that? Was she run over like that?
That's super awkward. What a conversation to broadcast. B, what a conversation for apparently during a game. What's going on
During
there?
a game, and it's a big dunk. I mean, the dude on the floor really does run over a guy and dunk it.
My dad
like
was
that?
My dad was traumatized because my grandmother
Like that?
backed over his dog and killed it.
Oh, well, then don't bring us down, David.
Sorry.
It was a funny moment.
I don't find any of that
Don't
entertaining.
bring us.
I was
don't
told
bring
never
us
to bring
down.
that up with Grandma, and I never did.
No, I wouldn't either. Good call.
Yeah,
I'm
thanks.
so happy you're bringing it up on the radio.
Would have cost me a lot of sugar and snacks and treats and whatever. And Grandma would have gone to cry somewhere.
Oh, dude, grandmas are the best. Oh, you'll get a kick out of this, and then we could talk basketball. So, speaking of grandmas, it's my mother's birthday, and she's gone shopping all day with my 9-year-old.
Twist for golf clubs.
Oh, I hope so. No, for whatever.
Yeah.
My mom only had sons.
Uh-huh.
Not that sons can't be into shopping, but she never got the...
I have another downer story about that, but I'll save you. The dog was enough to ruin the segment. I'm not going to tell you this one. I'll tell you this one in the break. You'll be like, oh, boy.
But my mom got a chance to go shopping with my 9-year-old all day, and it was cool. My 9-year-old was super stoked about it. And my point being, grandmas are the best.
True story. Both my grandmothers lived a long time, and they both lived in San Diego, and they both spoiled me in their own ways spectacularly.
Yeah, that's the best.
And if I said anything other than that, I would be a big old liar, and I'd be struck by lightning. I mean, they focused on it. And not just me, but all their grandkids.
Yeah.
And one had 5 grandkids, and the other had 7, and just spoiled them, all of them. There was no tomorrow.
My parents have 2. And it looks like it's going to stay.
They're spoiling them like no tomorrow.
That's really good news. Really good news for my kids.
I saw a clip on social media about that, and it's parents are taping their kids and their grandmothers. You're like, Grandma, why are you doing that? And the grandma looks up at the kid like, because I want to. I'm spoiling them. That kind of, There's a bunch of clips like that.
Yeah.
Mind your own business.
Like that?
Exactly. I get this game now.
Yeah. It's funny. And then it starts to affect your personal life, which is because you kind of in your brain saying, like that.
Like that.
Like that? So that's why it's a good bit.
All right.
Okay, as Christian has coined the term, David, we are still waiting for LeBron to make...
waiting. Oh, very nice, Christian.
To make la decision.
Thank you very much.
Let Miami accidentally let it slip. I think
Okay,
the Heat know the answer.
You think so?
Yeah, I do. And I don't like it. I'd rather go to Cleveland or Philly. He could win a title in Miami, and I'd rather have him in Cleveland or Philly. Now, if he does win a title in Miami, if he gets close, then I will be entertained. My entertainment options right now involve LeBron going to Cleveland or to Philly. I'd love to see Cleveland's got the whole sentimentality. Could he get one more? I think it'd be fascinating with Donovan. I'm already kind of paying attention to the team because of Donovan. I don't watch a lot of games, but I'm always checking the box scores. And then later in the year, national TV games, I'll check in on them and just see what it looks like and all that. And so him going there, they clearly need playoff experience. They clearly need a vet for big moments in the playoffs. They don't need him to carry them during the regular season, which is good because he's not cut out for that. I don't think they're a championship team with him, but I think they're close enough to be interesting. Philly, I'm interested in watching all the parts to see if they fit together. There's a lot of talent there, but you're not building a fantasy football team or fantasy basketball team. And, will they share the ball? Will it work? I actually think that some of the injuries work in their favor because I'm not sure how often you want all those guys healthy for a long period of time.
But your point is not enough shots to go around for all the shooters.
Yes,
Okay.
what I said about Boston once upon a time. Yes.
Thought I'd drop that in there.
Yeah.
Anyway, continue.
Too many shots, too many shooters, not enough shots. Not enough shots to go around for all the shooters. Miami, not enough perimeter defense scoring. They got some bigs. They got some size. And LeBron would get to have the ball and be creative, which he is not prime LeBron. Stop it with the people who try to convince us that he's even 90% of prime LeBron. But I think 75% of prime LeBron is still a really good player. And the Lakers won a playoff series. Not that they were going to go anywhere, not that they were going to win 2, not that they're building towards anything. But the fact is, you could kick out the 14 worst teams and match people up. And flawed Houston, certainly injured Houston, but injured LA too. And the Lakers won, and LeBron played at a high level. So, but I just don't trust Giannis to stay healthy. Giannis isn't Embiid, but he's not far away from it.
Yeah.
So,
well, I'm with you. I think LeBron stinks now. So I don't know.
I also have Pat Riley issues.
I don't know if he's getting anybody over the hump. But let me ask you this, because I don't know, but I do know that James Harden. This is my conspiracy theory for you. James Harden has not signed. Now, everybody kind of knows that Adele, Rich Paul's girlfriend, promised James that there would be an extension in Cleveland.
I think there need to be more drops, just randomly, celebrity drops, randomly work through the show like that.
Oh, yeah. No, you've hit on two staples. You really have. Anytime we talk about Clutch, it's not Rich Paul that does anything. It's Adele.
Now that you have a hello, you also need a goodbye.
Oh, there you go. All right. We'll get on that.
Yeah.
But anyway, James Harden hasn't signed yet. He was promised an extension, which is why nobody is really talking about it. But why hasn't he signed? And did you see?
I have a theory. Call on me.
Okay, well, but did you see there were pictures released of James Harden last week or from something?
I don't stalk James Harden. And I missed that.
He's maybe 290 pounds. He is really
if I'm
fat guy.
LeBron, that makes me not want to go to Cleveland.
If he's free agent James Harden, or he's worried about his contract, he's not going to be fat James Harden. So why hasn't he signed yet? Now, I'd like to call on you, David James, because could they be not signing him because they're going to work out some sort of sign and trade and then sign?
I suppose I think the first thing is if James needs to give up a little money to get LeBron there, he'll do it. Not a lot, but a little.
Right.
And so that the number will just be adjusted and he won't sign yet. That was my default go-to. Is hey, if we need a little more room to get LeBron in here, I'll take one for the team and we'll do it.
Okay. All right. Well, that would fit. But I wonder, and we saw these.
And they can make him whole by giving him an extra year on the end. There's ways around it. And so they'll figure that out.
But I wonder if LeBron really wants to sign a veteran minimum contract. My mind keeps coming back to that.
And if the answer to that is no, then it would be good that Harden didn't sign.
That's what I'm saying.
But LeBron also wants to win, and I don't think he wants to play with Harden 100 pounds overweight.
Wow.
Or 80 or 60 or whatever.
The problem...
I did not see that video. I want to find that now and see if Harden is in that poor shape. That's
Christian, you saw it. He looked quite heavy. What?
It's like a biannual tradition.
Yeah. Yeah, you should you should take a look at that.
I'm looking it up right now.
But okay, so the problem if he goes to Cleveland is there's not enough dribbles to go around for all the dribbling.
Yeah, no, I get it. Who plays off the ball?
Because Donovan doesn't want to, James Harden doesn't want to, and LeBron James certainly doesn't want to. So
I have a photo. Okay, well, number one, is this real? Or is someone messing with a camera? Because otherwise, yeah, he's too big.
Well, I don't know.
But everything can be photoshopped and tweaked and then below it, people are really playing with it.
But would it shock you if James Harden,
No, it would not. That's why I looked for the photos. And now that I see it, I'm wondering, okay, how much of this is real? How exaggerated is it? Because you're right, he looks big.
So
if he were an NBA player,
if he were really truly worried about signing with a team, he wouldn't be in that condition, I would say. So he is going to sign with Cleveland, but why is he waiting? And your point about maybe giving your LeBron a little extra cheese, that could be it. But I do wonder, and it makes me still my indication all along would have been Cleveland. But the reason I'm bothered is because he's not good enough to make any of this attention worth it. And yet I lead the show with LeBron.
Say that again. Let's let that. I want to marinate in that.
Okay.
He's not good enough.
He's not good enough to deserve this kind of. He's not good enough anymore for Adam Silver to be holding up the dang schedule release. Are you serious?
It's not. That's where he's not good enough. I mean, I'm the one who just told you, don't tell me he's 90% of what he was. Tell me he's 75. So I get that. But celebrity moves the needle. And TV partners absolutely positively want to put him on, even if it's so people can hate watch him. And do not underestimate that. People watch sports to root against athletes and root against teams.
Okay.
The Cowboys don't get those ratings because they're super popular. They get them because they're both super popular and super unpopular.
I get it. But all three of those teams that we're talking about, the East Coast teams, are all going to be on TV a zillion times because it's not like any of those teams stink without LeBron.
And I get that, but nonetheless, Cleveland gets 10 more appearances if they have him than if they don't. They'll get some without him. Absolutely. I'm with you.
They're an Eastern Conference Finals team. Donovan Mitchell's an All-NBA guy.
Sure, but I think also by watchability, you could argue Cleveland will be the fifth most watchable ESPN team.
Yeah.
Well, fifth most watchable team for ESPN or, whoever, NBC,
Well, listen, if he goes to Miami, they're not winning anything because they don't have anybody who can shoot the ball.
But people will watch Giannis and LeBron.
I get it.
And people will watch them lose. Does NBC right here on our sister TV station want LeBron and Miami on a Sunday night even if they get beat? I think the answer to that is yes, absolutely they do.
I think with Giannis, it's already yes, though.
People like to root against LeBron. More people will watch them lose if LeBron is there than will watch them lose if LeBron is not there.
But if the conversation is where do I think he's going to go, I'm still kind of Cleveland is such a LeBron thing. Ending one final chapter.
Mm-hmm.
the little kid from Akron.
Mm-hmm.
It all comes to a
but
close. And
going home isn't just a LeBron thing. Going home is
I know, but
Americana, apple pie, blah, blah, blah.
It is, but that's why he would do it, is because of he is
That's
more.
why a lot of people would do it. That's why a lot of people want it done.
No, but he is more about his legacy than maybe any professional athlete ever. That's why he's so sensitive about the goat thing. He's crazy. He's got all his minions who fight the goat fight for him every day because it's
That's
so
an
dang
interesting
important
thought
to
that
him.
he is more about his legacy than anyone ever.
Because Michael Jordan left a big legacy, right? But he was about the myth making him money. And maybe LeBron is too. You know, he certainly hasn't left a lot on the table. But Michael changed marketing. He changed sports marketing forever.
100%.
Forever.
It's got to be the shoes money. Yeah,
he was not worried about his legacy.
Be like Mike, the Gatorade spots, the epic Mickey D's.
So Larry
Bird shoot off. Yeah. I mean, there's so many campaigns for so many companies just crushing it. But Jordan is about his legacy. I mean, he went to the trouble of shooting a bunch of video, sitting on it for more than 20 years, and editing a 10-part 10-hour documentary series.
But when did he do it?
When someone else was about to be labeled the GOAT and he cared about his legacy.
Oh, no. But when did he do it, which is the most Michael Jordan thing of Michael Jordan things? He did it when a pandemic shut down the world and everybody was watching TV. And remember...
But he caught a break there.
No, well, kind of. It was in production.
Right.
But they fast-forwarded everything just to get it on during the pandemic.
But he had broadcasters calling him and say, hey, we need content. We know it's about ready. Finish it. We'll give you more.
Absolutely, but it was maximizing. It was maximizing everything. It was maximizing Michael.
But I smell money.
But that's my point. He was all
but not
about
legacy. I mean, it was legacy.
It was legacy, but it was capitalizing on the legacy. Like if you look at LeBron and Michael, they both created a myth, right? They've both created this.
That's where it's iffy because that is about the money, but that is about the legacy. They go hand in hand.
They do, but I do think LeBron did it because of the attention and the legacy and the story. I think it's why he went back to Cleveland in the first place. But
I'll tell you who worked on their legacy really hard. You haven't mentioned yet. P. Rose. There's somebody who worked on their legacy.
Well, he did some damage to his reputation.
He wanted a legacy. He did some damage to his legacy. He tried to rebuild his legacy, got frustrated when he couldn't, and then he did some more damage to his legacy.
Before he passed, he had maybe one of the funniest tweets I've ever seen, where it was when Shohei's interpreter was going to jail, and Pete Rose tweeted out, said, I should have blamed it on my interpreter. Hilarious. Coming from Pete Rose. Really funny. All right, we'll hit DJ with the top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com. Coming up next, David James, nice enough to hang out with me for an hour. Stay tuned for that. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LaCombe.
SEC Commissioner Greg Sankey, as he kicked off and the SEC kicked off their football media day, said that he is not happy whatsoever with what's going on in terms of the Protect College Sports Act. He has had conversations. The conversations about them tearing away from the rest of college athletics is real.
You know, college football, it's ironic that they're against the Save College Football Act. They don't want to be governed. I mean, that's what I keep hearing. The SEC, the Big Ten, they're the ones that keep dragging their feet. Everybody else wants to get this done, but because they feel like they are better than everybody else, they should get a better deal.
I really can't stand this guy. I really, there are certain people out there that are just hell-bent on wrecking things that don't need to be wrecked.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 25% upfront bonus? And are they promising you up to 9% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait, only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They aren't. That's up to $25,000 upfront or up to $9,000 per year on $100,000, guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. DBA in most states has Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Technology never stands still. And neither does Les Olson IT. For 70 years and counting, we've helped businesses adapt, grow, and stay secure through every change. With experienced people and smart technology solutions, we make work easier, more productive, and more secure. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Let Les be here for you.
Greater Zion, no greater feeling. At Southern Utah's Copper Rock Golf Course, we embrace that feeling. Here, every swing is surrounded by breathtaking landscapes and world-class amenities, providing that perfect pairing of golf and unforgettable outdoor experiences. Come for the golf. Stay for the adventure. Copper Rock, born to be played.
Hey, this is Aaron with Greenify Energy Savers, and I want to extend the incredible offer exclusively for KSL Sports Zone listeners that I recently introduced live on air with DJ and PK. For a limited time, when you purchase a new solar system for your home or business, Greenify will give you a Tesla Powerwall 3 backup battery free. That's right, you'll receive the battery at no cost. You simply pay for the installation. Already have solar but don't have a backup battery? Give us a call. We're also offering unbeatable pricing on battery add-on installations. And here's even more good news. Thanks to the partnerships we've built over the past 14 years in business, we can offer a 25% upfront discount on your entire project. Call us for the details. Every homeowner can qualify. Call Greenify Energy Savers today for your free no-obligation solar and battery quote at 801-948-4464. That's 801-948-4464. Or visit greenifyenergysavers.com to claim your free Tesla Powerwall 3 with your qualifying solar installation. That's greenifyenergysavers.com.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Time for the top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com. Brought to you by our friends at J. Brooks Jewelers. Actually, David's dear friend, John from J. Brooks Jewelers.
John from J. Brooks Jewelers.
Cherish your love with J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials, J. Brooks Jewelers. The reason, though, that is funny is because you have known John, and we've had as a station, a relationship with J. Brooks for...
I'm bad on time, but certainly a decade, absolutely pre-pandemic.
For us, probably.
Yeah.
So
he'd be a better, but whether it's 2019 or 2015, I don't know.
But they rock, and we love them. So
true story.
All right, Christian, where do you want to start?
Number 1, the Trib put out an article talking about Kalani Sitake. BYU does not want to be the highest bidder when it comes to NIL.
It's not what they're saying, anyway. Kalani wants them to be there for development and overall, well-being as opposed to just there for the check.
He's been very clear about that. If it's just about the money, they get turned off recruiting kids. If that's the first thing that comes up, they get turned off recruiting kids. They'll pay people, and they will. Their NIL is good, and if it weren't, they'd be losing more kids. And they have a fair number of kids who are A, pretty good football players, and B, not church members. Certainly for the kids who grow up, church members, the return missionary kid, there are absolutely other things than money. It's not all about the money. But I think in those situations, you got to at least be in the ballpark. And it's basketball, not football, but it was so public, and I don't think there's that much difference in the way high school athlete thinks, regardless of their sport. It's like, you think you're worth a certain amount of money. Well, for A.J. DeBonce, it was like $5 million. If you're not paying me $5 million, I'm not coming. Now, there were multiple schools that are going to pay him $5 million, but he didn't turn it into an auction for the highest bidder. There was also a, where do I want to be? Where do I feel comfortable? Who's going to develop me? Who's got NBA experience on the coaching staff? What kind of schedule are you going to play? What kind of competition am I going to face? They had all these other questions. And that's a pretty good balance. I think it's unrealistic to say, well, the money just doesn't matter. Well, if you're independently wealthy, that's great, but that's going to be a super small portion of the population.
Yeah.
So, but to say, hey, I'm worth X, you got to get to X, and then let's see how many competitors there are at that point and where I really feel comfortable. To go someplace where you're miserable just for the money, whether you're a college athlete or you're our age, and we're different ages, doesn't matter where you are in your career, to go just for the money, it had better be a pile of money, because there is a decent chance you're not happy. And when you complain about not being happy, you're going to get hit with the legendary line, which I think started with Mad Men and now has been repeated over and over. I know Harrison Ford likes to use it. That's what the money's for.
Right.
Well, hey, that's what the money's for.
I want to channel your co-host in the morning, Patrick Kinahan, because I've heard you guys have this discussion a bunch of times because of that anonymous quote that a BYU donor gave that said they will not be outbid. And then they've spent a considerable amount of time and energy running away from that. And what Kalani is saying here is no different than any other team in the country or coach or whatever is going to say. I just don't understand why they're putting that story out there and running away from the NIL and from the money so publicly and so much. What does it matter? And you know what? You're telling me that if it takes, whatever it takes to get Bear Bachmeier onto the field, well, you're going to do it. Whether money's his first priority or his eighth priority, you're going to give him money and you're going to give him a lot of it. He's there because BYU has resources. So why do they so much energy into running from that?
Yeah, and
I don't
think everybody has the same agenda, although it might sound similar, or maybe it just sounds exactly alike to some people.
Yeah.
I don't think everybody has the same agenda. When I hear coaches say it, and I've heard coaches say it in multiple sports, and I've heard coaches say it, some who are at BYU, some who are not, some who are in the state of Utah, some are out of the state of Utah. What they have in common is, we'll pay it. Mike Gundy from Oklahoma State, the ex-coach, goes on this list. We'll pay you. But if all you ever do is talk about money, you're not going to watch enough film. You're not going to work hard enough in the weight room. You're not going to put in the extra time at home watching more film, looking at your playbook, doubling and tripling down to make sure that you know every formation, you know every defense, everything the other defense does. You know, if you're an offense and you're a receiver, you know what the quarterback is thinking. You don't have to look at him. You know what the adjustment's going to be. You know when and where the ball's going to be thrown because of the look the defense gives you. And you need everyone on the defense to see the offense break this, to see the personnel, see the formation, and know what play is coming. Because you've all watched that much. When someone doesn't know, it breaks everything down. And if all you do is money, 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 the other stuff's going to suffer. And you're not going to be the best player you can be. We will address the money, you will get a pile of money, and then we will move on. And if you can't embrace that as a player, the move on part, then Kalani and a bunch of other coaches are next. And one of the cool quotes that goes back to this is Kalani was asked once about how fast somebody was or how fast a group of players was. I think it was last year. And he said, well, I mean, I want them to be fast, but I also want them to run in the right direction when the ball is snapped.
Great line.
Fabulous line, right?
Great line.
And we're talking to Bronco one morning. Bronco Mendenhall, Aggie coach, comes on, and I tell him that, and this is Bronco, who's not known for being a laugh a minute, right? He's a fairly serious guy. And he's like, Like, oh, Bronco has so used that line. Bronco has absolutely stood in a room with the defense or with the backs of the linebackers like, I want you to be fast, but could you run the right way? Because every coach has had kids blow assignments, run, and they're like, we talked about it in film. We talked about it on the practice field. We talked about it again in film, and you still ran the wrong way.
Yeah.
What is the key?
I'm glad you brought up Bronco, though, because, listen, Bronco has said something very similar to these quotes to Kalani that we're talking about.
Yeah.
You're going to come to Utah State for more, and if you're going to be on the team, more. Now, Bronco coaching at Utah State, they don't have any money. So he actually means that. Kalani, they're flush with dough. Why are they running from it? I don't get it.
They have, everybody has money, right? But they don't have as much money as someone who might pry their kid away from them. So don't say the Aggies don't have any money. They have some money. And that's why they're prying kids away from other schools. But they got kids prying away from them because they're in the middle of the food chain. There are both bigger fish and smaller fish.
Does Bronco's quote similar to Kalani's mean more, though? I think it does. But I think they're both just getting the PR line out there that they've got to get out there.
Well,
I just don't know why Kalani's doing it.
They do have bosses. Well, he has bosses in the church.
Why are they so sensitive?
Well, because there are some who want it to be 40 years ago and have that not be an issue. Yeah. And they want to, and that's just not realistic. It's not true. I don't think it's honest. I don't think you should talk to the public like that because the public knows better.
Yeah.
Right? So,
like that?
Yes, exactly. So, but when a coach, you got to allow a coach for they're dealing with numbskulls who get so focused on the money and then they don't work as hard and they blow assignments. And that's why coaches say it. Now, why do other people say it? Why does a church leader say it? Why does a school president say it? Why does maybe a longtime booster say it? They might have a different agenda. I think they probably do have a different agenda than a coach who says it. It lands differently based on who's saying it.
What is next, Christian?
Number 2, Shams with the latest on Le Decision today, talking about LeBron James, said he's not waiting for a trade involving Anthony Davis or Kyrie Irving to make his decision.
There's nothing left. The teams are the teams. The information's the information. LeBron has everything he needs to make a decision. The conversations have happened. They're not, from my understanding, my sources tell me that LeBron James, his agent Rich Paul, that inner circle, they're not waiting for another domino right now. They're not waiting for Anthony Davis to get traded anywhere. They're not waiting for anyone else to move around anywhere. The teams, Cleveland, Miami, Golden State, Philadelphia, Minnesota, they're set. Those are the teams. Wherever he ends up, you're looking at minimum deals, you're looking at exceptions. The contracts are not going to be this grand part of this deal. LeBron James was very clear from the very beginning. This is going to be based on happiness in terms of chance to contend for a championship, a chance to compete at a high level, join a culture. That doesn't come from going to a team and then gutting that team from multiple different players. Now, listen, if during the first week of July, LeBron James and Rich Paul told, the Heat or the Cavs or the Warriors, hey, we need you to do this and we're coming, those teams might have done that. But that message was not delivered. And so you just kind of have to read between the lines if you're some of these teams and you need to figure it out. But it's at a point now, July 23rd, it's really up to LeBron James. The entire NBA is waiting on LeBron James' decision.
The entire NBA is waiting.
Well, everybody's waiting on a schedule, so there's that. The commissioner told the truth. And on top of that, you got unrestricted free agents like DeMar DeRozan. Once LeBron signs, there'll be some teams with some money left. There'll be some teams who have roster spots to fill and money to spend. And
except for
then he can get on with his life.
None of those teams have any money. And that's why what Shams said is important, that the contract isn't really a deal. Yep. And he doesn't want to, I think that's interesting, he doesn't want to gut the team that he's going to sign with. So, maybe there is that. But it's not like if Cleveland doesn't get LeBron, they're going to go sign DeMar DeRozan. Maybe they would. But would DeMar DeRozan take a vet minimum contract? Because that's what they're talking about.
I've read multiple people saying there are multiple people in the league waiting for LeBron to sign. Foremost among those, DeMar DeRozan. So once he signs, I guess we'll be able to look back and figure out, because of that, he was waiting for this. Or maybe we'll hear, well, if it had been that would have impacted him. But since it didn't happen, now he does this.
By the way, I'm talking myself into Miami with this lifestyle happiness thing. Like thinking he's going to go to Miami and those reasons. Because, like, if you really were doing happiness, you know.
That and Miami's accidental video.
Yeah.
They put together a video with a specific date on it. Put together a video and be ready just in case.
But it doesn't have a date on it.
But when you put a date on it, come on. I think you know something.
All right. Well, bad day to be that
Le decision.
YouTuber.
I don't think it's a Friday news dump, so I think
no.
at this point we're waiting for a Monday. He's going to maximize it.
As much as he can.
This is right next to the decision. It's different, but it's something.
Next.
Number 3, it's late July. That means NFL training camps are underway. A week from today is the Hall of Fame game, kicking off the preseason.
Are they going to do it on that crappy field like they always do?
Yeah. Why would they change now?
I don't know. Why do they do that?
Because it's literally right next door to the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I know where it is, but fix it.
What part would you like fixed?
The field.
It's a turf field.
Yeah, to get people hurt.
Well, that's all. Turf versus grass is a whole nother discussion. The reason it's turf is because multiple high schools play there. There are places that have stadiums that play, a whole district plays there, a whole, they'll have 3, 4, 5, 6 games, a Thursday game, a Friday doubleheader, a Saturday tripleheader. And then the schools save money because they don't have to buy as much land and everybody has their own stadium. They have to do their own upkeep and blah, 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 blah. They don't have to do that.
Oh, no, I get it.
Yeah.
I heard you had Kevin on today. Kevin was good, chopping up the NFL. I love it that Bo Nix sucking was a topic on Scotty and the coach because I think he's terrible. And Christian is a huge Broncos fan. So
why do you think he's terrible?
Because Christian likes him.
Okay, so it is nothing.
He doesn't actually have an opinion on it.
Nah, he's pretty bad.
How is he pretty bad if they double-digit wins, win the division, win a playoff game, they're in the conference title game, which if he had played, they might have won.
Yeah, might have.
But without him...
I don't know. Stidham's pretty good.
I think one big thing... Stidham was terrible. What are you talking about? I think one big thing they have going for them is that and I can call up his salary, I think it's around 8 or 10 million, something like that, is that they've got a lot of money to spend on the rest of the roster. And their defense is excellent. And Houston, same deal. The quarterback's still on a rookie deal. Their defense is excellent. That's a huge advantage. Now, Bo Nix is going to want to be paid. How much is he going to want to be paid? 30 mil, 40 mil, 50 mil, 60 mil. Where's that going to go? How much winning is he going to do before they negotiate that deal? And how much is that going to damage the rest of the roster? And can he really carry the show? Because there were 10 quarterbacks last year made $50 million. There'll be 12 this year. Last year, only half of the 10 made the playoffs. And Mahomes had the injury. But paying a quarterback who's had success a lot of money doesn't guarantee you more success. When the Rams won the Super Bowl, Stafford was not among the elite. Now he is. Now he's making $55 million. But he was making, I think, 15 less than that. And Seattle, how did Darnold do it? Well, they paid him $33 million. That gives him an extra $20, $25 million to spend. And they had an awesome defense. And they had not one but 2 good running backs. And on down the line, they put a great team around him, and they won the Super Bowl.
If you're going to pay a quarterback, make sure he's good.
Yeah.
Because Brock Purdy stinks.
But if Josh Allen took 40 instead of 57 or whatever he's at, would he have a Super Bowl title now because he had a better team around him?
Probably.
So you pays your money and you takes your choice. You take a little less, you might win a little more, and then you might get it back down the road. Or don't worry about it. Take all you can get.
All right, stay tuned. More with David James. One more segment with DJ coming up next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up-to-the-second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Doug, what is it that you do? Everybody's buying a car from you. Hey, Doug,
Doug Smith Subaru is a proud recipient of the 2026 Subaru Love Promise Heart Award. Come find out why at Doug Smith Subaru in American Fork.
Hey, Doug.
As America celebrates its 250th anniversary, celebrate the values that make our communities strong by shopping local at Mountain Land Supply. They're proud to be a local employee-owned company that celebrates their customers every day. Whether you're building, remodeling, or tackling your next project, Mountain Land moves mountains for you with their expert service and trusted products. Visit your locally owned and operated Mountain Land Supply store and experience the difference shopping close to home makes. Learn more at mountainland.com.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days, steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup, shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try BarWBeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
Sometimes firefighting sounds like this. But most of the time, it sounds like this. And this. And even this. The first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So douse your flames, keep your vehicles maintained, and let's fight wildfire together. FireSense is the first response.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
The energy, the roar, moments you'll always remember. Next season, Jaron Jackson Jr. is hunting blocks. Laurie Markkinen is getting buckets. And Ace is just getting started. Don't just watch Jazz basketball. Experience every moment. 2026-27 season tickets are on sale now. Full and half-season packages available. Plus exclusive benefits like arena discounts and player events. Are you in? Join the climb today. UtahJazz.com or call 801-355-DUNK.
All systems go. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson. Now, every day from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Yeah, the worst, dude. I'm totally.
He was rude and he was stupid, and the combination was spectacular.
Yeah.
One of our former bosses from a long time ago, back when he produced the show.
Long time ago.
Not years ago, decades.
All right, DJ. That's
Yeah.
David James, of course. Jake and Ben. Ben's out today, so DJ nice enough to spend an hour with us, which is totally great. I am glad you're here because I gotta pick your brain about something. Because Christian and I were and Ben obviously were talking yesterday about Tom Dundon trying to move the Blazers because I think that's what he's trying to do, which is a topic in and of itself. But I brought up whether it would be a race to Vegas and if they're trying to beat an expansion team to Vegas and whether that would even be a possibility. Ben kind of dismissed it, and I honestly don't know. But I did bring up the Chargers and the Raiders and how it was a race to L.A. and how did the Chargers win. And you, David James, are the perfect.
So it's like that, huh?
The perfect person to talk to.
Hey, here's a scar. Someone get a ball peen hammer and hit the scar. See if it hurts.
The San Diego Chargers fan would know.
Wow. You like that?
Like that?
DJ, hello.
That's so
Like
funny.
that?
No, I wanted a hello.
Oh, hello.
I said
Oh,
DJ,
you
hello.
wanted the Adele. Well, you get one.
Hello.
Whatever you need,
So,
DJ.
there are parallels, and
Uh-huh.
I have tweeted about that. I definitely hear Dean Spanos' voice when I hear Tom Condon talk. There is definitely, to me, a whiff of, I'm going to pretend to negotiate with you people, but I am going to behave so poorly, and the terms are going to be so one-sided that you are not going to want to give me the farm.
Nope.
And then I'm going to go, but they wouldn't build me an arena, and I had to. Shut up. The only thing is, Dean Spanos took 20 freaking years to pull it off.
He played the slow game, the long game.
Oh, my gosh. Well, he moved the Chargers preseason camp to L.A. in, I think, 04 and 05. Maybe it was 03 and 04. But it was somewhere in there, 03, 04,
Yeah.
05, 06, for 2 years. And the San Diego Union Tribune sent a beat writer up to the first day of camp and counted, and there were like 11 people there watching. Nobody cared. It was a sign of things to come. Nobody cares. Why are you doing this? Because there's just so much money in L.A., any fool can open the doors with an NFL team and make some money. And there's some of that going on, and Tom has a plan. I am with you. I do not believe that plan is Las Vegas, nor do I believe it's Seattle. I don't think either one of those are happening. Bill Orm's done good reporting on this. We've been trying to get him on all week. We're not. Now we'll probably be on next week when I'm on vacation. Great. But Bill writes for the Oregonian. He used to write for the Trib in between. He was down in Southern California. He's been a Laker beat writer. And Bill got a whiff of this early and put it out there. Hey, this is going to be a thing. And there's a danger this team can move, and people need to pay attention so it doesn't sneak up on them. You got to make a decision here. You're making a decades, multi-generational decision here, and you got to at least make it paying attention. Make whatever you want, but you got to be paying attention.
You got to know.
Yeah, you can't just stumble into this. And he got the venom, the pushback on social media, calling him stupid, calling him dumb, calling him a troublemaker, and I'm like, nope, I'm hearing Dean Spanos' voice.
Yeah.
Now, there are people who believe, and I don't know, and this is why I want to have Bill on, because Bill's closer to it. There believe that Tom doesn't have the votes to move the team. It's a majority vote to move, and he'd have to pay to move. And who can give him an arena right away? And that a lot of people think this is a bluff. And there are people in the NBA who Bill is quoted anonymously as saying he's trying to bluff the wrong people. Portland's not going to flinch, and he's going to have to settle and figure something out. And there are also people who think he's gone.
Where
He is
to,
gone.
though?
Well, immediately Vegas and Seattle, and Bill has quotes about this. Bill's done a good job. He's a columnist now, but he's doing a good job being a reporter at the same time he's being a columnist. And he has some anonymous quotes from someone who, they do the Board of Governors. I don't think he has it from the owner. I think he has it from someone else. It sounds to me, although he doesn't identify him, it's an ownership level. It sounds like it's someone who's like the second vote.
Yeah.
In a governor's meeting, either the primary owner has to be there or the one person they identify. Usually there's either another family member or a lawyer or somebody who is the second person. But one of the two always has to attend these meetings. You can't send the eighth person. The league's not doing that.
I'd send Big T every time.
I don't think he's the other person, but nice thought.
Yeah.
And he appreciates the shout out. And the quote was, I like Tom, but sending him to Vegas would cost me $200 million, and I like $200 million more. That's a great quote because these things are about the money, and don't kid yourself. It's not about it's about the money. So I don't think it would be Vegas and Seattle. That the three places I've heard, and what I brought up with Kevin this morning, was Kansas City, Nashville, Raleigh. I've heard some other places too, and I've heard San Diego mentioned, but San Diego doesn't have an arena ready. They'd have to build one, and there's nowhere for them to go quickly. And San Diego doesn't build anything quickly, and they don't build anything without lawsuits. See Petco Park. So my guess is Kansas City, that arena was built on spec if it's still up to NBA standards because it's now more than 10 years old.
Way
They
more.
play the Big 12 tournament.
Yeah,
but if
I've
it's
seen
still
it.
up to standards, then they could slide right in there and it's go time. In Nashville, they could probably go into the arena where they're already playing hockey, but now you're getting the second best dates and you're going to be competing. By 2031, you could be competing with all 5 major team sports.
Yeah.
They've already got football, which is the beast. But on top of that, hockey's well established and soccer's well established and baseball's supposed to be coming and we'll have a honeymoon. So that's Nashville. Is Nashville big enough for every major league sport? I mean, it's a big market and it's a growing market, but I'd have to go through, and I could do it in the next break, I could go through and look. It would probably be the smallest market that had everything.
Yep. Oh, it definitely would, but it is growing. There's only one team that's moving to Nashville, and that's Memphis, because there's no way Memphis
that's another point.
That's not going to
point.
happen. And I don't think the Hornets would let Raleigh get a team either. They're not voting for that.
And so maybe he doesn't have anywhere to go, and maybe this is just a big bluff, and he's trying
my
to bully
question.
them.
I mean, it would have to be, I guess, Kansas City.
Maybe there's somebody else out there. I mean, Louisville has the Yum Center, and Cincinnati doesn't have a team.
Right. But I mean, if you want to talk about Nashville, they should explore moving the Grizzlies to Nashville. I mean, those two cities are just, it would appear from an outsider, heading in different directions. And Nashville is much like Salt Lake. It's a market that's on the come big time. And so, but I don't see any way that the Memphis Grizzlies let Nashville get an NBA team.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I get your logic, and I get the logic on Raleigh too, but
they could do like, and I've heard rumors about this before, but like southeastern Virginia, like the Norfolk, Suffolk, Tidewater area.
Are there enough corporate dollars there? Because that market is driven by military money.
It is big time. Yeah, big time.
Which has been a problem in San Antonio and why they don't have football and Major League Baseball, and why Houston and Dallas get everything, and San Antonio has the Spurs.
But
that's it.
But that would be far enough away from Charlotte and DC that I don't think you'd be stepping on anybody's toes. But that's why the race to Vegas thing came into my mind, is because where are you going to go? Kansas City, maybe that's the answer. San Diego would be cool.
They don't have the arena built though. Kansas City can ride up the lease tomorrow. The building's there and go.
Yeah. All right. Drake Toll is coming up next. Locked On Big 12 host. He is David James, of course. Catch him every morning, 6 to 10, DJ and PK. And please download one of his 75 different podcasts. Stay tuned. More next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter. Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, and a state attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
Love sports? Love winning? KSL is looking for a senior sports partnership sales executive to lead the charge in growing sports advertising across Utah's sports media leader. You'll sell powerful partnerships across KSL Sports, including the KSL Sports Zone, KSL TV, KSLSports.com, podcasts, and social media, working directly with top decision makers and sports organizations across the region. If you're a proven sales hunter who thrives on building relationships, closing deals, and creating integrated marketing solutions, this is your opportunity. Apply today at KSL.com/careers. That's KSL.com/careers.
Greater Zion, no greater feeling. At Southern Utah's Copper Rock Golf Course, we embrace that feeling. Here, every swing is surrounded by breathtaking landscapes and world-class amenities, providing that perfect pairing of golf and unforgettable outdoor experiences. Come for the golf, stay for the adventure. Copper Rock, born to be played.
Hey, this is Wick with Greenify Energy Savers. We've had some of the hottest summer temperatures on record, and our phones have been ringing off the hook with people complaining about how hot their home is. Well, the biggest culprit for this is the attic. Recently, I was in an attic that was 172 degrees. This is why your house is so hot and your AC is always running and can't keep up. At Greenify, we have a solution that really works. It's called Radiant Barrier Attic Foil. Radiant Barrier is a highly reflective foil that is stapled to the rafters in the attic. It reflects the sun's heat, which will make the attic and your home much, much cooler. Give Greenify a call today and we will brave the heat and go up in your attic and tell you how to get the cool comfort back in your home. We will also check out your insulation levels and attic ventilation, which will also help tremendously in making your home more energy efficient. And Greenify will make sure you get all the utility rebates that you're entitled to. Call us today and I won't even charge you for the visit. 801-948-4464. That's 801-948-4464, or check us out online at greenifyenergysavers.com.
Hundreds of children are experiencing homelessness, living in a family shelter with just the bare essentials. And back-to-school shopping is a luxury they can't afford. But you can help. The Road Home Apple Tree program provides a brand new outfit, shoes that fit just right, and a backpack. Giving is easy. Donate online or shop for a child in need. Visit theroadhomeappletree.com today, because every child deserves to start school feeling like they belong.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Auburn announced a $320 million stadium renovation. Nebraska announced $600 million, and they're bonding for $350, but they raised $250 million. That is just a pile of cash.
I just wonder, in 10 years, are we going to hear, oh my gosh, this is crazy. This is the wild, wild west. This is unsustainable. It can fly now because it's relatively brand new. But as each year goes by, guys like me, they're going to say, this is a joke. What we can't keep saying is keep saying that it's unsustainable. At some point, it's going to be sustainable, and the only thing is we're going to keep saying it's unsustainable. But right now, the facts and the metrics show, as crazy as it is, it's sustainable. It's crazily sustainable.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. If anything rivals our burgers, it's our bacon. It makes the perfect combination with our guacamole, jalapeno, or our hickory barbecue burgers. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Not only do these guys give you the best jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
No, you're good. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake, Scott, Ben Anderson. No Ben today. No, not a medical emergency. Just vacation. To make that clear. So we hope that Ben is out there. We hope he's having a great vacay and spending some quality time with the family. Ben will be back on Tuesday. So, until then, you have to put up with me and occasionally David James. And soon we're going to talk to Drake Toll of Locked On Big 12 fame, as we'll talk to Drake about his takeaways from Big 12 Media Day. What are the big storylines for him going into this year's Big 12 season? So we look forward to talking to Drake coming up momentarily. We're going double lock today, Locked On Big 12, and the man himself, David Locke, who's going to be on the show coming at the top of the 4 o'clock hour, who usually you can hear on with David James on Fridays, but not tomorrow. We will be off tomorrow celebrating the 24th of July. Are you doing the, Christian, are you doing the parade again?
No, I was not asked to do the parade this year.
You weren't asked?
No, I wasn't.
You weren't high enough up on the celebrity chart this year?
Well, part of it was I kind of demanded that I do the Peach Days parade in Brigham City because KSL's doing Peach Days this year.
Okay.
I don't know the last time they did Peach Days, but when I found out that they are doing a float in Brigham City, I kind of demanded that I was doing that.
So you are doing a parade, but not
the one that we did together last year.
Not that one.
No. I think it's going to be Tim and Lloyd.
I didn't get asked either, unless it was in email form, and then I don't know. But no, that was fun walking in the parade last year. But yeah, I'm happy to let Lloyd and Tim take a whirl at it.
I bet Tim's going to eat it up. Tim's going to be like our guy last year that was taking pictures with everybody.
Who was that? Who was taking pictures with everybody?
The KSL, one of the news guys.
Oh, was it Rascone?
Yes, Dan.
Dude, he's a people person.
Yeah, he was very popular. That's going to be Tim tomorrow.
But, here's the difference between radio and TV. And I realize that we are now on YouTube and we now do the video streaming. So maybe it's a little bit different than it used to be. But everybody knows what Dan Rascone looks like, Christian. Nobody knows what Jake Scott and Christian Esparza looks like. So if Tim, being a radio guy, I don't know, if he ran up to people like Dan Rascone did, I think people would be like, who is this guy in my face? No offense to Coach Lacombe, who maybe Coach as a former BYU assistant, maybe he would be a little more recognizable. Anywho, we will be off tomorrow celebrating, and some of the staff will be participating in the parade tomorrow. So we hope everybody, whether they're working or not. In fact, my wonderful wife has to work, Christian, so that means that I get a day with my daughters, which I'm pretty fired up about. All right, let's switch gears. We're going to talk some Big 12 football as the season is on the horizon. Joining us now, back on the show, of course, he's host of Locked On Big 12. He's Drake Toll with us here on Jake and Ben. Drake, thanks for a few minutes, dude. How are you?
Of course. I am spectacular. I'm getting ready for a game on ESPN tonight, 7 o'clock Eastern time. The Party Animals and the Indianapolis Clowns on ESPN and Banana Ball. But, man, I can't pass up the opportunity to talk some Big 12. So excited to be with you.
Man, I'm digging the shirt. I get it. You have to be right in on the vibe, right, dude? I got to admit, I'm jealous. Because honestly, you get being a radio slob like myself, I get a kind of dress. I wish I had an excuse to really wear some loud stuff.
I get the pink. I've got some like bright green.
Yeah, dude.
This is actually a onesie. This is all just like one amorphous blob
amazing.
On my body right now.
Amazing.
So I did not wear this to Big 12 Media Days in the past. I have not built up the courage yet, but the time will come.
Oh man, I saw some media members that were dressed up and thought they were the show. You can't. No, you gotta keep it. You gotta keep it professional. All right, well let's go to Big 12 Media Days. I'm curious for your takeaways. I would say start at what's most relevant for you. The Texas Tech clown reporter looking like a moron bringing up tortillas. I mean, you want to talk Utah BYU? What did you come away thinking?
Yeah, I thought that Brett Yormark missed the mark a bit in how he approached even like that moment, right? The reporter asks a pretty stupid question. No two ways around it. Some questions are stupid. Law of averages. Some things are just they're not going to land. Didn't land. Yormark walks across the stage, tells the guy, stand up, say it with your chest, give it to me. I think Yormark walked away, instead of looking like this commanding figure who's got a grip on the Big 12 in a positive way, it almost looked a bit too totalitarian. A couple people in the room mentioned the same thing, like, it's not the look Brett wanted to go for, similar to John Sumrall with this phone situation for the Florida head football coach, SEC Media Days. Phone goes off. Sumrall just took it a bridge too far. And where I think the Big 12 can grow and get better as a conference moving forward and needs to is from a PR standpoint. The SEC's nailed that. They are. It just means more, and we're 16 teams strong, and we're the best conference in college football. But also at the same time, they command this rhetoric of almost the underdog. The Big 12 can't find underdog, can't find big dog, can't find middleman. They're still struggling to find their spot in the college football sphere, and I think that was echoed at Big 12 Media Days. What is the identity of this conference? The biggest announcement the league gave you, and they always said, Brett Yormark always has one. He always has, Nelly is the halftime show, or LED basketball floor, or we're going to Mexico City. This year, the announcement was Monster. And because there was no proper context given, it gets torn apart immediately. The whole deal. There are questions from every piece, from every corner, media and fans of asking, how are we signing away our conference for $1.25 million per school? How does this work? How is this? And if proper context had been given about, the Big 12 being promoted on monster cans in 150 countries and the opportunity to make more money with this deal later on, then maybe we all wrap our head around it. We agree with it. We're on the same page. But it's just like the Big 12 is a tick off from a PR standpoint right now. And in an era where we're doom scrolling all the time and social media matters more than ever, you've got to look good. And the Big 12 struggling with that, I think. And that was maybe my biggest takeaway, the 30,000-foot takeaway from Big 12 Media Days.
Let me ask you this. Do you include BYU in the same conversation as Texas Tech going into the season, or Utah for that matter?
You've got to include BYU in that, if not BYU ahead of Texas Tech. And a few people do have the Cougars above the Red Raiders. I don't currently. I still think Texas Tech commands the best roster. And to back that up, I watched what Texas Tech did to BYU twice last year. Now, the Cougs kept it close in the first half of both of those contests, but ultimately Texas Tech just overpowered BYU. Until I see different, until I watch BYU against Arizona, win a game by 21 points against a salty Arizona team with Noah Fafita, I don't have the confidence that BYU is better than Texas Tech. Are they squarely the second best team in the Big 12? Absolutely. Could they be the first best? For sure. But I still have Texas Tech in that one slot. And what I think we forget, we read the BYU record. I mean, this is a 12-win team a year ago. And, man, that kid, you can't take that away. Everybody's like, one-score games, they'll regress. They won't. This team is really good in crunch time. But there is a piece of how BYU struggled against UCF, right? Or in the past against Colorado, and had to come back and win these games. The Cougs have to dominate. They got to blow people out this year if they're going to prove to the College Football Playoff Committee they deserve to get in, no matter their record above double-digit wins. And then I include Houston in there, in that kind of that top tier of the Big 12. BYU, Houston, Texas Tech. Those are my three. Then what's crazy is at 4, it could be Kansas State. It could be Utah. We could get to the end of the year and Utah is 11th in the Big 12. Kansas State's 14th in the Big 12. It starts to get super messy after the top 3 to me. I even think Arizona could see a regression going into the year. And the biggest piece as it pertains to the Utah Utes is the trenches. The amount they had to replace in the trenches. And, people are all, they lost 5 key players to Michigan. And I don't even look there. I look at the trenches, and I do think ultimately Kyle Whittingham leaving is not going to be something you see as a big tangible reason that Utah doesn't go 11-1 next year. Morgan Scalley's going to run a ship that they're familiar with and they're aware of, and Devin Dampier can carry the offense. But there's a world where Utah goes 7-5. Just as there's a world they go 10-2, there's also 7-5 on the table. And that's what leaves the door open for so many of these Big 12 teams kind of in that second tier. And that second tier is pretty big.
Had you met Morgan Scalley before? And if not, I'm curious to your first impression.
I haven't shaken his hand. And I'll say this of Scalley, what I've seen in kind of the circles that I've been around, and even the people that I've talked to inside his inner circle, they're all on the same page of Morgan Scalley is going to be easier to deal with than Kyle Whittingham in a lot of ways. And those who were around Kyle knew that he was very particular about the details. And sometimes that meant if you were media, if you were friend of media, if you were, it kind of depended on who you were and what room and where you were, what kind of Kyle Whittingham you got. And I think that's why a lot of BYU fans resent him or resent his time. Morgan Scally seems to be just a little less, and I don't think anybody's shocked by this. Witt, he doesn't mind the spotlight. He doesn't mind the conversation. You saw that when he left to go to Michigan. He was drumming up donors, trying to get another year or two at Utah. What could he scrounge up? And that brought a lot of attention to Kyle Whittingham, which he was okay with. I think Scally's going to walk in and, hey, football guy, I want to be the head coach. I want to run a program, and I appreciate that. I think Scally opens this up with a humility that's going to help Utah in the next 3 to 5 years.
He's got more charisma than Witt did. No offense to Witt, but I think he might be able to interact with media and with folks a little bit easier. That'll be an advantage. What did you think from your perspective? From a little bit broader perspective, what did you think about that whole situation, Coach Witt, and how it ended at Utah?
Yeah, the way that things were hidden by even whether local media, fans, people just wanted to deflect the situation as if Kevin Harlan and Kyle Whittingham, that there was no way Witt wanted back and it was a fluke. He went to Michigan. And I've had a lot of conversations with people in the weeds of this that are all very clear that Kyle Whittingham wanted to come back to Utah. There was pushback on that in the first week of it was time. He was ready. But Witt had set his own timeline. I mean, he built the timeline for the university and then could not adhere to that timeline, was already given an added year, wins double-digit games. At the end of the season says, what if I come back again? But they were ready. The university, the administration, Mark Harlan, they were ready for what they had promised to Morgan Scally. And Scally was ready. And Scally had waited a year. And the way the situation unfolded, I think Utah caught, and even I did on the front end, Utah caught some unwarranted flack because how do you handle it? You got the Hall of Famer, you got the statue guy who you thought was going to retire a year and a half ago saying, well, what if I come back? And you got the head coach in waiting that expects to be the head coach and that expects the head coaching job. Where do you go? And I don't think Mark Harlan ever could have known that saying no to Kyle Whittingham would lead to him going to Michigan, right? I mean, In every other scenario, Whittingham says, all right, I get it. And he goes off to Cancun, sits on the beach and drinks a pina colada, and Utah football is just fine. Nobody transfers. The coaching staff stays intact, and things look pretty similar to what they did in 2025. Instead, with him going to Michigan, that's where the bag got shaken up. And I don't think you can blame Mark Harlan for that because he had no clue that Witt was going to walk out the door and pick apart a lot of Utah by going to Michigan and bringing certain pieces, whether it's players or coaches, along with him.
Oh, man, it had repercussions all around here. I mean, from BYU to Utah down to Weber State. I mean, it affected everyone. I'm curious, with the last couple of years in the Big 12, obviously Arizona State came out of nowhere a couple of years ago to win the league. Houston, I don't know how many people picked them to win 10 games last year, and I think they surprised some folks. Who's the candidate for that this year, a team that has the potential to play its way to, something somebody didn't expect?
Yeah, for me, I love to follow coaches here. So this time last year, July, when we did our Big 12, Locked On Big 12 preseason poll, I think I had Houston at 5 or 6, somewhere that 8 or 9 win range. And that's where the comments started like, oh, it's stupid. Connor Wegmans, no, there's no way. And I had BYU squarely at 2, Texas Tech squarely at 1. And it was, hey, let's follow the money, follow the coaches. Like, let's do this kind of mixed bag of Willie Fritz wins. Texas Tech spent a lot of money. Like, don't overthink this thing. This year, Oklahoma State spent a lot of money, and Rich Rodriguez wins at West Virginia. That's where, if I'm looking at 2 schools that are going to surprise a lot of people, I think it's the West Virginia Mountaineers and the Oklahoma State Cowboys. Now, for Oklahoma State, again, it's that money, the portal. Drew Mestemaker might end up being the best quarterback in the Big 12 come the end of the year. He led the nation in passing yards last season. He wants that Cam Ward arc. Cam was an incarnate Word guy who worked his way to Miami, and that's what made him the number 1 overall NFL draft pick. Mestemaker can work his way from North Texas to Oklahoma State and take over college football. I have no doubt about that. On the West Virginia front, they still have things to figure out offensively. I think their defense is going to be much saltier. And what Rich Rod has done that I really appreciate, what Houston did last season, is he didn't overhaul in the portal. He brought in almost this, you win from attrition. There was positive attrition. You lose the guys you didn't need, the guys who didn't want to work, and you bring in portal pieces that can compete. BYU did that last year as well. They're not saying, hey, we're going to replace 15 starters out of the portal. No. We're going to bring in 15, 20 guys, transfers that can compete for starting jobs and make our returners better to build a program. I think West Virginia is going to do that. And then Oklahoma State trying to follow that Indiana model. They've got enough talent to surprise a ton of people and win 8, 9, maybe pie in the sky, 10 games this coming fall. And you'll learn a bit about them. Even if they lose, you'll learn quite a bit when they face Oregon in Stillwater early in the year.
This is a loaded question that probably can't be answered in a couple minutes, but what is the future of college football? We talked to both Utah and BYU's athletic directors, and they're talking about unsustainable this and unsustainable that. And then, of course, SEC media days, which you referred to before, they're threatening to break off. Tommy Tuberville is in the Senate saying, this is all we want. I mean, what is the future?
Robots, I don't, like flag football. I guess there's it's a fair question though, because there's a lot of ways to take it. I think what you're getting, the rhetoric out of the SEC right now, is dangerous rhetoric, and I think that overall, I talk about this a lot on Westwood One Sports in the mornings, Drake Toll's show, is that the SEC's dangerous rhetoric is not something to be scared of, but something to monitor as the conference tries to sway the court of public opinion in its direction. So the SEC is not leaving the NCAA. No chance. No chance. There's no reason that a conference would want to overtake that. They would want to grab the headache that the NCAA deals with. What the NCAA does is they're in essence this guard, this dam between a conference, between an institution, between a player, and the law. The NCAA is supposed to enforce the law, and guess who gets sued more often than not and loses? The NCAA.
Right.
The SEC doesn't have the infrastructure to get sued like that. They don't have the money. They don't have the media. There's no way that the Southeastern Conference can sustain itself from a legislative standpoint. I've crunched the numbers on this. It would take about 2 years for the SEC to completely leave the NCAA. And that is going to Washington, D.C. and saying, hey, for combative measures for all these injunctions, we need you. And Washington, D.C. saying yes to the Southeastern Conference is such a large they would never attempt it. The future of college football is right where we are for the next 4 years. What's going to teeter that, we get to 2029, 2030, 2031, are the TV deals. Where does ESPN go? Where does Fox go? Does the Big 12 side with TNT? Does the ACC try to get in bed with CBS? Those are the questions we should be asking. The smoke and mirrors of the SEC leaving the NCAA is just the SEC trying to make you feel bad for the big bad wolf. Like, yo, you killed Red Riding Hood's grandma. Why should I feel bad for you? You're the one that did this. Like, you're the one wearing the costume, but you're you're in bed right now dressed as grandma. They want you to love them. They want you to buy into this underdog ragtag. Oh, poor us. The SEC has to deal with the NCAA. It's all a PR game. I think the future of college football is actually fairly stagnant for the next couple of years. We just get to complain a lot up until the TV deals are re-upped and we learn truly where a Clemson, a Florida State, and Miami might go in conference realignment 5 years from now.
We have David Locke coming on next hour. Any thoughts about working for David? If you could sum up David's leadership style in one word, what would it be?
Wow. One word? Man, I feel like I love what Charles Barkley once said. I got 2 words. Steve Nash, Chris Paul, must-see TV. That'd be my version of one word for David Locke. Right. In the best way, man, intense is the word that I would use, and it's awesome. I think you've been around him, right? You see it. It makes so. I live by a motto in work and in life that perfection's impossible, excellence is imperative, and that's the swagger David Locke carries into everything he does. Is that excellence is the goal, excellence is the key, and the Locked On Podcast Network has taken off because of that. So I work for, I mentioned it off the top, the Savannah Bananas, yep. Jesse Cole, the guy in the yellow tuxedo, visionary. When I first started working 3 years ago with him, when I first started working with David 5 years ago, you could look in their eyes and tell this is going to take off. Anything this guy touches, anything this guy does, it's going to work because not only are they incredible, they put the right people around them. They surround themselves with the infrastructure to win. They'll always have a startup mentality. And so I liken David Locke a lot to what Jesse Cole is doing with the Savannah Bananas and that growth in marketing and sports and attention in this realm. And both of those guys, man, I consider it an honor. I walk into, whether it's Locked On the podcast network or the Savannah Bananas, the Party Animals, Banana Bowl, I walk in outthought, outclassed, outmatched, outcreated every single day. Like it forces you to be better when you work for guys like that. David Locke deserves a lot of respect for what he's done building Locked On, which is now the #1 podcast network in the world.
Yeah, I'm not going to tell him or pass on any of that because his ego is already big enough. Hey, Drake, we appreciate you and all your great work, dude. Thanks for coming on with us.
Man, I know I wear a fur coat and a onesie and all that, but getting to talk the nitty-gritty of the real issues in college sports today is always a pleasure. And to join a brand like KSL that I've followed since well before I was in sports media, like back in high school, listening to the air, reading articles. KSL is a staple there. It's an honor to be asked on a show like this, and I'm excited to do it. I'll be in town 3 or 4 times this fall for both BYU and Utah. We'll catch up again.
Oh, great. Yeah. I mean, we'll have you back in studio, man. That would be awesome.
I'll wear this.
Yeah.
I'll wear a onesie.
All right.
I'll do it.
Thanks, Drake. We appreciate you.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. That is the host of Locked On Big 12, Drake Toll, with us here on Jake and Benoit. More next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCoe.
SEC Commissioner Greg Sankey, as he kicked off and the SEC kicked off their football media day, said that he is not happy whatsoever with what's going on in terms of the Protect College Sports Act. He has had conversations. The conversations about them tearing away from the rest of college athletics is real.
You know, college football, it's ironic that they're against the Save College Football Act. They don't want to be governed. I mean, that's what I keep hearing. The SEC, the Big Ten, they're the ones that keep dragging their feet. Everybody else wants to get this done, but because they feel like they are better than everybody else, they should get a better deal.
I really can't stand this guy. There are certain people out there that are just hell-bent on wrecking things that don't need to be wrecked.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Tim Daly Mazda Southtown has as low as 0% financing on almost our full lineup of 2026 models, including 2026 Mazda CX-50s, Mazda 3 hatchbacks, and even our PHEV models. That's right, as low as 0% on your favorite new Mazda during the More to Move You sales event, happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. 0% excludes Mazda Miata and Mazda CX-5 models. APR for well-qualified buyers. OAC, 72 months at $13.89 per month per 1,000 financed with 0 down. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Out here, you know the drill. Animals are hungry, dogs are getting muddy, and you just noticed you're low on feed. Stocking up at Tractor Supply is easy on your wallet with our unbeatable prices on select shavings, retriever dog food, and Producer's Pride animal and poultry feed. From backyards to barnyards, we've got everything to keep your pets, animals, and livestock well-fed and comfortable with low prices all summer. At Tractor Supply.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like public works supervisor.
Hey, this water main is under a ton of pressure. Did you ever fix it?
Yeah, 3 layers of duct tape. Wait, should I have added a 4th layer?
This is a job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
If you've tried Beehive meals, you know how easy they make dinner with their classic slow cooker meals. Now they're bringing that same convenience and flavor to summer with their flat top meals. Perfect for barbecue season. Heading to the pool, the park, or the lake? Before you go, put a slow cooker meal like Bang Bang chicken or barbecue pork in before you leave. And come home to dinner done. Or fire up the griddle with favorites like carne asada, chicken fajitas, and pineapple barbecue chicken. Order today at beehivemeals.com.
This is Wick with Greenify Energy Savers. If your home feels like it's overheating the moment the sun comes up, your windows could be a major reason why. In the summer months, inefficient windows let in heat and force your AC to work overtime, driving up your energy bills and making your home less comfortable. The problem is, most homeowners know they need new windows, but put it off because they assume it's going to be too expensive. At Greenify Energy Savers, we install high-performance AMSCO energy-efficient windows manufactured right here in Salt Lake City. So install times are typically just a few weeks, not several months. And most homeowners are surprised to learn that we can often save them thousands of dollars compared to other window companies while still offering premium windows with a lifetime warranty and flexible finance options. Don't spend another summer fighting the heat inside your home. Give Greenify Energy Savers a call today for a free no-obligation quote at 801-948-4464. Again, that's 801-948-4464. Or check us out online at greenifyenergysavers.com. Let us save you literally thousands of dollars and greenify your windows today.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Drop in for one of our delicious gourmet burgers made with 100% choice Grand Chuck. We're in Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Not only do these guys give you the best Jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. Thank you for making us a part of your day. Man, Christian's going to have one heck of a weekend. I'm jealous, pal.
I'm taking them all fishing tomorrow.
Are you really? Everybody?
So that's how we'll get out of the house.
The whole thing?
The whole thing.
Christian's got a house full of people.
Full. Busting out the seams.
So, but where are you taking him fishing?
There's just a little manufactured pond up in Syracuse.
Oh, okay.
It's a nice little park.
Out of the house.
Out of the house. That's the trick. Yeah.
Out of the house.
They literally drive. They don't drive a minivan. They drive like a full size,
like a van,
sprinter van. Yeah.
Wow.
It's pretty cool.
All right, and everybody's in town just hanging out.
Everybody
making it happen. All right. Let's reset the Shams thing, Christian, if we can get that sound up as the low weight luck continues for LeBron James and where exactly he is going to land. Let's refresh the latest. This is Shams Charania on ESPN today.
There's nothing left. The teams are the teams. The information's the information. LeBron has everything he needs to make a decision. The conversations have happened. They're not, from my understanding, my sources tell me the LeBron James, his agent Rich Paul, that inner circle, they're not waiting for another domino right now. They're not waiting for Anthony Davis to get traded anywhere. They're not waiting for anyone else to move around anywhere. The teams, Cleveland, Miami, Golden State, Philadelphia, Minnesota, they're set. Those are the teams. Wherever he ends up, I mean, you're looking at minimum deals, you're looking at exceptions. The contracts are not going to be this grand part of this deal. LeBron James was very clear from the very beginning. This is going to be based on happiness in terms of chance to contend for a championship, a chance to compete at a high level, join a culture. That doesn't come from going to a team and then gutting that team from multiple different players. Now, listen, if during the first week of July, LeBron James and Rich Paul told, the Heat or the Cavs or the Warriors, hey, we need you to do this and we're coming, those teams might have done that. But that message was not delivered. And so you just kind of have to read between the lines if you're some of these teams and you need to figure it out. But it's at a point now, July 23rd, it's really up to LeBron James. The entire NBA is waiting on LeBron James' decision.
Everybody's waiting. We're waiting on the schedule. But the one piece of news there is that, I think anyway, is that Shams is saying that LeBron's not waiting on, I had the theory about James Harden and is he not signed yet, freeing up some room for a sign-in trade that could perhaps move some players around. I saw an internet rumor yesterday, and it obviously was nothing more than that, about possibly a sign-in trade that could involve the Jazz and Jared Allen. But Shams Charania says no, he's going to sign a vet minimum deal or fit into an exception or whatever. He's not waiting for pieces to be moved around. A lot of people wondered about Anthony Davis because who was the guest we had on a couple of weeks ago from Washington, or maybe it was last week?
John Allville.
Who said Anthony Davis hasn't really said anything about whether he wants to be there or any of that. He mentioned that the Wizards aren't in a hurry to trade Anthony Davis, but that he hasn't exactly given his ringing endorsement yet either. And Anthony Davis is, of course, a clutch guy. So,
Man, DJ ate that up.
Oh, DJ loved it. Loved the Adele.
Hello.
He loved the like that. It's because DJ's old school.
Like that?
He knows a good drop when he hears one. So, I mean, all those are really intriguing, but what Shams is saying right there is that's not the case. There's not any of that. He's going to just sign into space for any of those 5 teams that were mentioned. I don't know how much of this I actually believe. He does have everything he needs to make up his mind. So what are we doing? What are we doing?
What is Le holdup? We don't know. We don't. It's Shams mentioned free agency started 20 days ago. Like 20 days ago, and we are still waiting on this.
Because he likes the attention?
Right.
So where does he end up? David James thought Miami. He thought the YouTube thing was no accident. Where are you sitting on that question right now? Where will LeBron go?
I still think it's Cleveland for Le Homecoming, Le Part 3. But I do think it's interesting that Shams brought up Minnesota because that was a team that hadn't really been talked about a lot. It had kind of been narrowed down to Miami, Cleveland, maybe Philly, and then the Warriors were, a couple weeks ago. Minnesota seems kind of out of nowhere. I don't think it is a coincidence that Shams brings them up.
I don't think there's a chance he's going to Minnesota.
Too cold.
Yeah, no connection. I mean, what does LeBron put Minnesota over the top? Does he really want to go play with LaMelo Ball?
Right.
And I do think LeBron probably wants to be a focus of the team in some way, shape, or form. I don't know if you can do that with Anthony Edwards. I don't know.
But Shams brings it up.
He does bring it up.
And
but
that is enough to pique my interest.
But Shams is also getting the word out that there's a ton of demand for LeBron James. I mean, there's also where's Shams getting that, information? And it's to better LeBron James to have the word is that he could have 5 destinations instead of just 1 or 2. So I don't know. I don't think he ends up in Minnesota. I would bet against that. I still think it's Cleveland.
Okay. You haven't fully flipped to Miami, but you're more convinced than you were yesterday that Miami's in the running.
Okay, so here's the thing. If you were making so we're going to find out just how self-involved LeBron is with this decision. Because it's about happiness, right?
What are his ultimate goals?
What are his priorities? I think if it's coming down to Miami and Cleveland, just take the championship thing off the table because LeBron on either of those teams probably have about an equal chance at winning a championship, right? I mean, Miami with LeBron and Cleveland with LeBron.
They're both flawed, right?
Both flawed, but the chances are probably pretty similar. I wouldn't pick either team, but the contention level is probably the same. So the fit is not, I wouldn't say it's great at either one from a gameplay standpoint. I mean, they'd have to figure it out. But what Cleveland has going for it is that's the fairy tale. That's the storybook narrative. LeBron goes home for the final chapter. If it's about the movie, and he's quite literally going to make a movie.
Le documentary.
If it's about the movie, the attention, the story, the legacy, all of that, he goes to Cleveland. If it's about actually being happy, he's going to Miami.
Spending his last year as an NBA player.
Maybe 2.
In the city with the best nightlife.
Weather,
out of all the
lifestyle,
NBA cities.
all of that. Absolutely. And there's not really another player on the Heat that plays his position. There are several players on the Cavs that play his position that they would have to figure out. But if it's about happiness, I mean, think about this. And here's LeBron never seems like a person. But if you are a person and you're making a decision on where you've built your life, I talk about Trajan all the time, Trajan, Trajan wealth. You spend your whole life working up to your latter years where you've earned the, resources, luxury, whatever it is, to pick where you're going to be happy in your second or third chapter or whatever, however you want to look at that. And what are you going to do? If you're LeBron, a person, and you're picking, I'm going to spend the next a year, 2 years, part-time living somewhere, where am I going to pick? Miami or Cleveland? Honestly, or Miami or Minnesota or Miami or Salt Lake City or whatever. And LA is not an option. You're picking Miami, right? I think we'll learn what actually is ultimately that important to LeBron. If he ends up in Cleveland, it's all about the manufactured story. It's all about the how it's going to look on a TV show. But if he actually is prioritizing happiness, he should go to Miami. On the floor, though, I think Miami's probably a better fit, but I don't think either team is winning an NBA championship with LeBron James.
I feel like it could get clunky either way. I mean, him next to Giannis and Bam feels weird, and him next to Jared Allen and Evan Mobley feels weird. And then you throw in Donovan Mitchell, who's going to have his allotment of dribbles.
Yeah, and Donovan just signed a huge deal. So what, are you going to take the ball out of Donovan Mitchell's hand? No, with Miami, at least he can have the ball. At least he can dribble. I mean, that's, Giannis isn't necessarily that. Bam certainly isn't that. So LeBron has a lane with Miami. They're just flawed because they can't shoot. Cleveland, they'd be flawed because they're awkward fit together. The LeBron James, Donovan Mitchell, and James Harden. Super clunky. I mean, what are you going to do? Are you going to have LeBron James not have the ball and run his guy over? I mean, that's the whole reason you have LeBron James. You think Donovan's going to go stand in the corner? I don't think that's going to happen. If James Harden's not dribbling out there, what is James Harden good at? Nothing.
Putting on weight.
And none of those three, putting on weight, good, I like that. None of those three has any interest whatsoever in playing any sort of defense. I will give LeBron credit for being a good defensive player in his day. That was, 6-7 years ago that he decided I'm too old for playing defense. So I don't know. I think the less clunky fit is Miami. I don't think he's going to Philadelphia. I would say there's no way he's going to Philly because he doesn't want to be in the same locker room as Jaylen Brown. No offense to Jaylen Brown, but Jaylen's wanting to be the guy. I don't think LeBron is going to go share anything with somebody who's out there to prove that he's the dude.
He's going to have to share with somebody. I mean, Miami just traded for Giannis, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cleveland just paid Donovan, like you bring up. If he goes to the Warriors, that is Steph's team, and that will always be Steph's team. If he goes to Minnesota, that's Anthony Edwards' team. So he's going to be second fiddle at best. But then again, in Philly, where does Joel Embiid land? Or Tyrese Maxey or VJ Edgecombe, right? So I think Philly is the most crowded.
His personality would still dominate in Cleveland. I mean, I'm sure
right,
they love Donovan, but that's going to be LeBron's team every second he's on the Cavs, for better or for worse. Miami, you may have a point. Giannis might not want to share. He might not want to share the attention,
right?
Especially a player that's attention is going to outweigh their value on the floor, which I do believe that about LeBron James. Part of that's not his fault because he's just such a figure.
Part of it is his fault because of this whole saga.
This whole garbage. Oh, it's totally true.
When do you think? What was the date on the YouTube video? July 27th, right?
Is that what it said?
So that would be, I think, Monday. Do you think late decision is coming on Monday?
I don't know. That could have thrown off the timeline. Never know. I do know, we talked about this, I do know players are super obsessed with controlling their announcements and their messages and all that sort of thing.
Yeah, it's Tom Brady coming back, ruining his marriage just despite Adam Schefter, right? Adam Schefter leaked that Tom Brady was retiring. Tom Brady decides to play one more year, and that is part of the reason why Giselle left him.
That and the
pool guy.
And the
jiu-jitsu guy.
The jiu-jitsu guy. I think that
part of the reason, yeah. One of One of a couple of reasons.
One of a couple of reasons. Yeah. All right. We'll have more coming up next. David Locke will join us at the top of the 4 o'clock hour. Stay tuned. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey everyone, Jake here for my friends at Trajan Wealth. That's Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. Man, I love the good folks at Trajan because I've gotten to know them. I've gone through the process, which I talk so much about. I've sat down with them. I happen to go to their Draper location, but they do have a Farmington location as well. And I've gone through the process. And really, I talk about this all the time, but it's just a get-to-know-you process. It's low pressure. They just want to find out what you are all about, what your goals are, when do you want to retire, what kind of lifestyle do you want to live when you retire, and then they can work backwards with you and show you exactly what you can do and how they can help you get there. And now that they have Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax, truly all your financial needs are right there under one roof. So find out what they can do for you. Give them a call, 855-TRAJAN-1. Sit down with them for free, 855-TRAJAN-1. You can also go online to TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com. 855-TRAJAN-1 or TrajanWealth.com.
It's DJ, PK, and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, everybody wants a deal. Everybody wants to save some money. Guess what? It's time for a sale at J. Brooks Jewelers, isn't it?
Thanks, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh, our annual sample sale means everything in stock is 15 to 60% off. From engagement rings and wedding bands to diamond earrings, necklaces, bracelets, estate treasures, and more, you'll find incredible savings throughout our entire in-stock collection. So whether you're celebrating a special occasion or shopping for an upcoming proposal, or simply treating yourself, we'll help you find a piece that you'll love at exceptional value. With one-of-a-kind styles, timeless classics, and limited inventory, this is the best opportunity of the year to shop before your favorite pieces are gone. So visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh starting Saturday, July 11th for the annual sample sale and discover your next favorite piece while savings last.
J. Brooks Jewelers in Lehigh, Murray, and online at jbrooksjewelers.com.
This is Nate Orchard from Advanced Window Products. When you live in Utah, your windows do a lot more than let the light in. They protect your home from freezing winters, blazing summers, and everything in between. That's why Advanced Window Products builds every window for your local climate. No middleman, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home, a warmer home, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year round. And installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why Utah homeowners give us 5-star reviews. Right now, take advantage of our anniversary sale. For a limited time, get $2,500 off when you buy 10 or more windows. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name Utah trusts for custom replacement windows and sliding glass doors. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call 801-850-9100 for that $2,500 off or visit us at advancedwindows.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
As America celebrates its 250th anniversary, celebrate the values that make our communities strong by shopping local at Mountain Land Supply. They're proud to be a local employee-owned company that celebrates their customers every day. Whether you're building, remodeling, or tackling your next project, Mountain Land moves mountains for you with their expert service and trusted products. Visit your locally owned and operated Mountain Land Supply store and experience the difference shopping close to home makes. Learn more at mountainland.com.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson. Now, every day from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's Thursday. That means it's time for the big announcement of the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week. This week, congratulations to Katrina Larson of Orem High School. Here's what was written about Katrina in her nomination. Katrina Larson has been our school community council chair for 3 years and has been absolutely fantastic. The time and energy she puts into improving Orem High School and working with the community to find effective ways to utilize our funding. She cares about students and she cares about our faculty and staff. She takes time to visit with teachers and ask them what they need to improve deeper learning. She always looks at our data to help find areas of improvement, and she is always willing to do the work to improve learning and our school. Congratulations to Katrina Larson. Remember, if there's a youth volunteer, it can be sports or not, that go to kslsports.com/contest and nominate them. And then, of course, listen to to the Jake and Ben show every Thursday afternoon when we announce the winner. So shout out to Katrina Larson. Christian, have you started thinking about youth sports? You have a newborn, but I could see you being a sports dad.
Oh, dude, I can't wait. Yeah, I am stoked to do all
now,
of it.
Are you going to push him into a particular sport?
Not necessarily. I kind of told my wife I want him to kind of do the try everything approach if he wants, right? But, when I was little, I remember playing T-ball. I remember playing AYSO soccer, junior jazz, all that stuff. I never played baseball or soccer or basketball beyond that, but that's such a fun age, I think, 3, 4, 5 for those sports.
I am making my kids do 2 sports. And then if they want to do something else, they can. But I'm making them ski, and I'm making them play golf. Because, one, skiing, we live in Salt Lake, and skiing is more accessible here, despite the price, than it is anywhere else on the planet. So I feel like they should take advantage of that, just being Utahns. And specifically here living in the Salt Lake Valley. And then golf, because there's 4 of us in our family. We can do it as a family. That's an activity that we can all do together.
That is nice.
So they have to do that. Outside of that, they can do whatever. My daughter Sadie's doing soccer. And I don't know if my other daughter Maggie, I don't know if she's into the team sport thing. She does like dance, though. And she did like gymnastics. So we'll see how that goes.
Did she do the tumbling?
Yeah, they don't. So she was 4. They don't quite get into tumbling per se that young. Does that make any sense? I mean, they're doing somersaults and stuff, but they're not doing handsprings.
Okay.
All right. I could see you fighting another parent on the sidelines at a sporting event.
Which sport?
Does it matter?
Okay.
Does it? Yeah, at the side of the tennis court. You're on the other side of the chain link fence, fist fighting the other dad while you're.
I'm trying to think. I don't know. Soccer's played in the springtime, right? Baseball's kind of more summer. So if I were to get in a fight, I think springtime would probably be better.
Okay.
You don't want to be hot and sweaty while you're also fighting.
All right. No, baseball and soccer pretty much go at the same time.
Do they? Okay. Well.
So I don't know.
Okay, I'll pick one.
I think you could accomplish it at either one, to be honest with you. But you will discover that the world is full of great volunteers in youth sports and great people out there doing great work for young people. And I am a firm believer in the value of sports for young people in their development. I know it was for me, but you will encounter some great coaches and great people out there, Christian, as your newborn gets older. We love Sadie's soccer coach. She's so great. And so great with kids, and they learn so much, has a great temperament and all that stuff. Honestly, all the horror stories about parents fighting coaches, I haven't seen too much of that yet. But then again, my daughter's 9, so
you see a little bit.
Give it some time. I see people.
I've seen a couple.
I see people take it pretty seriously, but I haven't seen any major event yet.
Okay.
I haven't seen that fight in the stands yet, or the coach have to scream at a parent to shut up. I haven't seen any of that. I hope to be that parent one day.
Buckle up.
Yeah. But there are a lot of great people out there. We do, I tell this to people all the time, here in this community, we do kids stuff well, including kids sports. Our community does, experiences, and I crow about our museums and aquariums. And I mean, we do young people stuff very well.
Yeah, I live right next to a park, and every Saturday morning I'm driving in to come in for the Saturday show, and that park is always full, whether it's kids' soccer games or whatever. Every Saturday.
Now, do the parents in their cars run amok in your neighborhood, though? I know people who live right by parks, and they just hate, like, football parents.
Okay. No, I have not experienced that.
I was surprised. We are friends with a family that live right by an entrance into a park where they play a lot of youth sports and play a lot of youth football. Those kind of walkway entrances, not like a main entrance, but there's houses on either side and there's a walkway,
Yes.
in between to get into the park. I was shocked when this dad told me that there's anywhere from like 2 to a dozen football parents that smoke that come into that walkway to smoke cigarettes during the games or whatever. I was just surprised. Not that parents would find a kind of more private place to smoke per se, but that there were so many parents that are still smoking.
Yeah, it's like a secret club.
I guess I was just a little surprised.
How do you think they find each other? They're like,
oh, they always, yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
Probably.
they can just tell.
Yes, it's a thing.
Or one person had an idea, and then another person had the idea, and they're like, "Oh,"
and now they're a community
Yeah.
or something.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's what I bet happened.
I don't know. I was just surprised to hear that it just doesn't feel like there are that many smokers around anymore.
I don't know.
But football parents. But no, they're not running amok in your neighborhood with all the cars and the parking and all that stuff.
I live on a weird, busy road, but I don't know. There's always people running amok.
Okay.
I guess.
You're on a busy road?
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah.
You better watch it. You got a lot of kids.
I know.
A lot of kids at the house now.
I'm not letting them in the front yard.
So you have 12 people currently staying at your house?
My brother-in-law and his wife, and their 6 kids. The oldest one is 9.
Uh-huh.
So they have 6 kids between 3 months and 9 years old.
Uh-huh.
And then my mother-in-law and her mom, my wife's grandma.
A total of
12 people in a 1,200 square foot home right now.
It's pretty cramped.
Pretty cramped. Luckily, I'm not there. One less body to worry about.
Yeah, you gonna work late tonight, Christian?
Yeah.
Sorry, I know it's 9 p.m., but Lloyd has got me, man, editing these. All right, I'll call you back. Stay tuned. David Locke joins the show coming up next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey everyone, Jake here for my friends at Beehive Meals. Man, do I love Beehive Meals for a lot of reasons. First of all, the food is fantastic. We've been up to their operation up there in Ogden and seen how the magic happens, and it's so cool, and it's so awesome how they do it. They prepare it fresh, and then they send it right to your front door. Then you throw that the food into the freezer, and then thaw and cook, and it's so easy and so delicious. And listen, I've been enjoying their crockpot meals for years now, and that's why I'm super excited to be a part of the rollout of their brand new product this summer, and that is flat top meals. So fresh prepared meals designed for your flat top grill, griddle, or even right there in a regular skillet. And it's because it's Beehive. It's incredibly easy. They're also throwing breakfast dishes in there and all sorts of great recipes. So to order and certainly to check out the menu and see what's on. You can go to beehivemeals.com. If you're ready to make dinner easier and better, order now at beehivemeals.com.
Technology never stands still. And neither does Les Olson IT. For 70 years and counting, we've helped businesses adapt, grow, and stay secure through every change. With experienced people and smart technology solutions, we make work easier, more productive, and more secure. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Let Les be here for you.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Hey, this is Aaron with Greenify Energy Savers, and I want to extend the incredible offer exclusively for KSL Sports Zone listeners that I recently introduced live on air with DJ and PK. For a limited time, when you purchase a new solar system for your home or business, Greenify will give you a Tesla Powerwall 3 backup battery free. That's right, you'll receive the battery at no cost. You simply pay for the installation. Already have solar but don't have a backup battery? Give us a call. We're also offering unbeatable pricing on battery add-on installations. And here's even more good news. Thanks to the partnerships we've built over the past 14 years in business, we can offer a 25% upfront discount on your entire project. Call us for the details. Every homeowner can qualify. Call Greenify Energy Savers today for your free no-obligation solar and battery quote at 801-948-4464. That's 801-948-4464. Or visit greenifyenergysavers.com to claim your free Tesla Powerwall 3 with your qualifying solar installation. That's greenifyenergysavers.com.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCote.
SEC Commissioner Greg Sankey, as he kicked off and the SEC kicked off their football media day, said that he is not happy whatsoever with what's going on in terms of the Protect College Sports Act. He has had conversations. The conversations about them tearing away from the rest of college athletics is real.
You know, college football, it's ironic that they're against the Save College Football Act. They don't want to be governed. I mean, that's what I keep hearing. The SEC, the Big Ten, they're the ones that keep dragging their feet. Everybody else wants to get this done, but because they feel like they are better than everybody else, they should get a better deal.
I really can't stand this guy. I really, there are certain people out there that are just hell-bent on wrecking things that don't need to be wrecked.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Summer is all about making memories. Backyard barbecues, pool days, family vacations. But by July, all that summer fun has probably found its way onto your carpets. Zero Res is here to clean it up. Right now, get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $139. Zero Res's patented cleaning technology removes dirt and grime without sticky soaps or harsh chemicals. So carpets stay cleaner longer and are safe for kids and pets. Call 866-ZERO-RES or visit ZeroRes.com today. Zero Res is the right way to clean.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
in 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake, Scott, Ben Anderson. Ben taking a much-deserved vacation. He will be back next Tuesday. So all you Ben Anderson fans, never fear. Ben will be back shortly. But joining us now, our next guest, of course, the radio voice of the Utah Jazz and the subject of a recent Gordon Monson feature column, which I thought was very well done. Our good friend David Locke. Hi, David.
Oh, Jake Scott. How's the world for Jake Scott these days?
Oh man, well, it couldn't be better. Kids, summer, lots going on. I did enjoy that column Gordon wrote. Gordon's great. I love Gordon to death, and he's a great writer. But he does features particularly well, and I thought that was good.
It was very nice of him to be interested in the story of Locked On and our 10-year anniversary. So it was nice of him to get it out there and write it. I appreciate it, and thank you.
Speaking of that, we had Drake Toll on earlier in the show, and I asked him what it was.
How did you do? He's incredible because he's hosting a game tonight.
Oh yeah, he's amazing.
The animals.
He was all dressed out like it too. He had a loud onesie on. It was hilarious. But I asked him what it was like to work for David Locke, and he said nothing but glowing things. And I was hoping he'd really, say, "Oh man, he's just the worst."
No, we just offered him a big job and he turned it down. So that's why he said nice things about me.
Well, he's really good, and he was really good with us. Again, Locked On Big 12. Make sure and check it out. But let's start talking Jazz now, David. I've got to admit, I have not caught your podcast this week, but judging by your tweets today, what are people bent out of shape about? What have you stirred up?
Well, I don't know. I did feel like some people are bent out of shape. I thought they were really off kilter where they were bent out of shape. But so what I did this week is a series, if I could arrogantly say, I thought it was quite good. And the idea was these are the things the teams that win in the NBA do. So each day there's been an item that if you look at the data from last year, this is what teams did that win. So Monday was the teams who won last year did not allow you to shoot at the rim, and particularly did not allow you to make shots at the rim. The best teams in the league were all elite rim defensive teams. Oklahoma City, Detroit, San Antonio with Victor. Okay, so the question was like, okay, how did the Jazz do that? Day two was that the possession battle is kind of the biggest thing in the NBA. Shot distribution has quieted to the difference between one team to another a little bit. Now the big difference is really is stealing possession. So you win the turnover battle and you win the rebounding battle. And how do you do that? And if you look, the best teams in the league did it. And I don't think there were any teams that were on the negative side of the turnover on the possession battle that did very well last year. So how do we do that? The third one was that every team that made the playoffs last year was above average in shooting. So are we above average in shooting? And then today was really an interesting one that the top 13 teams in the league last year were all top 5 in one of the 4 factors. So the 4 factors are shooting, rebounding, turnovers, and free throw rate, both offensively and defensively. So 8 categories, 4 in each. And all of the teams in the NBA last year, the top 13 teams that made, all were in the top 13 records, all were in the top 5 in something. And all the top 17 teams, so any team that had a winning record last year was in the top 6 in one of those 8 categories. So like if we think the Jazz are going to win over half their games, they literally have to be a top 5 team, either in shooting, offensive rebounding, not turning the ball over, going to the free throw line, defending the shot, defensive rebounding, forcing turnovers, or not fouling people. Which one is it? And like which do we have a possibility of being a lead at? And so that was the series of the show of the week. And, I think some of those answers were not easily definable. Therefore, some people determined that my shows were negative. That was not the point. The point is we actually get to talk basketball again. We actually can really analyze and discuss whether we're good enough. And you know what? The other one I would just say, FanDuel and Kalshi have both come out with their bets for the year. We're 10th in the West in both of them. Well, okay, maybe they're wrong. I saw Gordon wrote a nice piece that bet the over. Maybe they're wrong, but those guys aren't wrong that often. So, what are the things we're going to have to do to not win 39 games and be 10th in the Western Conference next year? So I think I laid out the 4 things we have to do, or 4 of the things we have to do.
So I really have problems with looking at lines as predictions because they're not. And here's where I think that people out there are missing is because the public has no idea how good or bad the Jazz actually are. Because the public didn't do what you and I did for the last 4 years and watch how hard they had to actively try to be that bad. So the public has no idea how good or bad the Jazz are going to be. So I have a tough time looking at that as a prediction, and I'm not a gambling man, but I certainly would agree with Gordon and would go with the over there. But after your exercise examining those things, David, tell me where the ceiling is then.
Well, I mean, it's going to depend on, can we figure out a way to deny shots at the rim and find a way to keep Jaren Jackson close to the rim, because Nurk's not really a great rim defender if he's your starting center. Mm-hmm. Or if Jaren Jackson's your starting center, then you're not actually that big anymore. So, you really defensively, we've got to get way better than we have been, right? And I understand we have not been trying, so therefore we're bad defensively. But, how are we doing this? And Nurk is actually not horrific defensively. He's not particularly mobile, but his pick and roll numbers are kind of okay defensively. He's just not very good at defending shots at the rim. Jackson Hayes is all over the map. It's not clear at all. Some years he impacts it, some years he doesn't. And so, that's the first question. If we're going to be better than what people think, we're going to have to find a way to be defensively good at the rim. Last year, Will Hardy's system was really good. It denied people getting to the rim. The only problem is when they got to the rim, they scored every time. We had the worst shooting percent. I think we had the 29th in the league in field goal percentage defense at the rim. So, that's the first one we have to address is how do we get better defense? The other one that's going to be really interesting to me, and this is probably contrary to what most people think, but when I ran the data, this was my big surprise of the week. We're not that good a shooting team. And I was pretty surprised by that. So, Lowry's okay. The last 2 years, he's actually just been average, but I think he's probably better than that. Deontay was really terrific last year, but in his career, he's still, if last year just eliminates the first 2 years, then fine. But Jaren's kind of below average. Jaren is incredibly variable, has been good some years and really not very good other years. Really huge range of efficiency. Nurk is the least efficient offensive center in the NBA. That's a better way to phrase it. The least efficient. Well, he's not the worst offensive center in the NBA. He's the least efficient offensive center in the NBA. He shoots 49%. Centers should shoot 65%. It's really a detriment to your offense. Ace Bailey was not a good shooter last year. Right? Josh Okogie or Cody Williams, who's over our defense, is not a good shooter. So I was really surprised. We really just don't have that knockdown shooter. We'll see whether Bryce or Speed can become that guy. And so I was just a little surprised when I broke it down, we're really going to collectively, and maybe Will Hardy's system will allow this to happen, but we're really going to collectively have to create joint opportunities that get good looks for guys that allow everyone to kind of shoot a little bit above average that makes us a well above average shooting team.
Who, with that in mind then, who will be the starting backcourt, do you think, night one?
I mean, there's one of. Well, I think the starting backcourt is Darren Peterson and Keontae George. I think that's pretty clear. The question is, who's the starting three? Is it Ace Bailey or Lowry Markkanen? And then who's the starting center? Is it Yusuf Nurkic or Jaren Jackson? Right. So I think there's one of two starting lineups. It's Keontae George, Darren Peterson, Ace Bailey, Lowry Markkanen, and Jaren Jackson, which I think is our closing lineup of games. Or it's Nurk as the center, and Ace Bailey's coming off the bench. I guess my preference, if I had one, would be to try the Ace Bailey, Lowry Markkanen, and Jaren Jackson and see if they can rebound. And if they can't rebound, then you got to start Nurk.
Well, yeah, because sorry, go ahead.
Jaren's below average rebounder. Lowry's a below average rebounder. Ace is a below average rebounder, I think. We don't know about Darren, and Keontae is a below average rebounder. So that could be a rebounding disaster, and then you're losing that possession battle we talked about.
Yeah, I think the problem, just piggybacking on what exactly you're talking about, is Jaren Jackson Jr. is not a center. Or if you want to call a center or a big, he's not. I put it this way when the Jazz traded for him, and people were saying, "What does this mean for Walker?" Jaren Jackson is way closer to Andre Karolinko than he is Greg Ostertag, right? He's a shot blocker, but he's an off-the-ball shot blocker, and he's much more versatile than he is a big. And if he's a big, the bigs are going to push him around, I mean, it's tough to guard Nikola Jokic on the ball because he's so big and he's so heavy. That's not really Jaren's game. So I don't know how effective the lineup would be with him as a center.
Right, and so now, we start running through it like he's got to guard Donovan Clingan when we play Portland.
Right.
And he's guarding Watt. That gets to be hard, right? You wear a guy out, and he's not played a lot of games in his career. He's often been injured, and he's often had a problem with foul trouble, so you're probably trying to avoid that a little bit.
Yeah. And that was
Nurk,
yeah.
What's interesting is, I'm not, everyone loves Nurk. I love Nurk, too. Nurk does not come out particularly well in my analytics. Because of what we just talked about. He doesn't dunk, which most centers dunk, and that's a really highly efficient shot, by the way. And still very important in the league. Dunks really matter. And he shoots a very, very low percentage around the rim. He's one of the least good finishers in the NBA, always has been. And so he doesn't come out great on my metrics for those two reasons. And so it's hard for me on Nurk because, he was great last year, but, it also didn't matter. But I do think you might have to start him because he's such a great rebounder, and the rest of the team is not a very good rebounder. And that skill may be wildly important, that he has to really play a lot of minutes for this team for us to be good because we've got to rebound.
Well, to your point, I don't think that Nurk is a starting center in the NBA anymore. I don't think that the Jazz think that. But the bargain with LA, or the game of chicken, if you will, was which team is going to go into the season without a center. And the Jazz said, we have the tolerance to do that, and picked up 2 first-round picks and 2 swaps for their trouble. So, I don't think Nurk's ideal, no, to your point, but that may be what they have.
I was thinking about this the other day. I don't know if the Jazz wanted to make this bet, but they have now. I'm not sure I can come up with a circumstance where 2 teams have bet further on the poker table on a player than the Lakers and Jazz just did on Walker Kessler. So the Lakers are really betting that Walker emerges into one of the 5 best centers in the NBA. And indirectly, and I don't think the Jazz wanted to make this bet, but they are now, they're really guessing that Walker stays at 17th, 18th, and 19th best center in the NBA. And that then the money's an overpay and they get draft picks for him. It's pretty interesting. I'm not sure there's ever been a circumstance with a developing player where an offer sheet's been signed. That's how I've been searching it as restricted free agent signings. This young, unestablished, where 2 teams have bet as divergently as the Jazz and the Lakers have on Walker Kessler. Now, the chances are he'll end up being the 11th best center in the NBA, and it'll be right in the middle.
I'm trying to think. That's a good question. Maybe Golden State and the Wizards with Gilbert Arenas way back in the day.
Maybe. When he was a second-round pick, and they grabbed him because the league rules. But the league rules prohibited Gilbert Arenas from being paid by his original drafted team. And that's why he could go to Washington?
Yeah.
So I don't think the Warriors could have paid Gilbert Arenas. I think that was their problem, that they didn't have any bird rights on him, so they couldn't pay him. So that changes. It's a great call, but I think it changes that dynamic. This is a little bit of we could have paid Walker, assuming that, he would take it and stay and not just do something crazy like just take the qualifying offer and then want to get out as an unrestricted free agent. It's a really interesting. Again, I'm not sure that the Jazz went to the poker table wanting that as their bet, roulette 27, right? Red 27, but that's what they got now, and it's a really just interesting circumstance to watch.
My question is, do you think it will work with Walker in LA? And I'll tell you why I maybe have a doubt, because you pick and roll numbers and all that sort of thing and how it works, better than, I would say better than most, certainly. But Walker has never been a pick and roll lob kind of player, not with the Jazz. He hasn't really done that. And that's what Luka wants. That's why they promised Luka a center. Does he have, I don't know, can he be a pick and roll big good enough to be what Luka wants?
Great question. He was better his last year. His pick setting used to be on his tippy toes and he'd get bounced around and he wasn't set. And he got a little bit better at doing this in the last year, 2 years ago. Mm-hmm. I think Luka might be so great. Like Daniel Gafford was never a good rolling center until he suddenly played with Luka.
Right.
Like, and I would actually have to go back. It'd be interesting to go back on their NBA Finals team. What was it? Him and Lively?
Yes.
It was Lively that was there, so he's been hurt. Like, it'd be interesting to go back and look like at other. I'm trying to think of who else Luka's played with in Dallas before those two. It was pretty sparse. That's why they always wanted Rudy Gobert.
Ed Kristaps wasn't that when he was there.
Right. Yeah, and that didn't work. So, we don't have a comp of like what happens after Luka leaves. But it's really interesting because Austin Reeves and Luka Doncic are like two of the three best pick and roll guards in the NBA. Data-wise. So if they're suddenly not, that's going to be a real indictment on Walker. Keontae's numbers obviously way better last year with Nurk than they were with Walker prior. Is that because Keontae got better? Is that because Nurk's a better pick setter? I don't know the answer to that. That's a great question.
Well, we are playing low-weighting game for LeBron, David. Do you want to weigh in on where you think he ends up?
I'm just upset because I want the schedule, and the schedule's not going to come out if LeBron keeps doing this.
Totally agree.
I mean, it does feel like if he's trying to get a move done, he's trying to go to Cleveland, right? Can I share an interesting conversation with you?
Yes, please do.
This is fascinating. This is like where NBA coaches are awesome. So I was talking with an NBA coach today, and we were talking about Evan Mobley and Chet Holmgren. And he was kind of asking, like, well, why does everyone love them so much? And his theory was that everyone loves them because, like, Rudy Gobert is this, like, incredible defensive center. The minute you put him on the roster, you're top 5 defense, but he doesn't have any offensive skills. And Cat, everyone loves Cat. The minute you put Cat on your team, you're top 5 offense, but he has no defense. And everybody fell in love with Evan Mobley and Chet Holmgren because they were, like, a little bit of each of them. But his point is, like, they're not any of either of them. Which is really kind of interesting. Like, Mobley's pretty good defensively, and he's been talked about as Defensive Player of the Year and been really high accolades. I was like, I wonder if he really does. Like, Cleveland's not elite defensively, and he's playing next to a center, and his offensive game is like blah, and it's like he's not Cat, right? And he's not Rudy Gobert. And Chet Holmgren's really interesting, but I don't think he's averaged more than 15 points a game yet. And, he's really good defensively. He's really long, and he impacts things. Oklahoma City's defense is great, so maybe it's because of Chet, but maybe not. Like, it's maybe because of their whole package, but I'd give Chet a lot of credit. And he's probably closer to Rudy than a lot of guys, but his offense is kind of Like, it's kind of an interesting – we're in love with these two guys because they're a little bit of each, but they're not one of either. And then we go back to the conversation that we just had that you have to be elite at something to be good in this league. Like, there might be something – like these kind of one-way players like Cat and Rudy have gotten really criticized. But gosh, when you're the best in the world at your position at what you do, maybe that's better than being like the 5th best defensive player and the 13th best offensive player.
Oh, I think there's some logic to that. We fall in love with complete guys, and there just aren't that many of them, right? I mean, there's how many. You can pick any position, right? Like how many Joel Embiids, when healthy, are there, or how many Jason Tatums are there? These kind of more complete guys. To your point, and then you misidentify ones that aren't. I'm totally off Chet. I think all of a sudden he's one of the more overpaid players in the league. I thought he was a detriment to them in that series against San Antonio because he doesn't play tough. Answer me this: what position does Chet play?
Right, fair. They clearly think he's a 4 with Isaiah Hartenstein as the 5. The same thing Evan Mobley's a 4 with Jared Allen as the 5.
Right. So
pretty interesting. I mean, Chet obviously had a terrible playoff and really wilted against Victor. So we'll see. And I think let's give him some development. I thought he's always played really hard. But, he is a string bean, and he is, there's a chance that he's just, he's not elite. Like, Evan Mobley, we keep waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting. It's really good. But, okay, let's see.
Yeah, he's not there. Not even close.
Right.
Yeah. David, we really appreciate you jumping on. Ben's missing out, so thank you for coming on with us. And you know what? I'll catch up on my Locked On Jazz podcast. I'll find out what all the fuss was about.
Well, you can text me and let me know whether you think those were negative podcasts or addressing real-life issues of how freaking hard it is to win in the NBA.
All right, I've got a project over the long weekend. No problem.
Okay, see you, my friend.
All right, see you, David. Thank you very much.
Bye.
There you go. That's the one and only David Locke, radio voice of the Utah Jazz. Nice enough to jump on with us and break it down a little bit. The interesting points talking about Mobley and Chet Holmgren. I can certainly see what he's getting at. And yeah, not everybody in the NBA can be the world's most complete player. So where is the value? And if you are kind of a do-it-all type guy, you still have to be good at it. You can't just do everything kind of mediocre.
Right. And that's the give and take.
I suppose. But yeah, I'm off Chester for sure. Chet, soft, string beanie, overpaid. Although I'll give Oklahoma City a lot of credit for kind of massaging things where the only person that they lost really is Lou Dort. And I like Lou Dort, but if, the salary situation they were looking at to only come out minus Lou Dort, that's pretty good moves.
Yeah.
But anyway, shout out to David Locke. Thanks to him for jumping on with us and checked out his Locked On Jazz episodes. We'll have more Jake and Ben coming up next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
I-80 westbound continues to be the biggest trouble spot of the day from the mouth of Parley's Canyon westbound over to 1300 East, where a truck has caught on fire. Northbound I-15 in Utah County now getting slow from Center Street in Orem up to Pleasant Grove Boulevard. Hey, looking for a new ride? Doug Smith offers great savings on new and used vehicles. They've got a big selection, great prices, and great people. Visit them in American Fork, Spanish Fork, or Linden, or check them out online at heydoug.net. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah roads have commuters, can-doers, and cross-country viewers. But wherever our vehicles are headed, they've got one thing in common. They're ready for the road. Utah's first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So let's check our chains, keep our vehicles maintained, and fight roadside fires together. FireSense is the first response.
If you've tried Beehive meals, you know how easy they make dinner with their classic slow cooker meals. Now they're bringing that same convenience and flavor to summer with their flat top meals. Perfect for barbecue season. Heading to the pool, the park, or the lake? Before you go, put a slow cooker meal like Bang Bang chicken or barbecue pork in before you leave. And come home to dinner done. Or fire up the griddle with favorites like carne asada, chicken fajitas, and pineapple barbecue chicken. Order today at beehivemeals.com.
Tim Daly Mazda Southtown has as low as 0% financing on almost our full lineup of 2026 models, including 2026 Mazda CX-50s, Mazda 3 hatchbacks, and even our PHEV models. That's right, as low as 0% on your favorite new Mazda during the More to Move You sales event, happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. 0% excludes Mazda Miata and Mazda CX-5 models. APR for well-qualified buyers. OAC, 72 months at $13.89 per month per 1,000 financed with 0 down. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Hey, this is Wick with Greenify Energy Savers. We've had some of the hottest summer temperatures on record, and our phones have been ringing off the hook with people complaining about how hot their home is. Well, the biggest culprit for this is the attic. Recently, I was in an attic that was 172 degrees. This is why your house is so hot and your AC is always running and can't keep up. At Greenify, we have a solution that really works. It's called Radiant Barrier Attic Foil. Radiant Barrier is a highly reflective foil that is stapled to the rafters in the attic. It reflects the sun's heat, which will make the attic and your home much, much cooler. Give Greenify a call today and we will brave the heat and go up in your attic and tell you how to get the cool comfort back in your home. We will also check out your insulation levels and attic ventilation, which will also help tremendously in making your home more energy efficient. And Greenify will make sure you get all the utility rebates that you're entitled to. Call us today and I won't even charge you for the visit. 801-948-4464. That's 801-948-4464. Or check us out online at greenifyenergysavers.com.
Summer is all about making memories. Backyard barbecues, pool days, family vacations. But by July, all that summer fun has probably found its way onto your carpets. Zero Res is here to clean it up. Right now, get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $139. Zero Res's patented cleaning technology removes dirt and grime without sticky soaps or harsh chemicals, so carpets stay cleaner longer and are safe for kids and pets. Call 866-ZERO-RES or visit ZeroRes.com today. Zero Res is the right way to clean.
Every year, the America First Charitable Foundation Backpack Bonanza provides kids with the school supplies they need to learn and thrive. You can help by dropping off supplies at any America First branch or by securely contributing funds online. Together, we can make sure kids have everything they need to succeed. So please visit AmericaFirst.com to see the items we're collecting or to donate today. The America First Charitable Foundation is a 501c3 nonprofit corporation. Federal tax ID number 84-256886. Donations are tax deductible to the extent allowed by law.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Craving something sweet? We do ice cream right. Come in and try one of our shakes, freezes, or an ice cream cone, and you'll see why we say JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
Not only do these guys give you the best jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Chase Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake, Scott, Ben Anderson. No Ben today. He is on vacation. He will be back coming up next week, so we hope he's off having a good time. Off on the Great American Road Trip. Pack the family into the family truckster and head out and hit the road. Do you know what that reference is to family truckster, Christian?
What do you think?
I'm guessing no.
No.
But it would be.
What is it? Enlighten me.
It's from the vacation movies. You ever seen Vacation?
Okay. I've seen
National Lampoon's Vacation.
I've seen Christmas Vacation. I've seen Vegas Vacation.
The family that's from the OG Vacation, which is worth.
Is Chevy Chase in that one?
He and Beverly D'Angelo are in all of them, and then the kids always change, which is kind of funny. You've seen Christmas Vacation and
Vegas.
Which one do you like better?
I mean, Christmas is a classic.
It's the best vacation, but Vegas is underrated.
It's funny.
You should see the original. The original is great. I love it that coming into the segment, Christian's like, "Is there anything going on page 6?" No, it's a slow day on page 6. Although, does this do anything for you, Christian? Phil Mickelson's wife, Amy, was spotted out in public without her wedding ring.
Now that's juicy.
Yeah. She's, let's see, she went on a grocery store run and was photographed, and there is not a wedding ring on the finger. Do you read into that? Are you the type of person that thinks, okay, they're done? Because remember, Phil's been in the news. Well, it seems like he's been in the news for the wrong reasons for a while now, but most recently about maybe being unfaithful while the cart dogs, the workers at the country club are driving his phone around the course, so Amy thinks he's golfing.
That is a story. She can see his location. Right?
Yeah.
So he would allegedly give his phone to the cart dude and say, "Hey, drive this thing around for a little while.
Here's $100. Drive this around for the next
and
couple
I'm
hours.
gonna go do.
I'm gonna
whatever.
go socialize.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so now she's seen without a wedding.
Oh,
ring.
1,000%. I mean, this woman is a celebrity, or she's married to one at the very least. So she understands the public image of things and how that looks amidst this saga. So 1,000%. That is, there were never any pictures of Jen Vrabel with no wedding ring.
Yeah. But see, here's the thing. I forget my wedding ring all the time.
As do I.
I do not have my wedding ring on right now, for example.
I forgot mine yesterday.
Now, if this were some sort of official, where she was, photographed for like attending an event or something like that.
Right.
I would certainly read into it, but just a dash to the grocery store?
Who's to say she even needed groceries?
What does that mean?
I think she was like, oh, I'm going to go out in public with no wedding ring on. I'm going to make it look like I'm running the grocery store, and I'm going to, on purpose, forget my wedding ring at home.
Okay.
Right?
So because why is the paparazzi there at the grocery store? That's a good point. Probably because she alerted them that she was going to be there at the grocery store.
Or she just knows that every move is being watched.
Okay. So going to send that message.
But to your point, I mean, you and I are not involved in very public scandals involving our significant other.
No.
So, there are lots of days where a lot of people forget their wedding rings for whatever reason. But she knows what she's doing.
I do feel bad for this woman.
Yeah.
She's not only is she's a Utah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
A little bit of JJ Watt thing going on.
She's from Sandy, I think. I can't remember. I think her dad either listens or used to listen or something along those lines.
Really?
But yes, she's from here. So I'm cheering for her in this situation.
But yeah, dude,
Utah pride.
That is a crummy move.
But yeah, she probably should move on though. He seems like he's spiraling quite rapidly. We talked about whose fall from grace or whatever was more spectacular, Phil's or Tiger's, or more egregious, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I can't think of the last positive thing that I've heard associated with Phil Mickelson's name. It seems like every headline he's in has been negative over the last 5 years plus.
And now Live Tour is going out of business.
Including Live, yeah.
Yeah, Live is going out of business in this big revolution. I mean, he did make it better for PGA players. This, say what you will about this Live thing, but the PGA Tour did make adjustments and, did some things that those golfers, including Phil Mickelson, wanted to do. So maybe you can say that Phil's effort was worthwhile and he was doing it for others. But I don't know. But yeah, you're right. I mean, since he won the PGA Championship out of the blue, what was that, 5 years ago, 4 years ago? He has been in the news for the worst, most unpopular reasons, and now his messy personal life is boiling over even more than it did before, which is hard to fathom considering his gambling habit got him wrapped up in an SEC investigation, which is really something.
So I do like this move from Amy. I think it's a power move.
You think
frankly.
it is?
Yeah.
It's a flex.
I'm looking at the pictures right now. She didn't need groceries. She's wearing a Louis Vuitton purse. She didn't need groceries.
Wait just a minute here. How do you know what kind of purse it is?
I'm looking at the photos from TMZ.
You could just identify a Louis Vuitton, right?
Well, it's got the big LV.
Looking at the pictures, I don't pay attention to any of that. You do?
Yeah, she didn't need groceries.
So if it were some sort of Target brand purse, you would think it's legit?
Well, just in the sense that her bringing out the Louis Vuitton purse kind of plays into it being a power move.
Being a little staged, being a little bit...
in a good way. I mean, this is her telling her side of the story, letting Phil know, like, hey, you're not going to get rid of me.
She needs to be spotted out on a date. That's what needs to happen.
That could be the next move.
The next move.
After the split becomes official.
She has to pick somebody famous, though. And from the world of golf. That would be even a bigger flex. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
She needs to show up on a date with Ricky Fowler.
Okay, I was trying to. I don't know many single golfers.
I have no
All
idea.
Of the golfers I think of off the top of my head are kind of notorious family men.
I have no idea what Ricky's marital status
Rory
is.
was almost single there for a second, but that seems to have been resolved.
Phil didn't care about marital status when he was showing those pictures
That's
around,
true.
right? To
Right.
that one golfer's wife who just got up to go to the John or something, and Phil's showing her inappropriate pictures.
Well, he seems to be the outlier
Yeah.
as far as caring about that.
Caring about marital status. Well, anyway, I don't know how much longer he's going to be married. So we are reading into this. Christian's gotten to the bottom of it. Amy Mickelson showing up sans wedding ring to get fictional groceries means that she's leaving him, or at least threatening to leave him.
She's holding a Trader Joe's bag. Her daughter was with her.
All right. So there you go. That's basically the latest in the gossip world. That does have a sports tie to it.
This line from the TMZ article: Amy and Amanda even hugged before they put their groceries in the back of her luxury SUV.
Oh, that seals it. She's leaving him. She's basically already left him. It was the hug.
But again, that's how you know it's staged. That's how you know this is put on, right?
Yeah. Well, Phil better hire an attorney. I'm sure he's got he knows plenty of them. Yeah, it's been a rough few months for Phil getting ejected from country clubs. Do you know how bad your behavior has to be if you're a big a golf celebrity as Phil Mickelson is to get ejected from a country club? Do you know how much money those country clubs make selling country club memberships by saying, "Oh, Phil
Mickelson golfs here.
Phil's a member here." Are you kidding? So you know how much money they're costing themselves by ejecting Phil Mickelson? Your behavior has to be absolutely awful.
Yeah, that would be like DJ getting banned from the Delta Center.
Okay.
You know?
I don't know why you have to drag DJ through the mud, but
I'm
yeah,
just
good
thinking
point.
of the biggest celebrity we have here on the station, yeah.
Oh, well, that's David James by a mile.
Right.
Yeah.
Not that DJ would ever do anything.
No,
to get banned,
but his behavior would have to be just awful to get permanently banned from the Delta Center.
And that's
yes.
what Phil has done to himself.
Yeah. Can you imagine? Anyway, so there you go. That's the latest in the gossip world. We hope the best for the Mickelson family, whatever that outcome may be.
I don't know if I hope the best for her. At this point, I'm not on Phil's side.
You're
at
not
all.
cheering for Phil?
Why would I?
Now, maybe you're too young for this, but were you ever Team Phil? I guess you're
I'm
not
too young
really.
for that, no.
You're not really a golf fan either.
No, and Phil was definitely before me.
Because Tiger was the dominant one, but Phil was the popular one. He was the one in that era of golf. He was the one everybody kind of loved and cheered for, whereas Tiger was more the dominant robot type of golfer who you cheered for if you always cheered for the famous front runner. But Phil was like the lovable, popular one. And, well, it turns out that neither one of them really have great behavior. Not in their...
Customers judge your property and the time it takes to park. Don't fail that test. Call GoPave Utah right now. They've got seal coating, crack sealing, striping, and patching across the entire Wasatch Front. Call them right now or visit GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
David Pagnotta joins us, NHL Insider, for the fourth period.
Perception-wise, what is the rep of the Mammoth as an organization in the league to players?
With respect to the rep of the Mammoth, it is on an incline and has been since the end of last season when, players talk, families talk, wives talk, girlfriends talk. That has spread over the course of the last 12 to 18 months here. And the reputation of the organization is immaculate based on a number of players and other hockey personalities that I've talked to. So I think without question, it's becoming, and I say becoming because it's just in its second season here, but becoming a very desirable destination for a lot of players. That's certainly going to be impactful come free agency, but at the same time, when players are putting together their no-trade lists, I can't imagine that too many are going to be looking negatively with respect to the Mammoth.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey everyone, Jake here from my friends at Trajan Wealth. That's Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. Listen, we talk, Ben and I talk about team building all the time and how it's important to stack right decisions. Stack, not only make one right decision, but put a bunch of right decisions right in a row. Well, you know what? That's true to your financial well-being as well. And if you're anything like me, you can't go it alone out there. And plus, there's a lot of bad advice out there too. Well, listen, you need a trusted team on your side to help you stack right decisions together to accomplish your goals. You spend a whole life working toward retirement. Well, what do you want your retirement to look like? What kind of lifestyle do you want to live? Do you want to travel? Do you want to play golf? What is it? And then stack right decisions one after another to get yourself there. And Trajan wants to be a team on your side to help you do just that. So give them a call, 855-TRAJAN-1. Sit down with them. I've gone through the process. It's super easy. They're very nice. They have locations in Draper and Farmington, 855-TRAJAN-1, or you can also go online to TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com. 855-TRAJAN-1 or TrajanWealth.com.
Post Malone presents the Big Stadium Tour. Returns for Part 2 with special guests Jelly Roll and Carter Faith. 9-time Diamond Certified Phenomenon, Post Malone. Live at Rice Eccles Stadium, July 28th. Get tickets now at postmalone.com. The Big Stadium Tour, Part 2. This time, it's even bigger.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Technology never stands still. And neither does Lessels and IT. For 70 years and counting, we've helped businesses adapt, grow, and stay secure through every change. With experienced people and smart technology solutions, we make work easier, more productive, and more secure. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Let less be here for you.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth. Scoring goals is what I do. Driving a BMW from BMW of Utah, that's how I roll. Proud to be a Utahn, drive elevated.
No crazy soundbite slips past these guys.
I came here for the same reason people go to the zoo.
This is another edition of the Audio Vault with Jake and Ben. On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Papa was a copper and the mama was a hippie. In Alabama, she was swinging a hammer. Price you gotta pay when you break the panorama. She never knew that there was anything more than gold. What in the world does your company take me for? Black bandana, sweet Louisiana, robbing on a bank in the state of Indiana. She's a runner, rebel and a stunner. On the merry way saying, baby, what you gonna?
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake, Scott, Ben Anderson. Ben on vacation. He will be back coming up next week, so stay tuned for that. Right now it is time for the Audio Vault, the best sound of the day. Today's selection comes courtesy of Christian, who found this video, and I have not heard it yet, so I'm looking forward to hearing it. But you want to set this up, Christian? There's a grizzly bear on top of a power pole?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure on what state this is in. That's pretty limiting because aren't too many grizzly bears roaming free in the United States. But this family appears to be driving down the road, and there's like an electrical pole, with the power lines running past it, and there's a grizzly bear on top of it. And this
is the 911 call.
The man calls 911.
All right.
I know. I'm on Highway 56.
Are you calling about a bear?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, it's on the power pole.
Yeah, it's alive.
Yes. Just leave it.
Okay.
And because I already called the Game and Fish, and they said there's nothing that they could do. They could go and shoot it, tranquilize it to get it down, but it's gonna end up. If they do that, then it's gonna fall and could hurt itself. So they told me.
All right. And it is just that. It is a bear on a power pole. So what, they're just going to leave it up there to starve?
Unfortunately, I think he did pass away. I think he did die.
Falling or starving?
I think he fell.
That's rough. I don't know how he got up there in the first place. It is the darndest thing.
It's crazy. It looks like it's AI, but it's not.
My daughter asked me that the other day. She said, can bears climb trees? As if she's going through the scenario that we all do on if I were running from a bear, what would I do? And the answer to that is yes, they can climb trees. So the answer to that is make sure if you're off in the woods to go with a slower friend.
You don't have to be the fastest in the class. You just have to be faster than your friend.
Than the slowest person in the class. Yeah, that's exactly right. So always go camping with somebody who's maybe a little less fleet of foot, maybe an elderly person or somebody who's a tad bit overweight.
The bear was ultimately electrocuted.
Yikes! Really? Well,
This was in New Mexico.
What a bright, sunny audio vault today.
Yeah, sorry. Well, yeah.
Then it's probably not a grizzly bear if it's in New Mexico, right?
I guess so. I mean, this is a pretty big bear.
Have you ever seen a bear in the wild?
I have, actually. I've seen a black bear.
What'd you do?
Kept driving.
Oh, you were in the car?
Yeah.
My brother lives in the mountains, and they had a bear come through, and I can't remember. It did something like broke into the garage below their apartment or whatever. But
oh, really?
Yeah.
So he had like a run-in.
He had like an issue with.
I'll tell you, the scariest animal I've seen in person is a moose. You ever seen a moose up close?
Uh-huh.
Way bigger. Like you think they're big, then you see one even bigger than you thought.
I was at a Boy Scout camp when I was a young person, and there was this kid. His name was Jason. He got up in the morning, he walked to the outhouse, and then came running back to camp screaming. And what had happened was there was a big moose in the outhouse, and he walked right around the corner and was right next to that moose. And then came running out screaming. And then the moose came out sauntering after.
Scary.
Yeah, they're not particularly nice, temperamented creatures either, right?
No.
You going to make your kid camp on the ground? I had this discussion with maybe it was Ben.
It was Ben, yeah. Yes.
To have that experience?
Well, and there's nothing wrong with it. I mean, you're going camping. You're not staying in a 5-star hotel.
Well, are you going to be staying in the hotel, though, while he camps?
No, I don't mind sleeping on the floor of the tent.
Oh, I sure do.
I know you do.
I'll be here at the Hilton, and you can be camping somewhere else.
Like, can he have an air mattress? Does that count? Or is that still...
Not an air mattress.
Okay.
But it has to have a mat. You can have a mat, but not an air mattress.
Yeah. No, that's fun. That's part of camping.
So that's what you're going to do? I still haven't. I've been promising to take my kids camping, and I still haven't done it.
Yeah. Take them up Manaway. Nice campgrounds up there.
Indeed. You've told me I need to do it. I need to just bite the bullet and do it. My wife takes my kids on these fun mom-daughter kind of trips, and I thought, I'll take my kids camping. But then I have to think, do I really want to go camping?
The idea of camping is always more fun than actually camping.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Sometimes you get in the tent and you're cold and you start hearing noises in the wilderness and you're like, okay, what time is it? How much longer do I have until the sun comes up?
And everything's a lot more work than you think.
Right.
And the sun goes down, and then you think to yourself, well, what are we going to do now?
It's always more expensive than you'd think. You've got to buy all the supplies, all the food. You think it's going to be a nice, cheap activity.
And then it's not.
But
no, it's a rite of passage thing, though. Anyway, I have not really encountered many wild bears in my day. I'm kind of grateful, honestly. But if you see it in your car, I guess it's a little bit better, huh?
Yeah.
All right. Stay tuned. We've got Live at 5 coming up right around the corner. We'll talk some college football. And LaWait continues. We will give you an update on that. Stay tuned. It's the Jake and Ben Show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every offseason move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter. Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
As America celebrates its 250th anniversary, celebrate the values that make our communities strong by shopping local at Mountain Land Supply. They're proud to be a local employee-owned company that celebrates their customers every day. Whether you're building, remodeling, or tackling your next project, Mountain Land moves mountains for you with their expert service and trusted products. Visit your locally owned and operated Mountain Land Supply store and experience the difference shopping close to home makes. Learn more at mountainland.com.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americaFirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, changing conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Post Malone presents the Big Stadium Tour. Returns for Part 2 with special guests Jelly Roll and Carter Faith. 9-time Diamond Certified Phenomenon, Post Malone. Live at Rice Eccles Stadium, July 28th. Get tickets now at postmalone.com. The Big Stadium Tour, Part 2. This time, it's even bigger.
Tim Daly Mazda Southtown has as low as 0% financing on almost our full lineup of 2026 models, including 2026 Mazda CX-50s, Mazda 3 hatchbacks, and even our PHEV models. That's right, as low as 0% on your favorite new Mazda during the More to Move You sales event, happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. 0% excludes Mazda Miata and Mazda CX-5 models. APR for well-qualified buyers. OAC, 72 months at $13.89 per month per 1,000 financed with 0 down. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
You know, I used to think all money managers were the same until I spoke with Fisher Investments.
Really? How different are they?
Fisher's investment counselors are dedicated to service, not sales, keeping clients up to date on their portfolio.
Well, they probably just invest in a bunch of mutual funds like I do.
Nope. They build a tailored portfolio based on their clients' personal goals, helping them stay on track for a comfortable retirement.
Well, they must make commissions selling products.
Actually, Fisher doesn't sell any commission-based products. They're a fiduciary, and they believe that's a conflict.
Then they have some kind of complex fee structure.
Nope. Fisher has a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of their client's portfolio. So they do better when their clients do better.
It sounds like Fisher really is different.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Fisher Investments. Clearly different wealth management. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days. Steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup. Shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try barwbeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's the best station, period.
Let's be honest. These guys have the best job on the planet.
You come to work in a frickin' bathrobe?
So if you're out there working hard, you should also expect your radio hosts to put in an honest day's work. So of course, Jake and Ben are live at 5 with the biggest headlines and the best analysis in Utah. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, we have more tickets to give away for Post Malone. Nice. Let's do it right now. 801-575-ZONE. We're going to hook you up with a pair of tickets to go see Post Malone with special guests Jelly Roll and Carter Faith at Rice-Eccles Stadium coming up on next Tuesday, July 28th. Caller number 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. 801-575-ZONE. Live at 5, brought to you as always by our friends at Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan today, your local trusted financial fiduciary, 855-TRAJAN1, or visit their website at TrajanWealth.com. Big stories of the day. Big story continues to be low waiting on LeBron James to make up his mind and where he's going to play basketball next year, and of course college football in the lead up to fall camps starting in less than 2 weeks, I believe. So it continues to be a big story with that, and we'll get to some audio coming up here in a second. But the latest on LeBron is there is no latest on LeBron. Shams Charania did have a report earlier today talking about LeBron has everything he needs to make a decision. They are not waiting on anything. And in fact, Christian, whose attention is divided, can we play the Shams cut real quick? This is Shams Charania from earlier today giving us the latest, or lack thereof, on what's going on with LeBron James in low weight.
There's nothing left. The teams are the teams. The information's the information. LeBron has everything he needs to make a decision. The conversations have happened. They're not, from my understanding, my sources tell me the LeBron James, his agent Rich Paul, that inner circle, they're not waiting for another domino right now. They're not waiting for Anthony Davis to get traded anywhere. They're not waiting for anyone else to move around anywhere. The teams, Cleveland, Miami, Golden State, Philadelphia, Minnesota, they're set. Those are the teams. Wherever he ends up, I mean, you're looking at minimum deals, you're looking at exceptions. The contracts are not going to be this grand part of this deal. LeBron James was very clear from the very beginning. This is going to be based on happiness in terms of chance to contend for a championship, a chance to compete at a high level, join a culture. That doesn't come from going to a team and then gutting that team from multiple different players. Now, listen, if during the first week of July, LeBron James and Rich Paul told, the Heat or the Cavs or the Warriors, hey, we need you to do this and we're coming, those teams might have done that. But that message was not delivered. And so you just kind of have to read between the lines if you're some of these teams and you need to figure it out. But it's at a point now, July 23rd, it's really up to LeBron James. The entire NBA is waiting on LeBron James' decision.
Yeah, Adam Silver admitted as much, that they're holding off on the schedule release. We talked to David Locke in the 4 o'clock hour earlier in the show, and he was perturbed, as am I, as somebody on the Jazz broadcast, that we haven't seen the schedule so we can, plan our lives. But we've got to wait for LeBron to make his announcement at the most opportune time, which will not be Friday in the afternoon. LeBron's not going to do that for a Friday news dump, as we talked to David James about earlier. So expect that coming up, I would hope, next week. But the news that we did get from Shams right there, the clip, is that LeBron is not waiting on a team to do some sort of action to make room for LeBron. Or, the rumors out there were that LeBron and Clutch want to basically have Cleveland make a deal to somehow acquire Anthony Davis from Washington. Shams' report there would indicate that is not the case. They are not. There's not a team out there that needs to make a couple of moves to make room for this and that for LeBron James to sign. And another notable piece of news there, that the LeBron camp does not want whatever team that ends up getting LeBron to gut the team in order to be able to get him. And there was a rumor that was out last night is when I saw it, but I've seen it a couple other places today, that there may be some sort of sign-and trade that the Jazz could be involved in to do just that, where the Jazz maybe land Jared Allen from Cleveland in some sort of sign-and trade deal that would involve LeBron James. If Shams is to be believed right there, that is not the case. Now, I don't know if Shams knows the whole truth, or if that is indeed the whole truth. I still find it fairly curious that James Harden is still a free agent and hasn't signed his, I guess it wouldn't be an extension, but signed his deal with Cleveland. That was no doubt promised to him when the trade with the Clippers happened last year, and he certainly is showing no urgency in going out and finding another landing spot. And frankly, the national media doesn't. Have you heard any national media, Christian, say, "Well, where's James Harden going to sign"? I haven't heard.
It doesn't seem to be a story. No, it's almost like he's not a free agent.
So why would they be waiting on that if not to maintain maximum flexibility for some sort of reason? I still keep coming back to that. So,
well, like DJ said, if not LeBron, then maybe DeMar DeRozan or something similar. Maybe
they do move on to a plan B. I don't know. I do think any sort of scenario where the Jazz would land Jared Allen in a trade would be pretty ideal for the Utah Jazz. I mean, imagine that, where you lose Walker Kessler, but you add a better player, which Jared Allen is better than Walker right now, I would say. Maybe not in the future, I don't know. But right now, I would take Jared Allen over Walker Kessler, and his deal is much more reasonable, as we've looked into. Jared Allen only makes around $22 million. So that would be a pretty amazing outcome for the Jazz if they came out with certainly a good player at center. Maybe they'd prefer Walker, I don't know, but I'm sure they'd take Jared Allen on a better contract, and to come out with 2 first-round picks and 2 pick swaps out of the situation would be pretty rosy, in my opinion, for the Utah Jazz. Ben has kind of been, I almost said harping, that's too strong, but Ben has been bringing up a bunch that the Jazz without Walker Kessler are not as good a team, which of course is true, but for how long and at what cost, and what were their goals to begin with anyway? I thought David Locke came on with us, and his whole podcast series is kind of examining what the Jazz really need to get better at in order to get statistically into some of these categories where the most elite teams are. And the Jazz aren't there yet, but I don't even know if people were talking about being a contending team. I don't think that's the case. So if you take a step back to take a step forward, there's a lot of logic in that to me. It's just the time frame on when the Jazz have a better option at center than Jusuf Nurkic, because now Nurk can indeed finally breathe. But I still don't think that's going to make a difference where all of a sudden he's a serviceable starting center in the NBA. He is not. He has some skills that are extremely useful and that the Jazz particularly need. And David talked about this quite a bit, but the rebounding, first and foremost, the Jazz are not a very good rebounding team. period. But without Nurk on the floor, they're really going to be a bad rebounding team. Jaren Jackson Jr. is not a rebounder, but Nurk is not the long-term solution. So how long do they go with their current situation before they address it in some way, shape, or form? So I find it intriguing, the idea of a center like Jared Allen moving around. I'm sure the Jazz would be in the market to somehow make that work. And I believe that Cleveland would be open to somewhat of a reshuffling, LeBron or no LeBron, and maybe Jared Allen is where they decide to reshuffle. I don't know if it'd be where I'd start, but maybe they would.
After the shortcomings the last few years since they've added Donovan Mitchell, it's clear that they need to do something, whether that something is adding LeBron. And is that just enough, or do they need to try and bring in Anthony Davis as well? And I know that this clip from Shams is kind of saying the opposite, that LeBron's not waiting on a trade for Anthony Davis to be lined up to decide his next spot. But I do think, especially after they hand Donovan Mitchell that bag of money, eventually Cleveland is going to have to move off of either Mobley or Jared Allen. And before Giannis was traded to Miami, they were seen as a destination for Giannis, and one of those two was going to have to be involved for Giannis, right? Simply because they have been there for so long and it has not yielded any fruit, right?
So if LeBron's in love with the narrative, I think he'll pick Cleveland. If he's in love with, we talked about it earlier, if he's in love with how the movie plays out, then he's going to pick Cleveland. The final chapter in LeBron's career, going home, Akron, the little kid from Akron, all that stuff. But if he picks truly based on his current happiness, I bet he picks Miami. I think Miami is a better fit for LeBron James on and off the floor. And I'm not even, if you're a 41-year-old guy and you get to choose where you go and where you're going to live part-time, where are you going to pick? Miami or Cleveland?
It's like the Office episode where they go to Florida and Stanley goes and just treats it like a vacation.
Yeah.
What does he call himself? He straight up calls himself like Florida Stanley or something.
Yeah.
That's LeBron.
That is LeBron. I think he'd be a better fit, and the lifestyle would be much, much more appealing. And I'm not even talking about partying or anything like that. I'm just talking about
like that,
having more options in the wintertime for things to do. And to be able to truly be happy, it would be a little bit easier in Miami, I would think, than Cleveland. Unless that LeBron really loves his favorite restaurants growing up and that sort of thing. So I don't know. I still would predict Cleveland, Christian, although I'm a little bit more open to Miami. I don't think he's going to Philly.
So you think Philly, Minnesota, and Golden State are off the table completely?
I think they're out.
Okay.
I think if he were going to Golden State, it probably would have happened already.
And that's another move similar to James Harden. And this was actually part of this clip from Shams. It was a longer, 3-minute clip, and I trimmed this down. He brought up Draymond Green declining his option with the Warriors, and that kind of caught everybody off guard. Yeah. And Draymond still hasn't re-signed with the Warriors. So it's a little bit of a similar situation to the James Harden thing with Cleveland. But, again, you're talking about fit. What does LeBron bring to Golden State? How much better does he realistically make them? Is Steph interested in doing that? Because, again, that's his franchise. That's his team.
I just wish that he would get on with it already, and let's have a decision so we can get the schedule, which would be lovely. I still say that them waiting with the schedule is dumb. They're still going to put Miami, Cleveland, Philly on TV all the time. What difference does it make?
Because, again, they already have star players that matter.
Right.
And Cleveland was in the conference finals last year.
Maybe
it's easy to sell.
Maybe if he were going to pick the Clippers or something, which they all of a sudden would put them on TV, maybe that would make a difference. But in this case, Cleveland was in the Eastern Conference Finals. You're going to put them on TV all the time. Miami has Giannis. Philly has a cavalcade of interesting players now. Or did I say Cleveland? I meant Philly.
You said Philly. Yeah.
Oh, did I? Okay. The other thing, and we're going to play a little sound here, of course, college football as camps approach. SEC Media Day is going on this week. As July is about to come to a close, and we'll thankfully have on-the-field storylines to talk about. There is some news in the college football world that we can talk about. It's also in the political world. But anytime we can hear Sark crying about something, I think we should start there. This is from SEC Media Days. This is Sark talking about missing the playoffs last year.
If we beat Ohio State last year, surely we're in a much better position when it comes to the playoffs. But on the other side of it is, if I don't play Ohio State and I play Jones Junior High, and we're 10-2, and our 2 losses are to Georgia and Florida, we're a playoff team. But like anything in this world, if you want to be really good at something, you got to take risk. There's a lot of value in that win if you can get the win. And so is the juice worth the squeeze or not? That's what we're all tasked with. And so I don't know yet about Notre Dame. We'll see. Because I think the committee's got to show us what happens now and what's the value that they're placing on strength of schedule. And are we going to let a 9-3 team in as an at-large? We'll find out. And I think that this year is going to be a great test to that of what that looks like.
Wow. Okay. I had not heard that. I was all prepared to clown Sark for crying about not making the playoffs, but that's not actually the point he's bringing up. The point he's bringing up is absolutely a relevant one. Why would college football programs schedule decent non-conference teams? Why? What's the reward? And I've been kind of talking about what he's alluding to for a long time, that the committee members and voters before them are dumb. And they can't get past the record. They can never get past the number of losses. That's what all these calculations are all made on is, well, this is a 2-loss team or a 3-loss team or a 1-loss team. And then you get through all the 1-loss teams and then you move on to the 2-loss teams and you split hairs amongst the 2-loss teams. So to Sark's point, what was the point in playing Ohio State? There really isn't one unless you win and then you are measured up against another 2-loss team, right? So I'm with him. You've got to I'm with him. You've got to figure out whether or not the juice is worth the squeeze. Do you get enough benefit from beating a tough team in your non-conference to make it worth it? And I think he's complaining that he was a 3-loss team and maybe should have jumped, or I guess he's not really saying that because they lost the game, but the potential benefit of winning the game, was it just a wash? Would they have gotten the same credit from beating South Alabama because their loss total is actually what matters, right? So if they would have won that game, they would have made the playoffs as a 2-loss team, not because they beat Ohio State. Does that make any sense?
No, of course. He's going to say all this, but remember the big storyline a couple months ago when Texas Tech was wanting to play them, right? He had some choice words about Texas Tech and the soft schedule that they play. And Tech offered to play Texas, and Texas won't do it. So I don't know.
But that's just pride. That's just pride messing with you. That's just Sark taking a shot at Texas Tech's pride.
Right.
And Texas Tech, with their hurt feelings, coming back and saying, oh, yeah, I'd like to see you play us. It had nothing to do with strategy to win the national championship.
Well, if he wants a good non-conference game, they open up their season this year against Texas State, right? What would look better on the resume, a win over Texas State or a win over Texas Tech?
It doesn't matter. That's his point. As long as you win, it doesn't matter. As long as you don't why would you play the hard opponent in the first place? Secretly, I'm sure Sark is super jealous of Texas Tech's schedule.
Probably.
He would love to play a schedule where he could just roll through with 1 or 2 losses and make the playoff no problem. Does that make sense? He's calling him out for a soft schedule, but he wishes he had a soft schedule. If he had a soft schedule, he would have made the playoffs last year. That's basically what he's implying. If they did not play Ohio State last year, they would have made the college football playoff. And he's totally right. So what was the point of playing Ohio State?
If they did also lose to Florida, who finished 4-8,
and and Georgia, as he said right there, but they still would have had 2 losses. It doesn't matter.
And if
they would have been an SEC team,
she'd be my uncle.
But they wouldn't have had 2 losses if they didn't play or they wouldn't have 3 losses if they didn't play in the game.
They wouldn't have had 3 losses if they didn't lose to Florida. So I mean, it's easy to nitpick and pick the Ohio State out of conference game, but also if you handle your conference slate like you should. I mean, they have 9 conference games now.
Sure,
if you handle them like you should, that leaves you enough leeway with at least one really good out-of-conference game to essentially lose. You can still finish with a 10-win season if you handle your conference slate
Okay,
you're supposed to be good enough.
Let me ask you this. Does Texas have to play Florida?
No. Do they?
Yes.
Well, they do.
They're
have to
in the
play
conference.
every
Yes,
year,
they have to play Florida. I don't even think they play every year, but you have to play the games.
Right. They have to play the conference games, yes.
You have to play the games your conference hands down. Do they have to play Ohio State?
No, they do not have to play that game.
So that's the point. They had, you can say take care of business and beat Florida. Well, they have no control over that. They have to play Florida. Whether they win or lose, they have to play that game. They don't have to play Ohio State. They can play a cupcake, and it doesn't matter. If they played a cupcake, they would have gotten into the playoff last year.
Well, strength of schedule should matter at some point, though, right?
But it does not.
Well, I mean, I think especially when it comes to expansion and you have 16 or 24 teams, right? And you're picking between, at that point, 4 9-win teams. You're going to pick the ones with the best strength of schedule, right? So I think I do think strength of schedule and your out of conference schedule, I think that is going to matter to an extent. To your point, right? Nobody made Sark schedule Ohio State, and that was maybe a little bit of arrogance, thinking that they could win that game, and that would be an automatic ticket to the playoff, which they end up losing, and they miss out on that. But at some point, you have 3 non-conference games. You got to do something with them to separate yourself from, the next SEC team.
I don't think you really do. BYU had a better strength of schedule 2 years ago than SMU, and quite literally beat SMU on the field. SMU still got in. Right. They're not even using strength of schedule when they're making those decisions down with 2 and 3 loss teams. They're not. They're picking the more popular team or the team with more groundswell or more money or all sorts of different reasons. You would hope it'd be strength of schedule, but it's not. And even then, you're down. I mean, you could make an argument strength of schedule mattered way more with the 4-team playoff because there were way fewer teams that got in. So you had to figure data points to be able to get them in. Now, I don't know why teams would schedule hard teams in the non-conference. I really don't. There's literally no benefit to it other than being able to stick out your chest and saying, yeah, we play tough teams. All right. Well, what did that get Texas last year? Nothing.
Well, maybe Texas just wasn't very good.
Christian, we're talking about a 12-team playoff. 3/4 of the teams that get in are not very good. And that problem is just getting worse, not better, if they expand it. So, yeah, Texas wasn't very good last year. Well, we're measuring up against lots of not very good teams. So I get his point. I was prepared to disagree with Sark. I totally get his point. You got to figure out a way to make scheduling non-conference more beneficial, or teams aren't going to do it.
Or at least be transparent with, does strength of schedule matter, and follow that.
But the playoff committee has there's no like consistency.
Guideline, right.
There's
That's
no
what I'm
at
saying.
all. There's none. They're just, did they wake up with heartburn that day? That's how they're making decisions, is just based on a gut feeling in the moment.
And that's why Miami got in at the last second.
Yeah, so what is it? What good does it do you? What benefit do you have from playing even if you win? Like, even if you beat Ohio State, it means the same amount as beating Ohio. Doesn't matter. Because all they care about is the loss column. How many losses do you have when weighing these decisions? Because these humans who are making the decisions aren't very smart or nuanced, for that matter. All right, there you go. There's the latest from Sark. The latest update, by the way, from a news perspective, but this is bad news. The college, what's it officially called? The bill in the Senate for college sports, the Protect College Sports Act. Well, this is reporting from ESPN. Senate Majority Leader John Thune does not expect the Protect College Sports Act will go to a full Senate vote before the August recess. This would substantially shrink the already long odds that the NCAA and its schools get an antitrust exemption. So this does not mean that the bill is dead, but this pretty much means the bill is on its way to being dead. Certainly in this calendar year. So that's bad.
Shocker,
that's bad
right?
news in my opinion. But yeah, not a shocker. No. All right. Coming up next, We're going to play a segment. David James was on with me in the 2 o'clock hour, and anytime you have David James on, you got to highlight that. So he was with us for our top 3 stories segment, and we covered a lot of good ground. So we're going to play that segment coming up next. Stay tuned. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Not only do these guys give you the best Jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Nate Orchard from Advanced Window Products. When you live in Utah, your windows do a lot more than let the light in. They protect your home from freezing winters, blazing summers, and everything in between. That's why Advanced Window Products builds every window for your local climate. No middleman, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home, a warmer home, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year round. And installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why Utah homeowners give us 5-star reviews. Right now, take advantage of our anniversary sale. For a limited time, get $2,500 off when you buy 10 or more windows. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name Utah trusts for custom replacement windows and sliding glass doors. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call 801-850-9100 for that $2,500 off, or visit us at advancedwindows.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth, and I drive a BMW. Performance matters to me, on the ice and on the road. That confidence lets me focus on what matters most, performance. That's why I trust BMW Utah for everything, from service to tires. They've always got my back. Between scoring goals and scoring the perfect ride, it's a tough call, but scoring is what I do. And the win? Driving a BMW from BMW Utah. When I came to Utah, everyone talked about the greatest snow on earth. But during the 2002 Olympics, the world saw something else. This place also has the best ice on earth. Since moving here, I've done my best to own that ice and live up to that standard. It's about preparation, precision, and trusting what's beneath you every single day. That same mindset is why I chose BMW Utah, because great performance doesn't happen by accident. It's built, maintained, and earned. And I'm proud to work with a local dealer that represents Utah at that same elite level. Proud to be a Utahn, proud to support BMW Utah, drive elevated.
Right now, JCW's has 15 bus and billboards depicting our delicious, mouthwatering hamburgers across I-15. We've also just learned that I-15 averages 15 fender benders a day. Probably a coincidence, but just in case, keep your eyes on the road. Here's what our burgers sound like. Now, with your hands at 10 and 2, safely turn into one of our 5 locations in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Time for the top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com. Brought to you by our friends at J. Brooks Jewelers. Actually, David's dear friend, John, from J. Brooks Jewelers.
John from J. Brooks Jewelers.
Cherish your love with J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials, J. Brooks Jewelers. The reason, though, that is funny is because you have known John, and we've had as a station a relationship with J. Brooks for...
I'm bad on time, but certainly a decade, absolutely pre-pandemic.
Probably.
Yeah.
So
he'd be a better, but whether it's 2019 or 2015, I don't know.
But they rock, and we love them. So...
True story.
All right, Christian, where do you want to start?
Number one, the Trib put out an article talking about Kalani Sitake. BYU does not want to be the highest bidder when it comes to NIL.
It's not what they're saying anyway. Kalani wants them to be there for development and overall, well-being, as opposed to just there for the check.
He's been very clear about that. If it's just about the money, they get turned off recruiting kids. If that's the first thing that comes up, they get turned off recruiting kids. They'll pay people, and they will. Their NIL is good. And if it weren't, they'd be losing more kids. And they have a fair number of kids who are, A, pretty good football players, and B, not church members. Certainly for the kids who grow up, church members, the return missionary kid, there are absolutely other things than money. It's not all about the money. But I think in those situations, you got to at least be in the ballpark. And it's basketball, not football, but it was so public, and I don't think there's that much difference in the way high school athlete thinks, regardless of their sport. It's like, you think you're worth a certain amount of money. Well, for A.J. DeBonce, it was like $5 million. If you're not paying me $5 million, I'm not coming. Now, there were multiple schools that are going to pay him $5 million, but he didn't turn it into an auction for the highest bidder. There was also a, where do I want to be? Where do I feel comfortable? Who's going to develop me? Who's got NBA experience on the coaching staff? What kind of schedule are you going to play? What kind of competition am I going to face? They had all these other questions. And that's a pretty good balance. I think it's unrealistic to say, well, the money just doesn't matter. Well, if you're independently wealthy, that's great, but that's going to be a super small portion of the population.
Yeah.
So, but to say, hey, I'm worth X, you got to get to X, and then let's see how many competitors there are at that point and where I really feel comfortable. To go someplace where you're miserable just for the money, whether you're a college athlete or you're our age, and we're different ages, doesn't matter where you are in your career, to go just for the money, it had better be a pile of money, because there is a decent chance you're not happy. And when you complain about not being happy, you're going to get hit with the legendary line, which I think started with Mad Men and now has been repeated over and over. I know Harrison Ford likes to use it. That's what the money's for.
Right.
Well, hey, that's what the money's for.
I want to channel your co-host in the morning, Patrick Kinahan, because I've heard you guys have this discussion a bunch of times because of that anonymous quote that a BYU donor gave that said they will not be outbid. And then they've spent a considerable amount of time and energy running away from that. And what Kalani is saying here,
out of the state of Utah, what they have in common is, we'll pay you. Mike Gundy from Oklahoma State, the ex-coach, goes on this list. We'll pay you. But if all you ever do is talk about money, you're not going to watch enough film. You're not going to work hard enough in the weight room. You're not going to put in the extra time at home watching more film, looking at your playbook, doubling and tripling down to make sure that you know every formation, you know every defense, everything the other defense does. You know, if you're an offense and you're a receiver, you know what the quarterback is thinking. You don't have to look at him. You know what the adjustment's going to be. You know when and where the ball's going to be thrown because of the look the defense gives you. And you need everyone on the defense to see the offense break this, to see the personnel, see the formation, and know what play is coming, because you've all watched that much. When someone doesn't know, it breaks everything down. And if all you do is money, 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 the other stuff's going to suffer. And you're not going to be the best player you can be. We will address the money, you will get a pile of money, and then we will move on. And if you can't embrace that as a player, the move on part, then Kalani and a bunch of other coaches are next. And one of the cool quotes that goes back to this is Kalani was asked once about how fast somebody was, or how fast a group of players was. I think it was last year. And he said, well, I mean, I want them to be fast, but I also want them to run in the right direction when the ball is snapped.
Great line.
Fabulous line, right?
Great line.
And we're talking to Bronco one morning. Bronco Mendenhall, Aggie coach, comes on, and I tell him that, and this is Bronco, who's not known for being a laugh a minute, right? He's a fairly serious guy. And he's like, like, oh, Bronco has so used that line. Bronco has absolutely stood in a room with the defense or with the backs of the linebackers like, I want you to be fast, but could you run the right way? Because every coach has had kids blow assignments, run, and they're like, we talked about it in film. We talked about it on the practice field. We talked about it again in film, and you still ran the wrong way.
Yeah.
What is the key?
I'm glad you brought up Bronco, though, because, listen, Bronco has said something very similar to these quotes to Kalani that we're talking about.
Yeah.
You're going to come to Utah State for more, and if you're going to be on the team, more. Now, Bronco coaching at Utah State, they don't have any money. So he actually means that. Kalani, they're flush with dough. Why are they running from it? I don't get it.
They have, everybody has money, right? But they don't have as much money as someone who might pry their kid away from them. So don't say the Aggies don't have any money. They have some money. And that's why they're prying kids away from other schools. But they got kids prying away from them because they're in the middle of the food chain. There are both bigger fish and smaller fish.
Does Bronco's quote similar to Kalani's mean more, though? I think it does. But I think they're both just... I think they're both just getting the PR line out there that they've got to get out there. I just don't know why Kalani's doing it.
They do have bosses. Well, he has bosses in the church.
Why are they so sensitive?
Well, because there are some who want it to be 40 years ago and have that not be an issue.
Yeah.
And they want to, and that's just not realistic. It's not true. I don't think it's honest. I don't think you should talk to the public like that because the public knows better.
Yeah.
Right? So,
like that?
Yes, exactly. So, but when a coach, you got to allow a coach for they're dealing with numbskulls who get so focused on the money and then they don't work as hard and they blow assignments. And that's why coaches say it. Now, why do other people say it? Why does a church leader say it? Why does a school president say it? Why does maybe a longtime booster say it? They might have a different agenda. I think they probably do have a different agenda than a coach who says it. It lands differently based on who's saying it.
What is next, Christian?
Number 2, Shams with the latest on Le Decision today, talking about LeBron James, said he's not waiting for a trade involving Anthony Davis or Kyrie Irving to make his decision.
Nothing left. The teams are the teams. The information's the information. LeBron has everything he needs to make a decision. The conversations have happened. They're not, from my understanding, my sources tell me that LeBron James, his agent Rich Paul, that inner circle, they're not waiting for another domino right now. They're not waiting for Anthony Davis to get traded anywhere. They're not waiting for anyone else to move around anywhere. The teams, Cleveland, Miami, Golden State, Philadelphia, Minnesota, they're set. Those are the teams. Wherever he ends up, you're looking at minimum deals, you're looking at exceptions. The contracts are not going to be this grand part of this deal. LeBron James was very clear from the very beginning. This is going to be based on happiness in terms of chance to contend for a championship, a chance to compete at a high level, join a culture. That doesn't come from going to a team and then gutting that team from multiple different players. Now, listen, if during the first week of July, LeBron James and Rich Paul told, the Heat or the Cavs or the Warriors, hey, we need you to do this and we're coming, those teams might have done that. But that message was not delivered. And so you just kind of have to read between the lines if you're some of these teams, you need to figure it out. But it's at a point now, July 23rd, it's really up to LeBron James. The entire NBA is waiting on LeBron James' decision.
The entire NBA is waiting.
Well, everybody's waiting on a schedule, so there's that. The commissioner told the truth. And on top of that, you got unrestricted free agents like DeMar DeRozan. Once LeBron signs, there'll be some teams with some money left. There'll be some teams who have roster spots to fill and money to spend. And
Except for
then he can get on with his life.
None of those teams have any money. And that's why what Sham said is important, that the contract isn't really a deal. Yep. And he doesn't want to, I think that's interesting, he doesn't want to gut the team that he's going to sign with. So, maybe there is that. But it's not like if Cleveland doesn't get LeBron, they're going to go sign DeMar DeRozan. Maybe they would. But would DeMar DeRozan take a vet minimum contract? Because that's what they're talking about.
I've read multiple people saying there are multiple people in the league waiting for LeBron to sign. Foremost among those, DeMar DeRozan. So once he signs, I guess we'll be able to look back and figure out, because of that, he was waiting for this. Or maybe we'll hear, well, if it had been that would have impacted him. But since it didn't happen, now he does this.
By the way, I'm talking myself into Miami with this lifestyle happiness thing. like thinking he's going to go to Miami and those reasons. Because like if you really were doing happiness,
that and Miami's accidental video.
Yeah.
They put together a video with a specific date on it. Put together a video and be ready just in case.
But it doesn't have a date on it.
But when you put a date on it, come on. I think you know something.
All right. Well, bad day to be that
decision.
YouTuber.
I don't think it's a Friday news dump, so I think
no.
at this point we're waiting for a Monday. He's going to maximize it.
As much as he can.
This is right next to the decision. It's different, but it's something.
Next.
Number 3, it's late July. That means NFL training camps are underway. A week from today is the Hall of Fame game, kicking off the preseason.
Are they going to do it on that crappy field like they always do?
Yeah. Why would they change now?
I don't know. Why do they do that?
Because it's literally right next door to the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I know where it is, but fix it.
What part would you like fixed?
The field.
It's a turf field.
Yeah, to get people hurt.
Well, that's all. Turf versus grass is a whole nother discussion. The reason it's turf is because multiple high schools play there. There are places that have stadiums that play, a whole district plays there, a whole, they'll have 3, 4, 5, 6 games, a Thursday game, a Friday doubleheader, a Saturday tripleheader. And then the schools save money because they don't have to buy as much land and everybody has their own stadium. They have to do their own upkeep and blah, 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 blah. And they don't have to do that.
Oh, no, I get it.
Yeah.
I heard you had Kevin on today. Kevin was good, chopping up the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
I love it that Bo Nix sucking was a topic on Scotty and the coach because I think he's terrible. And Christian is a huge Broncos fan. So
why do you think he's terrible?
Because Christian likes him.
Okay, so it is nothing.
He doesn't actually have an opinion on it.
Nah, he's pretty bad.
How is he pretty bad if they double-digit wins, win the division, win a playoff game, they're in the conference title game, which if he had played, they might have won.
Yeah, might have.
But without him...
I don't know. Stidham's pretty good.
I think one big thing... Stidham was terrible. What are you talking about? I think one big thing they have going for them is that and I can call up his salary, I think it's around 8 or 10 million, something like that, is that they've got a lot of money to spend on the rest of the roster. And their defense is excellent. And Houston's same deal. The quarterback's still on a rookie deal. Their defense is excellent. That's a huge advantage. Now, Bo Nix is going to want to be paid. How much is he going to want to be paid? 30 mil, 40 mil, 50 mil, 60 mil. Where's that going to go? How much winning is he going to do before they negotiate that deal? And how much is that going to damage the rest of the roster? And can he really carry the show? Because there were 10 quarterbacks last year made $50 million. There'll be 12 this year. Last year, only half of the 10 made the playoffs. And Mahomes had the injury. But paying a quarterback who's had success a lot of money doesn't guarantee you more success. When the Rams won the Super Bowl, Stafford was not among the elite. Now he is. Now he's making $55 million. But he was making, I think, 15 less than that. Mm-hmm. And Seattle, how did Darnold do it? Well, they paid him $33 million. That gives him an extra $20, $25 million to spend. And they had an awesome defense. And they had not one but 2 good running backs. And on down the line, they put a great team around him, and they won the Super Bowl.
If you're going to pay a quarterback, make sure he's good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
because Brock Purdy stinks.
But if Josh Allen took 40 instead of 57 or whatever he's at, would he have a Super Bowl title now because he had a better team around him?
Probably.
So you pays your money, you takes your choice. You take a little less, you might win a little more, and then you might get it back down the road. Or don't worry about it. Take all you can get.
All right, stay tuned. More
there you go.
David James.
One more
segment with DJ
we
did earlier today with the one and only David James. Shout out to DJ. Big thanks to him for coming in with us a little bit earlier. Let's give away a Minky. Love this. Caller number 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. We're going to hook you up a Lush flag blanket celebrating America's 250th birthday. Simple, classic, and because it's a Minky, incredibly soft and lush. It's a plush, patriotic design available in one size and makes a cozy addition to summer gatherings, holiday decor, and everything lounging. Sized to basic standard American flag. Also includes exclusive America 250 Minky Couture label created to commemorate the nation's semi-quincentennial celebration. Features the patriotic flag design on both sides of the blanket for a complete look from every angle. Caller number 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. We'll hit some voicemails next. 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCoe.
SEC Commissioner Greg Sankey, as he kicked off and the SEC kicked off their football media day, said that he is not happy whatsoever with what's going on in terms of the Protect College Sports Act. He has had conversations. The conversations about them tearing away from the rest of college athletics is real.
You know, college football, it's ironic that they're against the Save College Football Act. They don't want to be governed. I mean, that's what I keep hearing. The SEC, the Big Ten, they're the ones that keep dragging their feet. Everybody else wants to get this done, but because they feel like they are better than everybody else, they should get a better deal.
I really can't stand this guy. I really, there are certain people out there that are just hell-bent on wrecking things that don't need to be wrecked.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from Big Wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 25% upfront bonus? And are they promising you up to 9% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They aren't. That's up to $25,000 upfront or up to $9,000 per year on $100,000, guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. DBA in most states has Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Joined once again by Matt Larkin, managing editor and senior writer at Daily Faceoff. Could the Mammoth be a 100-point team? 92 this year. There are only 300-point teams in the West. I mean, if you get there, it seems like you're right there at the top shelf.
If I'm making a prediction right now for next season, I'm going to say yes, 100 points. Probably right around there. Even if you just look at Logan Cooley alone and the improvements you're seeing from him, and let's say we get a full season in which he doesn't get banged up and miss a chunk of games, that alone could give you that extra cluster of wins. Plus, you have a full season of Mackenzie Weegar now playing your top 4 on D. So I think they're already a 100-point team. I think the question is, do you make the trade now to become a 110-point team? With the right move, you can join the top contenders.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You don't know what you got till it's gone has never been more true than when your water heater goes out and you hop in the shower. Your body first shivers and then you go into survival mode by letting out a shrieklet, which is like a shriek, just smaller, followed by unnecessary running in place and jazz hands. Look, there are really only 2 kinds of people in this world that need cold showers, pioneers and plungers. So unless your name is Laura Ingalls or Joe Rogan, cold showers aren't for you. At Shamrock Plumbing, we know what to do when your ungrateful water heater stops showing up for work. Give us a call and we'll get you back to those scalding temperatures you've grown accustomed to over the years. Shamrock Plumbing.
This is Wick with Greenify Energy Savers. If your home feels like it's overheating the moment the sun comes up, your windows could be a major reason why. In the summer months, inefficient windows let in heat and force your AC to work overtime, driving up your energy bills and making your home less comfortable. The problem is, most homeowners know they need new windows, but put it off because they assume it's going to be too expensive. At Greenify Energy Savers, we install high-performance AMSCO energy-efficient windows manufactured right here in Salt Lake City, so install times are typically just a few weeks, not several months. And most homeowners homeowners are surprised to learn that we can often save them thousands of dollars compared to other window companies while still offering premium windows with a lifetime warranty and flexible finance options. Don't spend another summer fighting the heat inside your home. Give Greenify Energy Savers a call today for a free no-obligation quote at 801-948-4464. Again, that's 801-948-4464. Or check us out online at greenifyenergysavers.com. Let us save you literally thousands of dollars and greenify your windows today.
Just doing it big, you know?
Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Sunday Airways, talking sports. They got him Matrix and also loves his tie guy. Ben's got style with his scarf. Oh my.
SMU had a better record than BYU 2 years ago. At the end of the 12-game season, which is why they got in, they picked up their second loss in the conference championship game, and the committee made it clear they would not penalize them for losing in an extra game.
I think in general, Jake makes a really good point about football teams not scheduling hard non-conference games. But I will say, if you're Texas and you schedule Ohio State and you beat Ohio State, that win might just be a win to you, but it's also a loss for Ohio State. And that could potentially open up a playoff spot for either you or somebody else, especially if you are the team that beat them.
There you go. Thanks for the voicemails. First one from MG. The second one from Austin, making good points. If you are Texas, or if you are any, I would say, we could say P4, but certainly a Big Ten or an SEC school, what's the point of having a tough non-conference? The downside seems to outweigh the upside. But appreciate the historical clarification, MG. And then Austin, you're right. If Texas would have beat Ohio State, it would have damaged them as well. But now there's so many teams to get in. Are you really that worried about damaging other teams? Does it really matter?
Well, I think that game's too hard to play. But the historical clarification is funny because what was BYU's record at the end of 12 games last year?
Oh, yeah, right. And then they were punished
were punished because they lost the Big 12 championship. So to your point, Jake, you brought this up earlier, there is no consistency. There is no guideline. It really just is a matter of when this final poll comes out, who do the voters want in? And that's who gets in.
That's who gets in. There's no rhyme or reason to it. It's always been super inconsistent. It's about who they want to get in. And who was the beneficiary of that last year? Alabama, right?
Well, Miami was the big one, but yeah.
Miami because they beat Notre Dame.
Right.
And then Alabama got in because they cried so much the year before about not getting in that they didn't want to put up with that again, and so they put Alabama in. Yeah, it's whatever they're in the mood for.
The storyline was Kalani just needs to cry more.
Yes, yeah.
Kalani needs to hammer the table a little bit more, a little harder.
He's not going to do that, though.
Right.
Which I kind of like that about him. But it doesn't mean that that's the right move for his football team. If he really wants BYU to be included, yeah, he should be howling. But no, he's not going to do that. But great voicemails. Appreciate those guys, MG and Austin. Appreciate you weighing in. If you have something to say, leave a voicemail. You can download the KSL Sports app, then go down to the voicemail button, which I believe is at the bottom. And then you can record a message, and it goes right to Christian in the control room. And as always say, this is for Jake and Ben. We do that because we also want to include our friends from the future, the podcast listeners. And we don't want the other shows stealing your great material. That is our job. We steal your great material. So leave it anytime. Say it's for Jake and Ben, and we will get to them. We even get to them even, again, for our podcast listeners, even if it's a couple of days later, we never mind revisiting things.
Well, especially with the holiday weekend coming up. No shows tomorrow, right? So that gives everybody an extra day to collect some thoughts and send them in. Yes.
And tomorrow, Christian's going to be marching in, what is it called, Christian?
I'm not in a parade tomorrow, no. The Peach Days is in September.
Oh, it's in September.
Right.
Oh, okay. It's not tomorrow.
No, tomorrow will be Lloyd Cole, Salazar,
and Tim
Lacombe.
I'm going to go to the Peach Days Parade just to throw peaches at you.
So, really sad story about peaches this year. There actually will not be any Brigham City peaches. They all froze. All the trees froze, and it's actually a terrible story.
That is terrible.
Yeah, it's really sad.
And you said they're bringing Peach Days back?
Well, they do Peach Days every year.
Oh, okay.
KSL doesn't always send a float up there.
I see. But we are sending one up there this year.
Yes.
And you are going to be...
I made sure that they are going to put me front and center.
Are you going to drive it?
I don't know if I'm allowed to drive a float.
Probably not. But will you stand on the float and wave as opposed to just walk like we did last year?
Probably. Or maybe I will walk so I can take pictures with everybody, like our guy Dan.
Yeah. Well, you are a celebrity up there.
Up there, yeah.
All right, 6 o'clock hour coming up next. Stay tuned. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsibility,